Perfect Superstar Chapter 731 to Chapter 816. In just 3 years since his debut, Lu Chen has won a series of huge and indisputable successes in pop music, TV series, and movies, and he himself has also been shrouded in a dazzling halo. He also has nicknames such as Genius Singer, Music Genius, Entertainment Gold Hand, and so on. Now, Lu Chen has been added with a new title, that is, Headline Superstar. Look at the attention that public opinion has paid to him in the past week or so. It can't be said that he is in the headlines every day, but in the entire entertainment industry, who is more dazzling than him? What makes people most speechless is that Lu Chen is not only in the headlines in China, but also in the headlines in the United States. It can be said that he is popular on both sides of the Pacific Ocean, from the east coast of the United States to the west coast, and has influence all over the world. The UD 725 flight incident, Irene's talk show interview, Chinese Kung Fu, he is always creating new miracles. On Wave's blog, the number of Lu Chen's fans has exceeded the 80 million mark, and he has jumped to first place. Therefore, he now casually posts a blog post, and it will receive countless likes, reposts, and comments, not to mention that the content of this blog post is quite informative. My chin is mighty. It's a pity. I wanted to see the blogger defeat the Americans. It's really childish to say that he will defeat the Americans. This kind of challenge doesn't need to be paid attention to. Lu Chen did the right thing. Support my Chen, hurry up and shoot You from the Star, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to Lu Chen's big movie. Among the messages left by fans, at least 90% were supportive of him, and a few expressed regret and disappointment. Of course, there were many who urged him to shoot TV series. During Lu Chen's absence from China, the original 2 episodes of You from the Star, broadcast by Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV, have been changed to 1 episode a week, and there will be no sequel after this week's broadcast. For fans of You from the Star, the interruption is simply unbearable, so they have complained on blogs, looking forward to Lu Chen resuming normal shooting work as soon as possible. Now they finally got their wish. The second day after returning to Beijing, the shooting of Xinyu crew in Huairou Film and Television City returned to normal. Lu Chen and Chen Feier put in a lot of enthusiasm to make up for the lagging progress. Although it had been interrupted for more than 10 days, there were no problems with the crew under the supervision of Feng Hui. In addition, the 2 protagonists were in excellent condition, so today's shooting went very smoothly. From morning to afternoon, they had actually completed almost half an episode of filming. Crack. In the indoor studio specially built for Xinyu, Feng Hui stood up, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "That's it for today. Thank you for your hard work." As the director, Feng Hui was, of course, the happiest. If all the actors and staff could keep working as they did today, her task would be much easier. During this time, Lu Chen had been in the limelight in the United States, but she was under pressure from 2 TV stations. They didn't dare to rush Lu Chen, so they could only find a balance from her. The main reason was that You, the Star, was too popular. Its ratings were breaking records, and the advertising fees of the TV stations were rising. If it was suddenly interrupted, the loss would be too great. Fortunately, Lu Chen and Chen Feier came back together. Otherwise, Feng Hui would have wanted to use crooked ways to make up for the progress. I didn't expect you 2 to go to the United States, she said to the 2 of them with a smile. Not only did your acting not fall behind, but it also improved. Feng Hui was not deliberately flattering them. What she said was completely sincere. Lu Chen and Chen Feier's performance today was great. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Sister Feng, it's been hard on you. Feier and I will treat you to dinner tonight." Feng Hui shook her head and said, "It's not hard on me. Everyone has worked hard." Chen Feier interrupted, "Then we'll treat everyone to dinner. Let's go to Fengyuan Restaurant and have a good meal." Fengyuan Restaurant was a restaurant in Huairou Film and Television City. In addition to providing filming locations, it also received actors, stars, and foreign tourists who came to film. It was the highest grade in the film and television base. There were at least 100 staff members of You, the Star, present today. Chen Feier's words easily spilled at least tens of thousands of yuan. Feng Hui said with a smile, "Since the 2 of you are treating together, then we won't stand on ceremony." Before she finished speaking, the crew members who had heard her cheered, and their morale soared. In fact, Everyone could afford a few hundred yuan per person for a meal, but compared to some stingy stars, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er were really generous. It was very comfortable to work for them. Brother Chen, at this time an assistant rushed in and said to Lu Chen, "Two people from CCTV just came over. They said they have something very important to talk to you about." People from CCTV, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er were stunned. If CCTV wanted to talk to Lu Chen, the normal channel would be to contact Qinfei Media first and finalize the time and place of the meeting through Lu Chen's agent. Why would they suddenly come to the film set? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Then invite them to Fengyuan restaurant." In the private room of Fengyuan restaurant, Lu Chen met the two people from CCTV. The man and woman were both in their 30s. After introducing each other, Lu Chen found out that the two were not real people from CCTV, but the assistants of the famous director Chen Guozhi, but they were not using the name of CCTV to fool people, because Chen Guozhi was the executive director of the 2018 Spring Festival Gala. The two of them served the Spring Festival Gala production team and were ordered to come and talk to Lu Chen. Chen Guozhi was a famous director in the country. This director, who was born in the 60s, had won the Berlin Golden Bear Award, and one of his works was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. He was also famous both at home and abroad because of his many realistic films. In recent years, Chen Guozhi had switched to commercial blockbusters and made 2 blockbusters with a box office of more than 1 billion. He had a very high status in the industry and was a real big shot. This time, CCTV specially invited Chen Guozhi to be the director of the 2018 Spring Festival Gala. It was also because the ratings and reputation of the Spring Festival Gala had been declining in the past few years. They hoped to use this great director to turn the tide. The 2 assistants sent by Chen Guozhi also looked for Qinfei Media first before coming to the film set. After all, the 2 of them had different identities, so there was not much to pay attention to. As for the content of their discussion with Lu Chen, it was very simple. Chen Guozhi intended to invite Lu Chen to participate in the Year of the Dog Gala. "You've been in the limelight too much lately, back at home in Xianxia," Chen Fei-er said to Lu Chen with a smile. "It's hard not to notice. It's reasonable that Chen Guozhi invited you to appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, but it's rare to see him invite you to a show." Central TV's Spring Festival Gala had been held for more than 30 years. Watching the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve had become one of the customs of the Chinese people. Especially for the middle-aged and elderly, not being able to watch the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve was a great regret. Up until now, the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings had never been lower than 80%. Its influence was incomparable to that of any other program. More than 30 Spring Festival Galas had also made batch after batch of celebrities popular. It was precisely because of this that not many celebrities could resist the temptation of appearing on the Spring Festival Gala. Every year, when the Spring Festival Gala's program list was released, it meant that there was a lot of competition in the early stages. Many celebrities who were ambitious and qualified to get involved in the Spring Festival Gala would often rack their brains to think of ways to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. If they could have their own program, that would represent the greatest success. For Chen Fei-er, who had already appeared on the Spring Festival Gala twice, the temptation of the Spring Festival Gala was not that great. Moreover, it was very difficult to appear on the Spring Festival Gala 3 times. He had to give others a chance, right? Since Lu Chen's debut, he had never appeared on the Spring Festival Gala before. Although he had displayed a strong performance right from the start and had achieved great success in the music and showbiz circles, he lacked a strong background and did not put in a lot of effort into his public relations, so how could Central TV possibly take the initiative to approach him? But this year's situation is completely different. Lu Chen's popularity in China has been so high that it can't be ignored. As the most outstanding young singer in the Chinese music industry, and has repeatedly created miracles in movies and TV series, CCTV can no longer ignore him. That would mean offending tens of millions of Lu Chen's fans, a huge group of young viewers, coupled with the recent series of events that happened to Lu Chen in the United States. Central Television made a decision. Of course, the stately Central TV had its own considerations, which was why Chen Guozhi's 2 assistants came to look for Lu Chen. Since they could represent Central TV to a certain extent, it could also be said that it was under Chen Guozhi's instructions. Furthermore, this was only the preliminary contact, so they could advance or retreat as they pleased. Chen Guozhi definitely has his own ideas, Chen Feier spoke with fervor and assurance. The viewership ratings of the Spring Festival Gala 2 years ago and last year almost hit the red line of 80%. Central TV is definitely hoping that director Chen can salvage the situation, so he will definitely have to make some changes to the traditional Spring Festival Gala programs. Otherwise, if it's still the same old programs, the audience won't buy it either. Lu Chen nodded. Chen Feier's analysis of Central TV, the Spring Festival Gala, and director Chen Guozhi was very accurate. In the early years, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was the highlight of the general public's New Year's Eve. The viewership ratings were so high that it was envied by many, easily reaching above 95%. But in recent years, with the rapid rise of local satellite television stations and the diversification of entertainment methods, especially the prosperity of new online media, the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings have been declining year by year. In addition to the younger audience having more entertainment options, the most important reason was the Spring Festival Gala itself. It lacked good creativity and concept, and there were too many familiar faces coming and going. The quality of the language programs had seriously deteriorated, and the singing and dancing programs stuck to the old conventions, causing the audience to experience aesthetic fatigue. Under such circumstances, Central TV really had no choice but to invite a great director like Chen Guozhi. A few years ago, when the Spring Festival Gala was still being broadcast, there were already endless complaints and scoldings online, so it was very difficult for them to pretend that they did not see it. Even many media outlets joined in the ridicule, and Central TV's reputation was tarnished. This time, when Chen Guozhi's 2 assistants looked for Lu Chen, they had 2 main intentions. First, they wanted to invite Lu Chen to participate in the Year of the Dog Spring Festival Gala. As long as he agreed, his name would definitely be on the final program list. This was actually a very great honor. One had to know that many celebrities had been dying to get such an honor, but Lu Chen had easily obtained it. Moreover, it was the Spring Festival Gala's director who took the initiative to send people to him. The treatment was extraordinary. Chen Guozhi's other intention was to hope that Lu Chen could come up with a plan for the Spring Festival Gala and provide good suggestions and ideas. This idea was not something he came up with on a whim. Not to mention Lu Chen's talent in the field of original music, his film and television scriptwriting ability was even more impressive. So far, one of Lu Chen's movies and 3 television series were all his own creations. Even the novels adapted from the television series sold very well. If Chen Guozhi wanted to recover the declining viewership of the Spring Festival Gala, it was undoubtedly far from enough to rely on his own ideas. What he needed was to brainstorm, which was why he revealed his intentions to Lu Chen. In this regard, Lu Chen's reply to Chen Guozhi's 2 assistants was that he needed to consider it carefully. Now, he wanted to hear Chen Feier's opinion. Chen Feier leaned comfortably in Lu Chen's arms and seriously gave him advice. First of all, we can't refuse the Spring Festival Gala, and there is no need to refuse. The key lies in the program. An exclusive singing program is necessary, and you need to strive for it. Group singing or continuous singing is meaningless, and it doesn't match your current popularity and status. In addition, it is important to build a good relationship with Chen Guozhi. She turned to look at Lu Chen. Our company is going to shoot The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer at the end of the year, right? If we can invite Chen Guozhi to be the director, that would be the best. Invite Chen Guozhi to be the director of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This idea was undoubtedly very bold and courageous. There was no doubt that Chen Guozhi was a good director, and he had international influence. In recent years, he had changed his direction to a blockbuster. If Chen Fei Media could reach an agreement with this famous director, the box office of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer would undoubtedly be greatly boosted. But there was a problem. He is now the director of the Spring Festival Gala. I'm afraid he won't have time to direct The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer at the end of the year, right? Chen Feier smiled. If we can reach an agreement, what's the problem if we delay it until after the new year? We can totally release The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer in the summer of 2018. That's right, Lu Chen was completely convinced. He couldn't help kissing Chen Feier's face. I will listen to you, my wife. Don't be too optimistic. Chen Feier rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, it is not easy to invite Chen Guozhi. You don't know how many people are waiting in front of his house with boxes full of money. You have to show your sincerity. For example, in this year's Spring Festival Gala, I see, Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He really had some ideas. The official meeting between Lu Chen and Chen Guozhi would take place 7 days later at a private clubhouse in Beijing. This clubhouse had a long history and had many members from the business and entertainment circles. It was considered one of the best in Beijing, where there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The environment and privacy were excellent. In order to meet with Lu Chen, Chen Guozhi had specially booked a private room, which fully showed the importance of this great director to Lu Chen. There were only 4 people from both sides meeting. Lu Chen brought Chen Fei-er, and Chen Guozhi brought his assistant. Chen Guozhi was in his 50s this year. He was very thin and short. He didn't have much flesh on his face, so his cheekbones were high, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. His appearance was very distinctive. After meeting and greeting each other, everyone sat down together. Chen Guozhi said with a smile, "Miss Chen Fei-er is getting more and more beautiful. It should be the magic of love." The great director actually made a joke with Chen Fei-er, which immediately made the atmosphere in the private room relaxed. Chen Fei-er pursed her lips and smiled, "Thank you for your compliment. You are also getting younger." She had worked with Chen Guozhi before and had a cameo role in one of the latter's movies. But speaking of which, the two sides hadn't seen each other for several years. The entertainment circle wasn't big. Some people could bump into it every day, but it wasn't small either. It was bustling with people coming and going, and it had an iron camp and flowing soldiers. In response to Chen Fei-er's slightly teasing response, Director Chen stroked his sparse hair and said with a wry smile, "I'm old. My romantic life will always be blown away by the wind and rain. Now it's the world of you young people." He looked at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, well, is it okay if I call you Xiao Lu?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Director Chen, it's my honor." Lu Chen wasn't being polite. He also admired this great director very much. He was a true great senior. Chen Guozhi nodded and said, "Xiao Lu, I know your time is precious, and I'm also very busy. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point." Lu Chen hurriedly straightened his back. "Go ahead." Chen Guozhi said bluntly, "I won't hide it from you. After taking on the Central TV Spring Festival Gala, I'm under a lot of pressure. I'm just afraid that the audience won't be satisfied with the final performance. The budget for next year's Spring Festival Gala is about 300 million renminbi. Although it can be earned back through the advertising bids, the people are not satisfied with it. They are cursing on Lunar New Year's Eve. Don't you think that 300 million renminbi is a waste? Do I have any responsibility as the director?" Lu Chen listened quietly, feeling rather emotional. He didn't know much about the Spring Festival Gala, but he knew a little about it. The cost of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was getting higher and higher, but the viewership ratings were dropping year by year. There were many voices of criticism on the internet, saying that hosting the Spring Festival Gala was a complete waste of the people's hard-earned money. Such a statement was, of course, too extreme. After all, the current Spring Festival Gala was largely run on a commercial model. It wasn't completed by the government's budget, and it had even achieved huge profits. But the big drop in the reputation of the Spring Festival Gala was an indisputable fact. The audience's aesthetic needs were constantly increasing, and Chen Guozhi, who had taken on this responsibility, naturally felt a lot of pressure. And he didn't hide this point at all. Currently, there are about 500 to 600 performances that have been submitted. I've seen more than half of them, but no more than 5 of them caught my eye. Actually, there was something else Chen Guozhi didn't say. That was, as the director of the Spring Festival Gala, he did not have full authority to choose the performances. This was because there were too many people eyeing this area, and it would affect the interests of all parties involved. Chen Guozhi's intention was to try his best to get as many high-quality performances on the Spring Festival Gala as possible within the scope of his authority, so that the ordinary audience would be satisfied and happy to watch. However, it was really not easy to achieve this. "Xiao Lu," Chen Guozhi said very sincerely to Lu Chen, "I've heard a lot of your pop music works. In my opinion, you're currently the best singer and composer in the country, so I hope that you can specially write a song for the Spring Festival Gala. As for the form of the work, it's entirely up to you to decide. In fact, Chen Guizhi had already expressed his intentions to Lu Chen in advance through his assistant. Now that he said it again, it was undoubtedly to emphasize the importance and trust he placed on Lu Chen. It must be known that Lu Chen and Chen Guizhi did not know each other at all. The two of them had never had any contact with each other. This kind of importance and trust was very valuable, especially when it was placed on the big stage of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala that was watched by hundreds of millions of people. This made even Lu Chen feel the pressure. He and Chen Feier looked at each other, and the latter smiled and nodded. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, "Director Chen, thank you for your kindness. In fact, I also prepared 2 works for you this time. Please guide me." As soon as his voice fell, Chen Feier took out a professional portable music player with headphones and 2 bound music scores from his bag. They were placed in front of Chen Guizhi. Looking at the player and the music scores in front of him, Chen Guizhi was really surprised. He did not expect that Lu Chen would be so well prepared. He actually brought his works directly. And it was 2 works, after all. He was a young man. Apart from being surprised, Director Chen felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Because he felt that Lu Chen was probably famous at a young age. In addition, he had been in the limelight recently, so his performance was a little impetuous. This was a program that was going to be on the Spring Festival Gala, and he attached so much importance to it. Lu Chen actually used a week to write 2 works and put them in front of him. Even if he was a real genius, could he guarantee the quality that matched the Spring Festival Gala? Of course. On the surface, Chen Guizhi just showed an appropriate look of surprise, and then said with a smile, "Then I really want to listen carefully." He picked up the headphones and music scores, and asked his assistant to help him turn on the player. He began to listen to the works brought by Lu Chen on the spot. When he first listened to the first song, Chen Guizhi was very disapproving. But when he heard the first sentence of this song, his expression changed. He became dignified and serious, and there was a little surprise that couldn't be hidden. Then as he listened deeper, his surprise continued to expand, and he even closed his eyes. After the song finished, Chen Guizhi suddenly opened his eyes. He first pressed the pause button on the player, and then he couldn't wait to take off the headphones and asked Lu Chen, "This song, did you really write it specifically for the Spring Festival Gala?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yes, Director Chen. Both songs were specially written by him for the Spring Festival Gala." Just as Chen Feier said, since he wanted to do a favor, he had to do it properly. Moreover, he had not only prepared 2 music works. Very good. For Lu Chen's first work, Chen Guizhi was not stingy with his praises. "It's very good." When he picked up the headphones, he did not have much expectation. He was even a little disgusted. But after listening to the song, the great director's attitude was completely different. He gave a heartfelt praise. Although Chen Guizhi was a film director, his appreciation of music was not low at all. In his films, he had always attached great importance to the soundtrack, so he could naturally judge the value of a song. Chen Guizhi's assistant, who was sitting at the side, was very surprised because Chen Guizhi rarely gave such high praise. Moreover, he was not very interested in the current younger generation of celebrity idols. It was already very rare to get a not bad evaluation from him. At Chen Guizhi's status and level, he did not need to flatter Lu Chen at all, even if the latter was the most popular star artist in the country. Therefore, his praise was full of gold. To put it bluntly, if these 2 sentences were spread out, it would be enough to be on the front page of the entertainment section of many media outlets. Lu Chen said modestly, "Thank you for your praise, Director Chen." Chen Feier secretly gave him a thumbs up. Chen Guizhi's praise for Lu Chen made her feel honored. Chen Guizhi waved his hand and said excitedly, "Let me listen to the second song." He put on the headphones again and pressed the play button on the music player. 5 minutes later. After listening to the second song, Chen Guizhi unexpectedly fell into silence. He seemed to be thinking about a very profound question and did not speak for a long time. Fortunately, everyone was patient enough and waited quietly. After a long time, the great director let out a long sigh and said, "I'm very conflicted right now." Lu Chen and Chen Feier couldn't help but look at each other. Chen Guizhi continued, "These 2 songs are really too good. I don't know which one to choose for the Spring Festival Gala. You should know that in principle, a star can only participate in one show on the Spring Festival Gala. As the world's highest-rated and most-watched large-scale variety show, there was no doubt about the influence of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. In particular, it made program resources exceptionally precious. There were too many programs that wanted to be part of the Spring Festival Gala. The programs selected by a local government often had to go through many trials and pay a very high price to finally be able to make it onto the stage that everyone was watching. As for the influence of the Spring Festival Gala on the celebrities, it was needless to say. Therefore, the Spring Festival Gala had a tacit rule that a celebrity could only participate in one show. Otherwise, it would be too hateful. Now that Lu Chen had brought 2 songs, of course, he had to participate in his work, otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Chen Guozhi liked both songs very much. They couldn't possibly let Lu Chen go on 2 shows in a row, right? That would be breaking the rules. Although he held considerable authority as the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala, it was not a good precedent to set. That was why he felt conflicted. Understanding Chen Guozhi's thoughts, Lu Chen suddenly smiled. Director Chen, you don't have to be conflicted. I just want to participate in the first song. As for the second song, I'm willing to give the copyright to Central TV's Spring Festival Gala for free. He only took 2 days to compose these 2 works and then recorded a demo in Chenfei Media's recording studio. Chen Guozhi had a copy of the demo in his hand. Lu Chen had discussed it with Chen Feier before, so he knew the rules of the Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, he had never thought that he would have to go on 2 shows. The second song was used as a favor, whether it was given to Central TV or to Chen Guozhi, it was very worth it. The copyright to Central TV's Spring Festival Gala for free? Chen Guozhi's thoughts were immediately led astray. His eyes suddenly lit up and he clapped his hands. Not bad, the second song is actually more suitable for bel canto singing. It's very good as the finale. The way he looked at Lu Chen changed. Xiao Lu, you're really good. Chen Guozhi had seen many young celebrities, but it was really rare to see a young celebrity like Lu Chen who was talented and knew his limits. He was indescribably satisfied. He had really made the right decision this time. Chen Guozhi's assistant was taken aback. He wanted to complain, "Boss, is it really okay for you to praise me like this?" Chen Guozhi's appreciation for Lu Chen was completely shown on his face. Well, since the first song is a group singing, Director Chen pointed to Lu Chen and Chen Feier respectively. Then you 2 can do it together. Ah, Chen Guozhi's suggestion was completely unexpected by Lu Chen and Chen Feier. Chen Feier said with a wry smile, "Director Chen, I've been on the Spring Festival Gala twice." In the pop music world, although she was not the only female singer who had been on the Spring Festival Gala twice, there were really very few. As for those who had been on the Spring Festival Gala 3 times, there was no one, and non-pop singers had been on the Spring Festival Gala 10 times. They could be called the real evergreen of the Spring Festival Gala. For Chen Feier, the temptation of the Spring Festival Gala was not too great, but it was another matter to be with Lu Chen, so it was definitely a lie to say that she was not tempted. Chen Guozhi smiled and said, "What's wrong with being on the Spring Festival Gala twice? I remember that the last time you were on the Spring Festival Gala was 13 years ago. It's been 5 years. There's no problem at all." He took 2 of Lu Chen's songs and could only give Lu Chen a performance, so he had the idea of making up for it. It just so happened that Chen Feier was there, and the first song was a group singing, so he simply pushed the boat along with the current. Chen Feier thought for a moment and said decisively, "Thank you, Director Chen." Since Chen Guozhi had said so much, it would be too pretentious to refuse. Chen Guozhi laughed and said, "You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, you should thank your boyfriend." Chen Feier couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lu Chen. Her eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. Lu Chen smiled and reached out to hold her little hand. After Chen Guozhi finished his big move, he had no intention of letting Lu Chen go. He asked, "Xiao Lu, do you have any good suggestions or ideas for the Spring Festival Gala of the Year of the Dog? Just let me know." He found Lu Chen pleasing to the eye and also had the idea of brainstorming. In fact, he had already gained a lot by receiving 2 excellent original works. Chen Guozhi asked casually, but to his surprise, Lu Chen actually had a trick up his sleeve. He asked Chen Feier to take out another piece of paper. "There's a song?" Chen Guizhi was really surprised. No way, Lu Chen shook his head and said, "It's not a song." "Director Chen, please take a look first." With a trace of confusion, Chen Guizhi took the piece of paper handed over by Chen Feier. He only took one look and his eyes were a little dazed. What Lu Chen took out again was really not a song score, but a skit script. It was actually a skit script. Chen Guizhi held the thin manuscript in his hand and looked at the author's name under the title, completely speechless. Previously, when Lu Chen took out two original works, although he felt that Lu Chen was a little impetuous, he did not think it was unreasonable. After all, Lu Chen's talent in music was well known, and it was normal for him to release a song in a few days. But now, Lu Chen took out a skit script, changing from pop music to skit. Wasn't this a little too big of a leap? Chen Guizhi suddenly felt his throat itch and wanted to cough a few times to express his feelings at the moment. But because of the precedent, he forced himself to endure it and continued to watch seriously. This great director was even a little unconvinced in his heart. "I know that Lu Chen is very capable. I'm convinced by your two works, but not everyone can create a skit, especially a skit on the Spring Festival Gala. It's too exaggerated to say that it's 1 in 1,000, it's not even 1 in 100. At domestic galas, language programs mainly referred to skits, crosstalk, etc. There were also recitations, allegro, 3.5 sentences, tongue twisters, speed recitals, burlesque, and other folk art programs. Musical poetry recitations were more common, and there were also some musical sitcoms. But on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, when people talked about language programs, it was basically crosstalk and skit. Since the beginning of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala in the early 1980s, crosstalk and skit had always been the most popular programs loved by the general public. A group of excellent crosstalk and skit performers also emerged on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, including many classic language programs, such as the Crosstalk Sales, New Year's Eve, City God's Temple, skits, Go to the Market, Tomorrow Will Be Better, etc., were still often watched by people today. However, with the improvement of the aesthetic standards of hundreds of millions of viewers, the quality of crosstalk and skit was declining year by year. Coupled with some policy reasons and economic factors, the creators of language programs generally had problems such as a lack of creativity, rigid thinking, and so on. Many crosstalk and skit relied on online jokes to make up the number. The result was that the audience was not satisfied and the reviews were very bad, which in turn affected the ratings of the Spring Festival Gala. This vicious cycle was getting worse and worse. The program selection for the 2018 Spring Festival Gala had actually started this summer. But so far, Chen Guizhi had only selected one program for the language category. Furthermore, it was a traditional crosstalk. It wasn't that he was too picky, but that most of the crosstalk and skits that were submitted for approval had problems of one kind or another. It made Chen Guizhi pinch his nose and unable to pass it. After watching so many boring skits, it was normal for Chen Guizhi to lose hope in Lu Chen's script. However, he couldn't embarrass Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had just given him two excellent works. But the same situation happened again. After reading only 200 or 300 words, Chen Guizhi's eyes couldn't leave the script. He couldn't help but straighten his back, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the teacup. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and he looked extremely serious. Haha, but the next moment, great director Chen's tensed face suddenly bloomed into a smile from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, almost knocking over the teacup in his hand. Director Chen, the assistant sitting next to him, was startled, thinking that something had happened. Chen Guizhi waved his hand to signal the other party to calm down. "It's nothing. It's just that the jokes in this script are well written." He couldn't help but look up at Lu Chen, his eyes showing undisguised appreciation. He had still underestimated it. Great director Chen was quite emotional. He had seen so many skit scripts, and Lu Chen's script was definitely outstanding. If it didn't use any online jokes, it would be the most outstanding. First of all, the plot was not vulgar or kitsch, nor was it a high and mighty preaching example. The language was simple and vivid, but it was very interesting. Most importantly, it did not involve sensitive social or political topics. What was a good skit? This was the best skit. Would Lu Chen plagiarize? Chen Guizhi immediately rejected this idea. With the development of the internet and powerful search engines, plagiarists basically had nowhere to hide. It was too easy to be exposed. Of course, Lu Chen had the confidence to hand over the script to him so confidently. Instead of suspecting that he plagiarized online jokes, it was more reliable to suspect that he had a mastermind behind the scenes. Did Lu Chen need a mastermind? There was no need at all, because Lu Chen didn't need this kind of fame to support himself. He had become the most popular young artist in the country with his singing and acting. It didn't matter if he had more or less honor. The ways of the world were sinister and unpredictable. Chen Guozhi was not afraid to speculate on others with the worst of intentions, but the young man sitting in front of him was extraordinary. He was handsome, confident, sunny, and had a convincing temperament and charm. At this time, Chen Guozhi remembered that Lu Chen's movies and TV series were all written by him. There was no longer a trace of doubt in his heart. He lowered his head and continued to read the script in his hand. It took a full 15 minutes for Chen Guozhi to finish reading the entire script. During this time, he laughed a total of 5 times. Except for the first few minutes, he was smiling the whole time. This time, even his assistant was conquered by Lu Chen. This was because the assistant had accompanied Chen Guozhi to review the skit scripts more than once or twice. He had seen all kinds of disgust, and impatience with those works, but he had never seen a script that could make him so happy. After reading it, Chen Guozhi let out a long sigh of relief. He waved the manuscript in his hand and asked with a smile, "Xiao Lu, are you also planning to transfer the skit script to the Spring Festival Gala for free?" Chen Guozhi knew very well that it was impossible for Lu Chen to ask him to act in this skit. First of all, the setting was wrong. Lu Chen said freely, "Director Chen, I prepared this script for you." "For me?" Chen Guozhi was surprised, but he immediately guessed what Lu Chen was thinking. "Then tell me, what do you need my help with?" Lu Chen's things had helped him solve a big problem, and now he gave him a skit script that was qualified to be a classic. Chen Guozhi didn't think that Lu Chen wanted to be a lay feng. "Do you want to push one of your signed artists to the Spring Festival Gala?" Chen Guozhi thought that this should be Lu Chen's purpose, but Lu Chen's answer was beyond his expectation. "Director Chen, I want to invite you to direct The Smiling, Proud Wanderer." The suggestion of inviting Chen Guozhi to direct The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was first put forward by Chen Feier. First of all, Chen Guozhi had a great reputation in the domestic film industry. His movies were magnificent and they combined the essence of Chinese and Western culture. They had distinctive characteristics and were the real guarantee of the box office. Second of all, Chen Guozhi was strict and meticulous in shooting movies. He was bold and imaginative, especially the blockbuster, 3,000 Miles Through, which not only won the audience's praise, but also sold well in the box office. It was a classic work that won acclaim and box office. Therefore, if he were to direct The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, he would definitely be able to make Lu Chen's great wuxia IP into a cornerstone, which would lay a good foundation for future IP expansion. In addition, with Chen Guozhi's reputation, The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer could also make a difference in the major domestic and foreign film festivals next year. Most importantly, through the cooperation with Chen Guozhi, Lu Chen's status in the film industry would be big. The male lead of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer would definitely be Lu Chen himself. Although it was a good idea, it was not easy to invite this famous director. As long as he slightly revealed his intention, countless investors would come to him with boxes full of money. As for the movie scripts, he could have as many as he wanted. There was no need to worry about not having a good script. Lu Chen and Chen Feier didn't know Chen Guozhi well. If they wanted to impress him, they had to show enough sincerity and real talent. Chen Guozhi was obviously surprised by Lu Chen's request. He couldn't help but laugh. "So that's what you are thinking?" "Well, I have read The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. It is a very interesting wuxia novel." "Is there a chance?" Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. "Director Chen, I know you're very busy with work and you definitely won't be free this year, so it doesn't matter if you shoot next year. I think you're the most suitable director for The Smiling, Proud Wanderer." "Don't flatter me," Chen Guozhi smiled. "Tell me, how much are you going to spend?" Lu Chen said without hesitation, "Starting from 100 million, no upper limit." "It's up to you." Starting from 100 million, no upper limit, Chen Guozhi, who had been through a lot, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. "You are so bold." If a young star came to him and said such a thing, Chen Guozhi would most likely scoff at it. The cost of making a movie could be a world of difference. A movie could be made with tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the same could be made with tens or billions of dollars. It would be nonsense if there was no upper limit. Although Lu Chen didn't say it with confidence, it was clear that he could make a movie with 100 million or more. Guozhi could make a movie with 100 million or more. Although it was not, it was very clear that he could make it. Chen thought and said, I will to say by Chen. Of Lu Chen, I Lu said. This Lu Chen, by Chen's Ling talking. And Chen. Chen was. By. But he couldn't agree immediately. He thought about it and said, I will give you an answer in a few days. Lu Chen understood that Chen Guozhi's words were basically half done. He couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Director Chen. I will wait for your good news. Chen Guozhi shook his head, raised the manuscript in his hand and said, I should thank you. 2 original music works and an original skit script really helped him a lot. At least in the spring of 18, when he was the chief director, he had at least a good show. Both sides were very satisfied with the result of this private meeting. Needless to say, Chen Guozhi's side was definitely full of gains. It could even be said that he got an unexpected surprise. On the other hand, although Lu Chen didn't get Chen Guozhi's promise, he had established a friendly relationship with this great director, which was beneficial to himself and the future development of Xinfei Media. A just cause enjoys abundant support, and an unjust cause finds little support. This truth was applicable everywhere. In the afternoon, Lu Chen and Chen Fei returned to the company's headquarters. The follow-up filming of View from the Star was very heavy. It was not easy to squeeze out today, so they couldn't waste any time. Returning to Xinfei Media, not only did he have to deal with a lot of company affairs, but Chen Fei also had to record an episode of View from the Star, which was completed in the recording studio at the headquarters. When the two arrived at the recording studio, all the staff were already in place. The shed, which had cost tens of millions of yuan to build, was waiting for the queen to take the lead and make a sound at any time. Chen Fei hadn't released a new song for a long time. Many of her fans complained on the blog, saying that their idol had forgotten them now that she had a boyfriend, and that she was showing off her love all day long. It was a bit too much. It was because of these complaints that Lu Chen prepared a lot of episodes for You from the Star, including the theme song. He planned to release a special soundtrack album for Chen Fei after all the episodes were broadcast to appease the fans' complaints. This song was one of them. The score was written a few days ago, and he only had time to record it today. The filming of You from the Star was too busy, and Chen Fei did not participate in the recording of the 2 custom-made works for Chen Guozhi for the Spring Festival Gala. It was only now that she had the chance to sing again. In the monitoring room separated from the recording studio by a thick glass, in addition to Lu Chen and the 2 sound engineers, Lu Shi and Tong Xinyao, who had just signed with Xinfei Media not long ago, were also there. The 20-year-old girl who made a name for herself through China's Voice and was lucky enough to replace the winner of China's Voice, an Xian, and was signed by Lu Chen. She was currently undergoing strict training by the company. The scale and strength of the current Xinfei Media was no longer comparable to the previous Lu Chen studio. They had hired many professional dance, music, musical instruments, body sculpting, and so on to be in charge of training the newcomers. One of the 2 dance teachers was even hired from Korea through SPG. Although Tong Xinyao was a pampered girl from a rich family, she was very hard-working when it came to training. In the past 2 months, she had improved greatly in all aspects, and her image and temperament were even more outstanding. The day of her official debut was not far away. Originally, she had a body sculpting class in the afternoon, but when she found out that Chen Fei was going to record a song, she specially asked for the teacher's permission to come and watch. That was because she was a loyal fan of Chen Fei. At that moment, Chen Fei came to the recording studio. When she stood in front of the microphone and put on the monitoring headphones, the heavenly queen who once dominated the music industry had returned. Can't help but transform into a stubborn fish swimming alone against the ocean current. The vow I made when I was young, silently sinking into the deep sea. Revisiting it a few times, the end is still losing you. I was sentenced to a lifetime of loneliness by love, not fighting back, not letting go, endless circles drawn by the pen, the fate that can't be filled in the heart, it's you. In the recording studio, Xianxia was singing with her eyes closed. In the monitoring room, Luchen was listening. This song Silence was an interlude song he wrote for You from the Star. It was inserted at the time when the female protagonist learned the truth and knew that the comet that reincarnated every 500 years was coming, and that the male protagonist would take a spaceship back to his home planet. The melody of Silence was simple and clean. Its biggest characteristic was that it was mellow and heartfelt. The low singing of the main song created a rich emotional characteristic, making people unconsciously fall into the sad and melancholy atmosphere created by the song. Fate and calamity were the theme of this song, and also the theme of Luchen's adapted version of You from the Star. Xianxia was the female protagonist in the play, so it was perfect for her to sing. And now, with the help of Woman Flower, Xianxia had completed the gorgeous transformation from the Queen of Sweet Songs to the Queen of Love Songs. Her singing style was more mature, and the emotions brewed in the filming of the drama could easily be integrated into the performance of Silence. In her rhythm and punctuation of the work, there was a kind of desolation and vastness of time, full of forbearance and insight. Then through the emotional rendering, a woman who had just found her true love was about to lose her lover's sadness, loneliness, and pain. Why love condemns all living beings to loneliness, can't break free, can't escape. Can't untie the knot between the eyebrows, can't untie the calamity in life is you. Lost you, I lost you. Although it was only the first time singing, even the most picky listener couldn't find the flaws in the singer's emotional performance, and could directly ignore the possible problems in the technique and timbre. And the fact was that there was no problem. This could be seen from the expressions on the faces of everyone in the monitoring room. Some were solemn, some were deep in thought, some were full of admiration, and some had tears in their eyes. Everyone was deeply moved by Xianxia's silence. Through the thick glass window, Luchen stared at Xianxia, who was standing in front of the microphone. There was a strong emotion surging in his heart, and he couldn't wait to pour it out. After the song was finished, there was a moment of silence in the monitoring room. Then, someone clapped first. Although Xianxia couldn't hear it, she could see it. In the recording studio, Xianxia opened her eyes. She blinked and a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. Luchen smiled and made an okay gesture at her. Xianxia tilted her head and showed a bright and charming smile. Luchen couldn't help but feel relieved. Recently, Xianxia had been rushing to shoot scenes. According to the director Feng Hui, she was quite immersed in the role, and today's recording of Silence was a great catharsis for her emotions. It was not easy to get into the role, and it was even more difficult to control it after getting into the role. Those who could do this were all real veteran actors. In the entertainment industry, there were many artists who were too immersed in the role, lost themselves because of a certain movie or TV series, and embarked on the road of no return. Xianxia was not an actress with a professional background. Her acting career was actually very short, but she had already shown extraordinary talent in this regard, and her progress was even faster than Luchen's. And her recent state was a bit worrying, so Feng Hui secretly reminded Luchen in private. Originally, Luchen had considered recording this interlude in a few days, but he couldn't resist Xianxia's insistence. Now her smile finally made Luchen feel relieved. "It's done," Luchen said to the recorder, "there's no need to sing it a second time." "Ah?" The sound recordist was stunned. "Just this once?" This recorder was called Xiaobing, an industry elite who had just been poached by Xianxia Media not long ago. He was much better than Wang Hui in both experience and level. Today, Xianxia Media was also a well-known new brand in the circle. Although there was no special advertising, and there was not much free time in the recording studio, Wang Hui was too busy to handle it alone. He was the one who took the initiative to ask for help. Today, Xianxia's new song was recorded by Xiaobing. Xiaobing had worked in several well-known domestic studios, but it was the first time that he encountered a professional singer recording a song only once, although Xianxia's performance was perfect. When a record company recorded a song for a singer, it was not successful after one or two recordings. It often needed to be recorded many times, and after a certain effect was achieved, it had to be reorganized, such as modifying the treble, adding some musical elements, etc. The process was quite complicated. After a few more recordings, there would be more comparisons, and the best could be selected from them. Therefore, the situation of only recording once was really rare, and Zhao Bing's thinking was a little confused. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Once is enough, thank you." Of course, Lu Chen knew the procedures of recording a song, but he was worried about Chen Feier's mood, so he insisted. Zhao Bing quickly said, "It's not troublesome, it's too easy." Teacher Chen's level is really good. He came back to his senses and thought that Lu Chen's decision was really right. The first recording was perfect, and there was no need to record it more than once. This song is also amazing. When Zhao Bing first jumped to Chen Fei Media, in addition to the temptation of high salary, it was also because of his admiration for the two heads of Chen Fei Media. Now that he heard it, it was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Lu Chen's songwriting was excellent, and Chen Feier's singing was good. The two were a perfect match. At this time, Chen Feier pushed the door of the recording studio and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to record?" Lu Chen said, "It's not necessary to pass in one go." Chen Feier couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "How can that be?" Tong Xianxia jumped over and held Chen Feier's hand, saying, "Sister Feier, your singing is really, really good. I almost cried listening to it. I support Teacher Lu's opinion." Her eyes were really red just now. Chen Feier smiled and said, "You've learned to make me happy now?" Although Tong Xianxia had not joined Chen Fei Media for a long time, since The Voice of China, Chen Feier had a good impression of this beautiful, well-behaved and polite girl. Now their intimacy level was even higher. Lu Shi interrupted, "I also think it's okay. Feier, Lu Chen, let's go to the office. There's something I need to discuss with you." The recording of Silence was completed, and the post-production was naturally left to Zhao Bing to complete. When they arrived at Lu Shi's office, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Sister, what's the matter?" Lu Shi's answer surprised him and Chen Feier. South Korea's KBS TV station sent an invitation to the two of them. Note, Silence lyrics, Inu/composer, Xianlei KBS was the largest television station in South Korea and had the largest market share in South Korea. There were many countries in Southeast Asia that would broadcast KBS's programs. In terms of power, it far surpassed Chen Fei Media's partner, KGS, which was ranked last among the three major television stations in South Korea. It was precisely because of this that Lu Chen and Chen Feier were surprised. KBS and KGS had a strong competitive relationship. Why would they suddenly invite the two of them? KBS had once sought the broadcasting rights of You from the Star in South Korea, but was rejected by Chen Fei Media and continued to cooperate with KGS. The reason was actually very simple. KGS was the most sincere partner, and the people of KBS always had a sense of arrogance, which made Lu Chen and Chen Feier feel disgusted. The rejection last time was already a slap in the face. Could it be that KBS was satisfied with the slap and wanted to be abused again? Lu Shi smiled and explained to the two's confusion, "It's the request of KBS's major shareholder." This major shareholder that KBS couldn't compete with was the famous Daing Group in South Korea. South Korea was a country ruled by aristocrats, and the political and economic aspects were largely controlled by the five major financial groups. The government had always spared no effort to support the financial groups, which gave them a special status in South Korea. Among the five major financial groups, the most famous and powerful was undoubtedly the Samsung Group. Its business scope covered trade, electronics, shipbuilding, construction, petrochemical, sugar, textile, chemical fiber, paper, finance, service industry, and many other fields. It had a certain amount of influence in the world. Although the Daing Group wasn't as large as the Samsung Group, it had a longer history. So far, it had a total of 58 subsidiaries and more than 100,000 employees. It was very strong in finance, international trade, machinery, media, service industry, and so on. The Daing Group was the second largest shareholder of KBS and the third largest shareholder of KGS. The reason why KBS invited Lu Chen and Chen Feier to the program was because KBS had a new celebrity show host, Song Jiajun, who was pursuing one of the heirs of the Daing Group, Lu Xian. Lu Shi explained for several minutes before Lu Chen finally figured out the relationship. To put it simply, Lu Xian, who is the heir to the Daing Consortium, came forward to put pressure on KBS in order to pursue Song Jiajun and asked the latter to invite Lu Chen and Chen Feier to participate in Song Jiajun's show. This program is called New Celebrity Show. The information Lu Shi had obtained through SPG was very comprehensive. It's mainly about inviting popular stars in the entertainment industry to interact with the audience, chat, sing, play games, and so on. The format of the program is not very unique, and the ratings are not high. The average is only about 3%. With an average viewership rating of 3%, it would definitely be a popular trump card in China. But in Korea, especially in KBS, it was really a little bad. It was a fringe program that wasn't worth paying attention to. Chen Feier furrowed his brows and said, boring. Just reject him, Lu Chen agreed. Let's just tell KBS that we can't make time. First of all, they really didn't have any free time. Actually, he didn't like the inside story behind KBS's invitation. So the two of them were Lu Qingshan's tools to chase girls? Lu Shi frowned. If we offend the dying consortium. Alright, since you two have the same opinion, then I'll tell KBS that I can't make time. Offending the dying consortium, which had a say in the Korean media industry, was indeed not beneficial to Lu Chen and Chen Feier's expansion in the Korean market. But so what, as long as they had a firm hold on the domestic market, there was no end to the money. The two of them didn't need to make things difficult for themselves. Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other and smiled. Lu Shi rubbed her brows and said, then that's it. Lu Chen, don't forget to go to the fan meeting tonight early. Feier, let's have dinner together. Chen Feier smiled and said, okay, after dinner, let's go to the Xianxia area. Chanel just released a new product, the two women began to discuss heatedly. The style changed so quickly that Lu Chen could only sigh helplessly and leave alone with his tail between his legs. Today, his work schedule was full. In the morning, he met with Chen Guozhi to discuss. In the afternoon, he recorded Chen Feier's new song. In the evening, there was a fan meeting organized by Whale TV for Lu Chen. The theme of this fan meeting was called Memories of the First Touching. The location was the main venue of the Miley Cultural Center in Beijing. The starting time was 7 p.m. Whale TV had been preparing for this fan meeting for a long time. As a company headquartered in the deep sea, Whale TV specially rented an office in Beijing and sent elite personnel to make overall arrangements. The standard could be said to be extremely high. The reason why they didn't open it in the deep sea was entirely to make it convenient for Lu Chen. For today's Whale TV, Lu Chen was definitely a star sign that they couldn't lose. He was a spokesperson that they were willing to pay any price to keep. In the past few years after Lu Chen signed with Whale TV had a chance to take off again. Not only did it regain the market share that it had lost before, but it also created a new model of star live broadcasting, making a lot of money ahead of all its peers. As Lu Chen's influence in the entertainment circle grew, Whale TV had become one of the best live broadcasting platforms in the industry. In turn, it attracted more and more excellent anchors to join, forming a virtuous cycle. In fact, by now, Whale TV had little effect on Lu Chen. The time that he personally participated in the live broadcast was also very little. Most of the time, it was live broadcast arranged by the company. Leaving Whale TV wouldn't be much of a loss for him. Moreover, there were other live broadcasting platforms that offered a higher price tag, and even used shares to invite him to jump ship. However, Lu Chen declined those invitations and chose to renew his contract with Whale TV, because he didn't forget his original promise to his fans. That's why there was this memory of the first touched fan meeting. When Lu Chen arrived at Miley Cultural Center, people from Whale TV were already waiting there. Manager Wu, Miss Wu, Lu Chen got out of the car and saw two acquaintances first. He smiled and greeted, long time no see. It's really been a long time. Wu Hongming, who was now the deputy general manager of Whale TV, and Wu Xianxia, who had just been promoted, were the two representatives that Whale TV had sent to Beijing to sign the first contract with Lu Chen. It was also Wu Xianxia who dug out Lu Chen from many anchors and gave him a pretty good contract. Wu Xianxia can be regarded as Lu Chen's Bo Lu. Of course, she is a very lucky Bo Lu. Because Lu Chen's brilliance at that time was dazzling enough, as long as one has a little bit of eyesight, they would be able to see it. Her luck lies in the fact that she was the first to sign Lu Chen. And that contract has also become the most brilliant one in Wu Xianxia's career. And with this factor, she has now become a director of Whale TV's operations department. As for Wu Hongming, he also jumped a level and jumped to the top of the country's largest live broadcasting platform. So this time, both of them came to the fan meeting organized by Whale TV. After a long separation, although Lu Chen's status in the industry has reached a level that Wu Hongming and Wu Xianxia need to look up to, he is as kind and easygoing as before. His sincere smile and greetings make the two feel gratified and happy. Wu Hongming said, "Teacher Lu, let's go inside and talk." Accompanied by the people of Whale TV, Lu Chen came to the VIP reception room of the Meilu Cultural Center. Here, he first accepted an interview with a special reporter of Whale TV. When the interview ended, it was close to 7 o'clock. And at this moment, the main hall of the Meilu Cultural Center is full of seats. The carefully arranged stage is dazzling with colorful lights, and the huge LED screen shows the logo and title of Whale TV. Memories of the first touching, Lu Chen anchors fan meeting. The main hall of the Meilu Cultural Center is an indoor hall. The area is not very large and can only accommodate up to 500 audience members. And most of these audience members are the most loyal fans of Lu Chen on the live broadcasting platform. Among the total of 500 places, 300 places are given to the first 300 local tycoons/loyal fans of Lu Chen's live broadcasting platform, 100 places are given to the first 100 veteran fans of Lu Chen, and 50 places are given to all the fans through a lottery. As for the last 50 spots, they were reserved for the official representatives of Whale TV and special guests. This meant that 90% of the audience were hardcore supporters of Lu Chen. Although the number was not large, their enthusiasm was unquestionable. Light sticks were flying in the air, placards were raised high, and shouts were coming one after another. It made people feel like they were in a sea of joy and passion. When it was 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen, who was dressed casually, appeared with a soothing and soft music accompaniment, pushing the atmosphere of the venue to its climax. Lu Chen, Lu Chen. In the beginning, the chaotic shouts quickly turned into a unified shout. The sound waves that were set off were about to break through the dome. Lu Chen, who was standing under the spotlight, smiled and waved his hand. It was as if he had cast some kind of magic, and the scene quickly became quiet. Only the light sticks and placards were still waving, and the colorful light reflected the excited faces. Whale TV's arrangement of the stage was very interesting. They placed a dark blue computer table in the center, on which there were computers, microphones, high-definition cameras, and a full set of live broadcast equipment. Of course, there was also a custom-made host chair. These devices are not decorations. They are all turned on and are broadcasting live to the entire platform. Whale TV has specially launched a new channel for this meet and greet. Hundreds of millions of viewers on the platform can watch the live video in real time, and they can also send messages and gifts. When Lu Chen appeared, in the live broadcast room of the fan meeting channel, the number of online viewers had exceeded the 5 million mark, and it was rising at an alarming rate, creating new records one after another. As for the reward gifts such as fish balls, it could no longer be described as raindrops. The speed of the system prompt was so fast that people couldn't even see it. A group of aircraft carriers passed through the screen. Ha ha ha, it's starting. Finally, I didn't miss it. I'm so happy. I envy those guys who can go to the scene. I want to go too. The people of Shanghai sent a congratulatory message, wishing Lu Chen's fan meeting a complete success. The people of Beijing sent a congratulatory message. The people of Deep Sea, interestingly, many Whale TV anchors stopped playing and ran directly here to watch the excitement, so that the attention of the entire platform was focused on Lu Chen alone. Only Lu Chen has such popularity and attraction. Without the host on the scene, all the light was focused on him. Lu Chen sat down in a chair. He turned his body sideways to the audience and said, "I'm very happy to meet everyone here tonight. Thank you, Whale TV, for holding this meet and greet for me and everyone. 3 years ago, like many people here, I was an ordinary member of society. At that time, I hadn't officially graduated from college, and I was working hard to make a living." Lu Chen's opening remarks were very simple and straightforward. He didn't deliberately sensationalize the atmosphere. He told his life experience to the 500 audience present, as well as the millions of fans on Whale TV. Recalling the initial touching, After 3 years, Lu Chen really had too many emotions in his heart when he recalled that period of time. Life was so wonderful. A long dream had led him on a completely different path. Sometimes, he even wondered if he was still in the dream and hadn't woken up, because everything he had now was more or less a little too unreal. He didn't say too much. Memories don't only need to be expressed with words, but also with music and singing. Picking up the rosewood guitar next to the computer desk, Lu Chen held it in his arms and said with a smile, "I believe everyone recognizes this guitar. It's my most cherished instrument, because it was a birthday gift from my sister, Lu Shui. Tonight, I will still play all my songs with it, including the first song below, a song that everyone is familiar with." As his voice fell, Lu Chen plucked the strings and played the prelude. Then his clear, clean, and slightly sad singing voice sounded, flowing into everyone's ears like running water. "Tomorrow, I will go far away and embark on a journey that will never return. Do you still remember the blue crystal I gave you? Your real name is engraved on it, Blue Crystal." Someone shouted the name of the song. This song Blue Crystal was a popular classic. The lyrics were catchy, and with a beautiful melody, it has always been in the forefront in the KTV box. It was not Lu Chen's original work, but it was the first song that Lu Chen sang on the live broadcast platform. Although the platform he first sang on at that time was not Whale TV, many veteran fans present began to know Lu Chen from this song. In the main venue of the Meili Arts Center, at the fan meeting scene of Memories of the Initial Touching, when Lu Chen played and sang the song Blue Crystal that everyone was familiar with, Tao Su was sitting in the middle of the second row. His face couldn't help but show a smile, and his eyes were filled with a look of reminiscence. When Tao Su first heard Lu Chen sing this song, he was still studying at New York University in the United States. Now he has been working in a domestic portal for 2 years. The life of studying abroad was hard and boring. Tao Su spent his lonely time on the internet, so he also came into contact with the rising online live broadcast in China. At that time, Tao Su was a silver level 4 member in the Starlight Show with the ID New Yorker. It was completely by chance that he clicked into a less popular live broadcast room and met Lu Chen. It was this song Blue Crystal that made Tao Su become a fan of Lu Chen, and he was the first person to donate. Later, he followed Lu Chen to Whale TV, until now. This time, Whale TV held Memories of the First Touching Lu Chen's fan meeting, and Tao Su was the first person to be invited. When he heard this song again, his heart was full of emotion and memories. The time when he was alone in a foreign land seemed to reappear in front of him. La la, la la la. When Lu Chen hummed the last lyric under the accompaniment of the guitar, Tao Su was the first to stand up from his seat and applaud vigorously. Under his leadership, the audience stood up in unison, and the applause, cheers, and shouts set off a new wave of climaxes, making the atmosphere in the venue reach its peak again. Lu Chen also got up and bowed to all the audience with his guitar in his arms to express his gratitude. When he sat down again, the atmosphere at the scene finally returned to calm. "Thank you everyone," Lu Chen said with a sigh. "Here, I first want to thank a friend. I don't know what his real name is, but I remember his ID very clearly, called New Yorker, because he was the first person to donate in my first live broadcast." The New Yorker. When Tao Su heard his online ID come out from Lu Chen's mouth, his face instantly flushed red, and his breathing became heavy. His ears buzzed, and he felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. He had never imagined that Lu Chen would actually remember him. Actually, among Lu Chen's fans, based on the number of gifts, Tao Su was probably not even in the top 1,000. There were too many rich people, but the first fan Lu Chen thanked was him. Lu Chen continued, "I don't know if my New Yorker friend is here. If he is, could you please ask him to stand up and let me meet him?" The audience could not help but look at each other. Many of them looked left and right to find the person who had received Lu Chen's special thanks, the New Yorker. Under everyone's expectations, Tao Su stood up shakily as if he was drunk. The next moment, a beam of spotlight accurately shone on him, and the cameras arranged at the scene simultaneously locked on this special fan, and then the scene was transmitted to the internet in real time, witnessed by nearly 10 million platform viewers. Tao Su's heart was trembling. Lu Chen put down the guitar in his hand, walked down from the stage, and extended his hand to him. "Thank you for your support, and it's nice to meet you." Tao Su was already dizzy, and he shook hands with Lu Chen in a daze. The surrounding fans looked at Tao Su with envy, jealous that he had such a special treatment. Tao Su did not know what he said, and when he sat down again, he was in a daze for a long time. Lu Chen had returned to the stage. The second song I will sing, I believe everyone must be very familiar with it. It is also my first original work, You Who Sat Next to Me. Before Lu Chen said the name of the work, the fans at the scene had already shouted it for him. You Who Sat Next to Me. In the live broadcast room of Whale TV, the number of online viewers finally broke through the 10 million mark, creating a new record since the start of the platform. Countless barrage comments were flooding the screen. This is my favorite song. It feels like a long time has passed, I really miss it. I sang it in KTV a few days ago, and then I confessed to the goddess I secretly loved, this song, I won't get tired of listening to it 10,000 times. I can play it. On the stage, Lu Chen's eyes swept across the computer screen, and he said with a smile, yes, it is this song You Who Sat Next to Me, so I hope to sing it with everyone. What do you say? Thousands of good words instantly appeared on the screen. Lu Chen smiled. He bowed his head and strummed the strings. The sound of the guitar was like the gurgling of water, gently rippling in the venue. Tomorrow will you remember, the diary you wrote yesterday, tomorrow will you still remember, once, the teachers can't remember, you can't guess the problem, I also accidentally flipped through the photos, this song You Who Sat Next to Me, like all those classic works, has become the most profound imprint on Lu Chen. When people mention his name, the first thing they think of is this song. Time flies, You Who Sat Next to Me has not been forgotten with the passage of time, but more and more exudes a warm and charming flavor, making people recall it for a long time. It has also become one of the most commonly covered songs in countless school cultural performances or evening performances. It's just that as Lu Chen created new songs one after another, the number of times he sang You Who Sat Next to Me became less and less. Similarly, it was difficult for people to see him personally hosting the live broadcast. Only tonight, Lu Chen once again sat in front of the microphone and camera, facing the computer, and singing this song You Who Sat Next to Me in front of thousands of fans who like him. Let everyone reminisce about the past, those first touching moments. Who met the sentimental you, who comforted the crying you, who read the letter I wrote to you? The fans at the scene, including many fans sitting in front of the computer or holding the mobile phone to watch the live broadcast, sang this song with Lu Chen. Many people's eyes were red and tears flowed down. They were not only singing You Who Sat Next to Me, but also the lost years of youth. There were no dazzling and blurred lighting effects, no wonderful and rich band accompaniment, and even the big LED screen no longer displayed any pictures. There was only a beam of light shining on Lu Chen, who was playing and singing. There was also the chorus of singing that converged together. Even after many, many years, many people present still firmly remember the scene at this moment. People and songs are still imprinted in the depths of their souls, becoming an indelible memory. Whale TV, memories of the first touching Lu Chen's fan meeting started at 7 p.m. and came to an end at 9:35 p.m. In these 2.5 hours, Lu Chen, with a guitar, brought the 500 audience at the scene and tens of millions of fans in the Whale TV live broadcast room to relive the good memories of the past. Your deskmate, the brother who slept on my upper bunk, Love in the Wind, Cinderella, Those Flowers, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, Long Time No See, The Story of Time, the works that fans were familiar with, folk songs and love songs, made this fan meet and greet shrouded in an atmosphere of nostalgia and passion. It also made countless fans laugh and feel touched. Lu Chen hasn't sung like this for a long time. Although there are interactive programs with fans between the singing, his voice is a little hoarse after so much singing. The fans are simply distressed, and a lot of barrage expressing concern appeared in the live broadcast room. It's already 15 songs. Lu Chen's big voice is almost hoarse. Don't sing anymore. Talk more. Well, playing games is okay. We all support it. Yes, yes, don't sing anymore. It's most important to protect your vocal cords. Damn, are all those people at the scene pigs? Why are they still cheering? Don't they know how to care about my chin? I feel sorry for my chin. Generally speaking, when a professional singer holds a solo concert, the songs they sing are around 20, and up to 25. In contrast, Lu Chen singing 15 songs is not much. But for this level of fan meeting, 15 songs is really a lot. And if it's a concert, professional singers will take care of their voices in advance, and then make careful arrangements for the program, as well as backstage tuning, etc., to reduce pressure as much as possible. And Lu Chen played and sang by himself. Every song was of the standard that it should be. It took a lot of effort, and the effort he put in was no less than that of a concert. Up to now, his forehead has been dripping with sweat. Fans are tolerant, sensitive and harsh. They can tolerate the mistakes made by their idol accidentally, but they are exceptionally sensitive to whether their favorite singer is singing seriously or not. Lu Chen's performance was impeccable. The cries from the internet quickly affected the scene. The cheers and shouts decreased a lot. Everyone even started to quiet down. Lu Chen saw the bullet screen full of comments and felt the atmosphere of the scene. He smiled and said, "Well, I just saw a fan say that she wanted to take a taxi to give me some throat-soothing tea. I'll thank this friend here first. You really don't have to go through so much trouble. I'll sing one more song, the last one. Sing a new song, this song is for everyone. Let's reminisce about the first moments when we were touched, as well as the fading years of youth." As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, the audience immediately burst into a thunderous applause. Like a storm, Lu Chen lowered his head with a smile and plucked the strings again. Flowers drifting with snow in the wind, it sprouted in his memory. Those red and green colors are our youth. His ambition was boundless. In the blink of an eye, they had gone their separate ways. Walking alone on the street, he only saw the sunset glow of the past. The name of this song was The Passing Years, which was specially written by Lu Chen for this fan meeting. The simple guitar accompaniment was still the nostalgic folk song style that all fans were most familiar with. With the sadness and remembrance of the lost youth, the melody entangled the hearts of the listeners like silk threads. Since You Who Sat Next to Me, Lu Chen created the campus folk song style and also brought the waves of nostalgic folk songs. Thus, he left his indelible mark in the Chinese pop music world. Many singers and songwriters imitated his style and created a lot of good folk songs. But in the hearts of fans, no one could replace Lu Chen, nor could they imitate the essence of his works. Perhaps now, the number of Lu Chen's fans and passers-by has exceeded his fans big, but his fans have always been his most loyal supporters and have never wavered. Tonight's special fan meeting was very satisfying for Lu Chen's fans, because they followed Lu Chen to review the classics, especially those folk songs. The only regret was that they didn't hear Lu Chen's new song. Unexpectedly, in the end, Lu Chen still made up for this regret and dedicated a new work to everyone. Time is like flowing water, urging us to grow up. Young hearts have white hair. The people of the past, where are you now? Are you also looking for the home of your dreams? The passing years didn't make any breakthrough in melody style, but for fans, this song was more like a summary of all the previous works, once again washing their hearts. In the main hall of the Meilu Art Center, it was extremely quiet, and everyone listened quietly. In the Whale TV live broadcast room, the barrage became very sparse, and even those local tyrants who were frantically giving gifts let go of the mouse in their hands and listened to the music that moved them. Recalling the initial touching, after the end of the fan meeting, Whale TV announced the data of the live broadcast on its homepage. The highest number of people online in the live broadcast room was 13750,748, breaking the record of all live broadcast platforms and creating an unprecedented miracle. In addition, in less than 3 hours, the amount of gifts converted totaled to 278.93, 527 yuan and 3 cents, which was another terrible record. Among them, the number one fan gave a gift worth 1,880,000 yuan. This inevitably caused a sensation and a wave of public opinion. Whale TV officials and Lu Chen had already issued a public statement long before the fan meeting was held that all the gifts would be donated to the Chen Fei Charity Fund to help sick children who couldn't get timely treatment because of poverty. Because it was a full donation, Whale TV not only bore the expenses of the event, but also paid a high operating fee. In terms of direct benefits alone, they lost millions. Of course, Whale TV has gained our invisible benefits and long-term potential influence. But no matter what, although the amount of gifts in the live broadcast was very astonishing, the media's reaction was not strange or sour, but more of amazement and praise. As for Lu Chen's fans, it was even more favorable. There were many stars in the entertainment industry, but people like Lu Chen who invested money earned again and again into charity, really not much. He never let his fans down, nor did he fail to live up to everyone's expectations. Note, lyric/composer of the passing years, Xianxia who autumn passed and winter came. In the blink of an eye, it was already early winter, and people living in Beijing began to feel the chill of winter. Entering late November, the shooting of You from the Star was nearing the end. After returning from the United States, Lu Chen and Chen Fei devoted most of their time to the shooting of this TV series. Coupled with the tacit cooperation of the crew, everyone worked together, and the later it got smoother and smoother, so it was basically finished by the end of the month. The average audience rating of You from the Star, which was broadcast simultaneously on Beijing television and Zhejiang satellite TV, has been maintained between 7% and 8%, and the highest audience rating once exceeded 10%, becoming a phenomenal show among phenomenal shows. If you randomly search You from the Star on the internet, you can find at least hundreds of millions of related information. The number of fans in the official Tieba exceeded 10 million. The main actors in the play, apart from the two protagonists, became very popular. For example, Tang Xingyao, who signed with Chen Fei Media not long ago, played a supporting female role in the play, and her popularity has been close to that of the popular newcomers, which also made her new album, which was to be released at the end of the year, become popular. You from the Star has set a new high in the ratings in South Korea, breaking through the highest ratings boundary of national drama and becoming the first imported drama to reach 50% in South Korea. Similarly, the two South Korean actors in the play have become South Korean A-list artists in one fell swoop, which can be described as soaring. In addition, major TV stations in many countries, including Japan, have been interested in introducing You from the Star, which has also gradually expanded the influence of You from the Star in Southeast Asia. For Lu Chen, there are still many major events that happened in November. First of all, the online crowdfunding has passed the review of the relevant agencies in the United States, and reached an issuance agreement with two bank securities companies, which will be officially listed on NASDAQ on December 1. In fact, after a seesaw negotiation, Chen Fei Media and Blue Sky Digital also reached a cooperation agreement. Chen Fei Media acquired 75% of Blue Sky Digital Studios shares for $55 million, becoming the latter's second largest shareholder. After Chen Fei Media invested in Blue Sky Digital, the two sides will carry out all-round cooperation in film and television special effects, and the last shortcoming of Chen Fei Media in the field of film and television production will be made up. Finally, both Lu Chen and Chen Fei would attend the 50th anniversary celebration party that would be held at the Xianxia Century Square on November 29. On November 29, 1967, Hong Kong, which had been forcibly occupied by the United Kingdom for 100 years, returned to the motherland smoothly. In the past 50 years, Hong Kong, as a special administrative region of China, had undergone profound changes in politics, economy, and culture. It was thriving and prosperous, and had become a first-class international metropolis in Asia. As it was the 50th anniversary of returning to China, the Hong Kong government held a series of celebration activities, which had started in October, and this celebration party was undoubtedly the most important one. In addition to Hong Kong stars, many singers and actors from the mainland were also invited to the gala, including Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Liao Jia, and so on. On November 25, Lu Chen and Chen Fei flew to Hong Kong. The two of them came over quietly, so they didn't alert the well-connected media. It was Feng who came to the airport to pick them up. Sister Feng. When he saw Feng again, Chen Fei hugged her tightly. The experience of working together on The Voice of China had established an excellent friendship between them, and they were as passionate as sisters who had reunited after a long separation. Feng was very low-key. She only brought an assistant to pick them up, and then they went to her house in Banshan. Feng's Banshan Villa was very famous in Hong Kong. Its original owner was Su Jinyang, a famous real estate tycoon in Hong Kong. He spent hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars to build it in the early 1990s. However, the international financial crisis in the late 1990s caused the stock market and property market of Hong Kong to plummet. Su Jinyang's real estate company had a cash flow problem, so he had no choice but to sell the villa for $150 million. In the end, when no one wanted to buy it, Shifeng brazenly took out all her savings and borrowed from a friend, and bought it for 130 million. At that time, many people thought that Shifeng was simply crazy, but reality proved that she had foresight. This Banshan villa was worth at least 1 billion, and it was a real estate that could be passed down for generations. There was once a Xianxia tycoon who offered 1 billion to buy this villa from Shifeng, but was rejected by her. Lu Chen had also heard of this villa for a long time, and today was a real eye-opener. This villa was an independent 3-story building with an area of more than 1,000 square meters, and it had a large garden of more than 2,000 square meters, woods, grass, swimming pool, fountain, and so on. It also had a panoramic view of Victoria Harbour. Shifeng was still unmarried, so this villa was completely owned by her. She often held parties here, and the guests were all Xianxia celebrities or big shots in the circle. Xianxia fell in love with it at first sight. She sat on a comfortable chair, bathed in the warm but not scorching sunlight, tasted the freshly brewed Indian black tea, and looked down at the magnificent scenery of Victoria in the distance. The tiredness of the long-distance flight was swept away. She let out a long sigh of satisfaction, narrowed her eyes and said to Shifeng, "Sister Feng, this house of yours is really too good. I want to stay here and not leave." Shifeng chuckled and said, "You can stay as long as you want. Anyway, I have a lot of rooms here." Those who were familiar with Shifeng knew that there were many people who could enter and leave her villa, but there were absolutely few who could live in it for a long time. All of them were the real friends of the Queen of Xianxia. Xianxia glared at Lu Chen bitterly and said, "It's a pity that I can only stay in Xianxia for a few days. After the TV series, I have to shoot a movie. I'm busy all day." Lu Chen smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose, speechless. After shooting Xingyu, Xianxia Media would immediately start shooting The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. They definitely couldn't make it in time for the spring festival, but they couldn't miss the summer vacation. Time was also quite tight. And for this martial arts movie, in order to ensure the box office results and effect, Lu Chen would play Ling Huchong, and Xianxia would play Ren Yingying, and they were going to shoot 2 movies in a row, so everyone was busy. Shifeng smiled and said, "You are still young. Of course, you should focus on your career. You can ask Lu Chen to buy a house here for you. How nice it is for us to be neighbors." "Yes." Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's a good idea, but there are no villas for sale here, right? There would basically be no new mansions in the middle of the mountain. If they wanted to buy one, they could only take it from others. There were basically no villas for sale on the market, and they couldn't be bought easily with money." Shifeng said, "I can help you keep an eye out." As the two chatted, they began to talk about the house, leaving the business at the back of their heads. Fortunately, another important guest rushed over. The guest was also one of Lu Chen's few friends in the circle in Xiangyang, Lu Gangxing. "Brother Sheng." Seeing Lu Gangxing, Lu Chen and Xianxia stood up and greeted him together. Lu Gangxing laughed and opened his arms to give Lu Chen a strong hug. "Long time no see." They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The last time they met was at the Hong Kong premiere of A Chinese Ghost Story, but they had been in touch with each other and their friendship was even deeper. Lu Gangxing's appreciation for Lu Chen was really known by everyone in Hong Kong. Not long ago, Lu Chen had an accident in the United States. Lu Gangxing called him as soon as he knew the news and asked his friend in the United States to take care of him. Although he didn't help much in the end, Lu Chen remembered this favor. Lu Gangxing didn't come alone today. There was a gentle and beautiful woman beside him. "This is my wife, Lu Jingyi." Lu Gangxing took the initiative to introduce to Lu Chen and Xianxia. "She heard that you two are here. She also wants to meet the male and female leads of Autumn in My Heart." Lu Chen was a little surprised and quickly said politely, "Hello, sister-in-law. It's the first time we meet. Please take care of me." Lu Gangxing's wife was a legendary figure in the circle. Lu Chen knew her, but it was the first time he saw her in person. Lu Jingyi was the runner-up of Miss Hong Kong in 1995. Her father was a lawyer in Xiangyang and her mother was a doctor. Her family conditions were excellent, but she chose to enter the entertainment industry after graduating from college. After winning the runner-up of Miss Hong Kong, she quickly signed a contract with a management company and released her first solo album. Then she shot many movies and TV series in succession. Her career as a star could be said to be smooth. However, just as she became popular, she suddenly quit the entertainment industry and disappeared from the sight of her fans. There was very little news about her in the media. In fact, the reason why this beautiful and intelligent Miss Hong Kong quit the entertainment industry was that she met and fell in love with Lu Gangxing during a cooperation, and resolutely retired behind the scenes. Due to some special reasons, Lu Gangxing had never officially announced Lu Jingyi's identity. However, the two of them had been together for 20 years. Lu Jingyi supported Lu Gangxing wholeheartedly, and the latter gave his wife the greatest protection. Now that Lu Gangxing was getting older, he was also slowly revealing his family's situation to the public. Everyone believed that this imitating couple in the entertainment industry would eventually stand in front of everyone openly. Lu Chen had read stories about Lu Jingyi on the internet. He knew that she had raised a son and a daughter for Lu Gangxing. Although she was unknown, she was willing to endure hardship. She was truly an admirable woman. "Hello, Lu Chen, nice to meet you. You're even more handsome than on TV." Lu Jingyi smiled. Lu Gangxing was jealous. "He's not as handsome as me." Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After laughing, Lu Jingyi's gaze fell on Chen Fei'er. She held Chen Fei'er's hand and exclaimed, "Miss Chen is really beautiful." "Well, you're even more beautiful in real life than on TV." Chen Fei'er smiled and said, "Sister Jingyi, you flatter me. I think you're really beautiful." Lu Jingyi shook her head. "I'm old." Although they were more than 10 years apart and it was the first time they met, Lu Jingyi and Chen Fei'er felt like old friends at first sight. After sitting down, they chatted intimately. Together with Shi Feng, the topics between the three women were almost endless. Lu Jingyi was actually a fan of Lu Chen and Chen Fei'er. Not only had she watched the movie A Chinese Ghost Story starring the two, but she also watched the two TV series Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance. She was also watching You from the Star. Although Mrs. Lu was in her 40s this year, she was no different from an ordinary fan when it came to talking about TV series. Meanwhile, Lu Gangxing pulled Lu Chen aside and told him about the Xianxia New Voice that had been in preparation for more than half a year. Xianxia New Voice was a singing talent show conceived by Lu Chen and many people in the Xianjiang circle, including Lu Gangxing, when he was developing in Xianjiang last year. The aim was to encourage and support Xianjiang's local original music, so that Cantonese songs could regain their glory. The show was proposed by Madame Jean, and the name was thought up by Lu Chen, but the real promoter was Lu Gangxing. It was precisely because of his active participation that ATV and Xianjiang Satellite TV were competing for the production and broadcasting rights of the show. After a fierce competition, Xianjiang Satellite TV had the last laugh. The higher-ups of the satellite TV attached great importance to the talent show. They came up with 3 program plans and did a lot of market research. Everything was basically ready now, except for the final push. Originally, Xianjiang New Voice was planning to start the auditions in September. However, the appearance of The Voice of China and its huge influence made the satellite TV revise their plans. Lu Gangxing said frankly to Lu Chen, "Your The Voice of China is too outstanding. The people at the satellite TV are very stressed. My goal is to make Xianjiang New Voice the most influential music show in the history of Xianjiang." They have revised the program plan at least a dozen times. As he said that, Lu Gangxing laughed, "So, you must participate in this show." Lu Chen readily agreed, "No problem." He was so straightforward that Lu Gangxing felt a little embarrassed. "You don't have to agree so quickly. Let's talk about when you have a schedule first. Will it be available in March or April next year?" As a Xianjiang heavenly king, Lu Gangxing knew very well that with Lu Chen's current popularity in the country, his schedule would definitely be full. Under normal circumstances, not to mention this year, it would be normal for him to have a full schedule next year. He really hoped that Lu Chen would join, but he would definitely not disrupt Lu Chen's work plans. Lu Chen thought about it and replied, "It should be fine in April. I'll confirm the time when I go back." You from the Star was coming to an end. Next, he would be filming The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. It would definitely be finished by April next year. Otherwise, even if it was post-production, it would not be able to make it in time for the summer. Lu Gangxing was very happy. "That's really great. Xianxia is really lacking in original music now. I hope that through this show, those outstanding talents can stand out. Lu Chen nodded. Seeing the Heavenly King's happy look, he was quite touched. At Lu Gongxing's level, fame and fortune were fleeting. What he really had was the passion and sincerity for his career. He was willing to do his best to repay society and the industry. This true love was worth learning from for Lu Chen. Lu Gongxing was a senior in the entertainment circle, and Lu Chen was a rising star. Their appreciation and respect for each other made them real friends, and the cooperation between friends was always pleasant and satisfying. Lu Chen agreed to be a judge of Hong Kong New Voice, and he would write a promotional theme song for this music talent show. He specially made time for the show in April and May of next year. In return, Lu Gongxing volunteered to play a role in The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman, which would be filmed at the end of the year, because of the success model of a Chinese ghost story, which had a box office of more than 1 billion yuan. After Chinfei Media revealed that it would adapt the film of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, there were countless entertainment agencies and artists who came to seek cooperation. It was not easy for other artists to get a role in The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman, even if they owed a favor. But for Lu Gongxing, asking for a role was like giving a favor to others. With the participation of this famous king in the Chinese circle, The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman would not only have a strong box office in China and Hong Kong, but also in the whole Southeast Asia. I hope there will be enough fighting scenes for this role. Lu Gongxing excitedly made a few gestures with his fists. It is what foreigners call Chinese kung fu. I think you will put real kung fu into this movie, right? The term Chinese kung fu was coined by Lu Chen. Together with his fighting video in the UD 725 incident, it had already spread all over the world, including Hong Kong. In fact, Hong Kong had also made martial arts fighting movies in the 70s and 80s, but it was not popular, and was later replaced by Hollywood action movies. However, there was a market for traditional martial arts in Hong Kong. As early as a few decades ago, there were many martial arts clubs in Hong Kong. They taught their apprentices martial arts such as Southern Fist and Northern Leg, knife, spear, sword, rod, and so on. But now, these martial arts clubs were basically replaced by taekwondo, judo, boxing, and kickboxing clubs. Traditional kung fu was no longer popular among young people because it was called fancy but not practical. The same situation happened in the mainland. On the other hand, the Chinese kung fu that Lu Chen had demonstrated to the world made everyone's eyes light up. Not only was it extremely powerful in actual combat, but its movements were also swift and fierce, and it had a powerful sense of violence. Lu Gongxing could see the role that China kung fu could play in the movie at first glance. He believed that Lu Chen would definitely bring China kung fu into the movie when he made The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer. In fact, the embryonic form of kung fu could already be seen in a Chinese ghost story, but it was covered up by the more exciting supernatural stories and special magic effects. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was a pure wuxia movie. Lu Gongxing didn't just want to show his face in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. He wanted to take this opportunity to explore new ways of acting and create a different image. Yes, Lu Chen instantly understood Lu Gongxing's thoughts and intentions. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Brother Sheng, there are many roles you can choose from. However, I'm afraid you'll need to undergo a period of training. Wuxia kung fu movies couldn't be made just because one wanted to. Even if one wanted to use a martial arts substitute, one must first master some basic routines. Otherwise, the movie would be very problematic. Lu Gongxing smiled. That's not a problem. I usually exercise, so I'm not afraid of hardships. Practicing martial arts was very tiring and torturous, especially if one wanted to master real skills. It was obviously impossible without hard work. Lu Gongxing undoubtedly wanted to challenge himself. Although he was already over 50 years old, the more they talked, the more the topic gradually shifted to The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. This movie, which was adapted from a best-selling wuxia novel, was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Lu Chen, because he didn't want to shoot it according to the movie of the same name in his memory. Instead, he wanted to rewrite the script and make a real wuxia blockbuster. At that time, Lu Chen would be the leading actor, the screenwriter, the composer, and the action director. Any mistake in any aspect would affect the shooting of the movie. Interestingly, Lu Gongxing had actually read The Smiling, proud wanderer and was very familiar with the characters in it. He was completely prepared. Lu Chen couldn't help asking, "Brother Xing, if you had a choice, which one would you choose?" Originally, Lu Chen wanted to write the script and give it to Lu Gangxing for him to choose the roles. Now that he knew that Lu Gangxing had read the original novel, he simply brought it up. Lu Gangxing thought for a moment and answered, "Lu Jingfeng and Xiang Wentian." Lu Jingfeng and Xiang Wentian. Lu Chen silently chewed on these two names, and a faint idea formed in his heart. What are you two talking about? At this time, Lu Jingyi and Chen Feier came hand in hand. They were smiling like a pair of beautiful sisters. Lu Gangxing and Lu Chen looked at each other and smiled. Lu Chen said, "I'm talking about the movie with Brother Xing. Where are we going for lunch?" Chen Feier smiled and said, "Sister Shifeng will cook for lunch, and Sister Jingyi will also make a few dishes. I'll go and help. You two can continue talking. I'll call you when we're at the table." Lu Gangxing clapped his hands and said, "I haven't eaten Linda's dishes for a long time. I'm so lucky today." Linda was Shifeng's English name. Shifeng's cooking skills had been passed down in her family. She had even appeared on TV before. However, except for her best friends, it was extremely difficult for others to taste her cooking. Lu Gangxing said to Lu Chen, "You're really lucky." More than an hour later, Lu Chen also thought that he was really lucky. He didn't expect Shifeng's cooking skills to be so excellent. Although she couldn't be compared with those top chefs, the dishes she carefully cooked looked, smelled, and the ingredients were even more exquisite. He couldn't stop praising her. Shifeng also took a bottle of 1993 Mouton wine from the wine cellar and shared it with everyone. The guests and the host all enjoyed the lunch. In the afternoon, they sat in the garden and continued to chat, but the topic turned to the upcoming 50th anniversary celebration party of Hong Kong's return. Lu Chen and Chen Feier's performance had already been reported. It was a song that Lu Chen had specially written for this grand celebration, and it was sung by a group. In addition to the two of them, Lu Gangxing and Shifeng were also on the list of singers of the same song. The standard was probably unprecedented. It was also because of this song that the four of them gathered together today. There would be a dress rehearsal for the party tomorrow, and they didn't have much time left. Because there were still things to deal with, Lu Chen and Chen Feier didn't stay for dinner. Shifeng asked her assistant to drive them back to their home in Repulse Bay. On the second day after they arrived in Hong Kong, Lu Chen and Chen Feier participated in the rehearsal for the 50th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland. Although this was their first rehearsal, it was a rehearsal with makeup on, so other than the fact that there was no real audience, everything else was basically no different from a formal performance. Hong Kong's Century Square was located in the central district of Hong Kong Island, adjacent to Hong Kong's high-speed railway station. It was backed by the famous Central Building and faced the Victoria Harbour. It covered an area of more than 200,000 square meters. It was built by the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland and welcome the arrival of the new century. Since the Century Square was built, the annual return celebration was held here. The activities included a parade of floats, a celebration party, and a fireworks show. The celebration was also broadcasted to the world. For more than 10 million people in Hong Kong, the Day of Return on November 29 was the second most important festival after the Spring Festival. The Special Administrative Region government even included the Day of Return as a legal holiday. Due to the Homecoming Day celebration being grand and spectacular every year, a large number of tourists from all over the world would pour into Xianxia to witness the grand occasion at this time every year. Under normal circumstances, the celebration party on the 29th night would have more than 100,000 audience. Coupled with the live broadcast, the influence was probably second only to the Spring Festival Gala of CCTV. When Lu Chen and Chen Feier arrived backstage, it was already very lively. The backstage area was divided into two large areas. One was for celebrities and the other was for ordinary actors and extras. The area was very large. The makeup table was neatly arranged. Many celebrities and actors were putting on makeup in front of the mirror. The passage in the middle was full of people, and there were photographers carrying cameras to shoot. Accompanying Lu Chen and Chen Feier were two assistants. Lu Chen's assistant was still Li Zhen. After the successful screening of A Chinese Ghost Story, Lu Chen's studio in Hong Kong did not weaken or dissolve after his return to China. Instead, it further expanded its scale and strength. At present, Lu Chen's studio had more than 30 employees. At present, they were mainly responsible for Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's career development, work recommendation, image marketing, and so on. In addition, they also excavated local talents to fill the headquarters of Chinfei Media. According to Lu Chen's plan, the studio would be upgraded to Chinfei Media's Hong Kong branch next year and play a more important role, such as promoting his works to the entire Southeast Asia to seek greater influence. In the future, whether it was music albums, movies, or TV series produced by Chinfei Media, it would be released, screened, and broadcast in Hong Kong through Chinfei Media. Not only Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, but also all signed artists of Chinfei Media, Lu Chen attached great importance to Xianxia, an important place for entertainment. He had his own contacts here. "Hello, Mr. Lu Chen." "Hello, Teacher Lu." When Lu Chen appeared in the backstage area, many star artists present greeted him warmly. Most of these stars are Hong Kong artists. Of course, those who are qualified to attend the return celebration party are not ordinary people. Among them, there is no lack of real big stars. Lu Chen knows all of them and can say their names, but there are very few who have a friendship with him. Regardless of whether he was familiar with them or not, he politely responded to them one by one, shaking hands and exchanging a few pleasantries, behaving very appropriately. In contrast, Chen Fei-er, who was always by Lu Chen's side, became his foil. Although many people took the initiative to greet him, he did not attract as much attention as Lu Chen. However, Chen Fei-er didn't feel neglected at all. Instead, he felt very proud of Lu Chen. In terms of popularity in Hong Kong, among the mainland stars and artists, Lu Chen deserved to be the first. In addition to the impact of the UD 725 flight incident not long ago, the most important thing was his career development in Hong Kong, relying on films and TV series such as A Chinese Ghost Story and Autumn in My Heart to achieve rapid accumulation. Moreover, he had also written The Love of a Lifetime, The Road Follows You, and other Cantonese works that were regarded as classics, injecting a strong vitality into Cantonese pop songs that had been declining in recent years. All of these contributed to Lu Chen's current status in Hong Kong's entertainment circle. Lu Chen, Fei-er. Soon, the two of them met a mutual friend, Xu Jing. "Sister Jing." Chen Fei-er was surprised and hugged Xu Jing. "Long time no see." Xu Jing was one of Chen Fei-er's few friends in Hong Kong. The two of them had known each other for many years and belonged to the kind of real good friends who hadn't seen each other for a few years. The last time they met was at the premiere of A Chinese Ghost Story, and more than half a year had passed in a flash. Xu Jing seemed to be in excellent condition. She was in high spirits and full of charm. She didn't look like a woman who was nearly 40 years old at all. Her smile gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. After being intimate with Chen Fei-er, she gave Lu Chen a friendly hug and asked with a smile, "Lu Chen, since you and Fei-er have come to Hong Kong this time, why don't you stay for a few more days? How about we go out to see and play?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I don't have time." He was too busy with work this year, and his schedule was already full. Not to mention staying for a few more days, he had to fly back to the capital the day after the celebration party. Xu Jing pulled Chen Fei-er and insisted, "Fei-er, help Sister Jing talk to your boyfriend. You have to give me a chance to thank him, right?" Chen Fei-er pursed his lips and smiled. "Sister Fei, then treat us to dinner tomorrow." The reason why Xu Jing wanted to thank Lu Chen was because her album Good Time, released at the beginning of the year, was a great success. Not only did it win double platinum sales, but it also won a number of music awards. Among them, the title song Summer Wind and the second title song Courage, written by Lu Chen for Good Time, were ranked in the top 3 of the on-demand list for 7 consecutive weeks on Hong Kong's pop radio station. In particular, the song Courage became the best symbol of Xu Jing's comeback in the music industry. Today, Xu Jing, with the help of this popular album, returned to the ranks of Hong Kong's A-list female singers. All kinds of endorsements, commercial performances, and notices were soft, and she made a lot of money. Xu Jing, who had married into a wealthy family, was not short of money, but the feeling of returning to the peak of her career was undoubtedly the best for her, and it was also the reason why she was very grateful to Lu Chen. For Chen Feier's proposal, Lu Chen was very supportive. "Yes, let's have dinner together." Xu Jing sighed and said, "You too." "Well, then it's settled. Let's have dinner together tomorrow night." As the three of them were talking, there was another commotion in the backstage area. Lu Gangxing and Shifang came. It was a gathering of stars. The rehearsal for Hong Kong's return celebration party went smoothly. In such a grand ceremony, any star artist would go all out and do their best. No one dared to be perfunctory. Although it was just a rehearsal, their performance was no different from a formal performance. Time passed quickly, and it was one day closer to the day of return. On the third night after Lu Chen and Chen Feier flew to Hong Kong, they had a sumptuous dinner with Xu Jing. After dinner, they changed to tea and snacks, and the three sat and chatted. While chatting, Xu Jing suddenly asked, "When are you two going to get married?" Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that they had been asked the same question many times this year. Everyone was very concerned about them. Lu Chen smiled and said, "If there are no accidents, I think it should be in the second half of next year." He and Chen Feier had been in a relationship for almost 3 years, and it was almost time to really settle their marriage. Although it was normal for star artists to get married late, most people in the circle did not get married until they were in their 30s or 40s. But Lu Chen felt that there was really no need for him and Chen Feier to have a long-distance love race. As a mature man, he had enough preparation to bear this responsibility. Other than that, nothing else was important at all. Therefore, he calmly answered Xu Jing's question, and what he said was the decision he had made after careful consideration. As the other party involved, Chen Feier was really a little surprised. Because the two had originally discussed that in the next 2 years, they would focus on expanding their career, and the marriage could be put off for the time being. She did not expect that Lu Chen would give Xu Jing such a clear answer. However, although she was surprised, Lu Chen's answer still made her feel very sweet in her heart. She could not help but hold Lu Chen's hand, and her eyes were full of tenderness. She knew that Lu Chen was serious. "Congratulations then." Xu Jing was even more surprised. She just asked casually, and most likely meant it as a joke. She did not expect to get such a big news from Lu Chen's mouth. At the same time, Xu Jing also felt a deep sense of envy. Because she could see that Lu Chen's feelings for Chen Feier couldn't be more sincere. In the entertainment industry, where men and women were used to breaking up and reuniting, there were too many cases of flowers blossoming but not bearing fruit, making true love a luxury. It's easy to find priceless treasures, but it's hard to find a lover. Xu Jing couldn't help but ask, "Have you thought about where you're going for your honeymoon?" Lu Chen shook his head, "I haven't thought about it yet. I want to get married with Feier first, and then choose a date to hold the wedding." Xu Jing nodded. "The wedding needs to be well planned. If it's more romantic, we can rent an island in the Aegean Sea." She excitedly chatted with Chen Feier about the wedding. She was really enthusiastic. After Xu Jing cared about their marriage, Chen Feier also cared about her personal life. "Sister Jing, have you ever thought about getting married again? I saw on the news that there are a lot of people chasing after you." Xu Jing and Chen Feier were real best friends, and their relationship was very good. After Xu Jing's marriage failed, Chen Feier flew to Hong Kong to accompany her for a period of time. Now that Xu Jing had successfully got rid of the shadow of the past and returned to the entertainment industry with great success, she naturally became the object of the paparazzi's pursuit. Some time ago, the news of several rich men and male stars pursuing Xu Jing was reported repeatedly. Even Chen Feier, who was far away in the capital, saw related reports on the internet. As a good friend, Chen Feier also hoped that Xu Jing could be happy again. "Me?" Xu Jing shook her head with a smile and said, "To be honest, I feel that living alone is the best. I don't plan to find someone to marry. In the future, when I get old, I will adopt a child, and then I will have no regrets in my life." As she spoke, her eyes were very serious. "Sister Jing, do you really plan to be single for the rest of your life?" On the way home, Chen Feier leaned on Lu Chen's arms and asked with blurred eyes, "Will it be very hard?" She had a good chat with Xu Jing that night, and they shared a bottle of red wine. Now that she was drunk, her mood began to become a little depressed, and she sighed for her good friends. Rough relationship. Lu Chen hugged her and said, "No, I believe that Sister Jing will find her own happiness." Chen Feier nodded and did not speak again. After a while, the Mercedes-Benz that they were in slowly pulled over. "Are we home?" Chen Feier straightened up, but found that something was wrong. "Hey! Why did we stop here?" This was not the shallow bay where they lived, but the bustling Central Avenue, full of luxury shopping malls. "Yes." Lu Chen opened the door and pulled Chen Feier out of the car. "We will stop here." Chen Feier was pulled by Lu Chen in a daze. Soon, they arrived at the door of a closed shop. "What are we buying?" Chen Feier was still drunk, and she was completely confused by Lu Chen. "This shop is closed." As soon as she finished speaking, the two glass doors of the shop were pulled open from the inside, and the lights inside and outside were instantly turned on. The soft and bright light dispersed the darkness, and shone on the two of them. Chen Feier's eyes lit up, and she saw two beautiful shopping assistants in red standing at the door. They smiled and bowed. "Mr. Liu, Miss Chen, welcome to the rare jade house." Chen Feier suddenly woke up. At this time, how could she not understand what was going on? Lu Chen actually arranged a surprise for her without saying a word. The Rare Jade House was a century-old brand in Hong Kong, specializing in jade jewelry. Lu Chen undoubtedly spent a lot of effort to make the Rare Jade House close the shop just to serve her. Most importantly, not long ago, she saw a set of jade jewelry in a magazine advertisement, and she liked it very much. She said that she would go and have a look when she had the chance, and the advertisement was published by the Rare Jade House. At that time, Chen Feier just said it casually, but Lu Chen firmly remembered it in his heart. At this moment, Chen Feier's heart was in a mess of sweetness. She didn't care about the vanity of closing the shop. With her wealth and fame, she could make a reservation by herself. What moved her was Lu Chen's sincerity. If there were not so many shopping assistants in the shop, Chen Feier would have immediately kissed him to express her burning love. Lu Chen held her hand and smiled. "Let's take a look at the set of jade jewelry in the advertisement first. I've already asked them to prepare it. There are other things, and we can look at them slowly. As long as you like them, you can buy them all." The surrounding shopping assistants all looked at Chen Feier with envy and even jealousy. There were so few men who were handsome, rich, and spoiled their girlfriends. On November 29th, Hong Kong ushered in the most lively moment. According to the data released by the Xianxia Tourism Bureau, there would be more than 500,000 tourists pouring into Xianxia on that day, and most of them were here for the Homecoming Day celebration. It was estimated that the number of tourists in Sheungwan, Central Wan, Admiralty, Causeway Bay, North Point, and other areas would definitely exceed 1 million. This brought Xianxia a lot of popularity, but it also brought a lot of pressure. In the morning, traffic control was implemented around Century Square. Except for vehicles with special passes, other vehicles were not allowed to go on the road. In addition, the Special Administrative Region government deployed a large number of police forces to ensure safety. Night had just fallen. On both sides of the main road from the upper ring to the north corner, on the high-rise buildings along the road, the festive lights were all lit up. The colorful lights were blurry, making people feel as if they were in a dream world. However, this was only the beginning. At 6:15 p.m., the first lantern float set off from the upper ring road. Under the escort of several police cars, the long floats moved along the main road towards the north corner. These floats were jointly arranged by people from all walks of life in Hong Kong. They combined the essence of Eastern and Western cultures. Some represented traditional Chinese myths and legends, and some represented the classic images of Western fairy tales. In addition to traditional craftsmanship, there were also ingenious designs by modern designers. All of them were magnificent and breathtaking. Tens of thousands of Hong Kong residents and tourists had already been waiting on both sides of the road. When they saw the floats coming, they all let out enthusiastic and loud cheers and exclamations, and took photos one after another. The performers standing on the floats waved to the crowd from time to time, or threw flowers and candy. The entire area surrounding Port Victoria had turned into a sea of joy. At 8:30 in the evening, the Day of Return celebration party in Century Square officially began. Since it coincided with the anniversary celebration, this year's celebration party was particularly grand. Not only were the top stars from the mainland, Hong Kong, and Taiwan invited to participate in the performance, but the number of audience who were able to enter the party to watch the party reached an unprecedented 150,000 people. In addition to the ordinary audience, there were also representatives from the mainland and the Hong Kong government, representatives of foreign institutions in Hong Kong, and representatives from all walks of life in Hong Kong. The level of the standard was no less than that of the Spring Festival Gala. It was definitely unrealistic for so many people to see the performance on the central stage clearly. Therefore, 12 giant screens were set up at the venue and outside the venue. In addition, all the advertising screens in the city, as well as the publicity screens of the subway and bus systems, would be playing the live broadcast simultaneously. In addition, many TV stations, including CCTV, ATV, Hong Kong Satellite TV, and Treasure Island Satellite TV, were present at the party. Bang! 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 Bright fireworks bloomed in the sky above Port Victoria, lighting up the night sky and opening the curtain of the party. Accompanied by the passionate music accompaniment, Zhang Yun, Qi Jiahe, Gao Qingfang, and Huang Hao, the four famous star hosts of Hong Kong, stepped onto the stage. Under the spotlight, they respectively expressed their welcome to all the guests and audience in Mandarin, Cantonese, and English. Following that, the first large-scale song and dance performance made its grand entrance. Xianxia was a place where people gathered, and it was also the capital of film and television entertainment. Not only were there many people in the entertainment industry, but there were also countless stars and artists. Therefore, the programs presented at the return celebration party were naturally the best of the best. It was said that the organizing committee for the homecoming celebration had specially invited the Spring Festival Gala's set planners and choreographers from Beijing to bring in the Spring Festival Gala's proudest features. Big improvements were made to the gala's level and stage effects. Song and dance, chorus, lion dance, acrobatics. The performances were performed one after another, giving the audience a feast for their eyes. The domestic Central TV Department 2 broadcast the celebration party in Xianxia simultaneously, and the exclusive live broadcast right of the domestic network was won by the rich QQ Video, so countless netizens watched the event through QQ Video. Among them, there were a large number of fans of Lu Chen and Chen Feier. As early as half a month ago, Chenfei Media announced the news on their official V that Lu Chen and Chen Feier had been invited to participate in the celebration party of Xianxia's return, so the fans knew it early. However, because the content of the program was confidential, no one knew what the two would perform, so they stayed in front of the TV or computer early to watch. Seeing that more than an hour had passed, neither Lu Chen nor Chen Feier had shown up, many fans couldn't help but get anxious and send barrage of complaints. Why hasn't my Chen appeared yet? Oh, I didn't get cheated, did I? Who has the program list? I didn't find it on the internet. I'm so anxious. I shouldn't have been cheated. The news from the official V can't be fake. Let's wait patiently. My Chen and my Feier should be a male and female chorus. I guess it's a new song. QQ Video originally couldn't send barrage of comments, only comments. However, in recent years, with the rapid rise of major live broadcasting platforms, barrage culture has become popular, and QQ Video has increased the barrage function with the times. Because the webcast copyright is monopolized by QQ Video, Whale TV can't broadcast the party, so many Whale TV fans ran to QQ Video and sent barrage all over the sky. Fortunately, everyone's wait didn't last too long. After the end of a dance program, the host Zhang Yun and Qi Jiahe came on stage and announced the name of the next program. The next program is a bit special. Zhang Yun, the host from Xianxia Satellite TV, first sold a little suspense and said with a smile, "We will see 4 of the top singers and stars, and they are from Xianxia and mainland, with countless fans. And they will sing the same song for us." Qi Jiahe held up the microphone and said loudly, "First of all, let's welcome the best female singer from mainland, Miss Chen Feier." As soon as his voice fell, a spotlight fell on the corner of the stage, and the live camera followed and froze, allowing Chen Feier, who was dressed up, to appear in front of all the audience. Tonight, Chen Feier was extraordinarily beautiful. The just right makeup added a bit of beauty to her, and a platinum jade necklace and matching earrings hanging around her neck made her look graceful and luxurious. The color of the jade pendant that appeared in the camera picture was extremely pure, thick, bright, and dazzling. It was the top and perfect color, in sharp contrast with Chen Feier's snow-white jade-like skin. This kind of Chen Feier made fans feel a little strange, because no one had ever seen Chen Feier wearing the same jade jewelry, but they were more amazed. Chen Feier. With the stunning appearance of Chen Feier, there were bursts of cheers inside and outside the Century Square. Many fans shouted her name loudly, like the tide in the Victoria Harbour, surging wave after wave. 2 years ago, although Chen Feier was famous in the mainland and was the queen of the Chinese music industry, she was only a little famous in Hong Kong. Many people recognized her and knew her name, but most of them did not know the achievements and honors she had won. However, the current Chen Feier was not inferior to any Hong Kong female star in the hearts of Hong Kong people. Autumn in My Heart and A Full House of Romance allowed countless people in Hong Kong to get to know this woman with a stunning appearance and beautiful smile. Even her Woman Flower album sold very well in Hong Kong, and several songs were sung in the streets and alleys. Therefore, no one felt strange that Chen Feier was invited to the return celebration party, and no one thought that there was anything wrong with the introduction of the host, Zhang Yun. Chen Feier was definitely one of the top female singers in the mainland. Many fans who were familiar with Chen Feier were cheering and applauding, but they also thought that the next one would not be Lu Chen, right? Lu Chen's fame in Hong Kong was even more resounding than that of Chen Feier. Not to mention the 2 TV series that set a record in the ratings in Hong Kong, A Chinese Ghost Story and several classic Cantonese original songs were enough to make people firmly remember this tall, handsome, and talented young artist. And the relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Feier was also a popular story in the entertainment circle that countless people talked about. Zhang Yun, with a smile on her face, continued Qi Jiahe's words and said loudly, "Next, let's welcome the most outstanding young singer of the Chinese pop music industry from the mainland, Mr. Lu Chen." The second beam of light shone down, illuminating a spot a few meters away from Chen Feier. It also illuminated Lu Chen's figure. The combination of a suit, a white shirt, and a black bow tie, the meticulously tailored clothes made Lu Chen, who was 183 meters tall, look unusually tall and handsome. There was a faint smile on his face, and his dark eyes were full of vigor. There was a trace of unruly freedom in his solemn expression. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. The applause inside and outside the square that had not yet subsided suddenly erupted again. The cheers of the audience became louder and more intense, especially those young female fans, who screamed excitedly. Too cool, Lu Chen rarely wore formal clothes. Usually, he dressed casually. He often ran around in jeans and a t-shirt, giving people the feeling that he was the sunshine boy next door. At this time, Lu Chen, who appeared on the stage at this moment, was like a real Prince Charming. His whole body was shrouded in a halo, making him the focus of everyone. However, everyone saw Lu Chen walk towards Chen Feier with ease, and bow to her in a gentlemanly manner and make an invitation gesture to her. Chen Feier smiled sweetly and sent out her slender hand in response. The two of them held hands. This scene fell into the eyes of countless people, and immediately triggered a wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chen finally appeared. So cool. It's better not to come out. As soon as he came up, he flashed the lights. It's going to blind me. They don't forget to show their love at the return celebration party. They're going to kill us single dogs. I seem to see tons of dog food thrown at me. In the live broadcast of QQ video, the audience's complaints made people unable to see the picture at all. If they wanted to continue watching, they could only choose to block it. Otherwise, they could only see a colorful barrage of comments. The number was so large that it made people's hair stand on end. While complaining, many people were also very curious and looking forward to it. Chen Feier and Lu Chen have come out, so who are the other 2 top singer stars? According to Zhang Yun's hint, the other 2 should be local artists in Xianxia. Fortunately, the time of the program was limited, and the 2 hosts could not keep the audience guessing for too long. The third answer was quickly revealed, Shifang. Tonight, Chen Feier was wearing a long white dress, while Shifang was wearing a red dress. The heavenly queen of Xianxia had an irreplaceable position in the minds of Hong Kong people, so the moment she appeared, the atmosphere in Century Square could be described as terrifying. Those sitting in front of the TV and computers watching the live broadcast were very excited. There were 3 top stars in a program, and their importance has already surpassed all the previous programs. And the 4th, Lu Gangxing, when the figure of the heavenly queen of Xianxia appeared on the stage and appeared on all the screens of the live broadcast party, people were so excited that they had nothing to say. They believed that this should be the biggest and most unexpected Easter egg in this grand party. Chen Feier, Lu Chen, Shifang and Lu Gangxing, 2 came from the mainland, and 2 came from Xianjiang. They were all figures standing at the top of the industry. If the 4 of them formed a group, then who in the entire Chinese entertainment industry could match them? Absolutely no one. Shifang and Lu Gangxing looked at each other and smiled amidst the cheers of thousands of spectators, and held hands like Lu Chen and Chen Feier. But no one would misunderstand the relationship between the 2, because everyone knew that Shifang and Lu Gangxing had been good friends for many years. The friendship story between the 2 was enough to make a long TV series. The 4 superstars stood together in the center of the stage, and the lights fell on them, as if they were angels who had descended to the world. Next, let's invite Chen Feier, Lu Chen, Shifang and Lu Gangxing to sing for us together. Zhang Yun and Qi Jiahe, the 2 hosts, said in the same excited tone, the Pearl of the Orient. This program that people had been looking forward to was finally unveiled. Of course, they would sing the same song together, but everyone felt that the name of the song was both familiar and strange to them. The familiar thing was that Xianjiang had always had the reputation of the Pearl of the Orient, especially since the 1980s and 1990s of the last century. The prosperity and beauty of Xianjiang had attracted the attention from all over the world, making this nickname worthy of its name. As for the strange thing, it was because no one had heard of a song called the Pearl of the Orient. Maybe Xianjiang was too special, and the title of the song, The Pearl of the Orient, was too big, so no songwriter dared to challenge it. Even if it had appeared, it had not spread at all. And the audience watching the screen saw the name of the songwriter in the subtitle at the first time. Lu Chen again. It was Lu Chen again. It was really only Lu Chen. All the accidents had the most reasonable explanation. The river flows south to Hong Kong, let's go and have a look. Pearl of the Orient, my love, is your style still romantic? Singing the same song, the 2 hosts first introduced Chen Feier and Lu Chen from the mainland, and the first to sing was Chen Gangxing, who was the last to appear on the stage. The most famous superstar of Hong Kong held the microphone. His resolute eyes seemed to look across the Century Square, overlooking the brightly lit Hong Kong, recalling the vicissitudes of hundreds of years it had experienced. He sang the prelude of the song Pearl of the Orient with a deep voice that countless fans were familiar with. The Century Square, which accommodated more than 100,000 spectators, was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center stage, focusing on the 4 superstars from the mainland and Hong Kong. They were all attentive, listening attentively. The crescent moon in the harbor, the deep night, the lights shining, Pearl of the Orient, sleepless all night, guarding the promise of the vicissitudes of life. The next to sing was Shifang. Her voice still had the same charm, but it was mixed with strong emotions. That was her deep love for the land of Hong Kong. The performance of the 2 superstars and the Queen of Pearl of the Orient could be said to be impeccable, and the tacit cooperation between the 2 was even more impeccable, making this new and special work instantly have a powerful charm that touched people's hearts. Of course, a good song could make a singer, but only an outstanding singer could make a classic. At this moment, countless audiences believed that this song Pearl of the Orient would certainly become a classic. The combination of Chen Gangxing and Shifang was unparalleled. This also made many fans of Lu Chen and Chen Feier involuntarily sweat. For people singing the same song was of course a glory, but it also brought great pressure. With Chen Gangxing and Shifang's performance in front of them, could Lu Chen and Chen Feier show a matching level of strength? Let the sea breeze blow for 5,000 years, every tear seems to speak of your dignity. After Shifang, Lu Chen very naturally took over the melody that she had just finished, and made his own voice, a high-spirited, passionate, and unyielding voice. Let the tides accompany me to bless you. Please don't forget my face that will never turn yellow. In the next moment, Chen Feier finished the first section of The Pearl of the Orient with her heavenly voice. Her smile was bright and brilliant, and her voice was filled with incomparable pride. The boat bends into the harbor. Looking back, the sea is boundless, Pearl of the East, embrace me, let me warm your desolate chest. The last few lines were sung by the four of them. Their different voices blended together perfectly, singing out their common feelings. As the singing continued, the applause exploded in an instant. Many people were so excited that they stood up and clapped with all their might, paying tribute to the four singers on the stage. They were emotional, moved, and full of admiration. The Pearl of the Orient was undoubtedly a very beautiful lyrical song. It wrote about the vicissitudes of Xianxia's 100 years of vicissitudes through a high degree of cultural feelings and a unique perspective. At the same time, it also sang the deep nostalgia of the people of Xianxiang for their homeland, which was connected by blood to China, with a unique oriental tune, soothing the scars of their homeland's fate. This was also a very positive work. Although Xianxiang had already returned, after 100 years of vicissitudes of colonization, many people of Xianxiang still remembered it clearly. Only after losing it would they know what was precious. This song was also expressing the feelings of millions of people of Xianxiang. Xianxiang and the motherland would always be their home. Only home would there be love, only with love would there be warmth, and home would always be their own harbor. The Pearl of the Orient, my love, are you still romantic? With the help of satellite signals, the song was spread all over the motherland and the world. Let all the Chinese who were sitting in front of the TV and computers, and those who were holding tablets or mobile phones to watch the live broadcast of the celebration party, listen to this song. Not far from Century Square, the Victoria Harbour was once again filled with dazzling fireworks. Tonight, Xianxiang was destined to be sleepless. On the second day of the celebration, the front pages of major media in Xinjiang and China were basically occupied by the same news, among which the content related to the celebration party took up a lot of space. This year coincided with the anniversary celebration, so the standard of the celebration party was higher than usual. The number of invited guests, the number of live audiences, the number of participating stars, and even the number of tourists to Hong Kong had all broken the previous record. Grand, wonderful, perfect, successful. Many words of praise filled the pages of newspapers and websites. The praise from all walks of life undoubtedly drew a successful end to this grand celebration. But the most mentioned was still the four words, the Pearl of the Orient. These four words were originally a beautiful name for Xianjiang, but now it had another meaning. It was a song created by Lu Chen and sung by four superstars, Lu Gangxing, Shifeng, Lu Chen, and Chen Fei'er. Many people in the circle, including many professional music critics, highly praised the Pearl of the Orient, believing that this song created a new height for Lu Chen as a singer. Wang Ninghai, a professor at Xianjiang University and a famous music critic, wrote on his blog, "The Pearl of the Orient is a song that belongs to Xianjiang, and also a song that belongs to China. It sings the inseparable cultural home feelings of Xianjiang to the motherland, tells the destiny complex of homesickness of the Chinese people since ancient times, and deeply reveals the unique cultural nostalgia in Chinese civilization. It is a rare classic." As one of the singers, Lu Gangxing was also full of praise for Lu Chen when interviewed by the media after the party. He thought that Lu Chen deserved the title of the most outstanding singer in Chinese pop music. And this song, the Pearl of the Orient, will also become the main work of his new album released early next year. Another singer, Shifeng, also expressed the same view. With this song, and through the mouth of Lu Gangxing, the heavenly king of Xianjiang, and Shifeng, Lu Chen's fame and status in the entertainment circle in Xianjiang suddenly jumped to a higher level, and he entered the ranks of the top stars, becoming an existence that everyone paid attention to. As for the domestic market, he was already a hot potato. His popularity was unparalleled. People waving checks and running to Qinfei Media to seek cooperation were simply breaking the threshold. Lu Shi's 3 mobile phones kept ringing all day long. She was simply annoyed to no end. However, Lu Chen and Chen Fei'er were even more low-key. They declined many media interviews and quietly flew back to the capital the next day after the performance in Xianjiang. Note, lyric/composer of The Pearl of the Orient, Luo Dio. It was already very late when he got home. "I'm so tired," Chen Fei'er threw her handbag casually, and then threw herself on the big sofa in the living room in an unladylike manner. She twisted her graceful body and made a satisfied moan that was easily misunderstood. "Well, home is the most comfortable." Of course it was comfortable. This custom-made sofa was made of very high-end fabrics and leather. The design was made by a famous designer. The biggest feature was that it was very comfortable whether sitting or lying down. Lu Chen put the suitcase aside and said with a smile, "Are you hungry? I'll cook 2 bowls of noodles." The two took the afternoon flight from Hong Kong back to the capital, but because the air route was too busy, there was a long traffic control, so they waited at the airport for a full 3 hours before boarding the plane. Then they arrived in the capital and happened to be in the evening rush hour. As a result, the road was blocked for more than 2 hours. After such a torment, Lu Chen was still fine, but Chen Fei'er was really physically and mentally exhausted. Lying on the sofa, she was too lazy to move. She groaned weakly, headache, no appetite. Lu Chen was a little distressed. He walked over to sit on the sofa and let Chen Fei'er's head rest on his thigh. Then he gently massaged her temple and said softly, "Then I'll order some takeout." "What do you want to eat?" Chen Fei'er groaned a few times and said angrily, "I don't want to eat anything, and I don't want to work anymore." Okay, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's up to you. I'll accompany you to rest at home these days. Other things will be put aside first." In fact, Lu Chen was very clear that his girlfriend was just a little angry occasionally. In fact, her career ambition was stronger than his. Once she was engaged in work, she often forgot to eat and sleep, and worked harder than anyone else. From an unknown newcomer to today's superstar, Chen Fei'er relied not only on luck, but more importantly, her efforts and persistence. No one's success was casual, and Chen Fei'er was no exception. If she really had to give up all her work and retire from the entertainment industry to enjoy her life, she would not be willing. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Fei'er couldn't help but giggle. She stretched out her arms and hugged Lu Chen's neck. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she asked, "Tell me the truth. Have you ever been annoyed when I'm being unreasonable?" Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "Never." It wasn't easy for two people to fall in love, and it was even more difficult to get along. Especially in the entertainment industry, there were too many temptations and fetters. As a celebrity couple, it was impossible for them to always be harmonious. If love was to last forever, mutual understanding and respect were very important. Chen Fei'er's personality was naturally very good, but sometimes she would lose her temper and even cause trouble for Lu Chen, getting a little jealous. If Lu Chen was still the Lu Chen from 3 years ago and had not experienced that strange dream, perhaps he would have broken up with Chen Fei'er under heavy pressure. However, the 3 lives in the dream had given him maturity and experience that far exceeded that of ordinary people. It had also created a broad mind and a forgiving heart. Therefore, although Chen Fei'er was older than Lu Chen, in the relationship between the two, Lu Chen's tolerance and generosity were the most important weights to maintain the relationship between the two. "I don't believe it," Chen Fei'er said that she didn't believe it, but her eyes were smiling, and she was very happy. Her eyes were even more gentle and charming. Lu Chen couldn't resist the temptation and immediately lowered his head to kiss her fragrant lips. Chen Fei'er passionately catered to him, and her fingers inserted into Lu Chen's hair. Her starry eyes were half closed, and her breathing was rapid. She had already been connected with the earth fire by the heavenly thunder. Ding-ling-ling, just when the two of them couldn't stop, Lu Chen had just taken it off and thrown it into the pocket of his clothes. The ringtone of his mobile phone suddenly rang, startling both of them. Damn, Lu Chen scolded very unhappily, and simply ignored it and continued to be intimate with Chen Fei'er. This mobile phone was a private phone, and it was set to only be dialed by relatives and friends on the address book. Strangers definitely couldn't call in, so unless something big happened, it would not be continuously harassed. As a result, the mobile phone really rang non-stop. Chen Fei'er couldn't stand it first, and smiled and pushed him away. "Answer the phone, in case there's something important." Lu Chen shook his head speechlessly, propped up his body to sit up, and took his clothes. He took out his mobile phone and found that it was Li Mushi who called. Lu Chen was immediately relieved, and couldn't help complaining when he picked up the phone. "Sister Mushi, it's morning on your side, and it's late at night here." "What happened?" "It's winter time in the United States, and there is a 13-hour time difference between New York and Beijing, so it's late at night here, and it's still morning there, just reversed." "Did I disturb you and Chen Fei'er?" Li Mushi said with a smile on the phone. "If that's the case, it doesn't matter if I call later." Lu Chen couldn't help looking at the phone in his hand, suspecting that Li Mushi had mastered some kind of powerful hacking method to be able to know his every move from thousands of miles away in New York. His guess was too accurate, wasn't it? He said with a wry smile. Sister Mushy, don't joke with me, Lee Mushy said with a smile. That's not a joke. I just called to ask, as a newly born billionaire, what do you think? A newly born billionaire? Lu Chen was stunned and didn't understand what Lee Mushy was talking about. But he quickly came to his senses. The crowdfunding website is officially listed on NASDAQ. Lee Mushy sighed and said, Young Master Lu, I really admire you. You don't care about such a big thing. Lu Chen smiled. The listing of the crowdfunding website on NASDAQ in the United States can be described as twists and turns. In order to ensure the success of the listing, Lee Mushy went to New York for half a year, during which she experienced many negotiations. Nowadays, the domestic internet market has been cleanly divided by the giants. If the new generation of internet companies has enough strength and fighting power, it is very difficult for them to enter the US stock market through venture capital to make money only by relying on one or two creative products. American capitalists are not fools, so even if the crowdfunding website has an innovative model and good profitability, it has gone through many twists and turns and paid a lot of price, and finally completed the most important process. As the founder of the crowdfunding website, Lee Mushy originally invited Lu Chen to the NASDAQ Live Exchange site to participate in the opening ceremony of the crowdfunding website. It's just that because Lu Chen needs to attend the Hong Kong Homecoming Day celebration party, he was unable to do so. But Lee Mushy also called Lu Chen at the first time. Share this joy together. On December 1st, Lu Chen, who was still asleep, received a call from Lee Mushy again. Crowdfunding was officially listed on NASDAQ at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 30th. The opening price was US $23.50, and it continued to rise. By the time the market closed at 4 p.m., the share price had risen to US $45.76, up nearly 200%. The market value of crowdfunding has also reached US $3.9 billion, although it has not created a market legend, and the 200% first-day increase is not among the top 10 internet companies listed on NASDAQ. Compared with the past 5 years, the results of crowdfunding are undoubtedly very proud. The success of crowdfunding's IPO on NASDAQ has created many billionaires at the same time. Leaving aside Lee Mushy, who holds the most shares, Lu Chen's net worth has soared by nearly US $400 million overnight because he holds 10% of the founders' shares of crowdfunding. This is just the beginning. Lee Mushy said triumphantly on the phone, Our goal is a share price of US $100 and a market value of US $10 billion. Crowdfunding has such strength. Lee Mushy is not so complacent that she gets carried away. Although the online crowdfunding model created by crowdfunding no longer enjoys commercial creative copyright protection, with its innovative model and first-mover advantage, coupled with a large amount of capital investment and market development in the early stage, the market share of crowdfunding is far ahead of the second place in the face of competition from many competitors in the same industry. At present, crowdfunding has a market share of 65% in China and more than 30% in the United States, and it made a profit last year. This year's profit has increased significantly, so the opening price has risen sharply. According to the estimates of professionals, in the next 2 days, the stock price of crowdfunding should have a certain growth. If the same performance growth can continue next year, then breaking through the market value of US $10 billion is really not a dream. Congratulations, Sister Mushy. Lu Chen said with a smile, the richest woman in the world. Lee Mushy said, What kind of richest woman am I? There are many women richer than me in China. Lu Chen quibbled, I'm talking about those under the age of 30. Lee Mushy currently holds 37.5% of crowdfunding shares. Even according to the market value on the first day, she has a net worth of nearly US $1.5 billion. Among the richest women in China under the age of 30, she is really qualified to be the richest woman in China. I don't count as someone under 30. Lee Mushy corrected him again very seriously, I know 2 people who are worth more than that. But if they can reach a market value of 10 billion, that's basically enough. Lu Chen smiled and said, Sister Mushy, I believe you can do it. Lee Mushy's efforts are inseparable from the crowdfunding website's success today. In order to get the crowdfunding website listed on NASDAQ, she devoted all her time to her work. She didn't fall in love or go shopping, and often forgot to eat and sleep. This was the reward she deserved. Lu Chen chatted with Li Mushi for a while longer before hanging up. When he put down the phone, he looked at the time. It was 5:17 in the morning, and the sun was not up yet. That's $400 million worth of assets. It felt like a dream. Lu Chen leaned against the headboard. His mind was very clear and he couldn't fall asleep anymore. Who called? Chen Feier woke up in a daze. She opened her sleepy eyes and asked, "What time is it?" She twisted her head, and the quilt covering her body slipped down. Unconsciously, her spring scenery was exposed. Lu Chen helped her cover the quilt again and said, "It's Sister Mushi's phone call. Nasdaq has just closed, and the market value of the crowdfunding website has almost reached $4 billion. Ah?" Chen Feier was taken aback and completely sobered up. $4 billion? Lu Chen gave an affirmative answer, yes. Chen Feier couldn't help but widen her eyes. Didn't you earn $400 million? Lu Chen said with a smile, it's only a little more, and Sister Mushi said it will rise again. Really? Chen Feier was speechless. She has been in the business for more than 10 years, working hard to make money by singing, and then investing all the hard-earned money in real estate. At present, her accumulated net worth is only about 1 billion yuan. Lu Chen just started a website, and then sold most of his shares. In the end, the remaining shares were worth billions. It was really embarrassing. Chen Feier reached out and pinched Lu Chen. It's so unfair. I won't work in the future. You support me. Lu Chen smiled and hugged her. I can't ask for more. In the future, you can drink 2 bowls of soybean milk. 1 bowl of sweet soybean milk, 1 bowl of savory soybean milk, and you can eat as many as you want. How about it? Chen Feier giggled and said, I don't want to drink soybean milk and eat fried dough sticks. Lu Chen pressed her under his body, kissed her face, and said vaguely, then changed to tofu pudding. Buy 2 bowls, drink 1 bowl and pour 1 bowl, don't. Being tossed and turned by the waves, the morning suddenly became charming. It was the beginning of a new day. Friday, December 1st, tomorrow was a weekend. The pace of people going to work became particularly brisk. Office workers took the subway or bus early to go to work. The city's traffic became busy again. In the crowded carriages, urban head-down people holding mobile phones could be seen everywhere. Then many fans of Lu Chen saw Lu Chen's name in the headlines of the economic and financial sections of major portals. The $400 million in bold and black was particularly eye-catching. The crowdfunding website was successfully listed on Nasdaq, and the star founder's net worth increased by more than $400 million. Total net worth exceeds $5 billion, revealing the history of the richest star Lu Chen. The rise of a miracle, the Waves blog has exploded, and all kinds of congratulatory and envious comments, like a tide, poured into Lu Chen's blog. Many people in the circle have Lu Chen to express their congratulations. It is not news for stars to participate in listed companies, especially big artists. They are ashamed to show their faces without the shareholder identity of several companies under their names. There are many of them who have increased their wealth by participating in the listing of companies. But Lu Chen's situation is different from those of his peers. First of all, he is the founder of the crowdfunding website, which was established by him. Second, the crowdfunding website is not listed in China or Hong Kong, but on Nasdaq, which is the most difficult. That is to say, what Lu Chen earns is the money of American shareholders. This achievement alone is enough to make many entrepreneurial rookies in the business and internet circles feel ashamed. Although Lu Chen basically withdrew from the management of the crowdfunding website after transferring most of his shares, the successful listing of the crowdfunding website still gave him a golden halo. In the era of the surge of the internet, Nasdaq has created countless myths. Many innovative new internet companies can easily create a market value of more than a dozen or even billions or tens of billions of dollars by burning money. Wealthy venture capitalists rushed to the market, waving their checks to make the market hotter and hotter. After promoting the listing of the companies they invested in, they made a lot of money. After selling the shares to ordinary investors at a high price, they proudly wiped their mouths and left. However, as the waves receded, it was clear who was swimming naked. The two far-reaching stock disasters have deeply educated shareholders and small and medium investors. The previous set of tricks that worked 100 times a day has long been untenable on Nasdaq. This has also led to the lower and lower probability of new domestic internet companies going public in the United States, and they can only seek to survive in Hong Kong or the mainland growth enterprise market. In such a realistic context, the completion of the IPO of the online crowdfunding on Nasdaq, and the share price rose by nearly 100% on the first day. In the eyes of many people in the industry, it is really a small miracle. As a star shareholder and founder of the online crowdfunding, Lu Chen has undoubtedly received too much attention, so that many people have ignored the real promoter and contributor to the listing of the online crowdfunding on Nasdaq. On December 2, the online crowdfunding stock price continued to rise, breaking through $50, and the market value of Lu Chen's shares really exceeded $400 million and went straight to $500 million. The news from the other side of the ocean was passed back to China, and the enthusiasm of public opinion increased. China Financial News, which can be called the flagship level in the domestic financial and economic circle, analyzed the successful experience of the online crowdfunding on its front-page headlines, believing that the innovative internet model still has great potential. Although the main market is divided by several internet giants, small and medium enterprises still have the possibility of breaking out of the encirclement. Compared with those less professional media, China Financial News has undoubtedly paid more attention to Li Mushi, the head of the online crowdfunding, than to Lu Chen, and has praised the young CEO. But in the same way, China Financial News has also affirmed Lu Chen's genius mind. Unlike the professional media, ordinary media and the vast number of netizens are staring at Lu Chen. While praising and envying him, there have also been some discordant comments on the blog network. Some people said that Lu Chen has now easily earned 2 or 3 billion. Should he take out some money to do good things? As a result, he was immediately scolded by others. Among the celebrities in the domestic entertainment industry, there weren't many that could surpass Lu Chen in terms of donations. The Xianxia charity fund founded by Lu Chen and Xianxia had been established for almost 2 years. The fund's assets had increased from the original tens of millions to the current 300 million, 70% of which came from Lu Chen's personal donation, 20% from Xianxia, and the remaining 10% from their friends in the circle. In other words, although Xianxia Charity Fund was a public charity fund, it had never solicited donations from the public. Most of the money came from Lu Chen's own pocket. Most importantly, Lu Chen had only made his debut 3 years ago. He had taken out so much money, all of which was earned through his own hard work. In terms of his attitude towards charity, who could compare? Now, some people actually think that Lu Chen should take out more money. It's ridiculous. In this world, there are many people who hate the rich, but in fact, most of the rich hate those who are rich and heartless, not those who rely on hard work and talent to get rich. Therefore, this kind of provocation, which is obviously malicious, has no market on the internet. Even if there are some water armies jumping up and down, they were quickly scolded away by the saliva of Lu Chen's fans. Some people also expressed regret, because the crowdfunding website was founded by Lu Chen. Now that it is listed on Nasdaq, he only holds 10% of the shares, a bit of a feeling of making wedding clothes for others. This kind of statement has a bit of a market among the netizens who pay attention to this matter, including Lu Chen's fans. Think about it. If Lu Chen hadn't sold so many shares and now held 50%, it would be more than 10 billion. He suffered a loss, he suffered a big loss, but people who really understand the creation, development, and listing process of the crowdfunding website, as well as many people in the industry, scoff at this completely amateur statement. In the development of the internet, it is normal for the shares held by the founders to be diluted continuously, and it is also an essential process on the road to listing. If Lu Chen really holds 50% or more of the crowdfunding shares, then it would be impossible for the crowdfunding website to have a successful IPO. Most importantly, the core of Lu Chen's career has always been in the entertainment industry. When he established the crowdfunding website, it was more of a playful investment nature. It is already commendable to retain 10% of the shares. Therefore, Lu Chen did not suffer a loss at all. It should be said that his original investment has received a 100-fold return. Public opinion was turbulent, and Lu Chen was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. Lu Chen, on the other hand, has remained silent about this. He did not even update his own blog. He declined interviews from many heavyweight media and spent all his time on work. The shooting of View from the Star was officially completed. The post-production, dubbing, soundtrack, and other work had made him so busy that he couldn't breathe. How could he care about the right and wrong of the outside world? It was not a good thing to be in the limelight too much, and it was necessary to cool it down appropriately. However, what he didn't expect was that an American media rushed to join in the fun at this time. On December 4, the United States Time magazine launched its latest issue, and the cover was impressively Lu Chen. It once again caused a sensation in China. This was the first time that this famous magazine, which has a wide influence in the world, published a photo of a Chinese star on the cover. In the past, star artists in China, including Hong Kong and Taiwan, have appeared on the cover of Time magazine, but without exception, they were on the cover of the Asian edition. Therefore, Lu Chen was the first to receive such treatment. In the cover introduction of Time, the world-renowned magazine praised Lu Chen's talents and achievements in Chinese pop music, film and television, reviewed the incident of the UD-725 flight that caused a sensation in the United States, and even specifically mentioned Lu Chen's song Let the Year Go. Then, it elaborated on Lu Chen's relationship with the crowdfunding website that has just been listed on NASDAQ, and talked about Lu Chen's contribution to charity. At the end of the article, the editor of Time called Lu Chen an outstanding representative of the younger generation of Asia and a leading figure of the new generation of the Chinese entertainment industry. "Brother Lu, you're really awesome now." Liao Jia's hoarse voice came from the phone, and the rock and roll brothers shouted, "Treat, it's a must." Lu Chen said with a smile, "No problem. You decide the time and place, and I'll pay for it." In fact, he had dinner with Liao Jia in Hong Kong a few days ago, because the latter also participated in the return celebration party, but the meal was treated by Xianxia. This time, Liao Jia called to ask Lu Chen to treat him, because he was on the cover of the United States Time Weekly. This honor is unique in the entertainment industry. In the nearly 100 years since the establishment of the United States Time Weekly, only 11 people from China have been on the cover. All of them are prominent figures who have had a profound impact on the world's politics and economic pattern, or have made indelible contributions. Lu Chen is the only star artist. The shock caused by this incident in China was much greater than the successful listing of the crowdfunding website he founded on NASDAQ. Even national television media broadcast related news, which can be said to be a special honor. The last person from China to be on the cover of the United States Time Weekly was 10 years ago. If the listing of online crowdfunding means profit, then the cover of Time Weekly undoubtedly represents fame. Lu Chen's name once again appeared in the headlines of major media, making it impossible for him to keep a low profile. The direct impact of this is that his blog fans have increased by more than 10 million again, and are about to break through 100 million. As an artist in the entertainment industry, Lu Chen's popularity has really stood at the peak. Compared with other big stars, what he lacks is nothing more than a thick enough foundation and a golden prize. In fact, Lu Chen's foundation has gradually accumulated to a considerable height with the fanatical ratings of You from the Star and the upcoming movie The Smiling, Proud, and Proud Wanderer. As for the prize, according to Lu Chen's fans, he no longer needs to use the prize to prove himself. After ending the call with Liao Jia, Lu Chen's black Mercedes-Benz stopped steadily at the door of the headquarters of Xianxia Media. "This guy, he still talks so much nonsense." Xianxia, who was sitting next to Lu Chen, was very dissatisfied. He warned Lu Chen, "You can treat Liao Jia to a meal, but don't compete with a drunkard like him. Otherwise, I won't agree." Xianxia had known Liao Jia for many years, but he had never had a good impression of him. He believed that Liao Jia had given up on himself. Although she would not stop Lu Chen from dating Liao Jia, she was wary of the latter's influence on Lu Chen. Of course, Liao Jia wasn't a bad person. He was straightforward. Big and carefree. He had a strong Jianghu vibe, so he was very popular in the circle. But because of this, he had a great influence on his friends. Moreover, he was a playful person and often caused trouble. He had even been in and out of the police station several times. The entertainment industry was a big dive at. No matter how pure and flawless a person was immersed in it, it was inevitable that he would be stained with color. Only a few people who were truly determined could maintain their original hearts. Xianxia believed in Lu Chen, but not Liao Jia. Especially now that Lu Chen was so popular that he must be watched by countless eyes. If the paparazzi secretly took a photo of him drunk and making a fool of himself, it would really be a big joke. Lu Chen put away his hot phone, nodded and said, I know what to do. He knew what Xianxia was worried about, so he didn't object to her advice. Although the outside media was flattering him, Lu Chen didn't get carried away. Instead, he was very calm. Good boy. Seeing that Lu Chen listened to her words, Xianxia smiled sweetly and kissed him on the cheek. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing and reached out to open the car door. It had been 5 days since he came back from Hong Kong. This was the first time that Lu Chen had returned to the company's headquarters. After returning to Beijing, he spent most of his time in the film and television city. The two got out of the car together and walked into the company's gate hand in hand. As soon as he stepped into the hall on the ground floor, Lu Chen felt that the atmosphere of the scene was very wrong. Not only was it clean, but there were also all kinds of beautiful potted flowers. A long rope was pulled up from the ceiling, and there were countless colorful flowers tied to it. The employees of Xianxia Media seemed to have all gathered in the hall. They lined up in a neat line, and the stairs leading to the upper floor were also full of people. The blooming smiles were more beautiful than flowers. And Lu Shi stood in the middle of the hall in front of all the employees. Seeing such a scene, Lu Chen and Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, Sister, what are you doing? Lu Shi smiled slightly and suddenly clapped her hands. This was undoubtedly a signal. As her applause sounded, everyone in the hall applauded in unison. Bang! 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 Several employees standing in the crowd unscrewed the ribbon nozzle, and ribbons were instantly shot into the air and then sprinkled down, making the atmosphere more warm and festive. As a member of Xianxia Media, everyone was really proud. Although the company had only been established for a year or two, the vitality it showed gave them the motivation to work hard. Most importantly, as the soul of the company, Lu Chen brought everyone surprises again and again. They increasingly felt that choosing to join Xianxia Media was the right choice. In the applause, the sister took 2 steps forward and opened her arms to give Lu Chen a big hug. Congratulations! Lu Chen completely understood and smiled. Thank you everyone. The applause became more orderly and louder. Many people were so excited that their faces turned red and they clapped desperately. Holding Lu Chen, Lu Shi suddenly found that her brother had really grown up. Not only was he a lot taller than her, but his physique was also far stronger than before, and he was already soaring in the sky like an eagle. In fact, she should have discovered it long ago, but now she really woke up. In addition to joy and relief, there was also a trace of disappointment in her heart. Where did time go? In the blink of an eye, 20 years quietly passed. And Lu Chen was no longer the little boy who followed her and shouted sister, sister, and asked for hugs with a runny nose. Looking at the sister and brother who were hugging each other in front of her, Xianxia felt that her eyes were astringent, and something was about to flow out, with a little sadness. Once upon a time, she also had such warm family affection, but things have changed. Lu Shi let go of Lu Chen, smiled at Xianxia, and then said, Let's go, there are guests upstairs. Lu Chen nodded, took Xianxia's hand again, and followed Lu Shi upstairs. Today, he came to the company because there were several very important guests who needed him to come in person. These guests were from Korea. Xianxia Media's VIP room was renovated 2 months ago. Lu Shi hired a famous Beijing designer to design it in a very pure Chinese style. It was normally only used to receive true VIPs. The few guests sitting across from Lu Chen and Xianxia were undoubtedly VIPs, especially the young man in his 20s in the middle. His identity was extraordinary. Xianxia, the third heir of the Beijing Financial Group and the chairman of the Beijing Financial Group. The Beijing Financial Group was one of the 5 largest financial groups in Korea. Although it wasn't as powerful as the famous Samsung Financial Group, it still had a lot of assets and a lot of investments in the country. The Beijing Financial Group was an important part of the Beijing Financial Group. The 28-year-old Xianxia was able to become the chairman of the Beijing Financial Group not only because of his identity as the third prince of the Beijing Financial Group, but also because of his outstanding talent. He had studied in the United States and had 2 master's degrees. After returning to China, he was appointed to take over the Beijing Financial Group, which was in danger due to the insider door incident. It only took him 2 years to restore the reputation of the Beijing Financial Group and re-solidify the Beijing Financial Group's position in the industry. Plus, Yu Sunghyun was young and handsome, so many Koreans, especially Korean girls, viewed him as an idol. Lu Chen had seen news about Yu Sunghyun on the internet. He didn't think that the third prince of the Beijing Financial Group would personally come to Beijing to find him. He couldn't help but sigh at the magic of love. Lu Chen's gaze couldn't help but fall on the woman sitting to the left of Yu Sunghyun. Song Jiajun, 25 years old, was the host of the KBS television station's new star show. This Korean female host wasn't very beautiful. She had an oval face and willow eyebrows. Her eyes were quite big, and her short hair made her look pure and refreshing. It was very different from the standard plastic surgery face in Korea's entertainment industry. Her voice was very pleasant to hear, and she could speak fluent Chinese. Song Jiajun was Yu Sunghyun's lover. However, Song Jiajun's family background was ordinary, so it was completely different from Yu Sunghyun. It was said that Yu Sunghyun took the initiative to pursue Song Jiajun. With Lu Qingxian's family background, character, and appearance, there were plenty of girls who were more beautiful and outstanding than Song Jiajun who pursued him. However, he fell in love with Song Jiajun at first sight. It was said that he had pursued her for several years and had just established their relationship not long ago. Therefore, in Korea, the evaluation of their relationship was Cinderella's love. Mr. Lu Chen, Jiajun and I are both your fans, Lu Qingxian slowly said in choppy Chinese. She really hopes, to invite you to participate in a new celebrity show. Please consider it. Just now, both sides had been formally introduced. On Lu Chen's side were him, Chen Fei-er, and Lu Shi. On Lu Qingxian's side, there were also 3 people. In addition to Song Jiajun, there was also an assistant. Lu Qingxian's arrival was very low-key and sudden. It was a completely private meeting. The Dying Consortium's third prince's Chinese wasn't fluent. It was obviously a little difficult for him to express the complete meaning, but his words were full of sincerity. In fact, when he received a call from Lu Shi yesterday, Lu Chen knew the purpose of these two's visit. As early as 2 weeks ago, Korea's KBS TV station contacted Shinfei Media and invited Lu Chen to participate in the new celebrity show, but Lu Chen declined. Because of this, Lu Chen understood some of the story behind this invitation. Originally, Lu Chen thought that this matter would be over if he refused. He didn't expect that Lu Qingxian would actually bring Song Jiajun to invite him, which really surprised him. Lu Chen couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lu Qingxian, you are really..." He paused and didn't know what to say. Was he saying that Lu Qingxian was too exaggerated? Or was he too stubborn? With the Beijing Financial Group's influence in KBS, it would be a piece of cake for Lu Qingxian to invite any Korean celebrity. There was no need for him to personally make an appearance. As long as KBS sent a word over, which Korean celebrity would dare to reject? Of course, Lu Chen could ignore KBS, but with Lu Qingxian's status, he had his own dignity and face. Logically speaking, after being rejected once, even if it was indirectly, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to come to him again. After all, this wasn't a matter of life and death for the Dying Consortium. It could be said that if the Korean media found out about what Lu Qingxian was doing now and reported it, it would be very embarrassing for both him and the Dying Consortium. The pride of the Koreans is very strong. Lu Qingxian clearly knew what Lu Chen wanted to express. He smiled and held Song Jiajun's hand. His eyes were full of gentleness as he looked at her. "Mr. Lu Chen," he asked Lu Chen, "if you were me, and Jiajun was Miss Chen Fei-er, I think you would understand." Song Jiajun's face suddenly turned red, which made her look even more charming. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Because of love, if he was Lu Qingxian, would he be willing to put down his pride and ask someone to come to his door for the sake of the person he loved? Lu Chen's answer is that there is no need to think too much. Chen Fei-er, whose name was called, also smiled. She looked at Lu Qingxian with admiration. Chen Fei-er wasn't interested in Lu Qingxian's identity as the Dying Consortium's successor, but his infatuation with Song Jiajun moved her. She couldn't help but have a good impression of him. Chen Fei-er lightly kicked Lu Chen's leg. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, Mr. Lu Qingxian, you've convinced me. I think I should be able to free up my schedule next month to participate in Song Jiajun's show." Xianxia immediately revealed a look of surprise. He stood up excitedly and bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you." Lu Chen quickly stood up and bowed back. "You're too kind." He extended his hand to Lu Xian. Lu Xian shook hands with him and the two looked at each other and smiled. Chen Fei suddenly said, "Miss Jiaozhen, are you willing to add me?" "Huh?" Song Jiaozhen exclaimed softly. She seemed to be in disbelief. "Really?" When she got an affirmative answer from Chen Fei, she immediately cheered like a little girl. "That's great." In South Korea today, the most influential Chinese celebrity was undoubtedly Lu Chen, followed by Chen Fei. One Autumn in My Heart, one Full House of Romance, and the other You from the Star, which was currently sweeping the South Korean screen. The popularity of the two had even surpassed most of the A-list celebrities in South Korea. Being able to invite Lu Chen was already a victory. Inviting Chen Fei at the same time was simply a guarantee of ratings. Most importantly, Song Jiaozhen was not only a fan of Lu Chen, but also a fan of Chen Fei. For her, there was nothing happier than this. With a brisk pace, Tong Xinyao walked into the headquarters of Chen Fei Media like the wind. The front desk lady immediately showed a big smile and greeted enthusiastically, "Miss Tong, good morning." After a pause, she added, "I wish the album a hit." "Thank you." Tong Xinyao returned a kind smile to the other party and kept walking to the stairs. "Good morning, Miss Tong." "Hello, Miss Tong." "Xinyao, I wish your album a hit." Along the way, the company's employees and managers all greeted Tong Xinyao with a smile and sent sincere blessings. Tong Xinyao was one of the few signed artists under Chen Fei Media, and she was the youngest and most beautiful. She had a good personality, so no one in the company didn't like her. Most importantly, as a newcomer promoted by Chen Fei Media, she was supported by two top stars, Lu Chen and Chen Fei. Everyone in and out of the circle had to look up to her. Her future as a star could be said to be broad. Tong Xinyao responded all the way, and her face was sore from smiling. Until she entered the studio, she breathed a big sigh of relief. Sitting in the chair, she touched her chest, and her heart was pounding. Today, Tong Xinyao's mood was more excited than she looked on the surface, and she was worried about gains and losses. Because today was the day when her debut album Original Dream was officially released on the market, as a newcomer who had just stepped into the pop music world, her mood was completely understandable. "Xinyao." A woman in her 30s followed Tong Xinyao and came into the room. This 20-square-meter room was specially assigned to Tong Xinyao by the company for both work and rest. Although the area was not large, it was equipped with a desk, computer, sofa, TV, and so on. The decoration was also quite elegant. As a newcomer, such treatment was enough to make Tong Xinyao's peers envious and jealous. The shrewd woman wearing a beige dress uniform, glasses, and a shrewd face was Tong Xinyao's assistant, Minli. She closed the door and said, "Why did you run so fast? I couldn't catch up with you. If you accidentally fell and hurt your face, how could you go out for publicity?" She had a look of exasperation. Tong Xinyao stuck out her tongue and said, "Sisterly, I know I was wrong." Minli shook her head helplessly. She had entered the entertainment industry at the age of 20 and had been in the industry for 15 years. She had worked with 5 or 6 artists, both newcomers and stars. There were even more temporary replacements. However, it was the first time for Minli to take care of such a pure and innocent girl like Tong Xinyao. Chen Fei Media had been active since this year. Not only had they signed a few newcomers and a band, but they had also been recruiting to expand their strength. Minli was one of the agents who joined Chen Fei Media through a headhunting company. What attracted Minli was, of course, the two founders of Chen Fei Media. As someone in the industry, she knew how powerful Lu Chen was, so she gave up another job with a higher salary without hesitation and chose this new company that had been established for less than a year. For Minli, the most ideal position was to be an assistant to either Lu Chen or Chen Fei. She had the qualifications, but unexpectedly, the company arranged for her to be with Tong Xinyao. To be honest, it was impossible for Minli not to have any thoughts at that time. She had originally come for the two big names, but in the end, she had to take care of a newcomer. Not only was it tiring, but she also did not have the glory of following a big name. Tong Xinyao was indeed a newcomer. She had made her debut halfway through. Before joining China's Voice, she had not gone through any professional training, and she was not the champion of China's Voice. Tang Xianxia was able to sign with Qinfei Media mainly because of the conflict between the champion, On Xin, and Qinfei Media. She only got the contract because of luck. Although Lu Chen had the reputation of gold touch and star-making machine in the industry, it was hard to say how much effort he would put into promoting Tang Xianxia. Not everyone in the industry was optimistic about him. In addition, from the perspective of artist training, compared to the endless number of newcomers in the entertainment industry, Tang Xianxia lacked personality highlights and recognition, which made it difficult to promote her. It was still unknown whether Qinfei Media was willing to put in a lot of effort on Tang Xianxia. In the industry, there were many artists who were promoted by the company but were still not famous. Most of them had the same problem as Tang Xianxia. Most importantly, Qinfei Media was a company that closely revolved around the two big names, Lu Chen and Qinfei. Last month, at a gathering of friends in the industry, Minli was ridiculed by someone in the industry whom she had known for many years. She, Minli, had been in the industry for so many years, why was she regressing? Minli knew very well that the other party was probably jealous. Although Qinfei Media was not big, its strength was top-notch. With two pillars supporting it, its future was limitless. However, the other party's ridicule was not completely unreasonable. It more or less poked at her weak spot. Therefore, Minli held back in her heart and spared no effort to teach Tang Xianxia. Sometimes, it was even to the extent of being strict. However, after getting along for a period of time, Minli began to really like this beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible girl. She also understood the company's intention of arranging herself to Tang Xianxia. It was to use her strength and experience to shelter this delicate flower from the wind and rain. Sisterly, sisterly? Seeing Minli's distracted look, Tang Xianxia became more and more uneasy. She asked cautiously, "Are you okay?" "I really know that I was wrong." Minli suddenly woke up and laughed, "It's okay. You didn't make any big mistakes. Be careful in the future." She looked at the beautiful girl in front of her and secretly envied the others' good luck. It was needless to say that Tang Xianxia signed with Qinfei Media. Everyone said that Tang Xianxia was lucky, sitting at home and picking up a big pie that fell from the sky. As for the company, or more accurately, Lu Chen and Qinfei's nurturing of Tang Xianxia, she had seen it all. Tang Xianxia released her debut album today. How long has it been since she participated in China's Voice? It could be said that out of 10,000 newcomers in the entertainment industry, there might not even be one as lucky as her. If this album sold well, it did not even need to sell well. As long as it sold well, the title of a rising star in the music industry would definitely be hers. At that time, with a few more newcomer awards, she would be sprinting towards the A-list or B-list. Could my first dream be successful? If it was any other newcomer's debut album, Minli would not be confident. However, Lu Chen personally wrote the title song. There was no precedent of failure. What a lucky girl. Minli's eyes became softer, as if the girl in front of her was shining all over. It was like shining stars. Fuzhou City, Academy Road. Today was a Saturday, and the weather in Fuzhou City was exceptionally sunny. The sun shone brightly, and the temperature was just right. Thus, the business district around the college road was especially lively. Students from the surrounding universities were all out to shop, have fun, and go on dates. Audiobook City, which was located in a prime location on Academy Road, was even more crowded. Every weekend, many students would come here to buy teaching materials and tutorials, or to read new books that had just been published. Usually, there would be authors signing books on the second floor of the Book City on weekends. In the internet era, the business model of Xinhua Bookstore has also changed a lot. In addition to selling books, it has also carried out a variety of businesses. The renovated bookstore has a coffee shop, a milk tea ice cream shop, and a variety of audiovisual equipment and even toys. In the past, cassette players, MP3 players, original cassettes, CDs, DVDs, and so on were the best-selling products in bookstores. But now, there were very few people who bought CDs. Everyone was used to buying and downloading digital music on the internet. Therefore, the scale of the display cabinets selling these goods has shrunk big and retreated to the corner, but it has not disappeared. Because most of the singers who release albums often use the channels of Xianxia bookstore to sell physical CDs and peripheral products. The cassette players of the past had now been replaced by USB drives, CD sets, dolls, figurines, and so on. There were also large celebrity posters. The original Dream, Tang Xianxiao's first album, grandly released. Today, the promotional theme of the Xianxia bookstore's video and entertainment exhibition area in Fuzhou City's Academy Road was clearly expressed through the color-printed posters, colorful spray-on banners, posters, and so on hanging high above the counters. However, many people were unfamiliar with the name Tang Xianxiao and didn't have much interest in her, but many students recognized the girl with a bright smile on the poster. Tang Xianxiao, I think she's the runner-up of China's Sing. Yes, I've seen her performance. It's not bad. Wow. Is she releasing a new album now? While people were talking, the big screen TV hanging on the wall of the exhibition area switched, and a beautiful melody poured out from the hi-fi speakers. If pride hadn't been coldly slapped by the sea of reality, how would he know how hard he had to work? Only then could he walk far away. If dreams never fell off a cliff, it was a close call. How would he know a persistent person, it has invisible wings? Plant your tears in your heart, will blossom brave flowers. When you are tired, close your eyes and smell a fragrance. On the TV, a young girl was running along a path full of flowers. She had a ponytail. And her face and forehead were covered in sparkling sweat. Although she was tired, her eyes were bright and full of determination. She ran against the wind, accompanied by the singing. The picturesque Mediterranean Sea appeared in front of her, and there were many Greek stone houses standing by the sea. His first dream, the refreshing and energetic singing, quickly spread throughout the bookstore. The music video appeared on all the TV screens, attracting the attention of the men and women who were in the bookstore. Today, the customers who visited Xianxia bookstore were mainly students. Many of them were young people in their 20s. It was the first time for them to hear this song that expressed their feelings and was full of inspirational spirit. My first dream is held tightly in my hands. The place he wanted to go the most. How could they turn back halfway? His initial dream would definitely come true. True desire fulfilled, only then would he be able to calculate that he had passed through heaven. The song was telling people that no matter what difficulties and setbacks they encountered, as long as they stick to their original dream and recall the efforts they made to realize their dreams, they would never give up easily. Only by working hard to stick to their dreams can they achieve it one day. Youth was flying, and it was the time when people had the most dreams. This song undoubtedly touched the hearts of young boys and girls. The impassioned melody and spirited lyrics undoubtedly deeply moved them. Unknowingly, the audiovisual entertainment exhibition area on the second floor of Xianxia bookstore was surrounded by many customers. On the large poster, Tang Xianxiao smiled at everyone, full of sunshine and confidence. On December 16, Tang Xianxiao's debut solo album, Original Dream, signed by Qianfei Media's artist, was released in Xianxia bookstores all over the country, and a digital version was simultaneously sold on QQ Music. As early as last month, the album was launched on the online crowdfunding website. Because it was personally produced by Lu Chen, the results of the crowdfunding pre-sale were quite good, and it ranked among the best among the new singers who debuted this year. Compared with the crowdfunding pre-sale, the online and offline sales results in the next 3 days were the key to determining the future fate of this album. Qianfei Media has also made careful preparations for this. Unlike many well-known entertainment record companies in the industry, before the album was released, Qianfei Media did not carry out large-scale high-intensity promotion and publicity for Tang Xianxiao, or hire professional public relations companies to hype. This made people feel that Qianfei Media didn't seem to attach much importance to Tang Xianxiao and was unwilling to spend a lot of effort on marketing. There was even a rumor in the circle that Qianfei didn't want a newcomer who could threaten her position in the company, so she wouldn't invest too much in Tang Xianxiao and wanted to suppress Tang Xianxiao. This kind of rumor was quite popular, and even some unscrupulous media used obscure writing techniques to expose it. But both Tang Xianxiao herself and the employees of Qianfei Media knew that this kind of rumor was completely nonsense. It was true that the company didn't vigorously promote it, but the investment in this album was not small at all. In the album, the music videos of several songs, including the title song Original Dream, were shot in Crete, Greece, a world-famous tourist destination. This investment alone cost millions. There was no wantonly hype, but the production was not ambiguous at all. Moreover, the investment in a sales terminal like Xianxia Book City was not cheap. It could be said that good steel was used on the edge of the blade. On December 17, the 24-hour sales results of Original Dream were released, including a total of 37,560 sets of CD records and commemorative sets, and QQ Music sold 51,350 copies. This result immediately caused a lot of sensation in the industry. Because the sales of the previous physical album were crowdfunded first, there was nothing to make a fuss about, but the sales of the digital album exceeded 50,000 copies, which surprised people. It should be known that a few years ago, Lu Chen's debut album You Who Sat Next to Me only sold more than 60,000 copies in 24 hours on QQ Music. People seem to see a rising star in the music industry. Note, Original Dream lyricist, Yao Ruolong/composer, Miyuki Nakajima. On December 18, First Dream sold 77,958 copies in QQ Music. By the 19th, the daily sales figure increased to 94,560 copies. Without counting the sales of CD records, the album's online sales have reached 220,000 plus. There is a so-called 72-hour law in online record sales, that is, the sales volume in the first 7 days on the shelf must account for at least 40 to 50% of the total sales, of which the first 3 days are the most critical. How well an album sells, whether it is a flop, a qualified or a big seller, can basically be seen within 72 hours. As a newcomer in the pop music industry, Tang Xinyao's debut album has sold more than 200,000 units in 3 days. The honor of platinum record has been firmly in her hands, and it is not a dream to hit the double platinum, diamond record. Such a result is enough to be comparable to many A-list singers. With the explosion of sales, the market reputation of First Dream is also constantly fermenting. The title song of the same name quickly appeared on various pop music lists, and is expected to occupy a high position on the original music chart released at the weekend. Not only the title song, but also the other 2 works by Lu Chen for this album, We Are All Good Children and 10,000 Can't Bear to Part, have all received a warm response. Especially among the age group between 15 and 25, the number of fans who like Tang Xinxiao has skyrocketed at an exponential rate, because in the past year, neither Lu Chen nor Chen Fei has released a new album and focused their career on film and television. Tang Xinxiao's album has also met the needs of fans to a large extent. In particular, Lu Chen's fans, because First Dream has 3 works by Lu Chen, they gave unconditional support and contributed to a large proportion of sales. A sweet and pure external image, a fresh and moving singing style, and a song melody that catered to young people, made the beautiful girl who came out of The Voice of China become a real star overnight. Her Waves blog fans quickly broke through the 1 million mark, and the growth was staggering. At the same time, various commercial performances and advertising invitations also flew to Chen Fei Media like snowflakes. All of these made the people in the circle have to marvel again. Of course, what they admired was not Tang Xinxiao, but the giant standing behind her, Lu Chen. Lu Chen once again demonstrated the magical magic of gold touch in the music industry and star-making machine. In his hands, it was so easy to make a newcomer famous. There was no need for painstaking hype at all. With a wave of his hand, he cultivated a cash cow. His talent had already become a legend. In today's market, once a star singer with a good image and temperament like Tang Xinxiao becomes popular, she can create a rolling source of money for the contracting company, especially in the 2 major areas of commercial performances and advertisements. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is making a lot of money every day. However, Chen Fei Media did not regard Tang Xinxiao as a cash cow. The company declined most commercial performances and advertising endorsements for her. Instead, they spent more money to arrange for Tang Xinxiao to carry out nationwide publicity activities. This showed that Chen Fei Media did not value immediate interests. What they had developed for Tang Xinxiao was a long-term development plan. They first laid a solid foundation, and did not care whether she made money or not. This also dispelled the rumors in the circle. It was a joke that Chen Fei intended to suppress newcomers and not let Tang Xinxiao get too much limelight. In today's circle, it was really difficult to find many companies like Chen Fei Media that were not eager for quick success and profits, and were really willing to consider signing artists. Do you know how many people in the circle are jealous of you now? Minli whispered to Tong Xingyao in private, so you must be careful during this time, listen to the company's arrangements, and work hard to promote the album. Don't worry about other things. Especially the blog, there is the most gossip. Whatever blog you post, you must let me see it first. Min Li's worries were very reasonable. In the past, many newcomers became arrogant and carried themselves away when they just became popular. As a result, they were accidentally caught by others, so their career was bleak. There was a lot of gossip when one became popular. Min Li did not want Tong Xingyao to make mistakes. Sisterly, I know. Tong Xingyao stuck out her little tongue and said, I'll listen to you. Min Li smiled and said, it's good that you know. To be honest, I've been in the circle for so long, and I really haven't met a better boss than Lu Chen and Chen Fei. You must know how to be grateful and cherish, don't be like an Xian. She shook her head and did not continue. Compared with the current glory of Tong Xingyao, an Xian, the champion of the Voice of China, was really far behind. Although the latter also signed a contract with a record company, except for a few commercial performances and announcements, she did not come up with any decent works, and almost disappeared from the entertainment media. Because of Tong Xingyao, Min Li, who was both an agent and a work assistant, was now also very popular in the circle. There were many people who were willing to make friends with her, so she was more well-informed than before. Tong Xingyao thought for a moment and said, Sister Li, do you think I should invite Mr. Liu and Mr. Chen to dinner tonight to thank the two teachers? I'm going to Huhai to promote tomorrow. Min Li was pleased and said, it's good that you have this idea. Then you go and ask yourself. Is Boss Liu in the office? Lu Chen was the legal representative of Qinfei Media and also the director of art, film, television, and music, so the employees in the company respectfully called him Mr. Liu, and some directly called him Boss Liu. Min Li was gratified that the girl she took care of had become sensible. Although neither Lu Chen nor Chen Fei would care about a meal, the important thing was that Tong Xingyao understood the truth of being grateful, so she would not easily be arrogant. In the past, she had been in charge of a newcomer who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was really worrying about the newcomer, but it was not good. Yes. Tong Xingyao nodded and said, Mr. Liu seems to be being interviewed. I'll go and ask. Lu Chen was being interviewed, and the interviewer was very influential. It was a reporter from People's Music. People's Music was founded in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic. It was sponsored by the China Musicians Association. At the beginning, the content was divided into two parts, review articles and song works. Later, it mainly focused on music reviews. It was a comprehensive music magazine that included theoretical research, mass music work, introduction of foreign music, music knowledge and music activities, reports, etc. As an official mainstream music magazine, People's Music had a very high status in the music industry. It dominated the research and review of serious, traditional, classical, traditional, and ethnic music. It rarely involved pop music. The interviewees were basically musicians, music experts, and scholars, etc. So when he received the interview notice from People's Music, Lu Chen himself was very surprised. Not long ago, Lu Chen had just appeared on the cover of Time magazine in the United States. With his current identity and influence, he was fully qualified to appear in any domestic newspaper or magazine. In fact, during this period of time, Qinfei Media had received countless interview requests from various major media, but People's Music was different. It represented the official orthodox mainstream, and would never chase stars like ordinary media. The reason why Lu Chen was able to attract the attention of People's Music was because at the end of last month, he wrote and sang The Pearl of the Orient for the celebration party of Hong Kong's return. This song, sung by Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Lu Gangxing and Shi Fang, had been widely sung and had a very profound and huge influence. The spiritual connotation and ideas contained in The Pearl of the Orient had actually transcended the field of pop music. Its melody and lyrics resonated with tens of millions of people in Hong Kong. The day after the celebration party, Hong Kong's satellite TV conducted random interviews on the streets of Hong Kong. As a result, everyone who watched the party, except for foreign tourists, was full of praise for this song. It was said that the Hong Kong Special District government intended to set The Pearl of the Orient as a patriotic song of love for Hong Kong and be included in the music textbooks for primary and secondary school students. Therefore, the positive impact brought about by The Pearl of the Orient could not be ignored by People's Music, so they sent a senior reporter to interview Lu Chen. In fact, although Lu Chen had created extraordinary achievements in the field of pop music, he also had works with themes, such as I Love You China, Beautiful Grassland My Home and so on. Naturally, there were topics in the mainstream. I think pop music, traditional music and theme music have never been opposed. In fact, a lot of pop music refers to the essence of national music. In front of Tan Ling, the reporter sent by People's Music, Lu Chen spoke with confidence and assurance. Theme works can also combine bel canto, popular, and ethnic singing into one. Only the careful interpretation of the song's connotation can definitely make the audience love it. The theme of the interview with Lu Chen by People's Music was very big, involving all aspects of current domestic pop music, traditional music, and theme music. A few years ago, domestic pop music could be said to be vain and impetuous. There were fewer and fewer original works. The phenomenon of plagiarism and imitation was very serious. Music from Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea flooded the market. Lu Chen has emerged in the Chinese pop music world, which can be said to have changed the situation to a great extent. First of all, the folk song style he brought has injected a clear stream into the music world and greatly enhanced the status of original works. Over the years, Lu Chen has been leading Chinese pop music on a healthy and positive path. Inspired by his success, a number of outstanding writers and singers have emerged. Therefore, on this issue, Lu Chen was fully qualified to speak. Compared to pop music, the situation of mainstream music and traditional music was even worse and even more awkward. Young people who grew up in the new era did not like them, and not many people were willing to listen to them. As a result, the latter two could only rely on the power of the government to maintain their existence. The issue between pop music, theme music, and traditional music has long been one of the focuses of debate among musicians and music critics. Some people are extreme that it is the impact of a large number of monotonous pop music that purely pursues auditory pleasure on the market, which is an important reason for the decline of theme music and traditional music. Combined with the situation a few years ago, this argument is really not without reason. And Lu Chen is one of the few singers in China who has crossed the two fields, and he has achieved great success. On this big issue, his answer is absolutely impeccable. Lu Chen does not deny the problem of pop music, nor does he avoid the dilemma faced by theme music and traditional music. However, he does not criticize them severely like many people, but puts forward his own ideas and solutions. With examples such as I Love You China and Pearl of the Orient, Lu Chen's answer is naturally very convincing. Even Tan Ling, who has interviewed many famous musicians and well-known scholars, can't help but secretly marvel. Before Lu Chen accepted Tan Ling's interview, he did not know her interview questions, so it was impossible for anyone to prepare an answer for Lu Chen in advance. His answer was obviously the result of careful consideration. This made Tan Ling appreciate the young man in front of her more and more. She said with a smile, "Thank you. Let's take a break first. Let me think about a few more questions." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Okay." After a pause, he asked, "Reporter Tan, how is Big Brother Tan recently?" This question was very abrupt, but Tan Ling smiled and said, "He can't be better now. He drinks tea and chats with his friends every day, and occasionally goes fishing. He is really enjoying life." Lu Chen sighed, "I'm very envious." "Don't," Tan Ling said with a smile, "he is retired. Your life has just begun. If you really retire, how many fans will be disappointed?" The two of them were talking about Tan Hong. Tan Ling was Tan Hong's sister, but not his biological sister, but his cousin. At first, Lu Chen didn't know it. It was Tan Ling who revealed it herself. Tan Hong and Lu Chen were teachers and friends. The friendship between the two was well known. With this relationship, the interview didn't seem so serious, and it was a lot more relaxed and pleasant. While they were talking and laughing, the door of the room was knocked gently. Lu Chen turned his head and said, "Come in." The door opened and Tong Xingyao poked her head in. When she saw Lu Chen and Tan Ling sitting and talking, she couldn't help but shrink her head. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "Xianxia, why are you here? Come in and talk." Tong Xianxia's pretty face turned red. She nodded quickly and walked in obediently. "Teacher Lu," Lu Chen introduced to Tan Ling, "this is Tong Xianxia, a newcomer signed by our company. This is reporter Tan." Tong Xianxia politely bowed to Tan Ling and said, "Hello, Teacher Tan." Tan Ling got up and shook hands with her. She said with a smile, "Miss Tong is so beautiful. You are more beautiful than in the photo. My daughter is your fan." "Ah?" Tong Xianxia couldn't believe it. She said with a smile, "That's really my honor." Lu Chen asked, "Xianxia, what can I do for you?" Tong Xianxia quickly said, "Teacher Lu, I'm going to Huhai for publicity tomorrow, so I want to invite you and Sister Fei to dinner in the evening. I don't know if you have time." "In the evening?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "I want to invite reporter Tan to dinner, so you can pay the bill." Tong Xianxia was surprised. "That's great." The place where Tong Xianxia invited them was a private restaurant called Dong Family. In recent years, private cuisine has been favored by diners. The so-called private cuisine, as the name implies, is a private dish, that is, a specialty dish made by the host in other people's home. Authentic private cuisine usually has no store sign, no fixed menu, and even no full-time waiters. However, the cooking techniques of the dishes are often ancestral, with a unique flavor and limited supply, which can't be eaten in the restaurants in the market. Of course, the price of high-end private cuisine is very high, and it usually needs to be booked a long time in advance. Some top private restaurants only cook one table of dishes a day, and the reservation is half a year later. It is impossible to book a temporary reservation. However, it was the first time for Tong Xianxia to treat two big bosses. Therefore, Minli, who was advising her, tried her best to find the boss of the Dong family's private home cuisine restaurant and finally got what she wanted. In fact, there are many five-star hotels in the capital, and it doesn't need to be so troublesome to have a meal, but Minli thinks that it can't show Tong Xianxia's sincerity, so it is the last choice. This Dong family's private home cuisine restaurant was hidden in a private courtyard on South Street. Green bricks, stone tiles, and white walls surrounded by lush green trees could be seen. The environment was very elegant. Lu Chen praised, "Xianxia is good. You chose a good place." Chen Fei nodded. "Xianxia can book a temporary seat. Xianxia is considerate, she has lived in the capital for a long time and is very familiar with private restaurants. She knows the difficulty of making a temporary appointment." She guessed that Tong Xianxia was lucky to meet a guest who temporarily cancelled a reservation or added a seat. But it is not easy. Tong Xianxia blushed, "I don't know." It's all thanks to sisterly Lu Chen and Chen Fei looked at each other and smiled. Both of them liked Tong Xianxia's character very much. Although her family is rich, she has never been spoiled. She is obedient and sensible. Even if she is popular now, she is no different from before. Minli said with a smile, "I don't dare to take credit. They heard that two big stars, Boss Lu and Boss Chen, are coming, so they specially held a special dinner to invite you." Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. Lu Shi really chose the right person to assign Tong Xianxia as an assistant. The door to the courtyard was tightly shut. Minli went forward and lightly knocked on the lion head door. Not long after, someone opened the door from the inside. The one who opened the door was a chubby, jubilant-looking man with a round head. When he saw Lu Chen and the others standing at the door, his two small eyes immediately narrowed into two slits. He cupped his hands in obeisance and said with a smile, "I heard the magpies singing just now, so I knew that distinguished guests had arrived. It's my honor to have you all visit my little restaurant." His Beijing accent was very smooth, and his smile was sincere and respectful, making people feel very comfortable listening to him. Minli asked, "Are you Mr. Dong?" "That's right," the fatty grinned and said, "You must be Sister Min. This way please." Under his guidance, everyone followed over the threshold and moved forward along the stone path. As the refreshing jasmine fragrance hit their nostrils, they couldn't help but feel refreshed. The first thing that came into view was the elegant and clean courtyard. Several sets of tables, chairs, and pavilions were covered by white gauze curtains. There were many private rooms on the left and right side of the courtyard. All of them were decorated in a combination of Chinese and Western style, elegant and romantic. Lu Chen and the others entered one of the private rooms. The temperature inside was just right. The bowls, chopsticks, fruit plates, and cold plates on the table were also arranged, waiting for them to sit down. The fatty went to prepare the wine and dishes. This kind of private restaurant doesn't order dishes. It only counts the number of people. Everyone will eat what the chef cooks. The taste and standard are absolutely first class, and it is guaranteed that the guests will not be disappointed. If the guests are disappointed, the restaurant naturally can't continue. Although it was Tong Xianxia's treat tonight, Lu Chen was in charge. In addition to inviting Tan Ling, the reporter from People's Music, he also invited Tan Hong and his family. Tan Hong was still on the way, but there were already 6 people here. Tong Xianxia also invited Lu Shi. After a few hours of interviews in the afternoon, Tan Ling seemed to want to talk more. She continued to chat with Lu Chen. Of course, the topic was not as formal as before, but it did not deviate from the original topic. In fact, the topic of pop music and traditional music was enough to write a thick book. From the beginning to the present, it may not be finished even after a few days of chatting. Chen Feier found it interesting and joined in the conversation. Lu Shi told mainly about Tong Xianxia's nationwide publicity tour. The atmosphere in the private room was very warm. Not long after, Tan Hong came with his wife and little daughter. Sister Feier. Tan Hong got married very early. His wife, Song Wan Lu, was also his first girlfriend. The two helped each other in difficult times for more than 20 years. Their deep relationship could be said to be a role model in the circle. They had a son and a daughter together. Tan Hong's son was currently studying abroad. His little daughter, Tan Jiawan, was just 7 years old. She was innocent and lively. When she saw Chen Feier, she immediately rushed up and said, "I missed you so much." "I missed you too." Chen Feier smiled and picked her up and kissed her on her blushing face. Chen Feier and Tan Hong had known each other for many years. He was very familiar with his family and liked this little girl the most. "Brother Tan, sister-in-law," Lu Chen complained to Tan Hong, "it's not easy to invite you. It's all thanks to reporter Tan." Originally, Tan Hong said that he wouldn't come, so it was Tan Ling who settled it. Song Wanlu smiled and said, "He has become an old man who doesn't want to go anywhere." Tan Hong was born in the 1970s. He wasn't very old, but he retired and really stayed away from the entertainment circle. Tan Jiawan shouted, "Yes, Mom said that Dad is the laziest." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chen reached out to Tan Jiawan and said, "Little Wan, long time no see. Let Uncle hug you." He knew Tan Hong's family, but he didn't see them much, but he also liked Tan Jiawan very much. "No." Tan Jiawan immediately turned her head and said, "Mom said that girls can't be hugged by boys." The laughter became louder. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and touched his nose, saying, "Your mother is right." He introduced to Tan Hong, "This is Tong Xianxia from my company. She is treating us tonight." Tan Hong nodded and said, "Hello." Tong Xianxia stuttered a little, "Tan. Teacher Tan, nice to meet you." She knew that Tan Hong was coming, but she was really excited when she saw him in person. She couldn't help but bow. Tan Hong smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Let's sit down and talk." So everyone sat down again, including the 9 members of Tan Hong's family. It was really a happy gathering. The orange light shone through the thin white lampshade and evenly illuminated the entire private room. The high table in the corner smelled of sandalwood, creating a unique atmosphere. The host family served plates of meticulously prepared dishes. Spicy shrimp skin, salad, tricolored steamed eggs, golden hook cucumber strips, shredded chicken, and silver sprouts. They were all ordinary home-cooked dishes, but they all looked, smelled, and tasted great. Although Lu Chen wasn't a true foodie, he had a great appetite in front of delicious food. He was in high spirits and shared a pot of the host family's homemade rice wine with Tan Hong. He felt slightly tipsy and satisfied. Chen Feier had been on a diet recently. He clearly had a very standard body size, but he still wanted to lose a few more kilograms. He wanted to eat but didn't dare to eat too much. He looked very conflicted. Tang Xingyao was a true foodie. She enthusiastically asked the teachers not to be polite and to eat until she was full. She also set an example, waving her chopsticks and eating heartily. Minli couldn't stop her. Sitting next to her was a little foodie. There were 9 osmanthus brown sugar glutinous rice rolls on a plate, and the little girl ate 4 of them. After being scolded by Song Wan Lu, she put on a "if you don't let me eat, I'll cry for you to see" attitude, which made people smile. Tan Hong drank a few cups of rice wine but didn't eat much. He had retired to his home and paid great attention to his health. He wouldn't have drunk wine if Lu Chen hadn't invited him today. What was interesting was that Tan Ling and Lu Shi had a good chat. Although it was the first time they had met, they felt like old friends. They drank a cup of wine, their faces flushed, and chatted intimately as if they were sisters. This kind of atmosphere was undoubtedly excellent and could really relax people. Lu Chen thought that this private restaurant was very good. In the future, he could have everyone come here often as a good pastime. As he was thinking, Tan Jiawan, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, ran over. She pulled his arm and said, "Big brother Lu Chen, can I ask you for help with something?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, revealing a lovely and pitiful expression, making it hard for anyone to refuse. Lu Chen, however, had a heart of stone. He took out his phone and said, "Then you have to give me a red envelope first. I don't want 1 or 2, and I don't think 100 or 200 is too much. Then we can talk about helping." Ah, Tan Jiawan's little face immediately collapsed. She threw herself into Chen Fei-er's arms and cried, "Sister Fei-er, big brother Lu Chen is bullying me. Please help me." Song Wanlu glared at her daughter. "Stop messing around. Is your butt itching again?" Chen Fei-er did not budge. "Big sister will help you," she glared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen could only surrender. Okay. Tell me what you want first." Tan Hong's daughter was very eccentric. Every time they met, she would ask for something, and she also liked to play pranks. She was spoiled by her father to the point of being out of control. Well, there was another big sister who was even more spoiled. The little girl immediately smiled and turned around to hug Lu Chen's arm. "My school arranged a solo performance for me at the New Year's Gala. I don't want to sing songs that have been sung by others, so I asked Dad to write me a song." Lu Chen nodded. "That's great. Is there a problem?" "There's a big problem." The little girl frowned and complained. "Do you know what song he wrote for me?" She directly sang, "The little white duck swims across the river, squawking and squawking." After only 2 lines, Tan Jiawan's bitter face turned into a look of disdain. "Big brother Lu Chen, listen to this. How do you think my classmates will look at me if I sing such a childish song on stage?" "Lu Chen, the little girl continued to complain. "Come on, I'm already a second-year student, not a kid in kindergarten. Dad actually wrote me such a song. It's so embarrassing." Lu Chen, the people next to them all laughed. Only Tan Hong had a helpless and embarrassed expression. The little girl sighed and continued to complain. "It's really my misfortune to have such a father. Until now, I haven't even submitted the name of my program," so, she shook Lu Chen's arm hard. "Big brother Lu Chen, why don't you write a song for me? I'll send you a red packet of 50, no, 100 yuan. How about that?" It could be seen that the little girl had made up her mind. She, who had never given back anything, actually threw out a red packet of 100 yuan. Lu Chen was deeply moved. "Okay then." The little girl was so happy that she jumped 3 feet high and kissed Lu Chen's face. "Big brother Lu Chen is still the best." Lu Chen was completely bought. "I'll write it for you now." "That's great." The little girl clapped her hands and said, "I brought the guitar and laptop here. They're in the car outside." It turned out that she was prepared. Lu Chen was convinced. "Then bring them over." The little girl immediately ran to Tan Hong and ignored his dark face. "Dad, give me the car key." Tan Ling smiled and said, "Jiawan, Aunt will accompany you to get it." Of course, the little girl had no objection. "Thank you, Aunt." After getting the car key from the helpless Tan Hong, Tan Ling led the little girl to get the guitar and laptop. Tan Hong smiled bitterly at Lu Chen. My family is unfortunate, he had this daughter at the age of 40, so he spoiled her very much. Now he was reaping what he had sown. Just write a few sentences for her to fool her. Lu Chen smiled. It's not easy to fool primary school students these days. Jiawan is too smart. When he was in primary school, he fooled around with his classmates all day and teased female classmates. He was ignorant and didn't know anything. Now, the millennials were born in the era of the surging tide of information. They began to be exposed to all kinds of information from a very young age, so they were often very precocious. For example, Tan Jiawan was better at using computers and mobile phones than her father. She had set up a QQ group with her classmates and was proficient in all kinds of internet terms. She was not someone who could be fooled by a few candies. If Tan Hong wrote a duckling, she would really think it was too childish, Chen Feier said, it's good to be smart. Then you won't be cheated by boys in the future. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Chen, but her eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. Song Wanlu sighed. You dote on her more than old Tan. Every time I teach her a lesson, she says she wants to run away from home to find her sister. You might as well take her away. Chen Feier pursed her lips and smiled. I want to, but Big Brother Tan won't bear to. Song Wanlu smiled. If you want, then you and Lu Chen can have one too. Sister-in-law, Chen Feier's pretty face blushed. Song Wanlu said seriously, I'm serious. Women should have children as soon as possible. Giving birth to Jiawan was really difficult. My body has not fully recovered until now. Lu Shi raised her hand. I support you. Mom is looking forward to holding a grandson. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did the topic suddenly shift to him and Chen Feier? But there were some things that he had to seriously consider. He looked at Chen Feier, and Chen Feier happened to look over. Their eyes met. Their hearts were connected. As the topic of children was brought up, the atmosphere in the private room became livelier. Other than teasing Lu Chen and Chen Feier, Song Wanlu also talked about her daughter. She knew a lot at such a young age. Being influenced by the modern information society made it difficult for her to educate her daughter. She said to Chen Feier, if you have children in the future, it's best if you have 2 in a row. That way, they can play together and you don't have to work so hard to be a father or a mother. Song Wanlu and Tan Hong had a son and a daughter. Their son was already 20 years old. Of course, he couldn't stay at home to take care of his sister. The age difference was too big, and they didn't have anything in common. As they were chatting, Tan Ling came back with Tan Jiawan. Tan Ling was holding a laptop bag and a guitar case in each hand. Tan Jiawan skipped behind her and said eagerly, Big Brother Lu Chen, it's up to you now. Lu Chen smiled. Okay, it's up to me now. He took the computer bag from Tan Ling and opened it to take out the laptop. It was already installed with composing software, so he immediately started to write music scores. Everyone's eyes fell on him. They saw Lu Chen's fingers flying as he typed on the keyboard. In less than 10 minutes, he stopped. It's done. So fast? Tan Hong was very surprised. Even if it was an improvisation, this speed was too heaven-defying. However, he thought about it and realized that he was just trying to make his daughter happy. It wouldn't be appropriate to make it too serious. He felt relieved. Let me see, he had been brooding over the nursery rhyme he had worked so hard to compose for his daughter. Therefore, he couldn't help but be curious about what Lu Chen had taken out in 10 minutes. Lu Chen smiled and handed the laptop over. Tan Hong didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and was ready to pick at it to maintain his dignity. It was probably a bit of resentment from being a father. As a result, he was immediately sucked in and stared at the screen for more than 10 minutes. Song Wanlu and Tan Ling looked at each other. Tan Jiawan grew impatient and reached out to grab the laptop. Quick, let me see. This is what Brother Lu Chen wrote for me. Her family had a long history of learning, and she had started learning music when she was 4 or 5 years old. Reading music scores was no problem for her. However, Tan Hong turned off his computer and shook his head. He asked Lu Chen, this song is from your portfolio, right? Many songwriters had their own library of works. When they had inspiration, they would write a few lines or a few paragraphs, half a song, or an entire song. When it was necessary, they would rearrange and perfect it. Lu Chen can be said to be unparalleled in the circle in music creation, but no matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to say that he wants to write a song for you, and then he can create a complete and excellent work in more than 10 minutes. It was normal to draw inspiration from the portfolio or ready-made works. What kind of person was Tan Hong? He was a real big shot in the pop music industry. There was no doubt about his taste in music. Of course, he could distinguish the quality of a song. The problem was that the song Lu Chen took out was not something to coax children. That would be too much, Lu Chen explained. I remember that Jiawan just had her birthday. This song is my birthday gift to her. Birthday gift? Tan Hong was speechless. Didn't Feier already give it to her? She can't take it anymore, and this is also. Before he finished speaking, Tan Jiawan's eyes were already red. She looked like she was about to cry. The song that she had gotten was going to be erased by her father. Chen Feier looked distressed and couldn't help but complain, Brother Tan, do we still have to care so much? Tan Ling also looked at her cousin in confusion. Lu Chen smiled and said to Tan Jiawan, Jiawan, give me the guitar. I'll teach you how to sing now. The little girl immediately turned from sadness to joy and immediately gave her guitar to Lu Chen. Tan Hong's dissuasion was useless, so he said helplessly, oh, you guys just spoil her. Song Wan Lu pursed her lips and smiled. When it came to spoiling his daughter, no one could be more spoiled than him. How could he talk about others? Lu Chen let the little girl sit next to him and held the guitar in his arms, gently strumming the strings. Tan Jiawan's guitar is a small children's guitar, and it's a folk style. Although Lu Chen hasn't used it before, he is absolutely top-notch in guitar playing, so he got it in 2 or 3 moves. On the road of life, sweet and bitter, happy and sad, I'm willing to share them all with you. It's hard to avoid falling and waiting. Be brave and raise your head. Who wants to hide in a harbor sheltered from the wind? Rather have the freedom of the turbulent waves. May the lighthouse in your heart keep watch, let you see through the fog. The song Lu Chen gave Tan Jiawan was called The Sunshine Always After the Storm. This song was certainly not a children's song. The lyrics were undoubtedly too mature for a 2 or 3-year-old child. But this song was not a love song, folk song, or rock song. It was inspirational and contained the strength of a firm belief, as well as many beautiful things, but it had nothing to do with age. Lu Chen gave The Sunshine Always After the Storm to Tan Jiawan. In fact, it represented his encouragement and expectations for the little girl. Perhaps she could not truly understand the meaning of the lyrics now, but she would definitely understand in the future. Lu Chen wanted this song to accompany her as she grew up, so that she would not be afraid in the face of difficulties and setbacks in the future. The sunshine always after the storm, there is a clear sky above the dark clouds, cherish all the touching, every hope is in your hands. The sunshine always after the storm, please believe there is a rainbow. Accept all the ups and downs, I will always be around you. In the private room, the sound of the guitar drifted along with Lu Chen's singing. Everyone listened attentively. Some were even moved. Tan Hong suddenly understood. At first, he resisted, because he knew very well that such a song written by Lu Chen would be sold for millions of yuan, and many people would fight for it. It was too expensive as a gift. Since Lu Chen became famous, many singers and stars had invited him to sing, but very few of them really got what they wanted. And those who got his works would not be disappointed. There were even rumors in the circle that a singer who was not short of money was willing to pay 5 million yuan to buy Lu Chen's new work. Tan Hong could definitely afford a few million yuan, but Lu Chen would not want it at all, and it was impossible to talk about money. But now that he heard Lu Chen sing it himself, he understood that this song was not only for Tan Jiawan, but also for himself. He wrote his deepest love for his daughter. This was Lu Chen's repayment for his help and support for Lu Chen. Then what reason did he have to refuse? No. Note, The Sunshine Always After the Storm lyricist/composer, Chen Jiaming. On December 22nd, it would be Christmas in 3 days, and the capital ushered in a heavy snow. According to the latest weather forecast, this was also the last snow of 2017. The snow was exceptionally heavy, and the snowflakes flying all over the sky covered the ancient capital with a layer of white coat, which was exceptionally enchanting. For Xinfei Media, a year of hard work has paid off at this season. First of all, You from the Star, produced by Qinfei Media in conjunction with Beijing Television, Zhejiang Satellite TV and other units, was broadcast and achieved great success. Since its premiere in August, this sci-fi romantic romance drama has broken a series of ratings records in China and South Korea. The highest ratings in China exceeded 10%, and in South Korea, it broke through 50%, becoming a well-deserved phenomenal national drama. In the past 4 months, You from the Star has set off a wave of ratings and public opinion, and its influence has exceeded Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, especially on the internet. The number of fans of the drama is staggering. Apart from the 2 leading actors, Lu Chen and Chen Fei, the popularity of the main supporting roles in the drama has been rising all the way, from obscurity to household names, and they have attracted fans that many artists can't get in there. Lifetime. Beijing Television, Zhejiang Satellite TV and KGS TV are also beneficiaries of this craze. They made a lot of money by relying on the episodes and advertisements, which made their peers' eyes bleed. As early as when You was first broadcast, TV stations seeking the rights to rebroadcast came one after another, while Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television did not want to give away this fat meat, so they re-signed a contract with Qinfei Media. In addition, the extended re-edited online version of You was bought by QQ Video for 150 million yuan, which also set a new record for TV series webcast copyright transaction. After statistics, this year's TV series You alone, including the advertising share of the 3 major TV stations, copyright sale, and brand placement advertisements, can bring more than 500 million yuan to Qinfei Media. In addition, the novel version of You went on sale nationwide on the 19th, and set a sales volume of 500,000 copies in 3 days. The film copyright of You is under negotiation and is being fought over by many major film companies. Therefore, in the new year, You will also create a steady stream of income for Qinfei Media. Relying on this popular TV series, Qinfei Media had already stood at the top of the film and television media circle, and the limelight was unparalleled. Apart from Xianxia, Lu Chen and Chen Fei had also had a good year. Both of them had earned more than 100 million yuan from their endorsements, and they had secured first and second place in the list of celebrity income in 2017. And the artists signed by Qinfei Media have also performed well. Nirvana has released their debut album, and Tong Xingyao has released her debut album, and they have made gains in different markets. In particular, Tong Xingyao became famous overnight with the help of Original Dream. The 3 songs in the album, which were tailored for her by Lu Chen, were all in the top 10 of the original music chart. Her domination of the chart was a foregone conclusion. It's also interesting to say that Lu Chen and Chen Fei's album swept the original music chart, forcing the original music chart to change its rules. The same album could only allow 3 songs to be on the chart at the same time. But even so, it couldn't stop Lu Chen's works from continuing to crush all his opponents. Therefore, such a situation can often be seen on the chart, that is, there is no Lu Chen in the top 10, and then clicking on the information of the songs on the chart, you can see the familiar name again. Fans call it the Lu Chen phenomenon, and there is no one who doesn't admire it. When it was snowing in Beijing, Tong Xingyao was promoting in Hangzhou, so she didn't catch up with the company's red envelopes. After the broadcast of You, it happened to be Christmas. In addition, everyone has really worked hard this year, so Lu Shi discussed with Lu Chen and decided to distribute a Christmas red envelope to all employees, and then send a Spring Festival red envelope during the new year. Not only did they send red envelopes, the company also decided to have a holiday from the 23rd. After New Year's Day, they gave a total of 9 days of holiday, so that the employees, who have been busy for a year, could have a comfortable Christmas plus New Year holiday. It was snowing heavily and freezing outside, but the atmosphere in the conference room of Qinfei Media's headquarters was hot and enthusiastic. More than 100 employees crowded the conference room, and everyone had a happy smile on their faces. On the long table in front of them, there were stacks of stuffed red envelopes, which reflected golden and red light under the illumination of the indoor lights. Both Lu Chen and Chen Fei came to the scene in person, and together with Lu Shi, they personally distributed these red envelopes to the hands of each employee. In addition to the generous red envelopes, there was also a live lottery event. A large box was placed in the corner of the conference room, which contained more than 100 special small golden eggs. Everyone lined up to touch the golden eggs, one for each person, and everyone got a prize. The prizes included shopping vouchers, mobile phones, tablets, laptops, SLR cameras, and so on, all piled up next to the box. Among them, the first prize was a double trip to Europe plus 50,000 travel bonus. As the golden eggs were opened one after another, there were cries of surprise one after another. Soon, some employees happily took photos of their bonuses and prizes and posted them on their blogs. Of course, photos of the boss and lady boss were indispensable. The official V of Xianxia Media did not publicize the company's internal event, but it could not stop the employees from proudly exposing themselves, so it soon caused a wave of envious comments and ridicule on the Wave's blog. Someone else's company. The best boss and lady boss in China. What the heck, it's not even the new year yet, and they're already giving out red envelopes? 9 days off? Oh my god, I'm so envious. I just want to ask, is your company still hiring? I'm proficient in the installation and uninstallation of Word, Excel, Access, PowerPoint, Outlook Express, and other software. I'm proficient in the spelling of VB, C++, FoxPro, SQL, Java, and other words. I'm familiar with the operating systems of Win 7, Windows Phone, Linux, Mac, Android, iOS, BlackBerry, and other operating systems. Previous post is too awesome, I've decided to jump ship now. This is so lucky, there are red envelopes during the holidays, and there are so many prizes. Most importantly, I can see Xianxia every day. Ah, let me die. I'm speechless. As a result, many people in the industry and many companies expressed great pressure. Needless to say, the impact of the demonstration was really great. On the same day, many people called Xianxia Media to ask if Xianxia Media was hiring new employees. On the second day of the company's holiday after the red envelopes were distributed, Luchan and Xianxia flew to South Korea. The two would spend this Christmas in Seoul. Seoul International Airport, Terminal Hall. Xianxia and her 2 classmates squeezed into the crowd and stared nervously at the number 2 international arrival lane. Around her were many reporters with cameras, as well as the TV station's interview crew. However, most of them were like her, fans who spontaneously came to the airport to pick up their idols after receiving the news. Xiaomi's idol was Lu Chen, the male lead of Autumn in My Heart, Full House of Romance, and You from the Star. He was a superstar from China. She found out about Lu Chen flying to Seoul from FLOO. She did not know which insider was so resourceful as to expose the news on FLOO that Lu Chen and Xianxia were coming to Korea to participate in the production of KBS TV station, as well as the flight information. FLOO was Korea's largest online social media platform, and Lu Chen was the most popular Chinese star on FLOO. He had won countless fans by relying on 3 urban romance dramas. As a female student at Seoul National University, Xiaomi could be said to be Lu Chen's most loyal fan. Not only had she watched all of Lu Chen's films and TV series, but she also owned 2 commemorative editions of Lu Chen's albums. Among her classmates, there are also many people who are fascinated by Lu Chen, so today, she easily contacted 2 good friends and came to Seoul International Airport to welcome their idol to South Korea. However, when they arrived at the airport, Xiaomi realized that they were a little late. The good seats had already been taken by the reporters and other fans. Therefore, she could only stand on tiptoe at the back of the crowd and wait anxiously. All she wanted was to see Lu Chen with her own eyes. As for autographs and photos, she temporarily forgot about them. At that moment, after a 2-hour flight, the China Airlines CT-158 landed steadily at Seoul International Airport. After passing through customs, Lu Chen, Xianxia, and their assistant had just come out of the passenger passage when they were surrounded by countless reporters and enthusiastic fans. Lu Chen Oppa. The screams of the girls were deafening, accompanied by flashes of light. Although he had been through all kinds of situations, the scene in front of him still gave Lu Chen a fright. He didn't expect that he would be so popular in Korea. There were so many reporters and fans coming to the airport to welcome him. Although Xianxia Media attached great importance to the Korean market, and the Korean version of Star was broadcast at the same time as the domestic version, the company, which had just started, mainly focused on the domestic market. The Korean market basically depended on the cooperation with KGS and SPG. This time, Xianxia Media did not do any publicity for their trip to Korea at the invitation of KBS, nor did they inform KGS and SPG. It could be said that they were very low-key. The result was truly shocking. Fortunately, there were security personnel at the airport to maintain order, so even though the scene was a little scary, it did not cause any chaos. Lu Chen saw a support board with his Chinese or Korean name written on it in the crowd, as well as his posters. Interestingly, most of the fans who came to pick him up were girls, so most of them were his fans. However, seeing such a scene, Chen Feier hesitated for a moment and wanted to let go of Lu Chen's hand. She knew that fans were very sensitive and fragile. Although everyone knew that the two were a couple, these Korean teenage fans might not be able to accept seeing their idols showing off their love in front of their eyes. Therefore, it was better not to stimulate him if possible, lest any accidents happen. However, Lu Chen held her hand tightly, and at the same time, smiled and waved at the enthusiastic fans. As it turned out, Chen Feier was obviously thinking too much. With the brainwashing of the 3 TV series Autumn in My Blood, Full House of Romance, and You from the Star, the two had long become the most perfect idol couple in the hearts of Korean fans. Although these girls liked Lu Chen to the extent that they were obsessed with him, they were not unable to accept the relationship between the two. As for the dog food, it had long been fed by the 3 TV series, especially You from the Star, which had just finished airing, and its influence in Korea was unprecedented. Lovers on screen, lovers in reality, Lu Chen and Chen Feier were already an inseparable combination in the hearts of fans in China and Korea. The screams of the fans became even louder, and there was a commotion in the crowded crowd. The airport security personnel were busy as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lu Chen Oppa, Jin Xiaomei was very lucky to squeeze to the front. Looking at Lu Chen, who was only a few steps away, her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She desperately stretched out her hand and shouted in Chinese, "Can you give me an autograph?" Jin Xiaomei majored in Chinese at National University, and her Chinese was quite good. She immediately stood out from the crowd of fans around her. Lu Chen happened to pass by and heard her words, so he stopped. He took the autograph pen and CD case from Jin Xiaomei's outstretched arm and found that the latter was actually a limited edition collection of You Who Sat Next to Me released in China. He couldn't help but smile and asked, "Hello, what's your name?" Jin. Jin Xiaomei. Jin Xiaomei never dreamed that Lu Chen would really stop for her. Her face suddenly turned red, and she stuttered in Chinese, "My name is." Jin Xiaomei, Xiao as in delicate, Mei, as in beautiful. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Your Chinese is really good. Where did you buy this record?" As he asked, he quickly wrote a blessing on the CD case. Jin Xiaomei swallowed and said, "I asked my classmate in China to help me order it." After Lu Chen signed his name, he returned the CD case and the autograph pen to the other party. "Thank you for your support." As soon as Jin Xiaomei took it, she was immediately pushed to the back by the people around her. In a panic, she didn't know who stepped on her foot, but she suddenly woke up and hurriedly continued to step back. If she didn't step back, it would be terrible if she was pushed to the ground. Xiaomei. As a result, before she could stand firm, 2 students who had just been separated by the crowd surrounded her and stared at the autograph CD in her hand. "You got Lu Chen Oppa's autograph?" Jin Xiaomei nodded. Suddenly, she had a strong vigilance in her heart. She immediately held the CD case tightly in her arms and said, "This is mine. Don't have any bad ideas." If anyone wanted to snatch it from her, she would fall out with that person. On this side, Lu Chen signed for several fans. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, he was escorted by several security personnel and hurriedly left the terminal with Chen Feier and his assistant. Out of the hall, the group quickly boarded the car that had been waiting outside and left the reporters. The people who came to the airport to welcome Lu Chen and Chen Feier were not only the staff sent by KBS. Lu Qingxian and his girlfriend, Song Jiazhen, also drove them to the hotel where they were staying. The hotel was also arranged by Lu Qingxian. It was the Shilla Hotel in the city center. The Shilla Hotel was the top hotel in South Korea. It was located in the central area of the capital city. It was a 5-star hotel belonging to the Samsung Group. As a hotel brand representing South Korea, it had hosted leaders from all over the world, as well as celebrities and stars in politics, diplomacy, economy, culture, sports, and entertainment. Staying at the Shilla Hotel was undoubtedly a symbol of status. According to the plan, Lu Chen and Xianxia would participate in the KBS program recording on December 29th. Today was the 24th, and there were still 5 days left. They were actually on vacation. There were many Catholics and Christians in South Korea. As the first major festival of the two major religions, the capital, Seoul, was particularly lively at Christmas time. The government also listed Christmas as a legal holiday. In recent years, the South Korean government had vigorously developed tourism and included Christmas in the scope of publicity. On Christmas Day, there were a series of promotional activities in shopping areas such as Myeongdong and Gangnam, which attracted a large number of tourists to sightsee and shop. After the broadcast of View from the Star, Xianxia Media gave all employees a holiday, so Lu Chen took advantage of this opportunity to take Xianxia to South Korea for a holiday shopping. Attending Song Jiaxin's program was actually incidental. When they settled down at the hotel, Lu Qingxian warmly invited the two to dinner. Lu Chen declined and said, "Mr. Lu is too polite. Today is Christmas Eve, so you should spend it with your girlfriend. We'll eat another day. Anyway, there is still a lot of time." Lu Qingxian didn't force it. He smiled and said, "Well, let's get together another day. You two have a good time. Please call me if you need anything." Although he left with Song Jiaxin, he left his car behind and arranged for a driver to make it convenient for the two of them to travel. "This Lu Qingxian is really good," Xianxia praised. "If he develops in the entertainment industry, he will definitely become a top star." Character determined fate. Lu Qingxian's personal qualities were very high. His appearance was handsome and generous. He was magnanimous but not meticulous. If he really mingled in the circle, it would be easy for him to get a large number of fans. However, he was born into a wealthy family, so it was impossible for him to be interested in this industry. Although the Korean entertainment industry was extremely developed, the status of celebrities was actually quite low. Therefore, Xianxia was just joking. Lu Chen hugged her and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll be jealous if you praise him like that?" Xianxia glanced at him coquettishly and giggled, "I like it when you're jealous." Ah. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen picked her up by the waist and strode to the bathroom. After taking a fragrant bath, they returned to the big bed in the bedroom. Xianxia leaned lazily in Lu Chen's arms, enjoying the aftertaste of passion. After a few minutes, she suddenly sat up, completely ignoring her exposed body. Lu Chen was surprised. "What's wrong?" Xianxia put on her underwear and said, "Of course we're going out. We're going shopping." Lu Chen was speechless. "Aren't you tired?" "I'm not tired." When it came to shopping, Xianxia's enthusiasm was not much different from that of other women. Her answer was very simple. Of course, her reason was very strong. "I haven't had a good time shopping for half a year. I've made so much money. It would be a shame if I don't spend some." How could Lu Chen have any objections, so they called their assistant, called the driver to arrange a car, and went shopping in Myeongdong. Myeongdong was the most famous shopping area in Seoul. The most concentrated category of consumption was Korean local brands of cosmetics. The grade was mainly above the middle level. Skin Food, Misha, Olive Young, and so on had opened flagship stores here, attracting a large number of tourists. In particular, domestic tourist groups who came to Seoul had to come to Myeongdong. Therefore, slightly larger stores were equipped with shopping guides in Chinese, which was very convenient. In fact, compared to Myeongdong, the grade in Gangnam was higher, featuring international brands. Of course, Xianxia was not short of money. She usually didn't use Korean brands of cosmetics, but she liked the shopping atmosphere in Myeongdong very much. Today was Christmas Eve, and it happened to be Sunday, so Myeongdong was particularly lively. All the shops along the street had advertised discounts and tried their best to attract customers. Although they were in Korea, the two also disguised themselves, wearing sunglasses and masks to avoid attracting onlookers. Relying on the 3 popular TV series on KGS TV station, Lu Chen and Xianxia can be said to be the most popular domestic stars in South Korea. The number of fans even overshadowed many of South Korea's local A-list artists. If the two didn't disguise themselves, they would probably be surrounded in a few steps. This time, Xianxia was satisfied with her shopping addiction. She spent the entire afternoon and evening shopping. Anyway, it was just buying, buying, buying. If she saw something she liked, she would buy it. If she didn't use it herself, she would give it to others. Fortunately, Lu Chen had brought his 2 assistants along. In addition, there was a chauffeur and a car. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to carry the shopping bags. Even so, they almost broke their legs following Xianxia. It wasn't until night time that the 2 returned to the hotel with shopping bags of all sizes. The next day, they went to watch the Christmas parade on the streets of Seoul. They didn't have enough fun until the 27th. On the morning of the 28th, Lu Chen and Xianxia attended an international brand endorsement event together. On the morning of the 29th, the 2 accepted an interview with KBS TV. In the afternoon, they participated in the recording of KBS's new star show. After the recording, the 2 had dinner with Lu Xianxia and Song Jiajun. According to the original plan, the 2 would stay in Seoul for another day to meet with the higher-ups of KGS TV and SYG before returning to Beijing on the 31st. However, unexpectedly, on the night of the 29th, which was the day Lu Chen finished recording the new star show, Li Zhiqing, a Korean taekwondo master with a 9-dan black belt and 2 Olympic gold medals, sent him a challenge on his FLOO account, which had more than 10 million fans. Li Zhiqing was a household name in Korea. After winning his first Olympic gold medal, he was regarded as a hero by many Koreans. He was extremely popular in Korea. Therefore, when his challenge was posted, it immediately caused a huge sensation. It quickly became the hottest topic on the internet and attracted the attention of the Korean media. Taekwondo originated from the Korean peninsula. It evolved from Taekwondo and Warangdo during the Three Kingdoms period. It was a popular martial art in Korea. Before the last century, there was no Taekwondo in Korea. Korean martial arts were mainly karate, tang hand, and a small number of folk Taekwondo. During the Japanese occupation, a large number of young Korean students went to Japan to study and received systematic karate training from the Matsuro dojo. After returning home, they began to establish dojos to teach students. After the defeat of Japan, Korea gained national independence, and a large number of karate and tang art dojos emerged. In the early days, Korean karate practitioners combined the traditional national martial arts of Taekwondo with karate, calling it tang art. The earliest Korean dojos appeared, and they were later known as the Nine Paths dojos. The name Taekwondo was created in 1955 by General Choi Hongshi of Korea. He studied karate in Japan and played a vital role in the establishment, inheritance, and development of Taekwondo. Li Zhiqing was one of Choi Hongshi's proudest disciples. Li Zhiqing began learning Taekwondo at the age of 5. He won the national championship at the age of 17. At the age of 21, he participated in the Olympic Games and won the gold medal in the 68 kilograms category. 4 years later, he successfully defended his title. His contribution to Taekwondo was not only the 2 Olympic gold medals, but also the creation of a new school outside of the Nine Paths dojos. The dojos he established were not inferior to the Nine Paths dojos in terms of strength and influence. They were even more famous among young Koreans. Li Zhiqing not only inherited Taekwondo, but also had his own unique innovation. The school he created absorbed the essence of martial arts such as kickboxing, grappling, sanda, and so on. It was more inclined to actual combat. One day 5 years ago, when Li Zhiqing came out of the dojo, he happened to encounter 3 robbers who were robbing passers-by with knives. He rushed forward with his bare hands and knocked down all the tall and strong robbers in just 10 seconds. The scene was captured by the cameras in the nearby shops and then uploaded to the internet, causing a great sensation. Later, the Korean president received Li Zhiqing and awarded him a medal. Because of this, Li Zhiqing was regarded as a hero by many Koreans. "It's my fault, Mr. Liu." In the business suite of the Shilla Hotel, Xianxia apologized to Lu Chen. "I'm really sorry." Lu Chen said with a smile, "How can you be blamed for this? It's not a big deal." Last night, Li Zhiqing had issued a challenge on FLOO. This morning, Lu Xianxia had brought Song Jiajun to the hotel to apologize in person. Without his insistence, Lu Chen would not have to face this problem. It was indeed troublesome. Although Li Zhiqing's letter of challenge on FLOO was carefully worded, it couldn't hide the aggressiveness. Coupled with his special identity, it could be said to have forced Lu Chen into a corner to a large extent. This was not the first time Lu Chen had been challenged. After the UD-725 flight incident, as well as the video of Lu Chen demonstrating the motion capture system at Blue Sky Studio, Chinese Kung Fu became famous all over the world, and Jack Ross, who has won the AFS middleweight gold belt 3 times in a row, challenged him. It was just that Jack Ross's attitude at the time was not very serious, and Lu Chen directly expressed that he was not interested. Therefore, other than a small number of media making a fuss, the so-called challenge was left unresolved. In addition to Jack Ross, there were also many experts in kickboxing and Sanda in China who wanted to spar with Lu Chen. Some were purely hyping up, so Lu Chen could not be bothered to respond. But now, Li Ziqing's challenge was extraordinary. First of all, as the challenger, his identity was very special. He was a representative figure of Korean Taekwondo. His words carried a lot of weight and were not a joke. In this challenge letter, Li Ziqing proposed that Lu Chen could decide the time and location of the duel, whether it was in Korea or China. He wanted to use this duel to prove that the Neo-Taekwondo he created was superior to China Kung Fu. Now that the news had already spread and caused a sensation on the Korean internet, more media would definitely pay attention to it. It was believed that it would soon spread back to China. Under such circumstances, if Lu Chen rejected Li Ziqing's challenge, the consequences could be imagined. Not to mention anything else, there would definitely be many fans who would be disappointed, and there would definitely be people who would jump out to ridicule and say strange things. Some media would definitely take the opportunity to stir up trouble. At the moment, Lu Chen was really too popular. God knew how many people were jealous. Now that he was in Korea, it could be said that Li Ziqing had chosen an excellent time. Lu Xianxia happened to know some inside information. Actually, it's not that simple. Li Ziqing's purpose of challenging Lu Chen was not simple. After he established the martial arts dojo, he tried his best to promote the martial arts dojo style, with the intention of establishing a new Taekwondo alliance, and even challenging the ITF, which was established by his mentor, which was the International Taekwondo Alliance. However, the influence of the International Taekwondo Alliance was too great. There were more than 120 countries and regional associations around the world. It was not something that Li Ziqing could easily shake. Therefore, the purpose of his challenge to Lu Chen was clear. So that's how it is, Lu Chen nodded. He thought for a while and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for the information. I will handle this matter well." Lu Xianxia smiled bitterly. Actually, I know Mr. Li Ziqing, and I also admire his character. If possible, I hope that Mr. Lu Chen and Mr. Li Ziqing can become friends, and not opponents. Lu Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything else. After sending Lu Xianxia and Song Jiazhen off, Chen Feier asked worriedly, "What are you going to do?" She also realized the trouble that this incident had brought to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. "Don't worry about it first. Let's finish our own matters first." Today, he and Chen Feier still had to meet with the higher-ups of KGS TV station and SYG. That was the arranged work. Chen Feier asked again, "Then, are we going back to Beijing tomorrow?" The return flight was booked for tomorrow afternoon. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "Let's talk about it at night." No matter what was going on outside, he would not panic. He would still do what he had to do. On the 30th, Lu Chen and Chen Feier visited the headquarters of KGS TV station and SYG according to their scheduled itinerary. They met and discussed with the higher-ups of both companies, mainly about the future business expansion of Chen Fei Media in Korea. Because both parties had a very good cooperation, KGS TV station and SYG received the two very warmly. The reception was also of the highest standard. They even had a banquet together at the Shilla Hotel in the evening. At the same time, the incident of Li Ziqing challenging Lu Chen further intensified, causing a huge reaction on the domestic internet. It could be said that it was a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The first to break the news was a small blogger on Waves, Hanwen Hanshur. Hanwen Hanshur had more than 200,000 fans. The main content of his blog included Korean travel, shopping, food, and study guides. At the same time, he also reposted a large number of interesting anecdotes from FLOO. In just 10 minutes after Li Ziqing issued a challenge to Lu Chen on FLOO, Hanwen Hanshur reposted the news on Waves. However, Han Wenhan sure did not have many fans. Coupled with the large number of reposts he posted, it did not attract much attention from netizens at first. There were very few reposts and comments. Moreover, the comments were mainly puzzled and curious. Really? Who is Li Ziqing? I've never heard of him. He's deliberately trying to gain popularity, right? I don't think Luchan will pay attention to him. What a joke. Faced with doubts and inquiries, Han Wenhan sure quickly posted a screenshot of FLOO on his blog. At the same time, he introduced Li Ziqing's identity and background in detail. Although Li Ziqing was regarded as a hero by many Koreans, he was not very famous in China. Those who knew him were basically Taekwondo enthusiasts. After Han Wenhanshure's blog, many netizens realized that Li Ziqing's identity was not ordinary. Moreover, his challenge was serious and definitely not a joke. At this time, Li Ziqing's challenge had already spread on Korean online media. Some media reporters even called Li Ziqing himself and received confirmation from him. Han Wenhanshure knew that this was a hot topic that could not be missed. Moreover, he was the one who first discovered it. Therefore, he spared no effort in promoting it. He continuously reposted relevant news and news reports to his Waves blog. Soon, it attracted the attention of more and more netizens, especially Luchan's fans. On the morning of the 30th, the official account of Luchan's fan club reposted Han Wenhanshure's blog post. This time, tens of thousands of Luchan's fans went crazy. Challenge my Chen? Has he gone crazy from wanting to be famous? Don't say that. Li Ziqing is pretty good. He won 2 Olympic gold medals. TSK. Can he be better than my Chingu? He'll be looking for his teeth on the floor. Don't be too sure. I've learned Taekwondo. My coach admires Li Ziqing. I just searched. Li Ziqing is a practical fighter in Taekwondo. Do you think Luchan will accept the challenge? I don't think so. Of course, fans unconditionally support Luchan. Many people think that Li Ziqing is obviously trying to gain popularity and suggest that Luchan doesn't need to pay attention to him. But some people think that Luchan should accept the challenge, because it's related to the honor of Chinese Kung Fu. The term Chinese Kung Fu was coined by Luchan, and it was also spread all over the world because of him. In the eyes of the Chinese people, Chinese Kung Fu was undoubtedly Chinese martial arts. Taekwondo can be said to be the national martial art of Korea. As the representative of Korean Taekwondo, Li Ziqing issued a formal challenge to Luchan. If Luchan did not accept the challenge, it would undoubtedly cause great harm to his reputation. After the UD-725 flight incident, in the eyes of many people, Luchan was no longer just a star in the entertainment industry, but an outstanding representative of Chinese. Such a high evaluation has even been officially recognized. It was precisely because of this that Li Ziqing's challenge was very different from Jack Ross. However, there were also many fans who thought that Luchan didn't need to rely on competing with Li Ziqing to prove himself. The two had different foundations and different professions. This kind of competition was unfair. Whether they should accept it or not, Luchan's fans debated endlessly on the internet, and then soon a number of online media got involved and quickly heated up the topic. QQ, Li Ziqing challenged Luchan. Who is the strongest martial artist? Waves, Li Ziqing, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, challenged Luchan on FLOO last night. Baisua, Taekwondo vs Kung Fu, who won and who lost? Easy Net, Korea's Taekwondo #1 issued a challenge to Luchan. Luchan didn't respond for the time being. These bold and black titles not only appeared in the entertainment section, but were even hung on the homepage of the website. With these big sects adding fuel to the fire, more and more people joined the debate. There was always no shortage of people who wanted to see the world in chaos on the internet, and there were also many people with ulterior motives. Whether it was intentional or not, the view that Luchan should accept the challenge gradually prevailed. The reasons were naturally very righteous. Some said that Luchan couldn't lose the face of his countrymen. Some said that Luchan could easily crush Li Ziqing and didn't need to be afraid. Some said that if Luchan refused, then he didn't deserve his reputation. In short, anyone with a discerning eye could sense that there was a force stirring up trouble behind the scenes, stirring up the emotions of the netizens, holding Luchan up high, so that Luchan had no room to maneuver or retreat. Their goal was very simple. They wanted Luchan to fight Li Ziqing. If he won, it would be because Lu Chen had real ability. They had foresight. If Lu Chen lost, then there would be a good show to watch. The matter fermented very quickly. Although traditional media such as television and newspapers did not intervene, the public opinion formed on the internet could not be underestimated. Lu Shi called Lu Chen many times from Beijing. However, when Lu Chen really discussed this matter with his sister, it was only after he had finished the dinner with the senior executives of KGS and SYG and returned to his room. "What do you plan to do?" His sister was in a bad mood. Of course, she didn't blame Lu Chen for causing trouble. Instead, she was angry at some people for stirring up trouble and using this as an excuse to force Lu Chen to abdicate. Lu Chen already knew the repercussions of this matter in the country. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll do as they wish. I'll accept Li Ziqing's challenge." Lu Chen said it casually, as if he had agreed to eat with someone or go shopping. Lu Shi was shocked when she heard this. "You really plan to fight Li Ziqing? This is not a joke." His sister, of course, did not approve of Lu Chen's duel with Li Ziqing. As the saying went, fists and feet had no eyes in an arena fight. If he were to get hurt, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Lu Chen was a celebrity, not a professional player. Rejecting Li Ziqing was completely fair and square. As for what others said, let them say it. Lu Chen did not rely on their words to live. Don't be impulsive. Think carefully. Has Fei agreed? Lu Chen said, "Sister, I'm not impulsive. I've thought it through very clearly." Fei has also agreed. Today's entire day was enough for Lu Chen to make a decision after careful consideration, that was to accept the challenge. Accept the challenge, although Lu Chen had countless reasons to reject Li Ziqing's challenge, as many fans said, he didn't need a fight to prove himself. However, he had his own ideas. After You from the Star was broadcasted, Lu Chen's urban trilogy has been completed, so in the foreseeable future, he will not make any more dramas of the same type, and will fully turn to creating martial arts big IP. After You from the Star, it was time for The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer would first shoot a blockbuster movie, and it would shoot 3 movies at once. After that, it would shoot a TV series. After that, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, etc. Lu Chen's ambition wasn't limited to making wuxia movies and TV series. He also wanted to promote his wuxia culture to the world through the development of games, comics, and other copyrights. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. His plan was huge. Filming The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was the first and most important step. Therefore, he couldn't afford to fail. Lu Chen already had a plan for Chenfei Media to promote the movie. If he wanted to hype it up, then Li Ziqing's challenge was undoubtedly a great hype point. Li Ziqing challenged Lu Chen to promote his taekwondo. Conversely, Lu Chen could also use this duel to make Chinese kung fu popular and promote The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Li Ziqing wanted to use Lu Chen as a stepping stone. Lu Chen could also use him as a stepping stone. Of course, the premise was that Lu Chen won. Otherwise, it would become a joke. On this point, Lu Chen had absolute confidence. Ever since he experienced that strange dream, he persisted in practicing kung fu for the past 3 years. His body was getting stronger and his reflexes were constantly improving. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the armed former U.S. Marines on Flight UD-725. Therefore, as long as Li Ziqing was still human, he wasn't afraid of his opponent's challenge. Once he made a decision, Lu Chen's will was very firm. Although Lu Shi tried to persuade him, she could not overcome Lu Chen's persistence in the end. At 8:15 p.m. on the 30th, Lu Chen updated his blog post on his personal Waves blog, stating that he had accepted Li Ziqing's challenge. The time was to be determined, and the location was to be chosen at the Wuqing Dojo in Seoul. The Wuqing Dojo in Seoul was located in the prosperous Gangnam district. It was the core of the Wuqing School of Taekwondo. Lu Chen's choice to accept Li Ziqing's challenge in the Wuqing Dojo was no less significant than challenging the dojo. This also showed Lu Chen's strong confidence. In addition to posting the news on the Waves blog, the same content was also posted on FLOO. Since Lu Chen had been expanding into the Korean market for a long time, He had a verified account on FLOO and had more fans than Li Zhiqing. Therefore, when this blog post was published, it immediately caused a sensation on the largest online communities in China and Korea. The domestic fans naturally applauded. "My Chen is mighty. Defeat the Korean, Lu Chen, I support you. Defeat Li Zhiqing, my Chen will definitely win. Ha ha ha, I knew that Lu Chen would definitely accept the challenge. I was right. Don't say anything else. He's a real man. From now on, I've become a fan." Of course, there were also people who expressed concern. After all, Li Zhiqing was a professional taekwondo master. How could he be easy to deal with? Due to the impact of the incident, Li Zhiqing's name quickly became known by the netizens in China. Many videos about him circulated online and were seen by many people. Videos of Olympic competitions were nothing much. Even if it was a championship match, it would not leave a deep impact on people. This was because regular competitions had various rules that limited the performance of the players. It was like comparing professional boxing with Olympic boxing. The former was much more lethal. In terms of stamina and strength, professional boxing far exceeded the Olympic competition. After all, the purpose of the Olympic Games was to promote sports. In many aspects, it was inferior to professional boxing. Taekwondo, the Wuqing sect that Li Zhiqing represented, was very focused on actual combat. It reduced the rules and restrictions to make the matches more exciting. His ambition was to promote the Wuqing sect to the world and establish a professional Taekwondo competition that was comparable to boxing or kickboxing. There were many videos of him fighting with others on the internet. It was undoubtedly more thrilling than the Olympic competition and showed his strength. Therefore, after watching the videos, it would be too blind to say that Lu Chen would definitely win. Unlike the domestic fans or passers-by, the Korean netizens were obviously more inclined to their hero. "I think Li Zhiqing will win. I remember that he has never lost before. I like Lu Chen a lot. The few TV series he filmed are really good, but I also don't think he will win. Choosing to fight Li Zhiqing at the Wuqing dojo? Haha, how confident. Or should I say, arrogant." These comments were very tactful and polite. Many Korean netizens mocked Lu Chen for overestimating himself, saying that Chinese kung fu was nothing in front of Taekwondo, and so on. Some hot-blooded Li Zhiqing fans who knew Chinese even went to China's Waves blog and mocked Lu Chen's blog post. "Your idol is only worthy of our hero's guidance." This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The number of Lu Chen's fans on Waves had already exceeded 100 million. Now that he had encountered such a hot topic, how could his fans tolerate a few Korean clowns jumping around in front of them? Therefore, under the leadership of Lu Chen's fan club, countless netizens crossed the Yalu River in high spirits and made their way to Korea's FLOO. They registered a large number of IDs and stirred up trouble in Li Zhiqing's FLOO comment section. The participants in this battle were not only Lu Chen's fans, but also many online volunteers. Their most powerful weapon was a unique emoji pack. Mocking emoji, contemptuous emoji, indifferent emoji, funny emoji, many of the emoji packs were made of Korean celebrities. It was like using a spear to attack a shield. They messed up Li Zhiqing's FLOO as a counterattack to the Koreans' provocation. In fact, this was not the first time something like this had happened. In the past, netizens had gone overseas to debate, but the scale could not be compared to this time. Due to the influx of a large number of IDs, coupled with the fact that there were too many comments, it even caused FLOO to crash and could not return to normal for an hour or two. The Koreans, who were caught off guard, were stunned. They had never encountered such a situation before and did not know how to deal with it. The battle between Lu Chen and Li Zhiqing had not been finalized, but the netizens of China and Korea had already started an unprecedented battle. The online war between China and Korea did not last long. Due to the ferocity of the Chinese netizens' attacks, the number of participants was beyond imagination. FLOO's website was overwhelmed and had to block IPs from China. Many Korean netizens were unwilling to give up and went to the Waves blog to make a fuss. However, they could not do anything. On the 31st, Lu Chen received Li Zhiqing's letter of challenge at the Shilla Hotel. The Taekwondo master had sent his disciple, Pu Yong-jun, to deliver the letter of challenge. Accompanying him was a reporter from Korea's MBC TV station. MBC was the second largest TV station in Korea. and Li Ziqing's intentions were clear. The letter of challenge was written in Chinese, and it was written with a brush. The calligraphy was quite good, and the strokes were vigorous and flamboyant, just like Li Ziqing himself. There was an unconcealable sharpness to it. In the letter of challenge, Li Ziqing said that he would wait for Lu Chen at the Wuqing dojo, and the time would be decided by Lu Chen. Under the 2 cameras, Lu Chen calmly read the letter of challenge, then said to Li Ziqing's disciple, Pu Yongjun, then let's set it for the morning after tomorrow. I'll be there at 9 o'clock on the 2nd. On the 2nd, Pu Yongjun was stunned. Li Ziqing's challenge was a very serious matter, and it had caused a lot of commotion. Such a challenge should be treated with great importance. No matter what, it should take a few days to prepare, right? Lu Chen's attitude was too calm, as if he was not preparing for an important duel, but simply having a meal. Pu Yongjun's expression became a little strange as he thought about it. Lu Chen asked, Mr. Park, is there a problem? Pu Yongjun came back to his senses and looked deeply at Lu Chen. He shook his head and said, no problem, the time and place would be decided by Lu Chen. This was promised by Li Ziqing himself, so of course, he could not make the decision on his own. However, he could not help but add, Mr. Lu, do you really not need to prepare? Pu Yongjun's Chinese was pretty good, and his pronunciation was perfect. That was why Li Ziqing sent him to represent Lu Chen and deliver the letter of challenge. Lu Chen smiled and said, I think 1 day of preparation time is enough. Pu Yongjun couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. If it weren't for the TV reporters following him and the reputation of his mentor, he would definitely teach Lu Chen a lesson first. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone this arrogant. Pu Yongjun didn't think that Lu Chen was Li Ziqing's opponent. In his eyes, Lu Chen was a guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was destined to be stepped on by his master. All right. He clenched his teeth and said, my master has another suggestion, and he wants to ask for your opinion. Lu Chen said, go ahead. Pu Yongjun calmed down and said, my master hopes that MBC TV station will broadcast this match live. MBC TV station is willing to pay 1.5 billion won as the winner's reward. He hoped to see a shocked look on Lu Chen's face. He believed that it would definitely be beyond Lu Chen's expectation. The key was not the 1.5 billion won reward, but the live broadcast. If it was just a duel behind closed doors, the outcome would naturally not have a big impact. But a live broadcast was a completely different matter, and it would put a lot of pressure on both sides. Li Ziqing was a 2-time Olympic gold medalist. A live broadcast was not pressure for him, but motivation. It was the opposite for Lu Chen. Of course, Lu Chen could refuse, but it would mean that he would lose in momentum and confidence. A duel between masters was not only a competition of strength and speed, but also psychological quality. Li Ziqing's proposal to broadcast the duel was an open and aboveboard scheme. Lu Chen could only choose to agree or refuse. Regardless of whether he agreed or refused, it would be exactly what Li Ziqing wanted. The duel between the two sides had actually started when this taekwondo master issued the challenge on FLOO. Today, sending a letter of challenge was equivalent to directly making a move. Pu Yongjun was very clear about his master's intentions, so he was full of admiration. He looked at Lu Chen with a subtle hint of mockery in his eyes. However, Pu Yongjun was soon disappointed. This was because Lu Chen was not the least bit surprised or embarrassed after listening to him. On the contrary, it was as if he had expected it. Lu Chen smiled and said, that's fine. But since you have invited MBC TV station to do a live broadcast, we also need to invite domestic TV stations to participate in the live broadcast. Of course, we will also pay the corresponding fees. He knew that Li Ziqing's proposal to broadcast the duel live was not only to put pressure on him, but also to expand his influence. What could be better than a live broadcast on a TV station? But how could Lu Chen not be willing? Since he wanted to play, he might as well play big. Pu Yongjun was taken aback again, and immediately said, that's fair and reasonable. I don't think there's a problem. The smile on Lu Chen's face grew wider. That's good, but isn't 1.5 billion won too little? I think our domestic TV stations are willing to pay at least 30 million yuan for the live broadcast rights. 1.5 billion won was equivalent to less than 10 million yuan. As a live broadcast of a duel, it was a lot, but Lu Chen really didn't think much of it. Beijing Television or Zhejiang Satellite TV were absolutely willing to pay 3 or 4 times the price to win the live broadcast rights. Because he was Lu Chen, and he was worth this price, Lu Chen's teasing smile made Pu Yongjun's face burn, and even the faces of several people from MBC TV station next to him were embarrassed. Pu Yongjun actually knew the truth. MBC didn't pay 1.5 billion for this live broadcast at all. Most of it was paid by Li Ziqing himself in order to increase his influence. Anyway, he could win it back. As a result, he was ridiculed by Lu Chen. Yes, in Pu Yongjun's view, Lu Chen's words were naked ridicule. 30 million yuan, that's equivalent to 5 billion won. Pu Yongjun didn't doubt that Lu Chen was talking nonsense, because Chinese people were really rich now. Many South Korean stars and artists went to China to shoot films and TV shows, and the money they earned was more than 10 times or even dozens of times more than in China. With Lu Chen's popularity and influence in China, it was normal for rich big TV stations to be willing to pay for him. But where did Lu Chen get so much confidence? But at this time, Pu Yongjun couldn't back down. He braced himself and said, "Can you postpone the time of the competition for another 2 days? I think there are a lot of companies willing to sponsor." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then let's change it to January 5th. Looking at his confident smile, Pu Yongjun suddenly felt that things had deviated from their predetermined track. The year 2017 had already become history. On the first day of the new year, as per usual, Lu Chen updated his blog post on his Waves blog, thanking all his fans for their support and love for him in the past year, and wishing them all the best in the new year. As of 9 a.m. on January 1st, 2018, Lu Chen's Waves blog had a total of 105,720,254 fans. With an unparalleled attitude, he was the undisputed king of popularity in the country. In 2017, his career had made great progress, and his personal wealth had increased by more than 10 times. His relationship with Chen Fei-er was sweet and stable, and it could be said to be a double harvest in both love and career. As a celebrity artist, Lu Chen could be said to have reached the peak of his life. However, he was not satisfied with this. The glory of the past belonged to the past, and 2018 was just the beginning of his journey. With regards to Lu Chen's New Year's wishes, the fans naturally responded like a tide. Other than the same wishes, there were 2 main questions that everyone was most concerned about. First, of course, was Li Ziqing's challenge. The fans were eager to know when the duel between Lu Chen and Li Ziqing would be held, and if Lu Chen had the confidence to defeat this Korean taekwondo master. In fact, the answer to the question of confidence did not need to be guessed. If Lu Chen did not have the confidence, why would he accept Li Ziqing's challenge? Everyone simply wanted to hear Lu Chen's most resolute answer, so that the fans would have more confidence. Of course, Lu Chen would not let his fans down, and he replied to everyone's questions immediately. This duel that had caused a sensation in both China and Korea, if everything went smoothly, would be held on January 5th. At that time it would be broadcasted live by domestic television stations and online media, so that everyone could watch. As for confidence, he was confident that he would win. The second thing that the fans were concerned about was whether Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's relationship would bear fruit in 2018. The fans had good reason to be concerned. Just yesterday, December 31st, the famous actor Yang Han had announced that he had amicably broken up with his girlfriend of 7 years, Xiao Li. The news quickly made its way to the top of the search rankings. Yang Han and Xiao Li were classmates at Beijing Film Academy. The 2 of them had starred in many films and TV series together. They were lovers in the movies, but they were also lovers outside of it. Who knew how many times they had flaunted their love and displayed their affection on their blogs? Speaking of couples in the entertainment industry, if there was a ranking list, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er would definitely be number 1, while Yang Han and Xiao Li would at least be in the top 3. Who knew how many single people would be envious of them? However, this talented and beautiful couple suddenly announced their breakup without any warning. Soon after, someone exposed the inside story of the two's relationship problems, which inevitably made people sigh deeply. In the entertainment industry, it was all too common for men and women to break up and get back together. Some fell in love, some cheated. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was filthy. In such an industry, Lu Chen and Chen Feier's relationship was undoubtedly a clean stream. The fans definitely didn't want to see their favorite idol, the best couple in their hearts, have a problem. Therefore, they very much hoped that their relationship would bear fruit in the new year. In this regard, Lu Chen's answer was very simple: please wait and see. And when Lu Chen interacted with his fans on his blog, the domestic TV media and online media circle exploded. Li Ziqing's challenge to Lu Chen had caused a huge commotion. It was currently the hottest topic on the internet, with a huge number of people paying attention to it. It was the real focus of the news. Now that Lu Chen said that this highly anticipated match would be broadcasted live by domestic television and online media, the question was, which television station and online media would broadcast it live? There was no news at all. Such a big news and hot topic, the unit that got the live broadcast right must have shouted it all over the world, and 100% would not hide it. Otherwise, how could it attract rich advertisers? It must be known that the time of the duel was January 5th, and there were only a few days left, so the only answer was that no television station or online platform had obtained the live broadcast right at present, and according to the past practice, such a live broadcast could only be given to one television station and one online platform. Quick hands get it, slow hands get nothing. The quickest to react was Beijing Television. Relying on the good cooperative relationship between the two sides and the geographical advantage, Beijing Television's deputy director Chen Qi took people directly to the headquarters of Chen Fei Media and bet on Lu Shi's door. Relying on the pull of You from the Star, Beijing Television's advertising income last year doubled. Deputy Director Chen, who strongly advocated for the premier broadcast right of You from the Star, could be said to be in limitless glory and was likely to enter CCTV to take up a new post this year. He had tasted a big sweetness, so how could he miss this opportunity and take the lead in fighting for the live broadcast right? Zhejiang Satellite TV's reaction was a little slow, but the phone was quickly called Lu Shi's mobile phone. Not only the two major satellite TV stations in Beijing and Zhejiang, Shonan TV was also interested in getting involved, and other satellite TV stations were also unwilling to be left out. They also sent people to the door or called to inquire. Compared with the major satellite TV stations competing for hegemony, there are relatively fewer competitors on online platforms, but all of them are also big shots. QQ Network, EasyNet Network, Whale TV. The key to the competition was undoubtedly QQ and Whale TV. Both of them had a good cooperative relationship with Lu Chen. The strength of QQ would definitely crush Whale TV, but Whale TV had signed an endorsement contract with Lu Chen and had an advantage. In addition to the media, many brands also came one after another, wanting to sponsor this competition. For a time, several of Lu Shi's mobile phones were blown up by people, and the phone in the office was ringing non-stop, making the customer service on duty miserable. They couldn't relax even on New Year's Day. Look at the trouble you've caused. It wasn't until noon that Lu Shi finally found the time to call Lu Chen and complained, "You had a good time in South Korea, but I didn't even have time to answer the phone. How can I solve it?" Lu Chen was visiting Jingfu Palace with Chen Feier. When he received a call from Lu Shi, he said with a smile, "Do as you see fit. Anyway, give priority to long-term partners. By the way, you have to tell the TV station that the winner will win all the live broadcast income of this competition." "If I win," he said, "except for necessary expenses, all the income will be donated to the Chen Fei Charity Fund." Lu Shi suddenly lost her temper. "I understand. No one dislikes having more money, but people are different. Some people earn more money than they can spend in several lifetimes, but they are still stingy with even a penny of charity." And Lu Chen was more willing to take out money to help those who needed help. He also gained the respect of others, the support of fans, and many things that couldn't be bought with money. Money was not the key, so Lu Shi's choice was very simple. After the two ended the call, the official V of Chen Fei Media quickly released relevant news, which once again caused a heated discussion on the Waves blog. Seoul's Gangnam District, Wuching Dojo. This building, which covered an area of 10 acres, was originally the residence of a high-ranking military officer stationed in Korea during the Japanese occupation of Korea. Therefore, the style was more Japanese, but it retained much of the essence of Korean houses. The white walls and black tiles were hidden in the shade of the trees, creating a unique scenery. The door of the dojo was open, and the 4 gilded Chinese characters, Wuqing Dojo, were hanging under the eaves of the corridor. They shone brightly under the sunlight, and the strokes were bold and vigorous. These 4 words were personally written by Li Ziqing. He had obtained the ownership of this building 10 years ago and used it as a place where he passed down his teachings. It had also become the 10th dojo outside of the 9 major dojos and the core of the Wuqing sect. 10 men dressed in traditional Taekwondo uniforms lined up on the left and right, greeting the visitor in the most solemn manner. They were all very young and had the vigor and arrogance of youth. As they bowed, they stared eagerly at Lu Chen, who had crossed the threshold, with sparks dancing in their eyes. Everyone knew that this man from China, who was about the same age as them, would challenge Li Ziqing, their supreme mentor. These disciples of Li Ziqing believed that Li Ziqing would definitely win, so they hoped that they would be the ones to fight and defeat Lu Chen. Lu Chen ignored their gazes and calmly admired the exquisiteness of the Wuqing dojo. Whether it was Japan or Korea, traditional architecture had inherited and absorbed the essence of China's ancient architecture. This building, which had a history of nearly 100 years, was no exception. The layout was grand but not exquisite, and the vicissitudes of time had a unique charm. Li Ziqing was standing at the door, welcoming the arrival of Lu Chen. This Korean Taekwondo master was 35 years old. He had started learning Taekwondo at the age of 5 and was taught by Choi Hongxi. However, he was also Choi Hongxi's traitor and had a legendary life. Mr. Lu Chen, seeing Lu Chen, Li Ziqing bowed and said, "Welcome to the Wuqing dojo." His Mandarin was very standard, and his pronunciation was even better than the standard of many Chinese people. In fact, this Taekwondo master was very respectful of the Chinese civilization. Not only could he speak fluent Mandarin, but he was also proficient in calligraphy. The surrounding Li Ziqing's disciples couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. Li Ziqing rarely treated people with such respect, especially the younger generation. To have him take the initiative to shake their hands was already a great honor. Lu Chen bowed back and said, "Hello, Mr. Li Ziqing. Please advise me." He straightened up and met Li Ziqing's gaze. Unlike the other disciples, Li Ziqing was wearing a traditional Korean robe today. He was tall and thin, had short hair, and had a resolute expression. His eyes were bright and full of expression. With one look, one could tell that he was the kind of person with a strong will. Li Ziqing's arms were very long, and the joints on his hands were thick. His skin was rough and full of calluses. And the deepest impression that this Korean Taekwondo master left on Lu Chen at first sight was his aura. He didn't show any anger, but he was dignified like a mountain, as if no force could shake him. When Lu Chen was looking through information related to Li Ziqing 2 days ago, he saw a Taekwondo master's description of him in an article. It said that as an opponent standing in front of Li Ziqing, it was amazing to be able to remain calm. At that time, Lu Chen thought that it was exaggerated praise. Now that he had seen this master with his own eyes, he realized that the article was not fabricated. While Lu Chen was sizing up Li Ziqing was also sizing him up. In fact, in Korea, many people did not understand why Li Ziqing wanted to challenge Lu Chen. In their opinion, Li Ziqing was a Taekwondo master, while Lu Chen was just a celebrity. The two of them were not on the same level. In Korea, the status of a celebrity was very low. However, Li Ziqing had never been a person who stuck to the old rules. Otherwise, he would not have established a faction outside of the 9 major Taoist temples and challenged the influential International Taekwondo Union. The idea of challenging Lu Chen started when he saw the video of Lu Chen demonstrating the motion capture system at the Blue Number studio. At that time, he realized that this was an opportunity. In order to promote the Wuqing style, Li Ziqing could be said to have racked his brains. Most importantly, he felt that Lu Chen was fully qualified to be his opponent, defeated by him. Please. Today, apart from Chen Fei Lu Shi, who had just flown over yesterday, accompanied Lu Chen to the Wuqing Martial Arts Dojo. In the hall of the Wuqing Martial Arts Dojo, 7 cameras were already in place, all aimed at the ring. In addition to the reporters and cameramen of South Korea's MBC TV, there were also live broadcast personnel from Beijing Television in China. This competition, which caused a huge sensation in China and South Korea, would be broadcast live. South Korea's second largest TV station, MBC, won the live broadcast rights of South Korea, while China's live broadcast rights were sold to Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV. After a fierce competition, Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV finally continued to join forces. The two gave 30 million yuan for this live broadcast, which was equivalent to 5 billion won as a bonus fee. The reason why it was called a bonus was that the money would be obtained by the winner of both sides. Correspondingly, South Korea provided the same amount of sponsorship money. Because MBC was under too much pressure, many South Korean companies jointly sponsored 3.5 billion won, plus MBC, it was a total of 5 billion. Among them was the Samsung consortium. This meant that the winner between Lu Chen and Li Zhiqing would not only win honor, but also a total bonus of 10 billion won. In fact, this was the result of Lu Chen's leniency and did not add other sponsorship fees. For example, the copyright of domestic online live broadcast was won by QQ Video and Whale TV, and the price has steadily exceeded 5 billion won. If Lu Chen can win the final victory, he will win at least 100 million yuan in total income. In professional boxing or kickboxing competitions in the United States, an appearance fee of tens of millions of dollars was common, and an appearance fee of hundreds of millions of dollars was not uncommon. However, in the East, whether it was taekwondo or other martial arts competitions, the prize money of tens of billions of Korean won was unique. Some South Korean netizens on FLOO called this competition the Battle of 10 Billion, and it quickly spread to China. In the hall of the Wuchang Martial Arts Dojo, everyone's eyes were focused on the two. There were not many spectators at the scene. In addition to the media reporters and the students of the Wuchang Martial Arts Dojo, there were mainly witnesses of the competition, including an official representative of the China Embassy in South Korea. At 9:37 a.m. on January 5, Lu Chen, who had changed into a martial arts suit, and Li Zhiqing, who had changed into a taekwondo suit, stood in the ring at the same time. And the live broadcast had already begun. Whale TV, Lu Chen vs. Li Zhiqing, Battle of 10 Billion live broadcast room. The time difference between Seoul and Beijing is 1 hour, so when Seoul is 9 a.m., Beijing is 8 a.m. January 6 was Saturday, and it was morning. Normally, there wouldn't be many online members on a live broadcast platform like Whale TV. This was because young people, whether they were office workers or students, would usually be sleeping in at this time of the day. But the live broadcast room of the Battle of 10 Billion live broadcast has been packed. Originally, Lu Chen's appointment with Li Zhiqing was on January 5, but because of the needs of the live broadcast, it was postponed by 1 day, which also gave the live broadcast media more time to prepare. On the same day that Xinfei Media released the news, the senior executives of Whale TV anxiously took the nearest flight to Beijing and put on a posture to win the live broadcast right of the duel at any cost. Of course, Whale TV's urgency was reasonable. It was through the cooperation with Lu Chen, and through a record-breaking live broadcast, that this live broadcast platform gathered a lot of popularity and successfully jumped to the top of the industry. If they missed this live broadcast, it would inevitably make people doubt whether there was a problem with the cooperation between Whale TV and Lu Chen, and the members of the platform would definitely be disappointed, which would be a great loss for Whale TV. Unsurprisingly, Whale TV's plot encountered a strong competitor, QQ Video. Under such circumstances, the CEO of Whale TV went to Beijing in person, and after hard negotiations, finally reached a win-win agreement and jointly obtained the right to live broadcast with QQ Video. After signing the contract, Whale TV immediately launched large-scale publicity, and even temporarily purchased 2 high-performance servers to provide the fluency of the live video. It turned out that Whale TV's decision was very correct. At 7 o'clock in the morning, more than 2 million viewers had poured into the live broadcast room of the Battle of 10 Billion live, and by 8 o'clock, the number had reached 5 million. If it weren't for QQ Video that diverted a lot of fans, the number of online viewers would have been much higher. Many viewers, including many fans of Lu Chen, set their alarm clocks, and then lay in the warm bed to log in and watch with their mobile phones to cheer for Lu Chen. Is it about to start? It should be starting soon. I, Chen, am already in the arena. Ah, Lu Chen looks so handsome in his training clothes. I, Chen, will win. That goes without saying. We don't need to guess the outcome. We just need to guess which round Lu Chen defeated Li Zhiqing. I'm guessing it's within 10 rounds of the first round. Haha, in addition to the overflowing number of people in the live streaming room, Lu Chen's official Tieba had also gathered a large number of fans. In response to the Battle of 10 Billion, the official Tieba forum also launched a dedicated discussion section. While watching the live broadcast online or on TV, these fans were also discussing fervently in the forum. There was no lack of professionals among them, analyzing and commenting on Lu Chen and Li Zhiqing from all aspects. Such professional posts often attracted a lot of discussion from fans. Compared with the one-sided optimism and support in the live streaming room, the professional analysis post was undoubtedly much calmer, because Li Zhiqing's brilliant record could not be ignored, and he also had many videos which showed the strength of this taekwondo master in all aspects. In contrast, Lu Chen's record was really much worse. He had not participated in any competition, nor had he had a formal confrontation with others. In terms of experience alone, he was far inferior to Li Zhiqing. Of course, even Li Zhiqing himself did not dare to underestimate Lu Chen. In an interview with the media the day before yesterday, he publicly stated that he had the confidence to win, but he was not sure of winning. Or some people said that this was Li Zhiqing's modesty and caution, but Lu Chen's skill had already been shown in several sensational events, so the match was still full of suspense. What was surprising was that at around 7:30 in the morning, a large number of newly registered IDs suddenly flooded into Lu Chen's official Tieba, and they were desperately flooding the screen with posts. The IP addresses of these accounts were all from overseas, and most of the names were messy, but there were also IDs with Korean characters mixed in. The content of the posts was similar, they were all supporting Li Zhiqing, mocking, and even belittling Lu Chen. Netizens who frequented Tieba were all experienced, and with one look, they understood that it was definitely the Korean netizens who rushed to cause trouble at the critical moment, or more accurately, they were looking for trouble. A few days ago, the Chinese netizens blew up FLOO, and there was a time when the server was paralyzed. In the end, the domestic IP address was blocked, and the news was reported on various major media. Now, it was normal for the Korean netizens to come and seek revenge, but the Chinese netizens were not afraid of this, and they were also on their own turf, so there was no need for the main Tieba moderator to call on them. They all picked up their bricks and smashed them, drowning all the posts in an instant. In fact, some of the posts from the Korean netizens were quite professional, and they listed various statistics to prove that Li Zhiqing had an advantage over Lu Chen. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. After being scolded badly, someone with the ID Park En-song KSO angrily posted on Tieba, "You Chinese people only know how to brag, but our Korean taekwondo is invincible. Li Zhiqing will make all of you shut your mouths." This ID was not newly registered, and it had been verified. Therefore, everyone quickly found out that this Park En-song KSO was actually a rather famous Korean taekwondo player. He had participated in the London Olympics and won a silver medal. Currently, he had retired and was engaged in promoting taekwondo. But although he was famous, the netizens did not care about him, and they still smashed him. But everyone was very clear that the outcome of the online debate was actually not important. The most important thing was the outcome of the actual duel. If Lu Chen won, he could naturally hang Park En-song KSO up and whip his corpse. But what if Lu Chen lost? Then everyone's support for Lu Chen might become a joke, and they could only watch the Korean flaunt his prowess. How could they tolerate it? Big numbers of posts on Tieba decreased in an instant, and everyone turned their attention to the live broadcast. Looking at Lu Chen appearing on the stage, countless people were cheering for him in their hearts. Don't lose. At this moment, Lu Chen obviously could not hear the common voice of thousands of fans. He was being checked by the referee to make sure that he did not have any illegal items on him. At the same time, Lu Chen could also feel the gaze from his opponents. It contained the confidence and desire for victory. Lu Chen versus Li Zhiqing. Li Zhiqing was the founder of the Wuching School of Taekwondo in Korea, while Lu Chen was the founder of China's Kung Fu. A duel between the two was undoubtedly unprecedented, with no precedent to follow. Therefore, the rules of this $10 billion battle were jointly determined by Lu Chen and Li Zhiqing. Generally speaking, the rules of a kickboxing professional competition were the main framework, not rigidly adhering to any fixed routines and moves. In actual combat, both sides were allowed to freely perform according to the situation of the battle, flexibly displaying various three-dimensional techniques such as punches, kicks, elbows, knees, falls, and so on. The goal was to ultimately defeat the opponent. This duel used the common 3-round system, with each round lasting 5 minutes. The rules were based on the UFC's unrestricted fighting system in the United States. For example, they were not allowed to attack vital points such as the eyes, crotch, and so on. They were not allowed to bite or tear people apart, and so on. The referees on and off the stage were also invited by the UFC to ensure the fairness of this duel. Of course, the rules were very fair, with the same restrictions and constraints on both sides. However, as the founder of the Wuqing school of Taekwondo, Li Ziqing was very familiar with the rules of this set of kickboxing and had a wealth of experience. In contrast, Lu Chen was really too lacking, as he did not have the experience of a regular match. This was also an important reason why many people did not think that he could defeat Li Ziqing. Even if the strength of both sides were equal, Li Ziqing could rely on his wealth of experience and rely on points to defeat Lu Chen. On the surface, Lu Chen's biggest advantage was perhaps that he was much younger than Li Ziqing. There was no passionate speech from the live host, no cheers from the thousands of live audience, and no beautiful and sexy girls raising their cards to open the fight. With the crisp sound of a copper bell, the first round of the duel officially began. Li Ziqing's legs and feet were close together, and his arms were naturally hanging by his sides. He clenched his fists slightly, looked at the ground, and gave a standard bow to Lu Chen. Lu Chen clenched his fists and returned the bow. The two of them straightened their backs at the same time, and their gazes collided once more, as if invisible sparks were flashing. All the spectators held their breaths as they stared fixedly at Lu Chen and Li Ziqing, for fear of missing the slightest detail. Li Ziqing's disciples even straightened their backs with solemn expressions. In the Whale TV live broadcast room of the Battle of 10 Billion, the originally dense barrage disappeared completely, and there was no one in the Lu Chen official tieba. Although they were confident that Lu Chen would win, when the time for the competition really came, Lu Chen's fans still couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats as they silently cheered for him. "Hey!" The next moment, Li Ziqing bellowed and stepped forward abruptly. Within a breath, he covered a distance of 5 meters and approached Lu Chen. He waved his arm as fast as lightning and slashed at Lu Chen's neck with his right palm like a saber. This Taekwondo master didn't move, but once he moved, his momentum was like thunder. The speed of his attack was so fast that it made people dumbfounded. The saber in his palm cut through the air with a breathtaking whistling sound, and the force was extremely tyrannical. Li Ziqing's greatest contribution to Taekwondo was that on the basis of traditional Taekwondo, he absorbed the essence of kickboxing, karate, sanshou, and other combat techniques, which greatly improved the actual combat ability of Taekwondo. Focusing on actual combat and using the most rapid speed and the most concise and powerful moves to knock down the opponent was the essence of Wuqing style. Therefore, when those non-Wuqing style Taekwondo players fought with Li Ziqing according to the rules of kickboxing, they would basically collapse at the first touch and would not be able to withstand a single blow. This kind of Neo-Taekwondo, which focused on actual combat and sharp moves, was very much in line with the appetite of South Korean youth. Therefore, Wuqing style was unique in South Korea and developed rapidly, faintly surpassing the traditional 9 daos. However, Li Ziqing's ambition was not to dominate South Korea, but to promote Wuqing style to the world, establish a professional competition league, and achieve the influence of AFS or UFC. Lu Chen was precisely the stepping stone that Li Ziqing chose to realize his ambition. The first move that he used on Lu Chen was born out of traditional Taekwondo's virtual step hand blade, but it was very different from the standard virtual step hand blade. The attack and power were many times stronger. If this attack landed, it was possible to cut or even break Lu Chen's neck, and knocking him down would be a piece of cake. Exclamations of shock could be heard around the ring. However, Lu Chen's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Li Ziqing's hand blade slashed at him, he immediately raised his arm to block. Bam! Li Ziqing's palm slashed heavily on Lu Chen's left arm, forcing the latter's arm to press inward. When his attack missed, he instantly retracted his palm, twisted his waist, and raised his leg. His left leg kicked at Lu Chen at lightning speed. Taekwondo was famous for its unpredictable, elegant, and unrestrained leg techniques. It was called the art of kicking by the world. It had many variations and was flexible. front kick, horizontal kick, side kick, push kick, back kick, swing kick, backspin kick, double flying kick, wind kick, and other moves were not only powerful, but also pleasing to the eye when performed. Li Ziqing's leg techniques were a big step forward from the traditional foundation. Not only was his leg fast and powerful, but it also had a great element of surprise. The combination of his previous palm blade was seamless. This palm and kick showed the strength of this new taekwondo master to the fullest. His side kick was fast and fierce. Lu Chen did not dare to face it head-on. He immediately took a big step back to defend and barely avoided his opponent's attack. However, Li Ziqing did not give Lu Chen any chance to take a breather. His left leg that missed its target suddenly landed on the ground. Using his left foot as a support point, he suddenly exerted force and jumped into the air. At the same time, he twisted his body and kicked at Lu Chen's face, a beautiful whirlwind kick. His consecutive moves were too fast. Lu Chen could not dodge in time. He could only raise his arms and cross them in front of his body. Bam! Li Ziqing's foot heavily kicked the point where Lu Chen's arms crossed, making a muffled explosion. The power of his flying kick was so strong that even Lu Chen could not resist it. He took 3 big steps back and was completely at a disadvantage. Good. Below the ring, Li Ziqing's disciples cheered. They were all beaming with joy as if victory was right in front of them. The first round had just begun. Not only did Li Ziqing take the initiative, but he also suppressed Lu Chen. 3 consecutive moves made Lu Chen only have the ability to defend and not fight back. They were very clear that once Li Ziqing took the initiative, his attacks would only become fiercer and fiercer until he completely destroyed his opponent's defense and willpower. Therefore, in the Taekwondo circle, Li Ziqing had the nickname of Tiger of Korea. They believed that under Li Ziqing's attacks, Lu Chen would not be able to withstand more than a few rounds. He would definitely be defeated. Correspondingly, Lu Chen's fans who were watching the live broadcast in front of their phones, computers, and televisions were all nervous and silent. Li Ziqing's strength was unexpected. In a fight between masters, strength, speed, reflexes, skills, and other physical strength were not the only things that mattered. Momentum was imposing aura. Once one struck out with one's imposing aura in a battle, it would definitely be able to sweep away all obstacles. Li Ziqing seized the initiative to make a move at the start of the battle, and he firmly grasped this momentum, completely suppressing Lu Chen into a disadvantageous position. Even the audience who did not know Taekwondo or kickboxing could easily see that Li Ziqing's momentum was like a rainbow at that moment, and he could turn his winning momentum into a real victory at any time. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had fought for more than 10 rounds. Li Ziqing had the initiative, and he displayed his leg technique to the fullest. Whoosh! Whoosh! He strode forward and approached Lu Chen. Suddenly, he lifted his right leg to attack Lu Chen's left ribs. At the same time, he jumped with his left leg, turned right, and kicked Lu Chen's chest and abdomen with his left leg, forming an alternating attack with his left and right leg. Double flying kick. The disciples of the Wuqing dojo below the ring felt their blood boil. They could not help but cheer, and many of them were extremely excited. Double flying kick was a classic attack move in Taekwondo, but it was not easy to use it properly. Besides, the weakness of double flying kick was very obvious. The movements were simple, but there was a pattern to them. It was difficult to change the direction of the attack, and it was easy for the opponent to counter it. But when Li Ziqing used it, the moves were smooth like flowing water. The speed, strength, and timing of the attack were all on point. Lu Chen had no chance to counterattack. He could only stand in a horse stance and use his arms to block. He was forced to take another step back. And he had already retreated to the edge of the ring. There were no ropes on the edge of the ring, and it was not very high. Moreover, the edge of the ring was sloping. Once someone was knocked out of the ring, it would be very easy for them to fall to the ground. Although they would not be injured, the scene would definitely be very ugly. Also, according to the preset rules, being knocked out of the ring would count according to the number of points. It could be said that under Li Ziqing's storm-like attacks, Lu Chen was in a very disadvantageous situation. But at that moment, Lu Chen did not panic at all. After blocking Li Ziqing's double flying kick, he took the opportunity when Li Ziqing had just landed to suddenly punch Li Ziqing's face. This was Lu Chen's first counterattack since the start of the first round. Li Ziqing's attack speed could be considered to be extremely fast. He originally wanted to continuously use double flying kicks to kick Lu Chen out of the arena, but no matter how fast his kicking speed was, how could it be faster than a straight punch? The Taekwondo master decisively gave up on the attack and turned to the left side of Lu Chen with nimble steps. While avoiding Lu Chen's fist, he swung his arm again and fiercely chopped at Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen raised his left hand in time to catch Li Ziqing's palm blade. His waist, abdomen, chest, and arms pushed forward at the same time, hitting Li Ziqing's body. Li Ziqing's body suddenly swayed, and he involuntarily took half a step back. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he continued to retreat, widening the distance between them. Li Ziqing was very clear about the strength of his palm blade. Not only did Lu Chen easily take it, but he also used the momentum to complete a beautiful counterattack. This move was really beyond his expectations. Through the head-on confrontation, he could feel that Lu Chen's strength was definitely not below his. This made Li Ziqing decisively give up the idea of a quick fight and become cautious. Correspondingly, his momentum was also greatly weakened, and he no longer had the upper hand. This was precisely the experience of this Taekwondo master. He was not impatient, not greedy for achievements, and did not care about temporary gains and losses. He was very free to switch between offense and defense, and he could withdraw and release his strength at will. Moreover, Li Ziqing had already calculated his move when he retreated. If Lu Chen wanted to take the opportunity to counterattack, then he would definitely give Lu Chen a big surprise, but after forcing Li Ziqing to retreat, Lu Chen did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. He only took 2 steps forward, retracted his palm, and formed a confrontation with Li Ziqing again. The sound of sighs and exhalations sounded around the ring. Of course, Li Ziqing's disciples felt very sorry. It was obvious that Li Ziqing was about to kick Lu Chen out of the ring, but he failed at the last moment. How could they not sigh? As for the people who supported Lu Chen, of course, it was a big relief. Of course, it also included the fans sitting in front of the TV, or watching the live broadcast with their mobile phones or computers. The Whale TV live broadcast room, which had been silent for a few minutes, instantly exploded. Damn, Li Ziqing is really powerful. I didn't expect it. No wonder he dared to issue a challenge to Lu Chen. He has some skills. I was worried to death just now. I was really worried that Lu Chen would be beaten out of the ring. Don't worry, I haven't fought back yet. I will definitely give the Koreans a good look later. Don't be careless. Although the fans firmly supported Lu Chen, Li Ziqing's fighting performance was also obvious to all, so people had to admit his strength. Not many people would lie with their eyes open. In less than 2 minutes, the two sides fought more than a dozen rounds. Basically, Li Ziqing was attacking and Lu Chen was defending. The former's advantage was very obvious, and the fight was thrilling and wonderful. Especially when Li Ziqing used the double flying kick, many people's hearts were in their throats. When they saw that Lu Chen held on and repelled the opponent, they were all relieved. Some fans, especially female fans, didn't want to watch anymore. It was really too exciting. In Lu Chen's official post bar, a new post appeared. Park and Ching KSO posted again, I believe you have all seen that Teacher Ziqing's strength is beyond doubt. He hasn't played his full strength yet, otherwise the battle would have been over. So don't take chances and admit your failure. It's not shameful. This professional Taekwondo master obviously had great confidence in Li Ziqing, and the facts seemed to prove that some of his words were not wrong, but the arrogance in his words made the fans on the post bar extremely unhappy. In an instant, the number of replies reached as many as hundreds. In addition to refuting, most of them were scolding. Park and Ching KSO quickly opened another post, vulgar words can only mean your failure. His Chinese was undoubtedly very good, and his choice of words was smooth and standard, expressing the meaning of mockery very well. This made many of Lu Chen's fans angry and helpless, because apart from cursing, it was really difficult for them to refute the other side with confidence. After all, in the ring, it was strength that spoke, not words. And just after Park and Ching KSO posted a new post, Lu Chen, who had been confronting Li Ziqing for a moment, launched a brazen attack on his opponent. Since the beginning of the Battle of 10 Billion, Lu Chen had been on the defensive. However, Lu Chen's defense was not to passively take a beating, but to measure the Taekwondo master's strength, speed, and combat ability through the confrontation with Li Ziqing. Therefore, although the situation was ugly, he was actually able to defend with ease. It was only when he was about to be knocked out of the ring that Lu Chen decisively counterattacked. This made Li Ziqing, who was fighting smoothly before, suddenly sober up. He wisely returned to his original position instead of gambling and continued to attack. He adopted a more cautious posture to deal with Lu Chen. This also showed Li Ziqing's shrewdness and experience. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen's forbearance and probing no longer had any meaning. The offensive and defensive momentum of the two sides was reversed. He quickly approached Li Ziqing, raised his left arm horizontally in front of him, and clenched his right hand into a fist and punched his opponent's head like lightning. Simple, direct, and fast. This was the first time that Lu Chen used the kung fu skills that he had honed over a long period of time in public. Chi, the iron fist broke through the air and made a soul-stirring sound, which made Li Ziqing's face change involuntarily. The fist speed was too fast, he had no time to parry, so he immediately dodged sideways and retracted his left leg, ready to sweep and kick back. However, just as Li Ziqing lifted his leg, Lu Chen's right leg suddenly swept over, bang, the left and right legs of both sides slammed together, and the dull sound made everyone's eyelids twitch. Li Ziqing instantly retracted his leg, and the muscles in the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. With a low shout, he waved his palm knife and fiercely chopped at Lu Chen, who was close at hand. His palm knife was blocked by Lu Chen's left arm, and Lu Chen's right fist almost at the same time found a gap and bombarded Li Ziqing's chest. Li Ziqing suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but stagger back, and the horror in his heart was indescribable. Lu Chen's attack was not out of his expectations, because he had already seen through Lu Chen's patience, so he was fully prepared to let Lu Chen go all out to attack, and then look for an opportunity to counterattack while defending. But never had he imagined that Lu Chen's attacks would come so swiftly. Even more inconceivable was that Lu Chen seemed to be able to see through his every move and was always able to perfectly seal off his counterattack before giving him a heavy blow. Li Ziqing didn't believe that Lu Chen had the ability to see through his moves, nor did he believe that Lu Chen had completely seen through his moves. The only explanation was that Lu Chen's reaction was too fast, giving him the illusion that he had been seen through. At the same time, Lu Chen's combat ability had also exceeded his expectations. He did not suffer this punch unjustly. Seeing that Li Ziqing was repelled by Lu Chen's punch, all the Wuqing disciples stood up. They couldn't believe their eyes. Li Ziqing, who was the symbol of invincibility in their eyes, actually failed to successfully defend against Lu Chen's counterattack and lost unmistakably. Compared to these Li Ziqing disciples, Lu Chen's fans who were watching the live broadcast of the match finally broke out into collective cheers and applause for the first time since the start of the match. Beautiful, this punch is too beautiful. Ha ha ha, I said that Chen, will win. Now who dares to say that there is any danger? Although I don't understand it very well, it looks really powerful. Lu Chen, come on, beat Li Ziqing. Wonderful. In the Whale TV live broadcast room, it was just like a festival. Countless fans were reveling, and countless barrage and gifts were sent out. Aircraft carriers came out one after another as if they didn't cost anything. In the official Tieba, Lu Chen's supporters were even more proud and elated. One after another, they posted the post of Park Un-sung KSO asking them to admit defeat to the top and fiercely beat it. Park Un-sung KSO quickly replied, "The match is not over yet." Lu Chen's fans were indeed happy a little too early. Li Ziqing only took a punch and lost points. He was not knocked out of the ring or fell to the ground. It was too optimistic to say that Lu Chen won now. But in the ring, Lu Chen really played his momentum with this wave of wonderful attacks. He quickly caught up with the retreating Li Ziqing, twisted his waist, and kicked the latter's waist and abdomen with a whip kick. A whip kick is equivalent to a horizontal kick or a spinning kick in Taekwondo. It pays particular attention to attacking the opponent by surprise. Speed is the essence. Lu Chen used a whip kick in pursuit, which was intended to oppress Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing's reaction was also very fast. In the case of not being stable, he accelerated back to avoid Lu Chen's whip kick. He immediately stopped and raised his leg to kick Lu Chen's abdomen. His counterattack was a little reluctant, but his pride and conceit did not allow him to retreat again and again. Especially in the case of a head-on confrontation with Lu Chen, the Taekwondo master showed his brave side in addition to his shrewdness. Lu Chen moved to avoid, but the momentum of the attack did not change. Block, dodge, parry, hit. In this arena, the duel between the two sides entered a white-hot state in the blink of an eye. The confrontation of fists and palms, the collision of legs and legs, the muffled sound seemed to be pounding on the hearts of the audience. 4 minutes had passed since the first round's 5-minute time limit. The confrontation between Lu Chen and Li Ziqing was getting more and more intense. The powerful collision between the two sides made the audience shudder with fear. Chen Fei and Lu Shi also stood up from their seats. They were extremely nervous. As for the audience watching the live broadcast, they focused all their attention on the screen. They widened their eyes for fear of missing any scene. The time of the match jumped to 4:25. At this time, Lu Chen and Li Ziqing had already attacked dozens of times, and the two sides were evenly matched. Li Ziqing was able to block Lu Chen's fist and took a step back. His forehead was covered in fine sweat, his face was flushed red, but his eyes flashed with a fierce and resolute light. The next moment, he suddenly took half a step forward and instantly jumped high in the air. He twisted his body in the air and prepared to kick at Lu Chen. It was the flying backward kick. Li Ziqing's flying backward kick was also improved. It was also one of his famous unique skills. During practice, he once had an amazing performance of breaking a wooden stake with one kick. It was definitely a powerful move, but at the moment when Li Ziqing kicked, Lu Chen took half a step forward. He punched both of his fists at the same time, one above and one below, and hit his waist and side crotch at lightning speed. Bang! This was a good point to fight with Lu Chen. His punches were even more decisive and fierce. His hard fists were like leather, and he hit with full force. Li Ziqing, who was in the air, could not dodge at all. His whole body spun and flew out, and he fell heavily under the ring 4 or 5 meters away. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Wuqing dojo was silent. Who would have thought that Li Ziqing, who was locked in a battle with Lu Chen, would be knocked out of the ring? The Taekwondo master fell heavily on the plastic floor. He flipped over and pressed his hands on the ground to jump up. Although his movements were very beautiful, it could not hide his embarrassment of defeat. The air in the Wuqing dojo seemed to have frozen. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. A bitter smile appeared on Li Ziqing's face. He shook his head and returned to the ring. At this moment, there were only 10 seconds left before the end of the first round of the 10 billion battle. Those Wuqing disciples who were in a state of shock, bewilderment, and despair suddenly had a look of anticipation in their eyes. According to the rules of the competition, as long as Li Ziqing did not admit defeat, he could still continue. At most, he would just lose a lot of points. There were still 2 rounds left. He still had a chance to turn the tables. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Ziqing did not drag the time until the end of the first round. Instead, he solemnly bowed to Lu Chen and said, "The victory of this competition belongs to you, sir." He actually admitted defeat. There was an uproar in the audience. Lu Chen returned a fist salute and said, "He admitted defeat." Lu Chen did not expect Li Ziqing to admit defeat so cleanly. He could not help but admire him. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. As the representative of Korean Taekwondo and the founder of the Wuqing style, Li Ziqing, who possessed great strength and ambition, placed great importance on this match. A martial artist like him must have a strong will and would not admit defeat easily because it concerned his dignity. It was precisely because of this that his calm attitude towards defeat was very praiseworthy. In the previous battles, this Taekwondo master's fighting spirit was impeccable. Many martial artists were very good at using the rules. When the situation was unfavorable, they liked to dodge, hold, delay, or even use foul tactics to prolong the match. This could not be said to be wrong. As long as the rules allowed it, there was no problem. Glory belonged to the final winner. Even if the situation before was ugly, the winner would never be blamed. However, Li Ziqing did not use such a move. It was impossible that he did not know it. It was just pride. A loss was a loss. There was no excuse. Lu Chen admired Li Ziqing for admitting defeat because he would have made the same choice if he were in Li Ziqing's shoes. Sparring was not a battle of life and death. Admitting that one was inferior to one's opponent was a form of courage. Of course, for Lu Chen's fans, they won't think so much. They only know one irrefutable fact, that is, Lu Chen won. The victory belonged to Lu Chen. Lu Chen defeated Li Ziqing before the end of the first round, which could be said to be a battle of tens of billions that attracted worldwide attention. All the fans who were paying attention to this match were all fired up, especially in the Whale TV live broadcast room. It was simply boiling. The barrage of messages and rewards was so great that the server was about to crash. My Chen is mighty. Victory belongs to us. Ha ha ha, I told you that Lu Chen would win. I was right. What happened just now was really amazing. Lu Chen's counterattack was simply a stroke of genius. No, it was a punch of God. I've decided. I want to learn China Kung Fu too. Strong, according to the official post-event statistics of Whale TV, in the 1 minute after Li Ziqing bowed his head to Lu Chen and admitted defeat, the number of online viewers of Battle of 10 Billion exceeded 10 million, and a total of 13 million messages were brushed, as well as rewards and gifts worth a total of 8 million plus. This record was not broken for the next 10 years, until Lu Chen stood on the podium of the Oscars. At the same time, in Lu Chen's official Tieba, in addition to the fans' crazy celebration, the beating of Park and Ching KSO became the most important theme. Everyone ridiculed and laughed to their heart's content in several of his posts. Although it was a bit unkind, wasn't it a relief? Park and Ching KSO did not respond anymore, but went offline directly, and never came online again. In addition, the comprehensive ratings of the live broadcast of the competition by Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television exceeded 15%, and the number of views of QQ Video exceeded 100 million, breaking their respective records. The impact of this was very far-reaching. Many years later, when people talk about China Kung Fu or Taekwondo, this Battle of 10 Billion will always be indispensable. It also made China Kung Fu really begin to take root in people's hearts, while the domestic audience and fans were celebrating the victory. In the Wuchang Martial Arts headquarters, the famous referee from the United States officially announced the result of the competition. Lu Chen defeated Li Ziqing. No one expressed any objection to this, even Li Ziqing's disciples were silent. Li Ziqing is very able to pick up and put it down. His careful planning has become a wedding dress for others. He did not show any flustered or resentful remorse, but politely invited Lu Chen to communicate in private. Lu Chen readily agreed. In an elegant room in the Wuchang Martial Arts headquarters, Li Ziqing personally brewed a pot of green tea for Lu Chen and others. After drinking 2 cups of tea, the atmosphere became harmonious. The Taekwondo master suddenly said, "Mr. Lu Chen, the China Kung Fu you created is very different from traditional China martial arts, but I can see the inheritance of boxing and leg techniques from it, which is more powerful than I thought. I admire it very much. I wonder if you have the idea of promoting this powerful skill to the world." Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Li Ziqing to ask such a question. Lu Chen's Kung Fu first came from the memories in the dream world, which belonged to Mo Ran. However, it was not enough for him to inherit it completely, but on this basis, he had his own creations and ideas. Inheritance and development, coupled with his changed talent, made Lu Chen truly powerful. Li Ziqing's eyes were very keen. As for promoting China Kung Fu, he really had such an idea. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen replied frankly, "Mr. Li Ziqing, I do have such an idea, but now is not the time, and I don't have the time to realize my intention for the time being." He was first and foremost an artist, and his acting and singing career was his foundation. Promotion Kung Fu also needed to be carried out on the basis of developing his career, so he couldn't neglect the essentials. Li Ziqing smiled slightly and said, "If the time is ripe in the future, I wonder if Mr. Lu Chen would be willing to work together with our Wuchang Martial Arts headquarters to establish a World Martial Arts Professional League competition based on Wuchang Taekwondo and China Kung Fu." World Martial Arts Professional League. Lu Chen had to admit that Li Ziqing's proposal was very tempting and constructive. "I think we can agree to cooperate with Li Ziqing." On the way back to the hotel after leaving the Wuchang Dojo headquarters, Lu Shi, who was in the same car, said, "He is very shrewd." Shrewd was the most suitable adjective for businessmen. It felt very inappropriate to use it on a Taekwondo master, but it turned out that Li Ziqing's shrewdness was beyond everyone's imagination. In the case of being defeated by Lu Chen, he was not frustrated, angry, regretful, or resentful. Instead, he proposed a cooperation proposal to Lu Chen that was beneficial to both sides. It was not wrong to say that he was a little shrewd. In this way, Li Ziqing turned the disadvantage into an advantage. As long as the two sides could reach an agreement, then this battle of 10 billion would become a good story, and the damage to his reputation would naturally be minimized. In addition, his ambitious ambitions would not suffer a major setback because of this. Instead, he would get a strong partner in his own camp, which would be more conducive to the expansion of his career. Of course, if Li Ziqing wanted to achieve his goal, the most important thing was to get the approval and support of Lu Chen. If Lu Chen did not agree, then his efforts would be meaningless. Because Lu Chen was the winner, he thought about it, nodded and said, "I also agree." You have to talk to him about the specific cooperation plan. Lu Chen thought about it very clearly. Li Ziqing's proposal to establish the World Martial Arts Competition was a very good idea. Once it was successful, the impact would be very far-reaching and positive. This idea could be combined with his wuxia Great IP plan to produce a huge impetus, although the addition of wuqing Taekwondo would make things a lot more complicated. If Lu Chen did it alone, it would take a lot of time and energy. The result was completely not worth the loss. Li Ziqing had a plan, strength, and ability. He was undoubtedly the most suitable partner. For a long time, in addition to his solo acting career, Lu Chen had used the method of cooperation to expand his career, such as the crowdfunding website, such as Happy Entertainment, Star Factory Media, etc., all of which were successful. Lu Chen was already handy to achieve the sharing of common interests through cooperation. Are you trying to tire me to death? Lu Shi glared at him angrily. You cause big trouble every now and then leave it alone. Even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I can't deal with it. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to either. Maybe we can recruit a few professional managers. His career was getting bigger and bigger. Qinfei Media's next step would be to expand, sign more artistes, and shoot more movies and TV series. There would only be more and more things to do. However, Lu Chen did not want his sister to work day and night for this. Money could not be earned, and family was more important. While talking, the Mercedes-Benz the three of them took arrived at the main entrance of the Shilla Hotel. As a result, as soon as Lu Chen got out of the car, a large group of reporters suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded Lu Chen as fast as they could, desperately pressing the shutter of the cameras in their hands and extending the microphones in their hands to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, how do you view this victory, Li Ziqing? Some of them spoke Chinese, some of them spoke English, but most of them spoke Korean. It was a messy mix of languages. Lu Chen did not expect that there would be so many paparazzi in South Korea. They were actually waiting for him at the entrance of the hotel. He could not help but be stunned. In fact, he underestimated the influence of Li Ziqing in South Korea. When this battle of 10 billion was broadcast live on MBC TV, it had already caused a sensation in South Korea. As a result, Lu Chen defeated Li Ziqing in the first round, which was beyond the expectations of countless people. Many reporters arrived outside the headquarters early, but more reporters ran to the Shilla Hotel where Lu Chen stayed to follow up the interview, because the chance of waiting for Lu Chen here was much higher. Fortunately, the security personnel appeared in time and quickly separated the reporters. They escorted Lu Chen, Chen Feier, and Lu Shi back to the hotel safely. Chen Feier said worriedly, Do you think there will be trouble? Why don't you return home earlier? Li Ziqing was a hero in many South Koreans' hearts. Now that he had been defeated by Lu Chen, it was hard to say that there would not be some extreme fans who would do something irrational. Lu Shi supported him. Yes, you two return home first. I'll stay here and talk to Li Ziqing. Lu Chen laughed. It's not that scary. Also, I've agreed to SYG's invitation. I'll go back in 2 days. SYG was a famous management company in South Korea. It was through their cooperation that Lu Chen successfully expanded his career to South Korea. The cooperation between the two parties had been very pleasant. This time, when Lu Chen came to Seoul to participate in the program recording, he also took the time to visit SYG's headquarters. Then, SYG made an invitation to him, hoping that Lu Chen could guide SYG's newly formed girl group, Girl. Lu Chen naturally had to fulfill his promise since he had agreed to it. At 12:15 p.m. on January 6, Li Ziqing posted on his personal FLOO. He admitted his defeat and apologized to all his fans who had supported him. This taekwondo master especially praised Lu Chen's strength. At the same time, he hoped to cooperate with Lu Chen and promote Wuqing-style taekwondo and Chinese kung fu to the world. This was because the two had many similarities and complemented each other in many areas. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen responded to Li Ziqing on FLOO. He said that winning this victory was largely due to luck. He had many things to learn from Li Ziqing, so winning or losing was not important. He also looked forward to working with Li Ziqing. These two blog posts could be considered a perfect ending to the Battle of 10 Billion. Lu Chen's humility and sincerity won him countless good reviews and a large number of Korean fans. On the other hand, many Korean taekwondo, karate, and kickboxing experts jumped out and proposed to challenge Lu Chen. However, they were destined to not receive any response from Lu Chen. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen posted a new blog post on Waves. First of all, he thanked his fans for their support, especially the fans of Whale TV, who gave him more than 20 million in tips and gifts. However, he would not put this money into his own pocket. After tax, he would donate all of it, along with the income from the live broadcast, to the Chen Fei Charity Foundation to help more people in need. Naturally, the fans were full of praise. The anti-fans who usually appeared in the comments from time to time had completely disappeared. This was because they could not find any fault with him at all. Trying to do so would be asking for humiliation. That night, Central TV Department 1 broadcasted the news of Lu Chen's victory over Li Ziqing in Seoul. The edited video of the battle was 15 seconds long, and it gave Lu Chen a positive evaluation. Seoul's Gangnam District, Cheongtan-dong. XXX-dong in Korea was equivalent to XXX Street in China. Cheongtan-dong was located in Korea's most prosperous and affluent Gangnam District. The latter was also seen as the core of Korea's entertainment industry. Famous entertainment agencies such as SMG, TRF, REOP, and so on gathered here. Every year, large numbers of professionally trained artists would emerge from Gangnam District's Cheongtan-dong, Namgyandong, Mojeongdong, and other places, providing a steady stream of new blood for Korea's entertainment industry. SYG's headquarters was in Cheongtan-dong. It was a 12-story building. SYG was not the top entertainment agency in Korea. Its power and scale could not be compared to SMG. However, it had a long history. This headquarters built in the early 90s was the best proof. When Lu Chen arrived at SYG's headquarters, SYG's president, Lee Junhao, was already waiting at the door with many senior executives. Although Lu Chen had already visited here a few days ago, SYG's reception was even higher today. There were even a few major shareholders of SYG among the welcoming crowd. Lu Chen was completely surrounded by them as he stepped into the building. "It was unfortunate last time," Li Junhao said sincerely. "I was on a business trip in Thailand and could not make it back in time. So, Mr. Lu Chen, please give me a chance to make it up to me. Let's have dinner together." The last time Lu Chen was here, the president of SYG was not in Korea. It was a missed opportunity. The first thing Li Junhao did when he returned was to extend another warm invitation to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's second visit to YG was to maintain the friendship between him and his business partners. But this time, he only brought his assistant with him. Lu Xi and Chen Fei went shopping in Myeongdong. The three of them would return to China tomorrow. The plane tickets had already been booked, so today was their last day in Korea. Lu Chen smiled. President Li is too polite. Then, I'll accept your invitation. Li Junhao immediately revealed a bright smile. The president of SYG was in her 30s. She had studied in China for many years, so she was proficient in Mandarin and Chinese culture. Not long after she returned to China, she took over her father's position and took charge of this entertainment management company. It was precisely because of this connection that Li Junhao attached great importance to the China market. He had set up an office in Beijing a long time ago and actively recommended his contracted artists to expand into the domestic market. However, SYG's capabilities were limited. The few artists that they had promoted were not doing very well in China. It was only when they started working with Lu Chen that the situation changed drastically. Relying on the good cooperation with Lu Chen, many of SYG's artists participated in the filming of Full House of Romance and Autumn in My Blood. As a result, they quickly became popular in China and Korea, and brought SYG a huge source of income. Naturally, Li Zhenhao attached great importance to Lu Chen. As they spoke, the group took the elevator to the 5th floor of SYG headquarters. The 3rd and 4th floors were the practice rooms for the trainees, while the 5th and 6th floors were the practice rooms and studios for the debuting artists. The trainee system of Korean entertainment management companies had been around for a long time. It was very strict, and the elimination rate of trainees was very high. Even though it was only 1 floor away, one had to put in a lot of sweat and tears to get from the 4th to the 5th floor. One also needed enough luck and talent. The Korean entertainment industry had long been a complete assembly line. There were many artists debuting every year, so the competition was extremely cruel. If they did not become popular within a year or two after debuting, they would basically be eliminated. Of course, this cruelty was not limited to artists. It was the same for entertainment management companies. Today, Li Zhenhao had warmly invited Lu Chen to visit SYG again. Of course, the main purpose was not to treat Lu Chen to a meal, but to ask him to guide SYG's recently debuted girl group, Girl. There were a total of 7 members in Girl. They were between 17 and 19 years old and were no less than 170 meters tall. All of them had trained at SYG for more than 3 years. SYG had invested a lot of resources in Girl to groom them. At the same time, they had high hopes for Girl to become one of the top girl groups in Korea and become the company's cash cow. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. The competition in the girl groups in Korea was fierce to begin with. Girl had just debuted when SMG released Kuro, and REOP released Dawn Girls, suppressing Girl to the point where they could not even raise their heads. The market response was very cold. Of course, SYG would not be willing to fail. That was why they had tried so hard to invite Lu Chen, hoping to make use of Lu Chen's talent in music composition to make Girl shine. There were many girl groups in Korea, and there was a serious situation of homogeneity. The girl group members were all young and beautiful, and they could sing and dance. Therefore, the key was whether they had popular works or not. Whether it was Kuro or Dawn Girls, they had master-level songwriters who wrote songs for them. Their debut songs were a huge success. In comparison, Girl was much worse in this aspect. Hello, Sensei Lu Chen. In Girl's exclusive practice room, 7 young and beautiful girls were wearing tight practice skirts, revealing their slender and fair thighs. They stood in a row and bowed to greet Lu Chen. What's more, he was using perfect Chinese. Even though Lu Chen was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but feel a little dizzy. He quickly nodded and said, "Hello." Girl's manager who accompanied Lu Chen quickly introduced, "Sensei Lu Chen, this is Song Yinghui." The girl whose name was called stepped forward and bowed again. "Hello, Sensei Lu Chen." Song Yinghui was the leader of Girl and had the best figure in the group. She was quite bold. While greeting Lu Chen, she also cast a fiery gaze at him. In today's South Korea, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the most popular Chinese star. The number of his fans was even more than that of many of South Korea's A-list artists. The trilogy of Autumn in My Heart, Full House of Romance and You from the Star had given Lu Chen an extraordinary position in the South Korean entertainment industry. For a new artist like Song Yinghui who had just debuted, it had a different kind of attraction. Most importantly, Lu Chen also held the key to making people famous. Lu Chen did not care too much because he had seen many female fans looking at him with similar gazes. Under the introduction of his manager, he got to know all the members of Girl one by one. It had to be said that being surrounded by so many beautiful girls and being treated as fans to their idols felt very pleasant. However, Lu Chen was not an ordinary person after all. He had enough willpower. After the introduction, he said straightforwardly, "Please perform a work." Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen's request was quickly carried out. The song that Girl performed for Lu Chen was their debut single, Passion. SYG had high hopes for Girl. Of course, they would not be careless with their debut work. The lyrics and arrangement of Passion were all created by famous artists. Just the choreography alone took them nearly a month to practice. Even the filming of the music video was done with the same emphasis on perfection. Coupled with the publicity, SYG could be said to have spent a lot of money, hoping that Girl would become an instant hit. However, it was very unfortunate that Girl encountered Kuro and Dawn Girls as soon as they debuted. The result was a terrible defeat. Passion only stayed on the K-pop charts for 2 weeks before there was no news, and it was ranked last. This put SYG and Girl in an awkward position, and their subsequent promotions were greatly affected. Inviting Luchin could be said to be SYG's move to save Girl. As the accompaniment sounded, the 7 beautiful girls danced a hot dance to the melody. Their performance was very serious, and the rhythm of their dance movements was very strong. Moreover, their cooperation with each other was very tacit, which was pleasing to the eye. In terms of dancing, the average level of Korean artists could be said to be the best in Asia, especially boy or girl groups. They often went through a long period of arduous training, and with excellent choreography, they contributed a lot to the popularity of the Korean wave. Girls' dance was also professional, and they put in 120% of their effort, which made Luchin secretly admire them. The rarest thing was that Girl danced and sang at the same time. They were singing for real instead of lip-syncing. The 7 girls looked neat, youthful, beautiful, and had their own characteristics. They were hardworking and capable, and with the support of the company they signed with, it was reasonable to say that it would be very easy for them to become famous. However, they were really unlucky. Not only did they encounter a strong opponent, but their debut song was also lackluster. Passion had a strong rhythm and melody, and the climax was remarkable. However, there was nothing special about it, or anything that could make people addicted to it. The style was similar to many Korean pop songs. Luchin had a certain understanding of K-pop, so he quickly realized the problem. He fell into deep thought. After Girl's performance ended, they looked at the silent Luchin. They couldn't help but look at each other, a little at a loss of what to do. With Luchin's current popularity and influence in Korea, if he was willing to recommend Girl on FLOO, Girl would definitely gain a wave of fans and even get out of her current awkward situation. However, they also knew very well that even the president of SYG, Lee Junho, might not have the face to make Luchin put in a good word for him. Although both parties had a long and friendly cooperation, in reality, SYG relied more on Luchin. Now, Luchin's evaluation of their performance was very important. The girls nervously looked at Luchin, who was sitting on the chair. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and expectation. The senior members of SYG in the practice room, including Lee Junho, did not speak. They were afraid that they would disturb Luchin's thoughts. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. After a while, Luchin smiled and said, "Not bad. You all danced well and sang well." Hearing Luchin's positive evaluation, the girls of Girl could not help but feel relieved and smiled sweetly. Lee Junho smiled bitterly and said, "But this song won't do. She was beautiful, danced well, and sang well. Only the song would not do." Lee Junho helped Luchin say what he had not said. Luchin smiled and said, "The song lacks some characteristics. I don't have any good guidance in terms of dancing and singing, so I'll write a song for Girl." Luchin wanted to write a song for Girl. Lee Junho was overjoyed. She had invited Luchin to teach Girl because she wanted to use Luchin's fame to promote Girl. She did not expect Luchin to be willing to personally write for Girl. She knew that Luchin was a very talented singer and composer. He had extraordinary talent in music. However, in the past year, Luchin had focused on his development in the film industry and had not released a new album for some time. In addition, Lee Junho also knew that Luchin's price for writing songs was very high. The price of a song could easily crush all the songs in Asia. It was the top tier in Europe and America. It was not that SYG could not afford it, but whether Luchin was willing to do it, whether his song would be suitable for Girl, and whether it would be suitable for the Korean market were all problems. Now that Luchin had taken the initiative to suggest it, the situation was completely different. If he did not have enough confidence or good inspiration, she believed that Luchin would not have said it. "That's really great." The girls of Girl were very smart. When they saw Lee Junho smiling, they looked at each other and then bowed to Luchin in unison. "Thank you, Teacher Luchin." Some of them spoke Mandarin, while others spoke Korean. Their voices were crisp and cute. Lu Chen chuckled and gestured to his assistant to bring his briefcase over. Then, he took out his computer from it. For this trip to Korea, he had brought along a supercomputer that he had bought not long ago. It was installed with a few sets of commonly used composing software so that it would be convenient for him to use when he was out and about. Since he had agreed, Lu Chen simply started composing on the spot. Because Girl was currently focusing on the Korean market, he did not need to think about the lyrics and directly typed out the music score. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and in just a few minutes, he had finished writing a song. The surrounding senior management of SYG were all dumbfounded. They felt that Lu Chen's songwriting was like child's play. All he had to do was type a few times on the keyboard and he could even sell a song for 10 to 20 million won. For such custom-made works, the composer often had to spend a week or two or even more to prepare. They had to rack their brains to find inspiration, and then fill in the inspiration. Finally, the final product had to be revised repeatedly. They were all suspicious that Lu Chen was just brushing them off. Did he think that it would be fine if he just casually passed it to them? Lu Chen did not care what they were thinking. He asked Li Zhenhao if he could borrow the help of a few professionals to complete the first version of the song. It was not the first time he had done such a thing, and he did not care if it was shocking. Li Zhenhao could not believe it either, but she immediately complied with Lu Chen's request. Therefore, Lu Chen borrowed SYG's staff and equipment and spent about 2 hours to turn this song that was tailor-made for Girl into a finished product. Of course, due to the limited time, the content and details of the arrangement could not be very rich. However, the basic melody, rhythm, timbre, and so on were all there. If he added in the lyrics, it would be a complete work. After it was completed, Lu Chen played the final product in the testing room. Many of the senior management of SYG, including Li Zhenhao, as well as the 7 girls from Girl, listened to this work that only had background music. After listening to it, everyone's expressions were colorful. In the eyes of many of SYG's senior management, what they had seen today was an absolute miracle. God said let there be light, and so there was light. Lu Chen said he would write a song for Girl, and so he did. Although it was a work without lyrics, the quality was so high that it was hard to believe that it was composed in a few minutes. The melody of the song was very light, and the unique rhythm had a strong toxicity. Just hearing it once would make one hum a few lines. It had a magical power that made people listen to it again and again. These SYG executives were not idle people. Their appreciation of pop music was not bad, and some were even professionals. That was why they were so shocked. With this song, as long as it was matched with lyrics and choreography, it would not be a dream for Girl to make a comeback. In the Korean pop music scene, there were many examples of people becoming famous overnight because of one song. It was not a myth for a few classic songs to support a popular girl group. Especially in the current situation where Korean pop music was highly homogenized and the audience was tired of it, they knew all too well the power of a good song. The girls of Girl looked at Lu Chen with stars in their eyes, each of them full of joy and admiration. The girls' love for this work came from the bottom of their hearts. The melody and rhythm hit their hearts, and they could not wait to try it out. Ever since their debut, they had been under a lot of pressure. The response to their debut single was mediocre. Faced with strong competitors, although they worked hard, they could not achieve success. At this moment, to them, Lu Chen was like an angel who had descended to the mortal world to save them from their suffering. The girls' burning gazes made Lu Chen feel a little overwhelmed. He coughed twice and said, "That's it for now. Get someone else to write the lyrics, and the arrangement needs to be perfected." Li Zhenhao hurriedly said, "Thank you so much. You've worked hard. I will get someone to draft the copyright transfer contract. Please rest assured." The president of SYG only had one thought in her mind, and that was to sign the contract as soon as possible. She would never forgive herself if she missed this song. Most importantly, with one song, there would naturally be a second song. With the support of a talented musical genius like Lu Chen, would Girl be afraid of not being able to beat Kuro and Dawn Maiden? Therefore, she didn't care about the cost at all. No matter how much Lu Chen asked, she would agree unconditionally. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You can discuss the contract with Lu Shi." Li Zhenhao thought of something and said, "Mr. Lu Chen, what's the name of this song?" Although Lu Chen had asked SYG to add their own lyrics, Li Zhenhao still hoped that Lu Chen could give the work a name. This was very important. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just call her G." G. Li Zhenhao's eyes lit up and he nodded thoughtfully. Very good title. Lu Chen smiled but said nothing. G meant surprise in Korean. In the dream world, this song G was originally one of the representative works of a very famous Korean girl group. It had been popular for a time and won many awards. It had extraordinary magic. The sky had darkened by the time the audition ended. At night, Li Zhenhao invited Lu Chen to a banquet at the famous Hanjiang Hotel. Girl and many of the higher-ups of SYG accompanied them and were very attentive. Lu Chen rarely drank, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the girls and girl. He drank a bottle of traditional Korean wine, bamboo charcoal, and was a little tipsy in the end. Li Zhenhao also drank a few glasses of wine. She smiled and said, "Mr. Lu Chen, I think you're a little drunk. Let Yinghui send you upstairs to rest. I've already booked a room here." As she spoke, she gave Song Yinghui, who was sitting beside Lu Chen, a look. Song Yinghui was the leader of girl. Her overall quality was the best among the 7 girls. Her appearance wasn't top-notch, but her figure was outstanding, especially her pair of long legs. Seeing Li Zhenhao's hint, Song Yinghui immediately understood and held on to Lu Chen's arm. Her bouncy breasts pressed tightly against his arm and said sweetly, "Teacher Lu Chen, let me send you upstairs." To be honest, such a youthful and beautiful girl with a soft voice and exotic charm was a great temptation for Lu Chen. Moreover, Li Zhenhao's hint was quite obvious. However, Lu Chen was not drunk. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your warm hospitality, President Li, but I won't be staying here tonight. My girlfriend is still waiting for me in the hotel." His tone was gentle, but his will was very firm. Li Zhenhao was stunned, then smiled and said, "All right then, I'll get someone to send you back." Politely declining Li Zhenhao's good intentions and ignoring Song Yinghui's resentment, Lu Chen and his assistant took the car sent by SYG back to Hotel Shilla. This bunch of Koreans. In the car, Xianxia, the assistant who had followed Lu Chen to Korea, said, "So many tricks." The Korean drinking culture was also very popular. The senior management of SYG were very good at persuading people to drink. If not for Zhang Xiaofeng's help that night, Lu Chen would probably be lying on the floor. But what Zhang Xiaofeng said was not just that. Lu Chen laughed involuntarily. He had long heard of the unspoken rules in the Korean entertainment industry, but he did not expect it to happen to him. It was just that Li Zhenhao's honey trap was really playing with the wrong target. Unlike those artists who became unscrupulous after becoming famous, Lu Chen had always kept his bottom line in the huge entertainment industry. The more famous he was, the more careful he was with his words and actions. It was actually very easy for a person to fall into depravity. It was very difficult to stay clean in the entertainment industry that was filled with countless temptations, but he had his own persistence. Therefore, even if Chen Feier was not here in Korea, Lu Chen would not be tempted by Song Yinghui. Back in the room, Chen Feier was sitting in the living room chatting with Lu Shi. There were bags of various sizes on the carpet in the living room. It looked like they had gained a lot today. Seeing the drunken Lu Chen return, Chen Feier hurriedly got up to support him. Lu Shi said angrily, "Why did you drink so much? It stinks." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to drink too much. The people from SYG were really too passionate. I really couldn't handle it. Luckily, Brother Zhang was here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back tonight." He had a lingering fear just thinking about it. If he had been drunk and completely sinned, it would be hard to say what would have happened next. Of course, Li Zhenhao did not have any ill intentions towards him, but her good intentions were even more unbearable. Chen Feier laughed. "Is it because you have a beautiful girl with you that you can't bear to come back?" Lu Chen laughed. "Hurry up and take a bath. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain." On the 8th of January, Lu Chen ended his trip to Korea and returned to Beijing with Chen Feier, Lu Shi, and the rest. When Lu Chen returned to Beijing, the first snow of the new year had just fallen in the capital. The snow was so heavy that the flight from Seoul to Beijing was delayed for more than 5 hours. Therefore, when they arrived at Beijing International Airport, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. What surprised Lu Chen was that there were still a large number of fans in the terminal to pick him up when the flight was delayed for such a long time. Seeing Lu Chen and others coming out of the passenger passage, these fans immediately let out earth-shattering cheers. They held up various posters, support signs, flowers, gifts, and so on. The scene was quite amazing. For the current Lu Chen, it was normal to meet fans or reporters who came to pick him up at the airport. Because his popularity was so high, there was no need to arrange professional fans at all. There were still a lot of real fans to support him. It was said that the airline company specialized in selling the flight information of celebrity artists to the fan groups, so the fans could know the movements of their idols at any time and surround the airport. In this regard, Lu Chen had long been used to it. But today, it snowed for a day, the plane was delayed for such a long time, and so many fans waited for his return. It really made him very touched and even embarrassed. "Thank you." Lu Chen took the flowers and gifts from the hands of two female fans and smiled to express his gratitude. Several female fans who squeezed to the front were so excited that their faces were red. The people behind them tightly surrounded them, causing chaos at the scene. Fortunately, the airport arranged enough personnel to maintain order. According to the usual practice, Lu Chen should speed up and leave. The car to pick him up was already waiting outside. But today's situation was really special. He really couldn't leave the fans who had waited for him for such a long time, so he took the initiative to take the crowd to the side and signed autographs and took photos for these fans one by one. Of course, the fans were overjoyed and spontaneously lined up with good manners. Their hard waiting was finally not in vain. Not only could they get Lu Chen's autograph, but they also got Xianxia's. It was a great deal. Lu Chen signed a fan's autograph and asked, "Now that the subway has stopped, how are you going to go back?" The fan replied, "My friend and I are going to take a taxi back." Take a taxi? Lu Chen could not help but frown. It was already very late, and the most convenient and fast subway was already out of service. There were definitely taxis at the airport, but it was probably very difficult to get one due to the snow, and there were so many fans. He immediately said to Lu Xi, "Sister, can you call and ask if you can get a few cars to send them back?" Lu Xi nodded and immediately called the bus. She helped Lu Chen manage the studio and Xianxia Media and built up a considerable network in the capital. This was naturally not a problem for her. It only took a few minutes for Lu Xi to contact a car. She relied on her relationship with Beijing television. When the fans heard that Lu Chen had specially arranged a bus for them to go back, there was no need to mention how considerate and moved they were. They posted photos in their respective blogs and circles of friends, and all of them were very happy. Do you have an idol that warms your heart? When other fans saw this, they all expressed their envy and jealousy. Some even said that they would rush to the airport immediately. After this torment, when Lu Chen and Xianxia returned home, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Both of them were exhausted to death. After a simple wash, they went to bed and slept until dawn. The next day, Lu Chen and Xianxia rushed to the headquarters of Central TV together. The two of them were here to participate in the first official rehearsal of the 2018 Spring Festival Gala. Central TV's rehearsal was different from ordinary galas. Ordinary galas had loose requirements for the participating stars. Usually, the stars did not need to participate in the rehearsal, or only needed to participate once. However, Central TV was different. No matter how big the stars were, they had to participate in the official rehearsal to be selected for the Spring Festival Gala. Unless there was a special reason, they could not ask for leave. If they could not accept this rule, then they could forget about this stage that was watched by millions of people. In the past, the Spring Festival Gala was actually not so strict, especially when it came to Hong Kong and Taiwanese stars. However, in recent years, this rule had been implemented very well, and there had been stars who were kicked out because of this. For this year's Spring Festival Gala, Lu Chen and Xianxia both had performances, so the first rehearsal was definitely not to be missed. It was not that the two of them valued the Spring Festival Gala very much, but there was no need to break the rules. Therefore, they still took it very seriously and rushed over more than an hour in advance. The Spring Festival Gala's rehearsal was held in Central TV's Broadcasting Studio 1. When the two of them entered, they went through multiple security checks. In order to prevent the surging social media and internet celebrities from entering the Spring Festival Gala's rehearsal site to secretly take pictures and leak the contents of the Spring Festival Gala, Central TV's confidentiality of the first rehearsal could be said to be airtight. All bags and mobile phones of the audience were not allowed inside, and there were also strict rules for reporters and entertainers. When the two of them appeared backstage in the broadcasting studio, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Recently, in terms of the limelight, no one in the domestic entertainment industry could compare to Lu Chen, especially since he had just defeated Taekwondo master Li Ziqing in South Korea. The media was abuzz and he was almost put on a pedestal. It really makes people not convinced. Lu Chen has the height, the appearance, the talent, the ability to write and fight, and the skill is extraordinary. He is simply the perfect big star. Whether it was out of sincerity or insincerity, regardless of whether they were friends or not, the celebrities who were already waiting backstage all greeted Lu Chen and Chen Feier with a smile or warmly. Among them, there were also friends of the two, such as Lu Gangxing, Tan Hong, etc. In addition to these two evergreen trees in the industry, there were also many big stars and emerging artists. It could be said that the stars were shining. Lu Gangxing, like Chen Feier, was participating in the Spring Festival Gala for the third time this year. He flew to Beijing a few days ago. Now that they saw Lu Chen, everyone was naturally happy to be reunited after a long time. Tan Hong had originally retired from the music industry, but because of the invitation of the great director, Chen Guizhi, he also came. However, he would not be appearing alone, but participating in a singing program with a group of stars. And the song for the chorus was written by Lu Chen. Tan Hong opened his arms and gave him a strong hug. He praised, "You have won glory for the country. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Your sister-in-law said that she wants to welcome a hero." Lu Chen laughed and said, "How can I be considered a hero?" "Thank you so much, sister-in-law." As the two of them were chatting and laughing, Chen Guizhi appeared backstage. The first official rehearsal for the Spring Festival Gala was about to begin. According to previous year's practices, a Spring Festival Gala usually had 4.5 hours of content. And rehearsals lasted even longer. No matter how big the names were, even after they finished rehearsing, they could not leave immediately. This was because they still had to analyze and judge the effects of the program, so they often had to stay for more than half a day. Lunch was provided by Central TV. Whether it was celebrities, guest artists, extras, or staff, they all ate boxed lunches, and the quality of the lunches was the same. Of course, celebrities who were not used to eating boxed lunches could prepare their own meals, but basically no one would do that. Lu Chen and Chen Feier were no exception. They received their own boxed lunches during the lunch break. Even though Central TV's boxed lunches were the standard price of 58 yuan, there were countless people in the industry who wanted to eat this boxed lunches. Every year, celebrities, big or small, racked their brains to get in, but only a few succeeded. This was the first time Lu Chen had eaten a boxed lunchbox from Central TV. "All the meat is for you." Chen Feier picked out the beef from the lunchbox and put it into Lu Chen's lunchbox. "I weighed it this morning, and it's half a catty heavier. I want to lose 1 catty." Lu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You still need to lose? Not eating meat is not good for your health." Chen Feier picked up the last piece of meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. "I know what I'm doing. Stop nagging." Lu Chen's mouth was stuffed with meat. He shook his head speechlessly. Then, he picked up his own radish strips and broccoli for Chen Feier. The two of them hid in a corner and were lovey-dovey. But the others who saw them felt suffocated, especially those single dogs, who were fed a big mouthful of dog food. Moreover, he kept on feeding them until someone stood up fearlessly. Cough, cough. A loud cough forced Lu Chen to stop his inhumane public display of affection. He turned his head and was almost blinded. What a big bald head. Ah. Lu Chen quickly stood up and greeted politely, "Hello, Teacher Gao." There were 3 famous baldies in the entertainment industry. They were all big shots in their respective industries. One was a pop singer, one was a movie actor, and the last one was the skit artist in front of them, Gao Dishing. He had a big bald head, squinting eyes, a bulbous nose, thick lips. The way he smiled had a charm that made people laugh. This was a face that everyone in the country was very familiar with. It was an ugly face that had a unique personality. But Gao Disheng did not live up to the name of an artist because of other people's flattery, but because of the reputation he had accumulated in his more than 20 years of acting career. He was a senior who truly excelled in both virtue and skill. Disregarding everything else, just the Spring Festival Gala alone, he had participated in it 7 times. This year would be his 8th. Xianxia did not dare to neglect this senior in the industry. He quickly put down the lunchbox and stood up to greet him. Gao Disheng smiled and said, "Take a seat. I'm just here to have a chat. Sorry for disturbing you." Lu Chen and Xianxia were a little embarrassed. Lu Chen quickly said, "Not at all. We just finished eating." Gao Disheng sat down with a smile and said to him, "Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. It's just that the timing was not right. Today, I finally got the chance." Gao Disheng took the initiative to find Lu Chen. He wanted to talk to Lu Chen about the skit script written by Lu Chen. At that time, the executive director of this year's Spring Festival Gala, Chen Guizhi, found Lu Chen and invited Lu Chen to participate in the Spring Festival Gala of the Year of the Dog. As a result, Lu Chen took out 2 original works and a skit script and threw them to the great director. Chen Guizhi originally expected Lu Chen to come up with a good program. He did not expect Lu Chen to come up with 3, and all of them were excellent, which made him unable to give them up. However, it was not easy for Chen Guizhi to put all 3 programs on the Spring Festival Gala. First of all, he did not have the final say in the Spring Festival Gala. He had to face all kinds of interests, so it was impossible for him to do as he pleased. But in the end, Chen Guizhi still eliminated the difficulties and pushed Lu Chen's works as the focus of the program. For this reason, he specially invited many big names to ensure the effect of the program. For example, Chen Guizhi gave the skit written by Lu Chen to Gao Disheng. The latter's image not only matched the setting of the characters in the script, but his acting skills were enough to crush a lot of his peers. It should be known that Lu Chen's skit had squeezed out another program of the same kind that had already been selected. No one said it openly, but there were a lot of people talking about it behind it. God knew how many pairs of eyes were watching it. Gao Disheng and Chen Guizhi had been friends for many years, so he understood the weight of it. Out of a serious and responsible attitude towards work, he took the initiative to talk to the original author, Lu Chen, during the lunch break. It sounded like a very normal thing. There was nothing to fuss about when actors and scriptwriters communicated. But in fact, many actors nowadays did not care about the author at all. "You just had to write the script, and how you acted was up to me. There was no need for you to tell me what to do." That was the director's job. In fact, many celebrity artists did not even listen to the director's words and often acted on their own. Gao Disheng was a big name in the industry. When he appeared on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, Lu Chen was still running around naked. Moreover, no matter how famous Lu Chen was, they were not on the same level as him. He did not need to care about Lu Chen at all. But Gao Disheng used a very equal and even humble attitude to communicate with Lu Chen about the creative intention, plot idea, spiritual connotation, and so on of the work. Lu Chen naturally told him everything he knew. And when it came to analyzing the work, he felt that he was not as good as Gao Disheng. This made Lu Chen feel rather ashamed. After all, the source of his work was his memories from the dream world. The exchange between the two of them lasted for more than an hour until the staff assistant came over to remind him. Gao Disheng said to Lu Chen, "This is the best script I've received in the past 10 years. Lu Chen, I really hope that you can create a few more scripts. We're really lacking good scripts right now." Gao Disheng was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In recent years, the viewership ratings of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala had been declining year by year. The audience's evaluation of language shows was getting worse and worse, and he was feeling anxious about it. The script that Lu Chen had brought out really made Gao Disheng feel like he had finally met a good rain after a long drought. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Teacher Gao, I'll do my best." Gao Disheng smiled in relief. "Thank you." This word of thanks was not only for himself, but also for the entire skit industry. The afternoon rehearsal did not end until 4 p.m., but Lu Chen was not able to leave early, because a director from Central TV personally came over to invite him for a discussion. And the content of the discussion was about the martial arts movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer that Xinfei Media would start shooting after the Spring Festival. Many people didn't know that CCTV also made movies. It had a professional film production department, shooting more than a dozen movies every year. Whether in terms of scale, strength, or output, it was not inferior to a large movie company. However, CCTV's movies were mainly documentaries, followed by self-produced dramas. They were not broadcasted in cinemas, but on their own movie channel. At the same time, they were sold overseas. In recent years, CCTV's film department began to set foot in the field of commercial movies. They had participated in the shooting and production of many commercial blockbusters and achieved quite good results. Of course, from the point of view of a commercial movie company, it was undoubtedly a good thing to be able to cooperate with CCTV. CCTV's strength was beyond doubt. Its publicity and promotion ability were unparalleled, and its production and shooting standards were among the best in the country. However, CCTV's brand was too big, and they were very picky. Not everyone was qualified to cooperate with them. Lu Chen had been in the film and television industry for a long time, so he naturally knew some inside stories. Therefore, when the director of CCTV's film production department, Dong Fenghao, personally came to him to discuss the cooperation of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, he was more or less a little surprised. Our department became independent at the end of last year. Dong Fenghao was in his 40s. He was handsome and well-dressed, a typical successful man. He didn't have much of the temperament of a person in the system. He was more like an elite in the business world. In response to Lu Chen's doubts, he smiled and explained, a new video company has been set up to engage in the shooting, production, and promotion of movies. Although it is still under CCTV, it is responsible for its own profits and losses. Lu Chen was suddenly enlightened. Naturally, he was very clear about Dong Fenghao's purpose. New Video was like a son of CCTV's boss. No, to be more accurate, it was a grandson, and it was one of them. Originally, he had been raised in the big house with good food and drinks, but now he had set up his own company. It was definitely not a bad thing to set up an independent company. It meant that he would have more autonomy. However, although they were still related by blood, the boss did not care about his grandson's food and drink. In the future, the grandson would have to rely on himself. Dong Fenghao was also the general manager of New Video. He had a large number of people under him. How could he not worry, under the circumstances that they couldn't completely rely on CCTV, New Video naturally couldn't do anything. Taking the initiative to find business opportunities and expand the market was their way of survival. Even so, the background of the new movie was something that no one could ignore. Lu Chen couldn't help but be interested. He thought for a while and said, Director Dong, I'm very happy to cooperate with New Video. But at present, The Smiling, the Proud Swordsman already has many partners, so I'm afraid we need to sit down and discuss the specific cooperation plan. After Xinfei Media released the news that they were going to shoot The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, many people came to their door. In addition to the existing partners, all the major domestic film companies and cinemas basically expressed their interest in cooperating with them. Not to mention the people in the circle, there were also a lot of people outside the circle waving money and breaking the threshold. Because of the great influence of The Smiling, the proud martial artist in China, it had created a large number of fans of new wuxia novels. With the marketing and promotion of Xinfei Media, it had become a popular IP with great market potential. The most important thing was that Lu Chen and Chen Feier were both going to act in The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer, and Chen Guozhi was the director. With these three big shots, it would be hard for them to make a loss unless they made a mess. Has Xinfei Media ever done any unprofitable business? The answer was obviously no. Therefore, it was normal for New Video to want to get involved. Lu Chen also welcomed it. It didn't matter who he wanted to cooperate with. The key was whether it could bring profits. New Video had enough qualifications, but the premise was that they couldn't be too greedy. Lu Chen also had to take care of the interests of all sides. It had only been more than 3 years since his debut. Lu Chen had grown from a nobody in an underground house to a top star with more than 1 billion assets. In addition to the wealth of memories from the dream world, He also understood the principle of a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. He was willing to give up the immediate benefits in exchange for long-term development. People who liked to eat alone were not welcomed anywhere. But knowing how to share benefits didn't mean that he didn't have his own persistence and bottom line. Lu Chen had always done well in this aspect. Dong Fanghao said seriously, "Of course. I came here today mainly to meet you, Mr. Lu. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Even if we don't succeed this time, there will be next time." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Director Dong." The two looked at each other and smiled. Dong Fanghao stood up and was ready to leave because Lu Chen was here for rehearsal today. Lu Chen's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He didn't expect Dong Fanghao to be so sensitive. He immediately smiled and asked, "Mr. Lu, what do you want to say?" He sat down again and said, "As long as I can help, I'm fine with it." Lu Chen was hesitating whether to say it or not. Seeing Dong Fanghao's attitude, he simply said it. "I have an idea." As he said this, he asked his assistant to bring a tablet and opened the document stored in it for Dong Fanghao to see. Lu Chen's idea didn't come up for a long time. It appeared during his martial arts competition with Li Zhiqing in South Korea. That was to hold a large-scale casting event for the movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The form of the casting event was based on the popular reality TV shows, and the selected targets were young people who had practiced martial arts, such as traditional martial arts, sanda, kickboxing, taekwondo, judo, etc. The purpose was to select the outstanding people from them to participate in the movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer TV series, and the shooting and production of the future wuxia IP. Lu Chen's preparation for the wuxia IP plan began very early. The Lu family squad was one of the teams he created for this plan. However, the current number of members in the Lu family squad was not large. It was not enough to shoot a wuxia movie. If it was shooting a long TV series, it would be even worse. Therefore, the expansion of the Lu family class was imperative, and holding a casting event was undoubtedly the most convenient and fast way to select excellent talents. Originally, Lu Chen planned to cooperate with Beijing Television, but today he met Dong Fanghao. He wondered if he could cooperate with Central TV to produce this talent show, because whether it was strength or influence, Central TV could easily crush Beijing Television. Because the movie was about to start shooting, he didn't leave too much time for this event, so he needed a strong partner to solve many problems. If Central TV was interested, then it would undoubtedly be the best choice. As for this movie casting activity, Lu Chen named its theme, "The Storms of the Eight Directions Will Meet in the Capital." The 8 storms will meet in the capital. Dong Fanghao was instantly moved by the program plan that Lu Chen came up with. His current position is the director of CCTV Film Production Department and the general manager of New Video. His main business is film projects, but this does not mean that he is not familiar with the popular talent shows. On the contrary, Dong Fanghao is very clear that CCTV attaches great importance to variety shows at present. They have been brewing and preparing a number of variety entertainment brand programs to actively respond to the challenges from major local satellite TV stations. Today's CCTV is no longer the invincible and crushing ratings hegemon 20 years ago. Although no one can shake its position as the leader, it has been surpassed by the satellite TV stations in many aspects. For example, Shonan TV, Zhejiang Satellite TV, Huhai Satellite TV, and even Beijing Television have their own competitive products to divide the market, mainly focusing on TV series and variety shows. The most typical example is undoubtedly Lu Chen's cooperation with Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Satellite TV on several TV series. In terms of ratings, CCTV's primetime TV series have been defeated. There is also the reality singing talent show, The Voice of China, whose ratings are also disdainful. With the help of the cooperation with Lu Chen, the 2 major satellite TV stations made a lot of money, especially Beijing Television. Many people came to CCTV and their voices were much rougher. It would be a lie to say that CCTV doesn't care about this and is not the least bit jealous, now that Lu Chen has taken the initiative to seek cooperation with CCTV and has come up with a very operable talent show plan that will inevitably have a major impact. How can Dong Fanghao remain indifferent? Even though he wasn't in charge of this, it was more than enough for him to get the credit of recommending him. After a hurried glance at the document on the computer, Dong Fenghao immediately said, "I will call Director Zhao Gang over right away. He is the director of the program department of the variety channel." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't be so anxious, Director Dong. I will send this plan to you first, and then we will set a time to talk about it in detail. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow is fine." He is not afraid that the plan will be leaked, because this program plan is completely aimed at the smiling, proud wanderer. It is useless for others to copy it, and Dong Fenghao is not that stupid. Dong Fenghao was anxious, "Can't we do it at night?" Director Dong couldn't wait to finalize it on the spot to avoid any more problems. However, Lu Chen was very apologetic. "I really don't have time tonight. I promised to go to Brother Tan Hong's house for a gathering, so..." Of course, Dong Fenghao couldn't force him, so he rescheduled the appointment to tomorrow. The afternoon rehearsal lasted until 5 p.m. before it ended. Although Central TV had given out buffet vouchers, other than the extras and staff, basically no one would be greedy for this meal. Lu Chen and Chen Feier were no exception. The two of them went to Tan Hong's house to try Song Wanliu's cooking. After Tan Hong retired from the music industry, Lu Chen became even more familiar with him. It was not the first time that he had been a guest at his home. He was also very familiar with Tan Hong's wife and daughter. There were not only two guests, but Lu Gangxing was also there. Lu Gangxing and Tan Hong have known each other for many years. Although one is in Xianxia and the other is in Beijing, and it is rare for them to bump into each other every 2 to 3 years, Lu Gangxing will always get together with Tan Hong to chat whenever he is in Beijing. This time, Lu Gangxing came to Beijing for the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal, so he had to visit a few old friends. When they arrived at Tan Hong's house, Song Wanliu had already prepared the meal. Everyone is friends, so there is no need for formalities. Soon, they sat down to eat and drink, and the atmosphere was very lively. After the family dinner, Chen Feier helped Song Wanliu clear the dishes, while Tan Hong, Lu Chen, and Lu Gangxing sat in the living room, drinking tea and chatting. The three of them inevitably talked about Lu Chen's recent trip to Korea. Even a person like Tan Hong, who has a mild personality, was full of praise for Lu Chen's victory over Li Zhiqing. Lu Gangxing laughed and said, "I also watched the live broadcast. Young Chen is indeed very good. Even my two bodyguards are very impressed, saying that they are no match for you at all." The bodyguards that Lu Gangxing hired were naturally not ordinary people. To be able to convince them, of course, it was because of his ability. Lu Chen said a few humble words, and then talked about the upcoming movie, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, as well as preparing for the casting of this movie. Speaking of this, Lu Gangxing really had something to say. "I don't care about your casting, but the role of Xiang Wendian belongs to me." Lu Gangxing's role in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was something that was confirmed a long time ago, but in terms of the role, this king of Xiangyang was still uncertain at that time. There were two roles that he liked, namely Lu Jingfeng and Xiang Wendian. Now, he finally made a decision. With Lu Gangxing's ability and fame, if he wanted to make a movie, a lot of movie companies would definitely kneel down and give him the script for him to choose. He would definitely be the absolute leading role. And Lu Gangxing was willing to play a supporting role in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. In addition to the factor of his friendship with Lu Chen, the most important factor was that he was interested in the script and was looking forward to new challenges in acting. Lu Chen laughed and said, "Of course, no problem." He had already kept the two roles of Lu Jingfeng and Xiang Wendian, waiting for Lu Gangxing's decision. Although the two supporting roles didn't have many scenes, with Lu Gangxing's participation, the box office could at least increase by 100 million. Lu Gangxing still felt it was a pity. "Actually, Lu Jingfeng is not bad." Lu Chen thought of something and immediately said to Tan Hong, "Brother Tan, why don't you play Lu Jingfeng?" Tan Hong looked confused. "Ah?" After a while, he understood and shook his head. "You mean you want me to act? Then I really can't." Tan Hong had been famous in the pop music industry for many years. Except for a lot of music videos, he really hadn't acted in any serious movies, let alone a big commercial production like The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, so he instinctively refused. But Lu Gangxing praised, "Good, Tanxing is very suitable to play Lu Jingfeng, I support him." Lu Chen encouraged, "There's nothing wrong with it. There aren't many scenes. It's not a big deal to shoot a few more times. Tan Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he was about to insist on refusing, Song Wanlu came over with Chen Fei and asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "What is it?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, we are talking about making a movie. I want Brother Tan to play a role." Chen Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's great." Lu Chen didn't give Tan Hong a chance to refuse. He pulled Chen Fei to sit down, took out his mobile phone and handed it to Song Wanlu. "Sister-in-law, take a photo of us, I'll announce the news first." 4 people, Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Lu Gangxing and Tan Hong, respectively represented 4 roles: Ling Huchong, Ren Yingying, Xiang Wentian and Lu Jingfeng. For real big shots, this was definitely a very special and very interesting group photo. Few stars and artists in the world didn't use blogs. Now it was the age of the internet. The number of netizens was unprecedented, and basically included the corresponding people in the entertainment industry. Therefore, even very unique stars would follow the trend and open a blog. Even if they didn't use it much, it was very good as a publicity platform. Many stars and artists used their blogs to great effect. Not only did they have a special team to manage their blogs, but they also liked to refresh their blogs 10 times a day. They even took a few pictures of their meals and shoes to show the world. In contrast, as the most popular star in the domestic entertainment industry, Lu Chen's frequency of posting on his blog is not high. He doesn't hype, fight, or sell advertisements. In addition to his daily show of affection and dog food, he only interacts with his friends in the circle and posts some interesting photos. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. It was precisely because he didn't post often and had hundreds of millions of fans that his blog posts attracted a lot of attention. This group photo of the 4 people in Tan Hong's house was posted on Lu Chen's personal blog at 8:15 p.m. At 9 p.m., it reached the top of the hot list on the homepage of Waves's blog. The number of reposts and comments both exceeded 1 million, setting a record for Waves's blog. Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Lu Gangxing, and Tan Hong represented different levels and histories of the Chinese music industry. The 4 of them stood at the top of the music industry, and their album sales combined were absolutely amazing. However, the most interesting thing was that the photo of the 4 had nothing to do with pop music, but a movie that hadn't started yet. The name of the movie was The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Of course, the most excited were the martial arts fans cultivated by The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. It had been 1 or 2 years since The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was first published. During this period, it had been reprinted and republished many times. It had been on the sales list of Xianxia Publishing Company. At present, it had even been translated into many languages and published in many countries in Southeast Asia. It had considerable influence. Of course, the domestic martial arts fans were the most. They had long been looking forward to The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer movie and TV series. Naturally, the reaction to this special photo was the strongest. Lu Gangxing is playing Xiang Wentian? That's great. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Tan Hong to have a cameo role. Whose house is this? Wow, Chen Fei is so beautiful. Don't say anything else, just hurry up and start shooting. When the time comes, I'll contribute 2 movie tickets. I'll contribute 5, but that was not the end. 2 hours after the photo was posted, Lu Chen posted a new blog post. This blog post was officially leaked. He said that after the new year, he would start a nationwide audition for actors for The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and make a talent show to select the best talents to participate in the filming of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. At the same time, he added the basic requirements for participating in the election. This blog post was even more sensational than the previous one because it provoked the nerves of countless people. I want to sign up. I just want to ask, is it too late to learn martial arts now? Those who have no strength in their limbs express their great regret. The storms of the 8 directions will gather in the capital? Does it mean that the qualifiers will be held in Beijing? I also want to act. Many people had a dream of becoming a star. In most people's eyes, it was easier to be an actor than a singer, and it was easier to be famous to act than to sing. The latter required a good voice or good looks. Therefore, there were many people applying for film academies every year. Every major film and television studios were full of people pursuing their dream of becoming a star. In fact, the road of an actor was more difficult than the road of a singer, and the competition was more intense. But to stand under the spotlight and appear on the big screen was a strong temptation to countless people. It's just that for them, the biggest problem is that there is no way or opportunity. But now Lu Chen's movie actually wants to audition actors. Even if there are all kinds of restrictions and requirements, many people who meet or don't meet the conditions and are interested in this area are all excited, not to mention ordinary people. Even some second or third-rate artists in the circle half-jokingly or half-seriously expressed their desire to participate in the talent show. These artistes knew Lu Chen's capability too well. All the projects he participated in were extremely profitable. Those who were involved in the projects all benefited a lot. Some even became famous overnight. So even if they were to play a small supporting role in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, it was still an extremely good thing. Not to mention that the movie had already booked 4 real big names. It was simply a feast. Of course, Lu Chen sent out these 2 blog posts on purpose, but the influence caused by it actually exceeded his expectations. After a short period of fermentation, it quickly caused a sensation inside and outside the circle, and made countless people ready to make a move. To be continued. As a result, the next morning, while Lu Chen was still asleep, he was woken up by the phone ringing next to his pillow. He opened his eyes in a daze and took out his cell phone to see that it was only 7 o'clock. The sky outside was not fully bright yet. The number was a little familiar, but it was not in his contact list. Who was it? Lu Chen was a little puzzled as he pressed the call button. Hello? A deep voice came from the phone. Teacher Lu Chen, I'm really sorry to disturb you. I'm Xianxia from Beijing television station. Lu Chen originally thought that someone had made a mistake, but he did not expect it to be the deputy director of Beijing television station, Xianxia. He quickly said, Hello, Director Chen. What's the matter? Lu Chen had a good relationship with Xianxia, but it was limited to work, so the latter was not on his list of relatives and friends. However, with Xianxia's connections, it was not strange for him to know his private cell phone number. Of course, normally, Xianxia would not suddenly call him early in the morning for no reason. In fact, Lu Chen had already guessed it. Sure enough, Xianxia laughed and said, Is it convenient to have breakfast together? It's my treat. The deputy director of Beijing television personally called to invite him to breakfast. He was definitely giving him a lot of face. However, Lu Chen said with a wry smile, Director Chen, let me treat you to breakfast, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed. What kind of person was Xianxia? He immediately reacted. You know. You didn't give it to Zhejiang television, did you? Of course not Zhejiang television. Lu Chen said with a smile, it's Central TV. Xianxia was speechless. If it was Zhejiang television, he could communicate with Lu Chen confidently, but if it was Central TV, he really could not. This breakfast was still treated to by Xianxia. After breakfast, the people from Central TV contacted Lu Chen. And the impact of the audition for The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had just begun. Xiangnan, Hengyang. Before the sun rose in the morning, Nanyue Hingshan Neo Martial Arts School's internal broadcast system started on time. Exciting music instantly rang throughout the school, waking up the teachers and students from their dreams. In room 317 of the A3 dormitory, Meng Hu rubbed his sleepy eyes, lifted his warm blanket, and got up to get dressed. He had to move quickly, or else it would be troublesome if the toilet was occupied by someone else. He would have to run to a public toilet far away, and if he missed his morning exercise, the consequences would be dire. Nanyue Hingshan Neo Martial Arts School was the most famous professional martial arts school in Xiangnan. It had a history of more than 30 years and had nearly 10,000 teachers and students. Although it was a private school, it was larger than many public high schools or technical secondary schools. Unlike ordinary high schools and technical secondary schools, Hingshan Martial Arts School implemented a closed military management. All students lived on campus, not even on Saturdays or Sundays. Their basic necessities, food, lodging, and entertainment were all handled on campus. It was very strict. It was precisely because of its strictness that many parents sent their children who could no longer be controlled to this school for life re-education. Xianxia martial arts school's graduates had good prospects. Some joined the army, some entered the police academy or university, some became security guards, some became fitness trainers, and some even became professional athletes. At the very least, they could build a strong physique after 3 years. Meng, who came from the old rural area of Gangnam province. His family was poor, and his grades in school were very average. Therefore, he wanted to learn something and work early to reduce the burden on his family. Someone from his village had studied in Xianxia martial arts school for 3 years and was now the captain of a security company with a monthly salary of more than 10,000. This villager had a good relationship with Meng Hu's family. He promised Meng Hu that as long as he graduated from Xianxia martial arts school, he would recommend him to this company. The starting salary would be at least 3,000. Meng Hu's family was very grateful to this. They took out all their savings to support Meng Hu in Xianxia martial arts school. Xianxia martial arts school's tuition was quite high, but the entry requirements were very low. As long as one reached the age of enrollment and was healthy, they could basically get in. Meng Hu knew that this opportunity did not come easily. Therefore, he studied very hard in the 2 years he had been in the school. As a result, he improved very quickly. His MMA skills were top-notch among his peers. He had also matured a lot. Originally, Meng Hu thought that his life would be like this. After 3 years, he would graduate from Mount Heng Martial Arts School and enter the security company of his hometown to work. He would first work as a small security guard to accumulate experience and slowly rise to the position of vice captain, and if he was lucky enough, becoming a supervisor or even a manager would not be a dream. Now that he had started earning his salary, he had to help his younger siblings. His younger siblings' academic performance was much better than Meng Hu's, and they would definitely go to university in the future. His family was also in debt because of him. After paying off his debt and supporting his younger brother and sister to go to college, only then could he think about his own life. Perhaps there would be a girl who was not so pretty but kind who would be willing to follow him. The two of them would work hard to save money, get married, have children, and build a house, but now, Meng Hu had a new idea. This thought was so strong that it was like a wildfire burning in his young heart, causing him to be unable to sleep well the whole night. There was always a kind of unwillingness and impulse beating along with his heart. The martial arts school students' morning exercise ended at 7:45 a.m. After the morning exercise, it was a 30-minute break for breakfast. After breakfast, it was time for the morning's cultural class. Tiger. In the cafeteria, Meng Hu had just gotten his meal when a student waved at him and greeted him. Meng Hu's heart instantly tightened. He looked around instinctively, then quickly walked over with his plate. The other person was his best friend in the martial arts school, Li Dongyang. There were a few other people sitting with Li Dongyang, including 2 of Meng Hu's dormitory classmates. They left a seat for Meng Hu. Everyone was very vigilant. It felt like they were meeting up with an underground gang in a movie. Li Dongyang secretly took out his phone from his underwear pocket. He lowered his voice and said, "All of you, keep an eye on it. The results should be out today. I hope all of us can pass." Everyone nodded in unison, trying their best to act as if nothing had happened. However, all of their attention was on Li Dongyang. The martial arts school did not allow the use of mobile phones. If they needed to communicate with the outside world, they could only use landlines. However, there were always some clever students who could think of ways to hide from the school's inspection and surreptitiously use their mobile phones to go online. What Li Dongyang was going to do now was definitely a big deal for them. The student cafeteria and the teacher's cafeteria were separate, so it was relatively safer here. At least, they would not encounter any sudden inspections. However, the 30-minute breakfast time was very limited, so Li Dongyang had to speed up. His fingers were flying as he tapped on the screen and opened the registered email. "There's a result," after a while, Li Dongyang said softly. His eyes revealed a look of excitement. The student sitting next to him almost dropped the chopsticks in his hand. Meng Hu could not help but swallow his saliva. It was supposed to be a very short time, but it felt like an eternity. Li Dongyang said in a hoarse voice, "Century Egg, UF** King passed." Century Egg sat opposite Meng Hu. When he heard this, he jumped up immediately. Fortunately, Meng Hu was quick enough to hold him back. Otherwise, this brat would have jumped straight to the sky. Even so, it still attracted a lot of curious gazes. Li Dongyang immediately put away his phone vigilantly. He picked up his steamed bun and gnawed on it. He looked at Century Egg fiercely. Century Egg chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly. When he felt that no one was paying attention to him, Li Dongyang took out his phone again and continued checking. Third bro, UF asterisk king passed too. Little Lin, you didn't pass. Chen Zi, congratulations. Meng Hu listened to the familiar nicknames. He was extremely nervous, and his face was flushed. Tiger, you passed too. His clenched fists suddenly loosened, and then he clenched them again. Although he had some confidence, when he heard the news that he passed, it still made this 18-year-old boy extremely excited. I passed, I'm going to the capital. Meng Hu passed the online audition of the big movie actor talent show The Smiling, Proud Wanderer with the theme of wind and rain gathering in the capital. Among the 7 people sitting with Li Dongyang, 5 of them actually passed the online audition. This meant that they were qualified to go to the capital to participate in the live audition of the show. It was possible for them to become an actor in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The news of the audition for The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was first announced by Lu Chen on his personal blog, and then confirmed by the official blog of Xianxia Media. They also announced the audition criteria and rules. Any adult between the ages of 18 to 35, regardless of gender, as long as they were healthy and had a basic foundation, such as learning traditional martial arts, sanda, taekwondo, judo, kickboxing, and so on, could sign up for the competition. The initial audition used the online registration method. Applicants needed to fill in their basic personal information and attach a short video that could prove that they had learned martial arts. The deadline for the audition was January 25th, and the results of the audition would be announced on January 28th. All the people who passed the audition had to come to the capital on February 25th to participate in the program recording that would officially start on March 1st. A group of outstanding people would be selected to participate in the filming of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Xianxia Media further revealed that the talent show, Wind and Rain Gathering in the Capital, had been confirmed to cooperate with the Central Television Variety Channel, so the contestants would definitely be able to appear on the stage of the Central Television Variety Channel. In addition, Xianxia Media would also be responsible for the travel expenses of all the contestants, as well as their accommodation during the recording of the program. They would also be given different rewards according to the ranking, and even have the opportunity to sign with Xianxia Media. Once the news was announced, it immediately caused a great sensation. The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, the Central Television Variety Channel, Xianxia Media, Lu Chen. Any one of these keywords was enough to attract people's attention. Now that they were all gathered together, it was hard for people to move their eyes away. When Meng Hu got the news, it was only a few days before the online audition registration deadline. The main reason was that the management of the martial arts school was too strict, so they could only watch the TV news for half an hour at night. However, the martial arts school was not a military-restricted area, so it could not be completely isolated from the world. Therefore, the news still spread and was known by many students. It was already surging. Last year, in the library of Hengyang Martial Arts School, the most borrowed book was The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Because of the special theme of this martial arts novel, it was included in the list of books by the school. As a result, it became the most popular reading material among the students. Many students were fascinated by it. Because of the shortage of books, there were a lot of copies of the novel, which were circulated among the students. Therefore, in Hengyang Martial Arts School, the original work of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer had a great influence. The students were all hot-blooded teenagers, and they were easily influenced by the martial arts in the book. However, the world in the book was ultimately illusory and unreal. Just like the popular online novels nowadays, people mainly used it to relieve their worries. But now, a chance suddenly appeared in front of them, saying that they could become actors in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. It was very tempting to them. Meng Hu had also watched The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. He did not have any dream of becoming a star, but when such an opportunity was placed in front of him, the desire in his heart spread like wild weeds. Now, he actually passed the online selection. Meng Hu was not the only one who passed the online selection. There were 4 other people who were equally lucky. Those who failed were naturally disappointed and sad, but the winners could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. "Tiger," Li Dongyang happily said, "let's go to the capital together after the new year." He and Meng Hu were both from Gan province, and their hometowns were only about 100 kilometers away from each other. They were really old cousins, so they became good friends in the martial arts school. He also passed the online selection. The selection criteria of the smiling, proud wanderer was actually very advantageous for martial arts school students like them, because they met all the requirements, and could easily crush ordinary people in many aspects. That was why they passed so many rounds. Of course, the online selection was relatively easy. If they went to the capital to participate in the audition, there would definitely be a large number of people rejected. The talent show would definitely select the best of the best. But for these 18 and 19-year-old teenagers, there was no such thing as failure in their minds. Even if they knew the chances were slim, it was totally worth it to go to the capital for free. Unexpectedly, Meng Hu shook his head and said, "No, I plan to go to the capital the day after tomorrow when the winter break begins." Everyone was shocked. Li Dongyang could not help but open his eyes wide. "The official audition will only start on the 1st of March. Where are you going to stay now? Aren't you going home for the new year?" He suspected that Meng Hu was so excited that he was talking nonsense. In fact, at this moment, Meng Hu was very calm. He said, "I've thought about it. It's best to buy a high-speed train ticket to the capital now. It will be very difficult to buy a ticket after the new year. If there is any delay, the Spring Festival had already begun." As the major colleges and universities began their winter break, the domestic traffic would inevitably usher in a new wave of peak. For example, in the capital, at least 10 million people would leave the capital every year to go home for the new year. The high-speed train tickets to all parts of the country were extremely popular. But to the capital, it was completely the opposite. But this was not the most important reason for Meng Hu to give up going home to the capital. "I heard that temporary jobs in the capital are very popular during the new year, and the pay is very high. If I go there as a part-time waiter or delivery boy, I can at least earn a few thousand a month, and I can also send it back to support my family. Isn't it 10 times better than going home?" Li Dongyang and the others could not help but look at each other. No one had expected Meng Hu to be so thoughtful and mature. And Meng Hu lowered his voice and said, "Don't we have to pass 7 stages in the official audition? I want to go and find out what exactly these 7 stages are so that I can be prepared in advance." This time everyone was shocked. Li Dongyang's expression changed for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tiger, then I'll go to the capital with you for the new year." Meng Hu was stunned. "Then how are you going to tell your family?" Li Dongyang was the only son in his family. His family was much better off than Meng Hu's, so he did not need to work to support his family. "If I find out anything over there, I'll definitely tell you immediately." Li Dongyang smiled and patted his shoulder. "I've already decided. I'll go out and try my luck." The other youths looked at each other and made up their minds. 2 days later, Hanyang Martial Arts School started its winter break. Meng Hu, Li Dongyang, and a few other students returned their original train tickets and bought new high-speed train tickets to the capital. They traveled together, inadvertently becoming an extremely small countercurrent in this year's Spring Festival. But they were not unique. There were many more people with the same dream, converging on the capital from different directions, forming a new countercurrent. Beijing, Mesa Shopping Mall. This large shopping mall, located in the bustling area of Beijing's Second Ring Road, had just opened for business before the arrival of the new year. It had 7 floors, more than 30,000 square meters of operating area, and gathered a large number of international and domestic famous brands. Naturally, it had become the new benchmark in Beijing's business circle. As the Spring Festival approached, countless people who worked or studied in Beijing had left the metropolis. The originally bustling streets had become much emptier. The usual traffic jams from the Second Ring Road to the Fifth Ring Road had quietly disappeared. Even the capital's sky had become a lot bluer. But not all places became deserted. The newly opened Mesa Shopping Mall ushered in the peak before the Spring Festival. A large number of customers poured into it, buying the new era of New Year goods with extravagant spending: clothes, leather bags, perfume, cosmetics, gold and silver jewelry, imported food, as if it didn't cost money. Even Fang Yun, who came here for the first time, was infected by the almost fanatical shopping atmosphere in the mall. She couldn't help but be extravagant, buying 2 sets of expensive designer clothes and a handbag. A few years ago, she was not willing to spend money on new clothes at all, because the new year was the most difficult time. She owed so many debts, and the word New Year was attached to too heavy a meaning. Since Lu Chen became famous, everything should have changed. The Lu family, who had lost their pillar of support, not only returned to their old life, but also became better than before. The platinum card and the Gucci handbag that Fang Yun had just bought contained 5 million yuan that Lu Chen had deposited. However, her son's filial piety was not the reason why she was happy. What she was really happy about was that at this moment, there were 2 daughters and a future daughter-in-law accompanying her. 2 days ago, Fang Yun came to Beijing with Lu Shui, who had just started her winter vacation. Because this year's Spring Festival, Lu Chen and Chen Fei both had to participate in the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, they would not be able to go home for the new year, so Fang Yun came by herself. In addition to the reason for the family reunion, there was also the reason that the new year in their hometown in Binhai could not be quiet. Lu Chen's reputation was getting bigger and bigger, and there were always a lot of messy people who came to visit during the new year. Some of them wanted to claim connections with relatives, some wanted to borrow money, some wanted to become singers and actresses, and some wanted to introduce jobs for their children. Back when the Lus were at their peak, Fang Yun didn't even know that she had so many relatives and old friends. It really annoyed her so much that she came to the capital to hide in peace. Fang Yun and Lu Shui arrived in the capital. Lu Shi took time out of her busy schedule to accompany her mother. Of course, Chen Fei didn't want to lose face. She turned down several events and specially brought her future mother-in-law to the mall for shopping. "Auntie, are you tired?" Chen Fei held Fang Yun's arm and said with concern, "Let's go to the tea room on the 5th floor to rest." Fang Yun nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll listen to your arrangement." She couldn't be more satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. The only thing she cared about now was when she and Lu Chen would get married and have children. At that time, she could retire with a peace of mind and take care of her grandchildren. Chen Fei said with a smile, "Then let's go up." As she spoke, she suddenly felt something strange. She couldn't help but turn her head to look to the right. In the crowd not far away, a man in a black jacket was holding a SLR camera and taking pictures of her. Seeing Chen Fei's gaze, the man desperately pressed the shutter and took more than a dozen photos in a row. Then he quickly turned around and disappeared. Chen Fei shook her head helplessly. These paparazzi were really everywhere. Today, because she was going to accompany Fang Yun to go shopping, she didn't disguise herself. As a result, she was followed and photographed. Fang Yun didn't understand. Seeing that Chen Fei's expression was a little strange, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Fei immediately smiled and said, "Nothing. Let's go." She wouldn't let such a small thing disturb the mood of herself and her future mother-in-law. 2 hours later, Waves Blog's well-known self-media blogger, Entertainment Gossip, released more than a dozen secretly taken photos with the title, "Chen Fei appears at Mesa Plaza to accompany future mother-in-law shopping." Among them, the most eye-catching was the photo of Chen Fei holding Fang Yun's arm and smiling. It immediately caused a lot of response on the blog. Many bloggers have reposted it, attracting a large number of comments from fans. "What a warm picture. Is this Lu Chen's mother? She looks so young. My Chen's mother must have been a great beauty when she was young. My Chen is so handsome. Sure enough, it's in her genes. Hey, who's that little beauty next to her? That's my Chen's sister. I've seen Lu Chen's family photos. Do you think my Chen and my Fei's wedding is near? Haha, it's very likely." As everyone talked, they soon went astray. Many people believed that Lu Chen and Chen Fei had entered the stage of talking about marriage. Lu Chen's mother must have come to Beijing to prepare for the wedding. There were also people who said with certainty that Lu Chen and Chen Fei had already gotten a marriage certificate, but it was hidden from everyone. Therefore, Fang Yun was not a future mother-in-law at all. She was a real mother-in-law, What was even more outrageous was that someone revealed on the blog that Xianxia was pregnant and would get married after the new year. She appeared at Mesa Plaza with her mother-in-law's family to buy baby supplies. Logically speaking, this kind of completely groundless rumor should not be believed by many people. However, things in the world were just that strange. Many people really believed it and ran to Lu Chen and Xianxia's blogs to congratulate them. Then, more and more people believed it to be true. In the afternoon, the keyword Xianxia is pregnant actually appeared on the hot search list on the homepage of Waves. Ah? When Lu Chen answered the phone in the swimming complex and heard the congratulatory call, he was completely confused. He wondered if the other party was playing an April Fool's joke on him. Who did you hear it from? Haha. Lin Jijia's hearty laughter came from the phone. Don't you know? It's going crazy on the internet. Everyone is saying that you and Feier are getting married because of the baby. Your mother is accompanying her to buy baby supplies at Mesa Plaza. Lu Chen's face turned into a big awkward character. I'm going to faint. Lin Jijia laughed and said, I think it's impossible. The movie you two are starring in is about to start filming. How could you get pregnant at this time unless, cough cough. But everyone is very concerned about the two of you, haha. After ending the call with Lin Jijia, Lu Chen shook his head speechlessly and quickly called Xianxia. Xianxia already knew about it. Lu Shi was arranging the public relations department to refute the rumor. Lu Chen was relieved and returned his attention to the swimming complex. There was a very important test going on here. The swimming pool was built in the 1990s. At that time, it was the largest and most well-equipped swimming pool in the capital, and it had many water entertainment facilities. Therefore, it became a place of childhood memories for many people in the capital. But now, the swimming pool was undoubtedly outdated. Last year, the state allocated funds to renovate it. The swimming pool and various facilities in the main pool were renovated and upgraded. Finally, it kept up with the trend. Since 5 days ago, the main swimming pool had been closed to the public. A large number of equipment had been moved into the swimming pool, and a mobile castle had been built on the thermostatic swimming pool. This would become the recording site for the audition of The Smiling, Proud Martial World. All the contestants would challenge 7 difficulties in the swimming pool, and then the best would be selected to enter the knockout stage. Today, Lu Chen came to the site to inspect the progress of the project. Because the creative ideas of this talent show were all provided by Lu Chen, and the rules were also made by him. In order to ensure the effect of the show, even the sketches of the equipment were drawn by him. First of all, 500 qualified contestants would be selected from the online applicants, and then they would come to the capital for the water challenge. The challenges included flying across the pontoon bridge, thrilling at every step, brave against the current, overturning rivers and seas, jumping over the Dragon Gate, taking a sharp turn down, and climbing the peak. Each challenge was more difficult than the previous one. After 2 days of installation and debugging, the equipment for the first 4 challenges were basically in place. Because the equipment for the last 3 challenges were relatively complicated, the manufacturers were still working overtime to make them. It would take at least another week. In fact, this was already very difficult. This was because the water challenge was an original design, and there were no precedents to follow. All the equipment was specially ordered from the largest amusement equipment manufacturer in Beijing. Since it happened to be during the Chinese New Year, they had to pay a high price to ensure the progress. Moreover, the installation and debugging were not smooth. If there were any problems, they had to be solved on the spot. They even had to reassemble or make accessories. Therefore, Lu Chen had to spend a lot of energy on it. Therefore, he had no time to pay attention to the boring rumors on the internet. When one reached the level of Lu Chen and Xianxia, their every move might fall into the eyes of others. Paparazzi would follow them and secretly take pictures of their daily trips, adding to the entertainment news. Unless it was malicious slander that affected the company's reputation, the company's public relations department would handle it appropriately. They would make statements and refute rumors as needed. It would not affect their work. Lu Laosher, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, jogged over. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked carefully, "All the equipment has been tested. There are no more problems. Are we going to conduct a real-person test now?" Alright, Lu Chen smiled and said, Manager Zhang, thank you for your hard work. This middle-aged man was the manager sent by the equipment provider to supervise the construction. He had a lot of experience in the industry and had supervised the installation of many land and water entertainment facilities. However, the equipment set up on the swimming pool today was brand new. For Manager Zhang, it was a difficult challenge. Under normal circumstances, not many companies would accept orders before the new year, and rush the work before the new year and install the equipment during the new year. However, the two brands of Lu Chen and Central TV were too loud, so the equipment providers could not refuse this cooperation at all. They did their best to ensure the smooth completion of the contract. Manager Zhang was a little flattered and quickly said, it's not hard, it's not hard. He had not come into contact with any celebrity artists. To him, Lu Chen was undoubtedly a high and unattainable figure. He could only see him on TV and the internet, so he could not help but feel anxious. If he offended Lu Chen and made Lu Chen unhappy, the company's boss would probably skin him alive. When he came over this morning, the boss had pulled his ear and warned him repeatedly. He didn't expect Lu Chen to be so approachable, without any airs of a big star, which made him feel relieved. Manager Zhang was still thinking whether it was appropriate to ask Lu Chen for an autograph later. His daughter was a fan of Lu Chen. Knowing that her father had a working relationship with Lu Chen, she was so excited as if she had won a 5 million prize. Lu Chen didn't know the entanglement in his heart at this moment and nodded to Wang Yong, who had been following him. Wang Yong was originally the coach of the Borui Club. Later, he and a group of people from the Borui Club were taken over by Lu Chen from Li Mushi and formed the Lu family squad, which was now quite famous in Hong Kong. The Lu family squad participated in the filming of the movie A Chinese Ghost Story and the TV series You from the Star and became an important force under Qinfei Media. However, for Lu Chen's full-scale martial arts IP plan, the current number of Lu family squad members was far from enough. That's why there was the 8 Storms meet in the capital. Lu Chen wanted to use this talent show to select excellent talents to expand the Lu family squad, so that he could show off his skills. The idea of the water challenge came from the memory of the dream world. It combined the characteristics of domestic and foreign programs in the dream world. Although the facilities could not be perfect due to time constraints, it was no problem as a tool to measure the ability of the contestants. The 7 levels had corresponding requirements for the contestants' physical fitness and responsiveness. It was easy for ordinary people to pass 1 or 2 levels, but it was not easy to pass 3 or 4 levels. The later levels were even more difficult. If they could break through all the levels, they would definitely be excellent talents worthy of training. After receiving Lu Chen's instructions, Wang Yong immediately called out, Li Xiaoguang, you go up and try first. Okay. A young man standing on the edge of the pool answered and quickly ran to the starting platform to move his hands and feet to warm up. He was also a member of the Lu family squad and came to the swimming pool as a tester today. Beep as the whistle sounded, all the equipment that had been set up and installed was activated at the same time. The movable parts, including soft leather, moved up and down or began to rotate under the drive of the safety and waterproof motor, and a stream of water sprayed out. After warming up, Li Xiaoguang took a step and jumped onto the air cushion floating on the water. He strode along the pontoon bridge composed of short and narrow air cushions, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the first level. His neat performance won bursts of applause from the onlookers at the scene. Lu Chen's team was created by Lu Chen. At present, there were more than 20 official members, all of whom were signed to Qinfei Media. It could be called Lu Chen's important team. Although the number was small, Lu Chen's investment in this team was not low at all. The salary of the Lu family team members was higher than that of ordinary white-collar workers in Beijing, and they received a lot of subsidies during the filming period. Moreover, Lu Chen often trained with the Lu family team. The team's cohesion was very high, and their work performance was excellent. Li Xiaoguang was the youngest member of the Lu family team. He had just retired from the army last year, but his skills were very good. He also played a small supporting role in You from the Star and was highly regarded by Wang Yong. Therefore, for this test challenge, Wang Yong sent him first, and Li Xiaoguang did not disappoint Wang Yong's expectations. He cleanly passed 2 levels in less than 30 seconds. According to the rules of the challenge, the time to pass was limited, and it was a bonus. Naturally, the faster, the better. Li Xiaoguang's results were undoubtedly very good. However, the difficulty of the third stage, torrential rush, suddenly increased, and Li Xiaoguang was a little impatient. There were several times when he was almost washed into the pool by the jet of water. He completely relied on his extraordinary skills to adjust himself. The thrilling scene caused the onlookers to exclaim and gasp in surprise. At the scene of the swimming pool, in addition to the factory personnel who installed the equipment, there were many staff members of the swimming pool. Most of them were here to watch the fun or to see the stars. Of course, the latter was more common. But now everyone's attention was focused on Li Xiaoguang, to see if he could pass the fourth level. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xiaoguang learned the previous lesson and did not dare to underestimate and advance. He steadily passed through the more difficult overturning rivers and seas, and finally jumped onto the floating valve. It took a total of 5 minutes and 27 seconds to pass the 4 levels. After successfully passing the level, he excitedly waved his fist, which attracted bursts of applause from the audience. Manager Zhang smiled and said to Lu Chen, "This young man is really good. If I were to go up, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pass the first level." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. "Well, let's try someone else. Since it was a test, the test sample should be more comprehensive." Li Xiaoguang was an elite member of the Lu family team. His performance could only be used as a basis for equipment debugging. According to his requirements, the difficulty of the challenge could be adjusted. If ordinary people could pass the 4th level, then it should be a little more difficult. After all, there were many people participating in the official audition. As soon as Chen made the request, someone volunteered, and it was the swimming pool staff. The swimming pool originally had water entertainment programs, but the creative form of the Grand Challenge was undoubtedly very new to them, and it looked very fun, so there were many people who were eager to give it a try. Of course, Lu Chen agreed. The equipment was able to be installed so quickly. In addition to the strength of the custom-made manufacturer, it was also indispensable to the strong support of the natatorium. Not only needed the swimming pool, but also needed to help. During the swimming pool, the Chen had also needed the swimming pool. But he also needed to help, the swimming pool had needed. Xianxia Chen's SS the swimming pool. In addition, Lu Chen could also see the swimming pool's intention. But it was not a big deal. If the swimming pool needed it, all the equipment could be sold to them after the program was recorded. It was a win-win situation. With Lu Chen's approval, the natatorium immediately sent 2 staff members, a man and a woman, to change into swimsuits and go into battle. Moreover, they were carefully selected handsome men and beautiful women. This is not surprising. In addition to Lu Chen being present for the equipment debugging, the CCTV variety channel has also sent personnel to track and shoot materials on the scene. The natatorium naturally has to take the opportunity to show its face and promote the swimming pool. For them, this cooperation with Jinfei Media and CCTV Variety Channel was like a big pie falling from the sky, and they really valued it. As a result, 2 temporary contestants, one fell in the 2nd level, and the other was washed into the pool by the torrent of the 3rd level. Neither of them could pass all the levels. That's about it. Lu Chen was very satisfied and said to Manager Zhang, "The difficulty doesn't need to be adjusted, but the equipment must be maintained in place to ensure stable operation during the program recording. And the equipment for the next 3 levels must be made as soon as possible." "Don't worry," as the representative of the equipment manufacturer, Manager Zhang said with a smile, "there is no problem with the quality. Our drive and control motors are imported, and we can guarantee that there will be no delay." Although this business came suddenly, and their company had spent a lot of effort and paid a lot of price, they could also get rich profits, and there were long-term benefits. Once the program was successful, there would be more orders flying in. Would this program be successful? That's 100% certain, because there's Lu Chen's resounding signboard. He smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, don't you want to try it yourself? Give me more valuable experience." This Manager Zhang was actually just casually saying that. Most of it was just a joke, but Lu Chen's heart really moved after hearing it. He nodded and said, "That's fine too." Manager Zhang didn't expect that his suggestion would be accepted by Lu Chen. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. If Lu Chen went in person, the publicity effect would be great, Lu Chen was a man who did what he said. He asked his assistant to find a pair of shorts for him first, and then he went to the changing room to change. It was freezing outside, but the indoor swimming pool was air-conditioned, and there was a thermostatic swimming pool, so Lu Chen simply took off his shirt and went in directly bare-chested. As a result, as soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially a few young girls present. They were even looking at him with stars in their eyes. If it weren't for the rules of the on-site work, I'm afraid that they would immediately take out their mobile phones to secretly take pictures. Lu Chen was a star artist with both strength and idol. He was tall, handsome, and had a sunny and healthy appearance, but he rarely showed his body like today. He was not a muscular man, but he had a well-proportioned body, a wide back, a narrow waist, and smooth abdominal muscles. He gave people the feeling that he contained infinite power. In terms of temperament, he completely crushed the little fresh meats that filled the entertainment circle. The two cameras arranged on the scene were aimed at Lu Chen at the same time. Lu Chen stood at the starting point, warmed up his hands and feet for 2 minutes, and then, under everyone's gaze, rushed to the first pontoon bridge. His speed was as fast as a hunting leopard, extremely fast and vigorous. The swimming pool was silent, and the camera's lens firmly followed the figure of Lu Chen's fast running, faithfully recording all his movements on the hard disk. Beijing, Xianxia Road, Shoe Flavor Hot Pot Restaurant. Food was the most important thing to the people. Most Chinese people were foodies, so the domestic food industry was particularly developed. It was unparalleled in the world. As long as there was a restaurant with a little specialty, whether it was a big restaurant or a small restaurant, there would always be a lot of customers. In recent years, the most special hot pot in Xianxia had become popular all over the country. Many hot pot restaurants with Sichuan characteristics had opened in the capital, and their business was also booming. Although Sichuan hot pot was very different from the beef and mutton hot pot that northerners often ate, people from all over the country gathered in the capital, plus tens of millions of tourists every year, so there was no lack of customers. Moreover, spicy hot pot was poisonous. Once you liked it, you would be poisoned and want to eat it every few days. The Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant chain had been in the capital for only half a year, and it had already opened 3 branches. There were so many customers that there was basically no free time, especially since the beginning of winter. If customers arrived late, there would be no seats at all and they could only wait in the lounge outside. Today was the Lunar New Year. The temperature in the capital had dropped sharply a few days ago, and it had snowed several times in a row. It was so cold that even a drop of water would turn into ice. At this time, it was really a good time to call 3 to 5 friends to sit in front of the hot pot and eat spicy hot pot. Although it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, the Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant chain on Xianxia Road was still booming. The hall was full, and there were even people waiting in the lounge to get a number. They were ready to eat dinner and supper together. In the hall that was filled with the strong smell of hot pot, Meng Hu carried a hot kettle in one hand and a tray full of dishes in the other. He quickly and flexibly passed between the tables and delivered the food to the waiting customers. After delivering the orders, he could finally sit in the staff room to take a breather and fill his already rumbling stomach. The normal staff meal was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but Meng Hu was able to work and eat, so an extra meal was necessary. Although the extra meal in the evening was very simple, a big bowl of rice and mixed meat soup, Meng Hu was already very satisfied. Because the food and accommodation in the hot pot restaurant were free, he could basically save the money he earned. Meng Hu and a few of his classmates had been in Beijing for almost 2 weeks. Their luck was pretty good. Due to a large number of migrant workers leaving Beijing to celebrate the new year, various service industries were in urgent need of temporary workers, so they quickly found a job. Including Meng Hu, there were 5 students from Hengyang Martial Arts School. Some were waiters, some were couriers, and some were delivery boys. Even though they were temporary workers, their wages were not low. This was especially the case for delivery. The more deliveries, the more money they would earn. The salary would be doubled during the Chinese New Year. It was very tempting, but Meng Hu considered that he was completely unfamiliar with Beijing and did not have a good sense of direction, so he chose to be a waiter. This job wasn't bad. Not to mention that food and lodging were provided, he could earn at least 200 yuan a day with double hourly pay. He could live in Beijing for a month and still have 5,000 to 6,000 yuan to send back home. He was already very satisfied. Tiger, Meng, who had just finished the last mouthful of meat soup mixed with rice in his bowl when the door to the staff room was pushed open. Li Dongyang jumped in with a sneaky smile on his face. I knew you were hiding here to eat alone. Meng, who couldn't help but roll his eyes. What? Li Dongyang also worked at the Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant. According to him, brothers must be together so that they could take care of each other. However, he chose to help in the kitchen, saying that he wanted to secretly learn some skills. Maybe he could open his own hot pot restaurant in the future. In terms of quick-wittedness, Meng, who was definitely not as smart as Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang presented his phone as if he was presenting a treasure. Let me show you something good. Meng, whose eyelids suddenly twitched. He instinctively looked around, then lowered his voice and said, You're crazy. You're watching this during working hours. Aren't you afraid of being caught and fired? The Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant had good treatment, but the rules were very strict. Even temporary workers were no exception. Li Dongyang snickered and said, What are you thinking? Do you think I'm going to show you a porn video? If you want to see it, then I'll download it for you when I go back to the dormitory tonight. Seeing that Meng, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, he chuckled and said, I'm not joking. You'll know when you see it. Meng, who was very distrustful of Li Dongyang's character, but he still took the phone suspiciously. As a result, he really wronged his good friend this time. What Li Dongyang showed him was not an indescribable love action film, but a video in the latest blog of Xianxia Media. Meng, who gave up going home for the new year and came to the capital. The main purpose was not to work and make money, but to participate in the talent show The 8 Storms Meet in the Capital that would be held after the new year, so he was very sensitive to this news. He and Li Dongyang both registered the account of Wave's blog, and followed Lu Chen, Xianxia Media, and even the blogs of Central Television. At the same time, they saved several related forums so that they could get first-hand information. Recently, for the actor talent show of the movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, the official blog of Xianxia Media frequently released news to maintain attention, but there was not much useful content. But the video that was released tonight was absolutely the real thing. It was impressively the test process of the audition, and Lu Chen personally went to the test. It was completely leaked by the official. It was really useful. Meng, whose attention was immediately attracted. He stared at the screen without blinking, for fear of missing the details of every frame. Although he got the qualification to participate in the official audition, Meng, who still knew nothing about the show. He only knew that he had to pass 7 stages, but he was completely unclear about what the 7 stages were. Now that the official video was released, if he did not take the opportunity to study it carefully, it would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity. After watching the 17-minute video, Meng, who was lost in thought. Li Dongyang was a little uneasy and asked, Tiger, how do you feel? Can we do it? Of course we can. Meng, who clenched his fist and said, I can definitely pass these 4 stages. But, he whispered again, I'm afraid I can't be as fast as Lu Chen. The 19-year-old boy was a little depressed, because in the video, Lu Chen's skills and reflexes were amazing. He was not a layman, and he deeply understood the meaning of it. Li Dongyang laughed, patted him on the shoulder and said, Who asked you to compare with Lu Chen? Is he someone we can compare with? We just need to be faster and better than other contestants. Meng, who nodded. But in this young man's heart, he regarded Lu Chen as his goal to chase after. He wanted to be as fast and strong as Lu Chen. The video released by Xianxia Media on the eve of the Lunar New Year's Eve caused a heated response on the internet as expected. People like Meng Hu and Li Dongyang, who had already qualified for the audition, were naturally the most concerned about the content of the information revealed in the video. Although they could only see the settings of the first 4 stages, they were now more confident than before when they were completely in the dark. Knowing the rules of the competition, seeing the operation of the equipment, coupled with the demonstrations of many people in the video, as long as they were not stupid, they could figure out a set of experience that suited them. However, Meng Hu and Li Dongyang were only a small group of people who entered the audition. Most of the netizens and fans were completely focused on different things. Wow, is this the New Year's benefit? TSK, Lu Chen's body is really unparalleled. It beats a bunch of little fresh meats in seconds. Don't compare little fresh meats to my chin. It's an insult. Haha, this game is quite fun. I want to try it too. Where is this? Isn't it cold? My chin is so handsome. Sigh, he could have made a living with his strength, but he chose to show off his body. He's crazy. I love it. Countless fans, especially female fans, reposted the video. They covered their faces and screamed with all kinds of love emojis. They loved him to death. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had announced his relationship with Xianxia a long time ago. Their relationship had always been sweet and stable, and they were regarded as the best couple in the entertainment industry. However, Lu Chen's fans, especially female fans, were also growing. This was actually not logical. When Lu Chen first debuted, he was regarded as more of an idol star. When an idol male star had a girlfriend, it would naturally disillusion many female fans, and they would often lose a lot of fans. Therefore, many artists did not easily disclose their relationships, or simply remained single. However, looking back at Lu Chen's road to fame over the past 3 years, it was normal for such a situation to occur. He did not rely on his looks, but his strength and talent to attract fans. In recent years, Lu Chen had continuously produced good works. The trilogy of urban romance had earned him a lot of popularity. Although he lost some fans when his relationship was first disclosed, the increase later on was too crazy. In fact, after many female fans had stopped being his fans, they would join him again and become true hardcore fans. They were undoubtedly Lu Chen's staunchest supporters. After accepting Lu Chen's relationship, their admiration for him increased. In their eyes, the video released by Xianxia Media could be called welfare. There were all kinds of praises, laughter, and ridicule, which made the blog lively. When ordinary passers-by saw this, they could only sigh deeply at Lu Chen's popularity. Just by showing off his figure, he was able to climb to the top of the trending list. It was an embarrassment to those in the industry who had spent so much effort to buy fans and popularity to gain their position. In contrast, the male fans were much more rational. Except for a few guys with special sexual orientations, no one pointed at Lu Chen's muscles. Everyone was once again shocked by Lu Chen's extraordinary skills. At the beginning of the video was Li Xiaoguang's test. In everyone's eyes, his performance was already extremely outstanding. Not only did he successfully pass 4 stages, but he also responded with ease and speed. It was almost impeccable. However, compared to Lu Chen, he was more than a level behind. Lu Chen was stronger and faster than him. According to the time at the scene, Li Xiaoguang took 5 minutes and 27 seconds to pass the 4 stages, while Lu Chen took 2 minutes and 22 seconds, less than half. In addition to the contestants who were going to participate in the audition, netizens, and fans, many television stations and people in the leisure and entertainment industry also had a strong interest in this video. What they were concerned about was naturally this very interesting challenge plan. It could totally be imported as a separate program or entertainment project to be produced. The most important thing was that once it was on CCTV, it would definitely become popular all over the country. Even if they registered the copyright and paid a high price to buy the authorization, it would still be a profitable business, so many people rushed to contact Xianxia Media, wanting to follow and get some benefits. Even a few people with connections directly found Lu Chen in a roundabout way. However, Lu Chen was no longer in Beijing. The day after he completed the first test of the equipment in the swimming complex, he flew to Hangzhou with Xianxia and will spend Valentine's Day in Hangzhou. Of course, the two didn't go to Hangzhou specifically to spend Valentine's Day, but Happy Entertainment's new game was about to be released. Happy Digital Interactive Entertainment Company, Limited, or Happy Entertainment for short, mainly operates online games and mobile games-related projects and businesses. It was a game company opened by Lu Chen and Gao He. Lu Chen invested tens of millions of yuan in Happy Entertainment and owned 90% of the shares. The first project produced by Happy Entertainment, Happy Farm, was a great success, creating a craze for stealing vegetables. In the end, the game was sold to QQ Games together with Happy Network at a high price of 575 million yuan. Although the craze for Happy Farm has subsided a lot, Happy Entertainment, the newborn calf, has also made a big name in the industry. Lu Chen's initial investment has returned dozens of times, and he continued to increase his investment, intending to make Happy Entertainment an important part of his wuxia IP plan. At present, the online game/mobile version of Happy Entertainment's flagship The Smiling, Proud World is being produced, and at the same time, the production and internal testing of the new mobile game Plants vs. Zombies has been completed. The idea of this mobile game was naturally provided by Lu Chen, from the memory of the dream world. In fact, after selling Happy Farm, Lu Chen gave Gao He a total of 5 mobile game ideas and project ideas. In addition to Plants vs. Zombies, Happy Entertainment also launched Fruit Ninja at the end of last year. Although it was not as successful as Happy Farm, it also caused a new mobile game craze. For the current mobile game industry, technology has never been difficult, creativity is the most important, and Lu Chen's continuous creative ideas ensure that Happy Entertainment can stand at the top of the industry. When Lu Chen saw Gao He again, it was at the new headquarters of Happy Entertainment. After the sale of Happy Farm, Lu Chen directly bought an office building in the new Binjiang IT Industrial Park in Hangzhou as the company's new headquarters. It's just that he gave full control of Happy Entertainment to Gao He and his wife, and he was busy with his own business. Today is the first time he came to the company's new headquarters. It's also a shame to say that as the actual owner of Happy Entertainment, Lu Chen usually pays little attention to the company, and at most, he only talks to Gao He on the phone. Gao He also has complaints, so this time when the new game Plants vs. Zombies was released, he brought Chen Fei along to do his duty. They haven't seen each other for more than half a year. Gao He's dress and temperament have changed significantly. If he used to be a technical otaku, then now he has the style of an industry elite and is much more confident. This is actually normal. After all, he is in charge of a game company with a total investment of hundreds of millions of yuan, more than 100 employees, and a well-known game company in the industry. But what hasn't changed is the friendship between him and Lu Chen. "Old San, you should come to the company more often when you have time." In the VIP room of the company's new office building, Gao He joked, "Let's not talk about anything else. Let the employees see our big star chairman, and their morale will increase by 200%. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aren't I here now? I bought a house in Hangzhou, and I will definitely come back often in the future." Gao He didn't believe it. "You try to fool me. How many phone calls did I make this time to invite you over? Don't forget, Happy Entertainment is yours." Lu Chen was ashamed. "The company's affairs all depend on you. I really can't handle it, so I can only rely on you." Gao He smiled and said, "You can treat me like a cow or a horse. I owe you too. Xiaoling said that we owe you a favor that we can't repay in our lifetime. All we can do is to do Happy Entertainment well." The first part was a joke, but the latter part was absolutely sincere. At the time of graduation, Gao He and Wang Xiaoling faced a painful choice. Although they stuck to their love, they also endured the ruthless test of reality. If it weren't for Lu Chen's timely help and the establishment of Happy Entertainment, it would be difficult to say whether the love between the two would blossom and bear fruit now. Maybe they would have parted ways under the pressure of reality. There are really too many similar things. Lu Chen shook his head. "We are brothers. Let's not talk about this. Do Old K and Old C have any contact with you?" Gao He said, "Old K immigrated to the United States. I basically have no contact with him, and I don't know any news about him. I sent him several messages, but he didn't reply. Old C is doing well in fading, but he has little contact with him. On the other hand, our class monitor Chow often asks you on QQ about when you will organize a class reunion." Life was like floating duckweed. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways. Everyone had their own opportunities and lives. Some people could become lifelong friends, while others would unknowingly lose contact. It's rare to reunite, and the topic between Lu Chen and Gao He can't help but turn to the memories of the past. There were always beautiful things that were worth reminiscing about. While the two of them were chatting, Wang Xiaoling was accompanying Chen Fei to play mobile games. The game they were playing was Happy Entertainment's upcoming Plants vs. Zombies. This strategy game was Happy Entertainment's first release, taking over half a year of painstaking work to complete. The quality of the game was without a doubt outstanding. Under Wang Xiaoling's guidance, Xianxia quickly mastered the technique and was having a lot of fun. The biggest feature of this strategy game is that it's easy to get started, and it's very playable and addictive. The content of the game is actually very simple. Players can quickly and effectively block zombies on the road of invasion by arming a variety of plants to switch different functions and eliminate them. With the quality and creativity of the game, promotion naturally becomes the top priority. Although good wine is not afraid of deep alleys, clever marketing is a multiplier of benefits, and it can achieve the effect of moving 1,000 pounds with little effort. And this time, the responsibility of publicity still fell on Xianxia. Last time Happy Farm could become popular quickly, Xianxia's blog post contributed a lot. Her number of fans on Wave's blog is second only to Lu Chen, and her influence is great. Now it's nothing more than the same trick. Xianxia rarely uses blogs to do product marketing, but her own things are definitely an exception. After inspecting the company's new headquarters and encouraging the employees who worked overtime for the new year, Gao He and his wife treated them to dinner in the evening. After the reunion, Lu Chen and Xianxia lived in their own home in Hangzhou. The new house in Hangzhou has been bought for a while, but the two spent most of their time in Beijing. They really didn't spend much time living here. However, before coming over, they had asked their assistant to hire someone to clean it up, so it was very clean. After taking a shower, Xianxia leaned lazily in Lu Chen's arms. She mischievously drew circles on Lu Chen's chest with her fingers and asked, "It will be Valentine's Day in a few days. How are you going to spend it?" Lu Chen frowned, "I don't know. Shopping, eating, watching movies," Xianxia said, "old-fashioned." Lu Chen smiled and turned over to press her under his body, "Then let's think about it while doing it." Xianxia giggled and reached out to hug his neck, "You're so annoying." In the bedroom, there was a spring scene, February 12, 2 days before Valentine's Day. Happy Entertainment released the mobile puzzle game Plants vs. Zombies version 1.0 on different mobile platforms. On that day, the single-player game surpassed 3 million downloads, causing quite a stir in the industry. The competition in the mobile game market was extremely intense. Big and small mobile game companies or companies that developed mobile games were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. The entire market had become a sea of blood. The more games there were, the more options the players had to choose from. The industry was now moving towards large-scale MMOs, and Plants vs. Zombies as a single-player game would be very difficult to compete with. However, the game quickly became a success and gained a good reputation in the market. First of all, Happy Entertainment had 2 successful games, Happy Farm and Fruit Ninja. In particular, Fruit Ninja had more than 50 million downloads, so Plants vs. Zombies stood at a very high starting point. Most importantly, Plants vs. Zombies was a very fun game. It was a great way to kill time on mobile. It was very creative and fun, and the characters were cute enough. It was very easy for users who didn't like or didn't have the time to play online games. And with Xianxia's marketing for the game, it quickly gained a large number of fans. Since Plants vs. Zombies was a free game, and it was released before Valentine's Day, some fans asked if it was a Valentine's Day gift from Lu Chen and Xianxia. That was definitely not the case. Lu Chen and Xianxia's real Valentine's Day gift to their fans were 2 songs. One song from Lu Chen and one song from Xianxia, and they were for the single people. Hangzhou, Baidi. After nightfall, Westlake had a completely different view than during the day. A waning moon hung high in the sky, and specks of starlight decorated the night sky. Compared with the scenery of lakes, mountains, and thousands of lights in the world, it was dazzling. Today was the 29th of the Lunar New Year, so there shouldn't be many tourists on the Baidi. However, the broken bridge was bustling with people, and there were couples everywhere. Because today was also Valentine's Day, many couples came here to take a walk, enjoy the scenery, enjoy the romantic time that belonged to 2 people, or sit by the lake or under the willow trees and whisper to each other. The air was filled with a sweet atmosphere. Lu Chen and Xianxia walked in the crowd hand in hand. Both of them were wearing masks, and Xianxia also added a knitted wool hat, so they didn't have to worry about being recognized. The most important thing was that the people around them were most concerned about the couple around them at this moment, and they wouldn't notice the existence of 2 big stars among them. Xianxia's eyes were curved, and she held Lu Chen's hand and jumped a few times from time to time, as if she was a little girl who had just been immersed in love, exuding joy and happiness from the inside out. This was the third Valentine's Day they had spent together. On this special day, they recalled their encounter, acquaintance, and love together. They felt that this was the greatest happiness in life. This handsome guy. As soon as they crossed the broken bridge, a little girl with a large bouquet of roses in her arms suddenly came out of the crowd and blocked their way. She looked up at Lu Chen and said, "Today is Valentine's Day. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, why don't you buy her a bouquet of roses?" Her serious expression seemed to accuse Lu Chen of his heinous crimes. Chen Feier couldn't help but laugh. She knew that it was just a marketing trick, but she was still very happy. Lu Chen deliberately teased the little girl. "How do you know she's beautiful?" Chen Feier had covered herself up tightly, only showing her eyes and nose, so her real face couldn't be seen. The little girl said very seriously, "You are so handsome, this big sister must be a beauty with a handsome guy." Even Lu Chen was amused. "How much do you sell your flowers for?" Looking at the cute girl in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't help but think of last year's Valentine's Day. Last Valentine's Day, he and Chen Feier had spent it in Xianxia. He remembered that at that time, they had also met a flower seller on the streets of Xianxia and bought a basket of roses. The little girl replied, "1 stick is 10 yuan, a bunch of 11 sticks is 100 yuan. At the same time, she blinked her big black eyes and looked at Lu Chen with anticipation. Chen Feier was a little more cautious and asked, "Little girl, aren't your parents worried about you selling flowers alone?" The little girl turned her head and pointed to a couple pushing a flower cart by the side of the broken bridge. "They're over there," Lu Chen smiled and said, "Take us there. I'll buy more." It was freezing outside, and it was the 29th day of the Lunar New Year. A family coming to the broken bridge to sell flowers was undoubtedly to make a living. Seeing that the little girl's face was red from the cold, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. "Okay." The little girl knew that she had caught a big business, so she agreed crisply. The flower cart was a tricycle. There were 4 or 5 plastic buckets on the board, all of which were bunches of packaged roses. The couple were selling enthusiastically, but business was not very good. "Mom, this brother said he wants to buy a lot of roses." The little girl selling flowers came over with Lu Chen and shouted happily. The middle-aged man was surprised and quickly asked, "Hello, how many roses do you need? If there are a lot, we can give you a discount and free packaging." Lu Chen asked, "How many roses do you have here?" "How many?" The middle-aged man looked at the roses in the cart awkwardly, and then counted the roses in his daughter's hand. He was stunned. His wife reacted quickly, "More than 500, less than 600, about 570 or 80. Lu Chen nodded, "I want all of them." "How much is it?" "All of them?" The couple suddenly showed a look of surprise. They had met the legendary local tyrant. The middle-aged man said, "If you want all of them, you can give me 5,000. When he said this number, he was uneasy. After all, the purchase price was less than 1/3. Lu Chen said with a smile, 5,000 is fine. Can I use QQ transfer?" He didn't have so much cash on him, but it was very common to use mobile phone to pay now. Even the tea eggs had a payment QR code. Therefore, there was no problem with QQ transfer. Lu Chen took a rose and said to the couple, "I want this one. You can help me give away the rest here." When they heard Lu Chen say, "I want this one," the couple were dumbfounded. They thought they had been fooled, and then they were dumbfounded. Give them all away. It wasn't until Lu Chen transferred 5,000 yuan with his mobile phone that they woke up from a dream. Knowing that Lu Chen wasn't joking, they quickly agreed. Lu Chen handed the rose in his hand to Chen Feier and said with a smile, "Happy Valentine's Day, dear." Chen Feier smiled sweetly and took the rose. Her eyes were full of emotion. The crowd quickly gathered around, not because they found out the identity of the two, but because the free rose distribution began. All the couples who passed the broken bridge received a flower symbolizing love. There was a lingering fragrance in the hand of giving roses. Lu Chen pulled Chen Fei and quietly withdrew from the crowded crowd with happiness. The Mercedes-Benz driven by Xianxia was waiting by the broken bridge. After they got in the car, they went straight to Hangzhou Airport. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Because Lu Chen and Chen Feier were going to participate in the Spring Festival Gala, they booked a ticket to return to Beijing tonight. Now the time was just right. On the way to the airport, Xianxia turned on the car radio. Welcome to FM 103. 7 City Voice Radio. Today is Valentine's Day, well, a very special day, the host's soft voice, accompanied by soft music, spread in the car. Here, I wish all couples can love each other for a lifetime. In addition, I also want to give 2 Valentine's Day songs to all the listeners who are still single, including myself. First is Single Love Song from Luchen. Luchen and Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Xianxia gently leaned her head on Luchen's shoulder. I, who can't hold on to love, always watch it slip away. There are happy people everywhere in the world, why can't I be one of them? For the sake of love, I have long suffered enough of the pain of love. There are people who are lost in love everywhere. Love, the more frustrated you are, the stronger you become. Love, you must be persistent. Every single person must see through it. If you want to love, don't be afraid of pain. Note, Single Love Song lyricist, Jiafu/composer, Chen Yaochuan. The new Mercedes-Benz worth 2.7 million has excellent sound insulation. There is almost no noise when driving on the road. The standard car stereo is even more high-end, accurately restoring the digital music played by the FM radio station. Find a dear person you love the most, love deeply, and want to say goodbye to being single. A passionate, infatuated, heartless, and ruthless person, to give me scars. There are so many sad people. This Single Love Song was recorded by Luchen in the recording studio of Xianxia Media headquarters a few days ago. It was first released on Wave's blog last night. It was a new song customized for Valentine's Day, for all fans who were still single on Valentine's Day. Although Luchen has long since got rid of his singleness, and has a heavenly queen girlfriend and sweet love that everyone envies, but for this special work, he still poured considerable emotion into it and sang the style of the work. Rich but not dignified, smooth but not mediocre, pleasant but not seeking credit, this song truly sang the pursuit and desire of those single people for love. It was both tender and delicate, and wild and unrestrained. The style of the song leaned towards rock and roll, which easily resonated with the audience. This song, Single Love Song, also shows Luchen's singing skills incisively and vividly. To a certain extent, it is also his dazzling work, especially the interpretation of the climax of the song, which makes people's hearts tremble when they listen to it, especially on a day like Valentine's Day. Hearing such a song, whether it was unloved, in love, or in love, everyone would have their own feelings. It was worth mentioning that as a special new song for Valentine's Day, the studio version of Single Love Song released by Luchen on his blog broke through 1 million downloads in just 2 hours, and now it has reached more than 5 million. The praise was overwhelming, because it was a genuine free download. The speed of dissemination was naturally extremely fast. It was normal to hear this song on Hangzhou's radio station. This is Single Love Song from Luchen. I hope everyone likes it. I'm Su Jia, the host of FM 103. 7 City Voice Radio Music accompany you. I'm here to accompany all the single people to celebrate this Valentine's Day. I hope you can find your true love in the new year. Alright, the next song, is also very special. This song is also Luchen's new work, but it's not sung by him. It's his. The host of the radio station kept everyone in suspense, but he quickly revealed the mystery. I think everyone should know or have guessed it. The second song was written and composed by Luchen and sung by Xianxia. It's Valentine's Day without a lover, hee. The hostess with a soft and beautiful voice smiled happily. A single love song and a Valentine's Day without a lover. Don't you think that the Valentine's Day gifts given to us by this pop music superstar couple are very special? Of course, some people will say that this is rubbing salt in our wounds. Don't cry, I'm here with you. Hearing this, Luchen couldn't help but laugh. He said to Xianxia, this guy is interesting. Xianxia tilted his head and pondered, Su Jia? I think I've heard this name before. The music started. Valentine's Day without a lover, there will be a feeling of loneliness, for the person you loved doesn't understand, and the longing is still in your heart. Valentine's Day without a lover, unexpectedly receiving a card of comfort. I think the heart that loved has found out. Happy Valentine's Day, Happy Valentine's Day. I only hear sad music, compared with Luchen's Single Love Song. This Valentine's Day without a lover had a very different style. It was a graceful memory with a touch of sadness, and through the interpretation of Chen Fei's angelic voice, it seemed to sing into the depths of people's souls. Lu Chen gently held Chen Fei in his arms and quietly listened to the song, unaware of the passage of time. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another year was about to pass. On the night of Chinese New Year's Eve, hundreds of millions of people, including overseas Chinese, had a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and set off fireworks and firecrackers. Then, they stayed in front of their TVs or computers to watch the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala of the Year of the Dog. The bright moon shines above the sea, and we share this moment together. Ever since the Spring Festival Gala appeared on the screens of Central TV, this large-scale variety gala had become an indispensable New Year's Eve meal for the Chinese people, and it was known as the New Year's custom. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, the year was finally over. After New Year's Eve was the first day of the Lunar New Year. After tasting the feast of the Spring Festival Gala, everyone naturally had to comment on it. Whether it was good or bad, it had become a tradition today. Among them, the most active were naturally the various media outlets. Just after New Year's Eve, topics related to the Spring Festival Gala were everywhere. Some discussed the programs, some commented on the celebrities, and some discussed the rankings, but the most important thing was the audience's reputation. In recent years, the ratings and reputation of the Spring Festival Gala had been deteriorating. Although its status as the top gala was unshakable, the criticism from the media and the audience was endless, and it even became more and more intense. Commercial advertisements, lip-syncing, corporate New Year's greetings, the host's insincere smile, and some of the language programs that were not clever and funny, and so on, had become a part of the vulgarization of the Spring Festival Gala. In particular, the language programs lacked innovation and plagiarized a large number of online jokes, which made the young audience tired of the aesthetic. All kinds of complaints were made, and it was quite embarrassing. In fact, it was not only the language programs. Even the song programs were not much better. Although the invited celebrities were all big names, they were always singing old songs, and it was difficult for new works to stand out, which made it hard for the audience to be excited. What made the Spring Festival Gala go from New Year's vulgarity to new vulgarity? There might be more than one answer. Central TV was also facing great pressure, so they specially invited Chen Guozhi for the Year of the Dog Spring Festival Gala. They tried to use this great director's experience and new perspective to reverse the situation. If the Spring Festival Gala was an extremely difficult test, then what kind of answer would Chen Guozhi hand in? After Central TV announced the news last year, the media's attention was focused on him. Some people thought that Chen Guozhi was looking for trouble. There was no need to get involved with a hot potato like the Spring Festival Gala. Some people also thought that Chen Guozhi should be able to bring something new to the Spring Festival Gala. Perhaps there would be a surprise. After all, this great director was good at creating miracles, and his works often surprised people. But regardless of whether they were optimistic or not, what everyone hoped for was to be able to enjoy a gala that would make people feel happy and happy. And now that the audience's marking was over and the results were announced, whether Chen Guozhi would be able to keep his reputation or not would depend on the media's headlines today. Note: Valentine's Day without a lover. Lyrics: Huang Yixiong / composer, Lu Zhenhuang 93. 78%. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala ratings return. The audience's praise is good. Chen Guozhi's first director of the Spring Festival Gala has given a satisfactory answer. Seeking a breakthrough in tradition, this year's Spring Festival Gala will finally no longer disappoint and ridicule. Counting the highlights of this year's Spring Festival Gala. The fastest to react was always the online media. Just after New Year's Eve, all the major websites' Spring Festival Gala features were updated with comments on this year's Spring Festival Gala. Among them, NetEase, QQ, and CCTV set up an audience voting session on New Year's Eve. All the viewers watching the Spring Festival Gala could vote for any of the acts, and finally choose the most popular act. The final results were officially announced on the morning of the first day of the new year. Among them, the skit, the protagonist and the supporting roles, the large-scale costume dance, Flourishing Age, Tomorrow Will Be Better, the multi-person acrobatic Golden Dragon Storms the Sea, and the closing song, An Unforgettable Night, respectively took the top 5 spots. The protagonist and the supporting roles, which was ranked first, had a favorable rating of 97.25%, setting the best record since the beginning of the online voting for the Spring Festival Gala programs. The excellent performances of the two famous skit performers, Gao Dashing and Zhu Kaichong, won almost everyone's unanimous applause. This skit did not use annoying online jokes, nor did it make fun of the disadvantaged for fun. There was no boring flattery of the main theme, and there was no forced tickling of the audience's armpits or pretentious language. There was no sensationalism or vulgarity. It relied on the story itself and humorous words to conquer the audience. The entire plot of the story was extremely tight, and the contradictions and conflicts were constantly climaxing. Gao Dashing and Lin Kai's performance was even more impeccable, especially Gao Dashing's performance of the supporting role was extremely vivid. His acting skills were strong enough to put a group of industry insiders to shame. And the media's evaluation of this skit was also excellent. Even those media reviewers who liked to mock and ridicule were not stingy with their praises. Some people even regarded it as the best skit in the history of the Spring Festival Gala, or at least one of them. Compared to the media, the audience, especially the netizens, had a more realistic evaluation. It's so interesting. Gao Dashing's acting is so good. My stomach hurts from laughing. Dad nearly choked on his laughter. It's a work of conscience. Central TV has finally come up with a decent program. The more skits like this, the better. I hope it will be even better. I didn't expect that a thick-browed, big-eyed Zhu Kaichong would also betray the revolution. What a joke, the audience's eyes were sharp. They knew very well what was sincerity and what was deceit. They were not stingy with their applause and sincere praise for the former. The Spring Festival Gala was a free New Year's Eve feast. Everyone hoped to eat delicious food, not cold rice that had been stir-fried several times or rotten ingredients. The ridicule and criticism in the past was actually a demand for higher spiritual enjoyment. On this point, the main character and the supporting roles beat its peers to the ground. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the leading role and supporting role easily had more than 10 million views on CCTV, and the search volume on search engines had also exceeded 10 million, which showed how popular this program was. The influence of the protagonist and the supporting roles has been widely spread on the internet. In many forums, post bars, and QQ groups, a variety of emoticons and jokes have appeared. Among them, such as, "Captain, don't shoot, I didn't expect that you, XXX, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would betray the revolution," are flying everywhere. Gao Dashing had been silent for several years, and Kevin Lin was about to retire from the entertainment industry. But with the help of the leading role and the supporting role, the two of them became famous again, and their popularity was far greater than before. Then, some attentive viewers discovered that the author of the leading role and the supporting roles was actually Lu Chen. At first, some people didn't believe it. After looking through the video of the program and finding the subtitles, they were shocked again. Is this Lu Chen the same Lu Chen? When did Lu Chen start writing skits? Puzzled, and curious fans have run to the Waves blog to seek confirmation, and Lu Chen, Chenfei Media, CCTV, and even Chen Guoji. Then, it was director Chen who gave a response at the first time. Lu Chen is Lu Chen, not someone else. This made the fans explode. What the heck, this idol is too awesome. Everyone knew that Lu Chen's talent in pop music creation was unparalleled. They also knew that he could write such wonderful scripts as Autumn in My Heart and You from the Star, but they didn't expect him to also have such amazing talent in the creation of skits. Not only was it the creation of the leading role and the supporting role, everyone also discovered that Lu Chen had not only brought out a skit script for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Among the top 5 most popular programs, other than this skit, Tomorrow Will Be Better was also written by Lu Chen. Gently awaken your sleeping heart, and slowly open your eyes. See if the busy world is still spinning in loneliness. The spring wind doesn't understand the mood, blowing at the heart of a young man, letting the tears on yesterday's face dry with memories. Looking up to find wings in the sky, Tomorrow Will Be Better was a completely new song. The singers were a gathering of stars, including Lu Chen, Chen Fei Lu Gangxing, Fang Yuehua, Zhang Fangfang, all of them were big stars. This work had a beautiful melody and an elegant style. It was full of positive energy and contained a strong humanistic sentiment, which easily resonated with the audience. Through the singing of the 7 stars, it became popular overnight. That was not all. Even the ending song of the Spring Festival Gala, An Unforgettable Night, also came from Lu Chen. In the past Spring Festival Gala, the ending song was a pure piece of music, the work of a deceased musician. It had not changed in the past 20 years, but this year was a major change. The melody of An Unforgettable Night was soothing and melodious, and the lyrics were warm and distant. It was easy to get close to the hearts of the audience, and it was also easy to sing. This song had a strong emotional tension and penetration. It not only expressed the sincere wishes when the banquet was about to end, but also expressed the infinite expectations and good wishes of meeting again in the coming year. The singer of this song was the famous female singer, Jiao Linyuan. She sang the song euphemistically with a soft and delicate voice, and her voice was pleasant to the ear. If not for the ending song, it would definitely be ranked higher. Of the top 5 works of the Spring Festival Gala, 3 were brought out by Lu Chen. Tomorrow Will Be Better and An Unforgettable Night showed his deep talent in different fields of music and songs, and it was admirable, a music critic sighed on his blog. To say that Lu Chen was a musical genius was belittling him. He already had the qualifications to be the godfather of pop music. What he lacked was just a few crowns and time. Note, Tomorrow Will Be Better lyrics, Luo Dayo, Zhang Dachuan, Su Naixing, Li Shouchuan, Zhang Aijia, Qiu Fuxing, Zhang Hongji / composer, Luo Dayo Zizi. The stainless steel fried basket was immersed in the yellow hot oil, and the frozen French fries in the basket immediately reacted wonderfully with the 170-degree palm olive oil, making a pleasant sound. After 1 minute and 30 seconds, Lu Chen lifted the fried basket out of the oil, shook it left and right about 5 times, and then put it into the oil pan again, so that it was finished in 2 minutes. In this process, the golden French fries completed a reborn change with the help of the boiling oil, and the air was filled with a strong fragrance, just waiting for the oil to be cleaned and loaded into the material box. Lu Chen has done the same job countless times in this KFC fast food restaurant. Even with his eyes closed, he will not make a mistake, and the time control is just right. Xiao Lu, are the French fries ready? A voice of inquiry came from outside, and Lu Chen replied without turning his head, it'll be ready soon. Today is the weekend and it is dinner time, so business in the restaurant is particularly good. There is a long line in front of the 3 checkout counters, and the food is almost out of service. Although very tired, Lu Chen still insists on doing his best work. Although this job does not have much future prospects, it can help Lu Chen survive in Beijing, a super metropolis with a population of 30 million. After deducting the necessary monthly expenses, he can save some money to send home. Thinking of the heavy debt at home, Lu Chen let out a silent sigh in his heart, but his actions did not slow down in the slightest. He quickly packed the fries ordered by the customers and sent them to the counter. He was busy until after 9 o'clock, and business finally quieted down, leaving only a few customers in the restaurant to kill time or rest. Lu Chen was mopping the floor with a mop. Just now, a child accidentally spilled a drink on the ground, and Sister Wang, who was in charge of cleaning, went to the bathroom, so he took the initiative to do it. Squeak! The glass door was pushed open from the outside, and 3 men came in one after another. Lu Chen straightened up and smiled, welcome to KFC. The next moment, his voice froze. Lu Chen felt that the 3 people who had just entered were extremely familiar, as if they were the closest people to him. However, he just couldn't remember their names, so he was momentarily stunned. One of the men, who was wearing jeans and a t-shirt and had long hair hanging down to his shoulders, smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "What's up? You don't even recognize us? We are your creditors." Creditors? Lu Chen's brain was a mess. He didn't remember owing the man money, but it wasn't right to say that he didn't know him. Lu Chen, another bespectacled, elegant middle-aged man, smiled and said, "Don't bother with him. He just doesn't know how to behave properly. We are very hungry. Hurry up and give us something to eat." Lu Chen nodded blankly. Okay. What do you want to eat?" He had forgotten that in KFC, customers would go to the cashier to order and pay, which was different from ordinary restaurants. The 3 of them sat down at a nearby table. The long-haired man shouted, "Give me a family bucket and a whole cow deluxe set meal. Add 3 more fries and add more ice cubes to the cola." Lu Chen noted it down and ran to the cashier in a daze to order. He even took out his own money to pay for the food. After a while, he sent the food over. The other party didn't stand on ceremony and chatted happily as they ate. The three of them were obviously very good friends. They chatted about a wide range of topics, including music, literature, and movies. Moreover, their conversations were quite interesting. Lu Chen, who was mopping the floor, listened attentively. The long-haired man talked the most. When he was talking about something, he even danced with joy. He was in high spirits and was unrestrained. The bespectacled man was cultured and refined. He could always keep up with the other party's topic, like a supporting character in a crosstalk. The other thin and tall man was much quieter. He was a man of few words, but he would always hit the nail on the head. He had a pair of dark eyes that were unfathomable. Lu Chen kept feeling that something was wrong. However, he was attracted by the topic of the three of them. His thoughts wandered and he didn't notice the passage of time until the sound of the closing bell rang. At that moment, there were only 3 customers left in the shop. Lu Chen came to his senses and walked over to say, "Sir, we are closing." The bespectacled man looked around at his companions and sighed. "Yes, it's time to go." He stood up and extended his hand toward Lu Chen. "Thank you for your hospitality. My name is Fang Mingyi." Lu Chen subconsciously shook hands with him. "Hello, my name is Lu Chen." The long-haired man stood up and extended his hand toward Lu Chen. "I am Su Bo. Now that we are even, you don't owe us anything anymore. Are you happy?" Lu Chen was speechless. The thin and tall man didn't shake hands with Lu Chen. He just took a deep look at Lu Chen and nodded. "His name is Mo Ran, an enigma." Su Bo patted Lu Chen's shoulder again and said, "We are leaving. We are going to Dianan to climb the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain." After that, the 3 of them left together. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He immediately rushed out and shouted, "Don't go." However, on the empty street, they couldn't be seen at all. Lu Chen, just as Lu Chen was at a loss, a familiar voice came from the side. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing behind him with a complicated expression. "Wang Ying." Lu Chen blurted out, "Why are you here?" Wang Ying seemed to have made up her mind. She bit her lip and said, "Lu Chen, let's break up." "Break up?" Lu Chen felt that his head was about to explode. He couldn't believe his ears. "Why?" "I love you very much, but love can't replace reality. You can't give me what I want." Wang Ying talked endlessly, but Lu Chen couldn't hear a word. A kind of heart-wrenching pain spread in his body, and the cramps in his stomach made him involuntarily bend over and squat on the ground. "No." Lu Chen, when he was in so much pain that he couldn't control himself, an angelic voice sounded in his ear, replacing Wang Ying's incantation. Lu Chen reluctantly raised his head. The bright light shone on him, making him unable to see the other person's face. "Lu Chen." Another shout woke him up. Trying to open his eyes, Lu Chen found himself lying on the bed. The light on the bedside table was on. Chen Feier was holding him with a concerned look and asked softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" Lu Chen took a long breath and was completely awake. He asked, "What time is it?" Chen Feier said, "It's still early. Go back to sleep." Lu Chen didn't say anything, so she didn't ask. Lu Chen nodded and hugged her tightly in his arms, as if hugging the whole world. "It's so good to have you." After the Lantern Festival, the new year could be considered to be truly over. From the first day of the new year to the 15th day of the first lunar month, except for attending a scheduled endorsement event, Lu Chen had no work. He spent most of his time with his family to make up for the regret of not having dinner together on New Year's Eve. For this reason, Lu Chen also declined several important announcements. If the loss was measured by economic benefits alone, a few million was the least, but for him now, money was no longer important. Visiting the Forbidden City, climbing the Great Wall, visiting the Temple Fair, skiing, watching the flag raising in Tiananmen Square. As a 1,000-year-old ancient capital and a super-modern metropolis, there were still many places to go in half a month in the capital. At home on the night of the Lantern Festival, Fang Yin made tang yuan for her son and daughter to eat. Tomorrow, she would leave the capital with Lu Shui and return to Zhidong. Mom, Lu Chen ate 2 mouthfuls of the sweet and delicious tangyuan and said, "You should retire early and let Xianxia transfer to the capital. How nice it would be for our family to be together." Half a month's reunion made him relive the happiness and beauty of a big family, and the parting was beyond nostalgia. Lu Shi was very moved and said, "Yes, yes, you might as well stay. We'll buy a villa, and we won't have to worry about not having a place to live." The housing prices in the capital were the highest in the country. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to settle down and buy a house in the capital. A few years ago, when the Lu family had not declined, they could not afford a villa in the capital. But now, not to mention Lu Chen, Lu Shi could easily come up with a down payment for a villa in the capital. Fang Yin said with a smile, "Let's talk about it later. My relatives and acquaintances are all in Binhai, and I'm used to it. I can't let you accompany me every day when I come to the capital to live, can I? Isn't it good now?" Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other speechlessly. Fang Yin continued, "Now that you all have your own careers and Xiaoxue is in college, I have nothing to worry about, so you don't have to worry about me. If I want to come here in the future, it won't be too late to come back." After a pause, she said to Lu Shi, "You should also think about your own affairs. My brother is about to get married, and I can't still be single, right? Your career is important, but you can't neglect your personal life." As the manager of a media company with assets of more than 100 million yuan and the general manager of hundreds of employees, Lu Shi, who had been honed for several years, was an out-and-out strong woman, but her mother's tactful reminder made her speechless. After swallowing a glutinous rice ball, Lu Shi mumbled, "Got it." Lu Chen laughed. It was rare to see his sister look so guilty. Lu Shi was not afraid of him. She glared at him and scooped a few more glutinous rice balls from her bowl. "What are you laughing at? If you're not afraid of getting fat, eat more. If you really want your mother to live in the capital, then hurry up and have a few children with Fei." Lu Chen's smile suddenly turned into a wry smile. Chen Fei, who was sitting next to them, did not expect to be implicated. She blushed and lowered her head. Lu Shui hugged Chen Fei's arm and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, when are you going to have a baby?" Chen Fei's face turned even redder and said, "You can ask your brother." Lu Chen quickly surrendered. "Let's eat glutinous rice balls. They won't taste good when they're cold. Everyone, eat later." Fang Yan looked at her son, daughter, and future daughter-in-law, and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. Only such a home could be considered a real home. On the morning of March 3, the 16th day of the first lunar month, Fang Yun and Lu Shui returned to Hangzhou. On the same day, the challenge equipment for the swimming complex was all installed and passed the strict safety test. CCTV's preparation was also completed, and they could start the shooting and production of the show at any time. On March 5, the audition for the actors of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer officially began. There were a total of 500 contestants from all over the country. These young people who were selected through the online audition would go through many rounds of selection and finally be qualified to participate in the shooting of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. They might become famous overnight, but first of all, they had to face a difficult test. The first was the elimination of the challenge. There were a total of 7 challenges, which would be the obstacle for everyone. Only a few people could stand out. According to the plan, the challenge audition would be completed in 15 days. CCTV Channel 2 would film the whole process and produce and broadcast 1 episode a day. Then there would be the semi-finals and the finals. For Qinfei Media, after more than half a year of careful planning and preparation, The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was about to start filming, which was undoubtedly a big event in the beginning of 2018. The movie The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer would be divided into 3 parts: The Sword of the Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, The Undefeatable East, and the final battle of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. They would all be finished within the year and would be released in the summer of this year, the spring festival, and the summer of next year. So far, the stars who had been confirmed to participate in the shooting of this series of movies included Lu Chen, Chen Fei, Lu Gangxing, and Tan Hong. In terms of the lineup, it was not inferior to other commercial blockbusters. However, according to Qinfei Media's habits in film and television production, it was unlikely that there would be other big names or popular fresh meats who would participate in the film. It was very likely that they would bring a group of newcomers. In addition, The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer would be filmed in 2019, followed by the new martial arts drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes. At the end of this year, The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer would also be released, and at the end of this year, the online game of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer would also be released. At the beginning of the new year, Xianxia Media showed a series of plans, which made people feel dazzled. The fans, especially the readers of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, were naturally cheering. However, for the people in the industry, what they saw was the ambition of Xianxia Media, or more accurately, Lu Chen. Around The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, a big martial arts IP was gradually taking shape. It was emitting an aggressive light, which could not be ignored at all. The Wolf is Coming. This was the title of a film and television media person's blog post on his Waves blog. In terms of film and television, especially in terms of movies, Xianxia Media should be regarded as a recruit. It should be known that as the founder of Xianxia Media, Lu Chen has only made his debut for more than 3 years. Moreover, he made his debut as a singer. It has only been more than 2 years since he entered this circle. However, his halo was too dazzling. All 3 of his TV series had created viewership records and were popular throughout Southeast Asia. The box office of A Chinese Ghost Story was over 1 billion, and the sales of the peripherals made all the people in the industry feel ashamed. Now he was shooting 3 series of big movies at the same time, aiming at the golden period of this year and next. How could his opponents not tremble? Suddenly, it was like a spring breeze, thousands of pear blossoms bloomed. Overnight, Wuxia became the most popular IP, and countless people had their eyes on it. The audition for the actors of The Storms of 8 Directions in the capital and The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was going on in the swimming complex of the capital. The program challenge was also broadcast on the variety channel of CCTV2. The first episode got 5.78% of the audience rating. Although CCTV Variety Channel's brand was well known and the program's ratings were not too bad, to be able to achieve such a high rating in the first episode, the influence of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was the key. This talent show should be said to serve The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer movie. In the eyes of many people in the industry, it was destined to be popular. With CCTV's background, Lu Chen's brand, The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer's fame, and a novel program idea, there was no possibility of failure. Many local satellite TV stations were already rubbing their hands, ready to copy this model. Even without the gimmick of a talent show, it was enough to attract people as an entertainment program. They could even add more content on this basis, expand the scope of participants, and set up more and more generous rewards. The manufacturer that customized the equipment for Xianxia Media was hit by a big pie that fell from the sky. This year's orders were all full, and the inquiries were endless. However, the TV station and entertainment industry following the trend was nothing compared to following the trend in the film and television industry. To this day, even an outsider could see that Lu Chen was going to make a name for himself in wuxia. The movie The Smiling, The Proud Martial Artist was the beginning of his rise. It would definitely bring about a wave of wuxia craze this year. If it was someone else, people might not be so sure, but who was Lu Chen? Who had ever seen him fail? Lu Chen sang, created the campus folk song, and brought the new folk style of the pop music industry. Lu Chen filmed, and the Urban Trilogy became a classic. Those who followed him to film the same type of TV series were all very happy. Lu Chen played variety shows, and the copyright of The Voice of China was sold overseas. Since a long time ago, Lu Chen had the reputation of golden touch in the circle. Now that he was betting on wuxia, how many people could hold back from following him? For a time, there were many followers. First of all, the original novels with the theme of wuxia became popular. After The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, many so-called new wuxia novels emerged in China. The copyright fees for film and TV adaptations soared to an amazing level. At the end of last year, a young amateur writer wrote Young Wanderer. The first and second volumes totaled 500,000 words. The sales were very good. At present, it was still on the weekly sales list of Xinhua Book Company. In the end, the film adaptation rights of this book started at 5 million. After many parties fought fiercely, it was finally won by Wanhao Pictures at a sky-high price of 12 million. At the same time, they announced that they would start filming this year with a total investment of 150 million. Wanhao Pictures was a subsidiary of Wanhao Real Estate, and Wanhao Real Estate was also one of the top 10 real estate developers in the country. It could be said to be rich and powerful, and it was undoubtedly very optimistic about this market that it had snatched the copyright of young pugilistic world. As a new disruptor, Wanhao Pictures dared to bet. Of course, the established companies in the industry were not to be outdone. Just after the Spring Festival, 5 film companies had already announced their corresponding filming plans. They were all going for the popular wuxia IP. In addition to movies, there were also many companies preparing to shoot wuxia TV series this year. The result was that this IP was getting more and more popular. Many writers and screenwriters in the circle were eager to write about the same type of subject. At the same time, many stars in the film and TV industry revealed on their blogs that they had accepted roles in certain wuxia movies or wuxia TV series, adding fuel to the fire. A tall tree attracts the wind. In the elegant tea room of Beijing Scenic Garden Private Club, Chen Guizhi said to Lu Chen with a smile, "You are a real big tree now. Do you feel a lot of pressure?" The owner of this high-end private club was Chen Guizhi's friend, so this famous director often met with his friends here, drinking tea, chatting, or talking about business. Of course, not everyone was qualified to get his invitation, and it was Lu Chen's second time here. They were discussing the filming of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. After directing the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, Chen Guizhi officially became the director of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. But he only agreed to direct the Sword of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, which was the first movie. For the next 2 movies, Invincible of the East and The Final Showdown, Lu Chen decided to direct them himself, and he would be the action director for The Sword of Mount Hua. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had attracted the covetous eyes of so many big shots in the industry before it even started shooting. It was estimated that when The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Sword of Mount Hua was officially released, it would encounter many competitions and obstacles. It was Chen Guizhi who pointed out the key point and gave a kind reminder: remember to keep the script confidential. In addition, you need to strengthen the management of the company, especially the crew, and improve the contract for the actors. Don't overestimate the moral standards of some people. As a famous director, Chen Guizhi had been in the film and TV industry for decades, so he knew the rules too well. Nowadays, the investment of a big movie could easily reach 1 or 200 million, and the market scale was expanding year by year. The competition was extremely fierce, and in order to defeat the competitors, many people were not afraid to play dirty tricks. No matter how famous Lu Chen was, in the face of real interests, he couldn't protect himself from people's unfathomable hearts. Although Lu Chen had shot a Chinese ghost story before, the situation in Hong Kong was very different from that in China. So Chen Guizhi couldn't help but worry. Lu Chen accepted Chen Guizhi's advice modestly. "I will, thank you for your reminder." Chen Guizhi smiled and said, "That's good. I can tell you that someone offered me 100 million to break the contract with you and shoot their movie instead." 100 million, Lu Chen was also shocked. He didn't expect the domestic film industry to be so fierce. Chen Guizhi was a top director in the country, and his quoted salary was about 50 million, plus the share. He got a friendship price for The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, which was 30 million plus 5% of the box office profit. As for the penalty of breach of the contract, it was only a symbolic 10 million. But 100 million was really a test. After deducting the 10 million penalty, there was still 90 million left. Lu Chen didn't think that Chen Guizhi was making up a story to raise his own value, and he also understood what the latter meant. He smiled and said, "How about I break the contract with you and let you earn this 100 million first?" Chen Guizhi laughed out loud. "I want to, but I can't bring myself to do it. So, I just hope that The Smiling, Proud Wanderer can sell 1 or 2 billion box office, and then I can earn all the money back." Lu Chen raised his cup and replaced the wine with tea. Happy cooperation. The popularity of martial arts IP brought by The Smiling, Proud Wanderer not only attracted the attention of many people in the industry, but also brought several very special guests to Lu Chen. One of them was Luo Rong, the head of Ningxian County, and the other was Fang Xinho, Lu Chen's uncle, who was also the deputy section chief of Ningxian County's Industry and Commerce Bureau. Lu Chen received several guests at the headquarters of Chenfei Media. He received a call from his mother, Fang Yun, the day before yesterday, and then he came today. It was very fast. Ningxian County was located in the southwest of Zhejiang Province. It belonged to the relatively backward area of the province. It was an agricultural county with many mountains and few rivers. However, the natural environment and cultural scenery were quite good, and it was a famous tourist destination. Fang Yun was from Ningxian, and Lu Chen's grandfather lived in Ningxian for generations. Lu Chen lived in Ningxian for 2 years when he was a child, so he could be regarded as half a Ningxian person. It was precisely because of this relationship that a few uninvited guests had come to visit. Lu Chen complained, "Uncle, why didn't you call me first and let me pick you up at the airport?" Fang Xinho had called him after he had arrived in the capital, and then he had directly brought people over. Fang Xinho was a few years older than Fang Yun. He was a kind and gentle person with no ambition in his career, so he was only a small deputy section chief in the system for so many years. This uncle had a good relationship with Fang Yun. When the Lu family was in trouble, he came to Benhai. Although he didn't help much, Lu Chen still remembered this friendship very clearly. Fang Xinho smiled and said, "Mayor Luo didn't let me call. I didn't want to trouble you." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "What trouble? You are all elders. I should greet you." He reached out to the middle-aged man standing next to Fang Xinho and said, "Hello, Mayor Luo." Fang Yan had already said it on the phone. "Hello, Lu Chen, I've heard a lot about you." Luo Rong smiled and shook hands with Lu Chen. After a few polite words, Lu Chen introduced him to Lu Shi. Everyone sat down in the VIP lounge. A group of 7 people from Ningxian County was personally led by the county head to the capital. This was considered a very high standard. Normally, with Fang Xinho's status, he was not qualified to be part of this group. But now, his importance was completely not beneath Luo Rong's. Because people in Ningxian hoped that Lu Chen could shoot the movie in Ningxian, or at least shoot in Ningxian, so that the tourism industry in Ningxian could be promoted. In the past, Ningxian's pillar industries were agriculture, breeding, forestry, and so on. There were no decent industries, so the economic level had always been very backward. In recent years, the domestic tourism industry had been developing, and Ningxian had also benefited from it. The proportion of the tourism industry had been increasing year by year. After Luo Rong was transferred to Ningxian as the county head, in order to speed up the economic development, he decided to vigorously expand the tourism industry and fully develop the tourism resources of Ningxian. Under his promotion, the county also built a Ningxian film and television city in the scenic area of Qingning Mountain, with a total investment of more than 500 million. The county head's idea was very good. The scenic area of Qingning Mountain was very rich in tourism resources. There was Qingning Mountain, which stretched for hundreds of miles and was covered with primeval forests. There was also the clear and beautiful Qingning River, and the time-honored Yunqian Temple and Sanqing Temple, as well as the ancient villages that maintained the original ecology. It was undoubtedly the right thing to promote the economy through tourism. But he took too big a step. He invested hundreds of millions to build the Mingqing Film and Television City. But in recent years, film and television cities had sprung up everywhere. Ningxian was located in a remote area, and the transportation and supporting facilities were not perfect. So when the Ningxian Film and Television City was just completed, it was faced with the awkward situation of a lack of tourists. Planting the parasol tree had attracted phoenixes. Now that the parasol tree on Mount Ning had been planted, only a few birds had flown over. One could imagine how much pressure Luo Rong, who was in charge, was facing. Fortunately, the county head accidentally learned that the big star Lu Chen, who had just appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, was actually half a Ningxian man. And he was going to shoot a big movie with more than 100 million investment. So he immediately connected the dots. As an official, he didn't know much about the entertainment industry. He basically didn't pay attention to stars and artists. But since the construction of the film and television city, the situation was different. Now Luo Rong was very clear about the influence of a big star like Lu Chen, and how much attention the movie The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer would attract. So for Ningxian, it was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was not a legend that a movie could make a tourist spot popular. In 2010, the movie Deep Love was very popular in cinemas all over the country. The ancient town of Xianxia in the movie became very popular, and the streets were full of tourists. The demonstration effect of a big movie was very strong. If The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer was shot in the Ningxian film and television city, as long as Ningxian did a little promotion, the whole project could be revitalized. Luo Rong brought Fang Xinho to the capital to find Lu Chen. He was playing the family card. For this, Lu Chen didn't have any objection. People couldn't live only for themselves. As long as Ningxian met the shooting conditions, it was not a problem to get a few locations. After all, he was half a Ningxian man. How about this, County Head Luo? Lu Chen thought for a while and said, I'll send someone to Ningxian first to understand the situation. As long as the conditions are right, I'm willing to shoot the movie in Ningxian. That's great. Luo Rong couldn't help but be happy. He stretched out his hands to Lu Chen and said, on behalf of the millions of people in Ningxian, I thank you. In addition, our county government will fully cooperate with the shooting of The Smiling. The Proud Wanderer! Lu Chen was speechless. He hadn't fully agreed yet, but Luo Rong directly thanked him on behalf of the people. Shaking hands with Luo Rong, Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, thank you, County Head Luo. Luo Rong smiled and said, it's natural for our government to cooperate. I'm going to transfer Chief Feng to the County Tourism Bureau as the Deputy Director. He'll be in charge of the tourist area and the film and television city. Fang Xinho said, ah. Obviously, he didn't know about this before. Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other and saw the admiration in each other's eyes. This county head was really good at being an official. He was decisive and willing to take out benefits. It was related to Uncle Tang's future, and because of the relationship between relatives in his hometown, Lu Chen didn't need to pay more. The shooting of The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer in Ningxian had basically been finalized. Of course, it was still necessary to inspect the shooting site. The total investment of hundreds of millions of yuan couldn't be sloppy. Therefore, Lu Shi led the team back to Ningxian with Luo Rong and Fang Xinho. When Chen Feier heard about this on the same day, he decided to go and have a look. Are you going to Ningxian, too? Chen Feier's idea surprised Lu Chen. What for? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Chen Feier asked angrily, can't I just go and have fun? Isn't it good for me to go with Sister Lu Shi? And a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. I can also visit your grandparents while I'm at it. The last reason was her real purpose, wasn't it? Lu Chen surrendered. Fine, you go first, I'll come back later. Lu Chen should have been the most suitable person to go and have a look. After all, he was the real controller of the movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. When it came to the important shooting location, he had to visit it in person. However, the cooperation program with the Central Television Variety Channel was in full swing, so Lu Chen couldn't leave for a while. He could only let Lu Shi go first to understand the situation. Now Chen Feier was also there, so it was not a big deal. As long as she was happy. Then I'll wait for you in Ningxian. Chen Feier smiled and kissed Lu Chen's face, saying, then be good in the capital. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Shi touched her forehead and complained, you too, can't you pay attention to your image? Chen Feier giggled, held Lu Shi's arm and said, Sister Lu Shi, let's go buy something for the trip. Obviously, she couldn't wait. On the third day after the people from Ningxian County arrived in the capital, Chen Feier, Lu Shi, and several people from Qinfei Media went to Ningxian with them to have a look at the scenic area and the new film and television city. Because the inspection this time was related to whether the filming site of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer could be located in Ningxian, and whether the film and television city in Ningxian could get out of the difficult situation, Ningxian County attached great importance to it. They had started to prepare for the reception before they set off. Originally, it was enough for Ningxian to treat Lu Shi seriously as a representative. Now, with the addition of Chen Feier, although the treatment was not as good as the inspection of national leaders, it was enough to cause a huge sensation in this remote county town in eastern Zhejiang. Lu Chen didn't catch up with the excitement, but he did see on the internet that Ningxian County had advertised Chen Feier's visit to Ningxian as a daughter-in-law returning to her mother's home. This made him speechless. This kind of popularity was very skillful. But the ones who are really good at leeching off popularity are the people in the entertainment industry. With the early publicity of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, in addition to a large number of martial arts IP hyped up, there were also a lot of star artists rushing to leech off popularity. Among them, the hottest star was Goulet, the so-called hardcore star representative. This actor, who became an actor halfway through, was once the runner-up of the national kickboxing competition. He entered the film and television industry with his excellent skills and handsome appearance. So far, he has shot many films and TV series. Goulet's famous work was The Stormy South City, which had a total box office of $150 million, and won several film awards, including the Best Actor. But after The Stormy South City, Goulet's films were mediocre. He mainly shot action scenes, and basically didn't need a stunt double for the fighting scenes, so he was hyped up as a hardcore star, and his popularity was lower than that of the A-list. The agency that Goulet signed a contract with was famous in the circle for being good at hyping up, so they certainly wouldn't miss this wave of martial arts craze. And Goulet was also very lucky. He was chosen by the Land Pictures as the male lead of the new film The New 7 Heroes and 5 Gallants, playing the role of Xianxia, one of the 7 gallants. The Land Pictures was one of the top 5 film companies in the country, and it had produced many movies that were very popular at the box office. This time, they also targeted the martial arts TV series, and specially chose the classic novel of the Qing dynasty, The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants, to adapt it. As a big shot in the industry, the Land Pictures obviously didn't want to just get a share of the profits. First of all, the script they chose was very clever. The story of the 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants was widely spread among the people. In the 1980s, it was made into a movie in Xianxia and released in China, so it had a good audience base. The Land Pictures claimed to have invested 100 million yuan. In addition to Goulet, they also invited a large cast. Although there were no top stars, the combination of these A-list and B-list actors was quite amazing. Originally, with Goulet's status, it was unlikely that he would be the first male lead in such a movie, but the company he signed a contract with was very good, plus his image and appearance were more suitable for the role, so he was lucky to be chosen. Goulet knew that his popularity wasn't high enough, so he took this opportunity to hype up, and so he went up against Lu Chen. This hard and powerful actor frequently appeared on variety shows and online media, and was constantly interviewed by reporters. First, he said that he played a very different Xianxia, and then he thought that the new 7 Heroes and 5 Gallants would become a classic of martial arts movies. Later, he directly challenged Lu Chen in an interview. Lu Chen's skills are very strong. I've seen his fight with Li Ziqing. It's very powerful and worthy of admiration. But fighting in reality is different from shooting a movie. In this regard, I'm not modest to say that my experience is richer than Lu Chen's, and I can make a real martial arts style. The Land Pictures thinks the same, so they chose me to play the most important role. Zhang Zhao is a person with a very chivalrous spirit. Originally, I wanted to have a real fight with Lu Chen, but it's definitely not suitable now. So, let's have a literary competition through the movie, and see whose martial arts movie is more exciting. Under the deliberate guidance of the reporters, Goulet talked non-stop, as if he regarded Lu Chen as his biggest competitor, and he was very confident that he could win. Not only that, but he also posted the interview on his blog, and then with the hype of the internet, it quickly made it to the homepage of Wave's blog, and fiercely gained a large number of fans. Many of Lu Chen's fans were very dissatisfied after seeing the video, and they left comments to scold and ridicule. As a result, it was exactly what Goulet wanted, and he responded on his blog continuously. I'm not proud, but I'm not humble either. It's useless to say more, let's speak with facts. Please don't scold people, I think Lu Chen's fans should be of good quality. Goulet was undoubtedly very smart. Everyone knew that he was taking advantage of the popularity to hype himself up, but he acted as if he was innocent and telling the truth, which annoyed people but could not do anything about it. Of course, the most important thing was Lu Chen's attitude, and whether Lu Chen responded or not, or how he responded. For him, there would be corresponding moves, and he would pester him as much as he could. In the entertainment industry, Goulet was by no means the first person to play this kind of trick, and he would not be the last. As long as it was a popular star artist, they would never be able to avoid such harassment. Not only Goulet, but there were more than 1 or 2 people in the industry who wanted to take advantage of Lu Chen's popularity, and they all changed their tactics, making Lu Chen the target of public criticism for a while. Lu Chen's fans were very rational. After seeing through Goulet's intentions, they did not help him hype up, but everyone was also very concerned about how Lu Chen would deal with such a situation. As the target of many people in the circle, Lu Chen, who was in the middle of the whirlpool of public opinion, was very calm. Since his debut, he had been releasing many works, and his popularity had been soaring. His commercial value was getting higher and higher. Similar situations were happening more and more often, so he was not surprised at all. It was just that some people were hyping up the news very fiercely this time. His response was to ignore it for the time being and observe the development of the situation. If this wave of hype could subside by itself, that would be the best. If it spread further, then he would consider taking appropriate measures. Now if Lu Chen is in a hurry to jump out and fight with the other party, then he will really fall into the trap. Perhaps some star artists in this kind of situation like to rely on a fight to stir up a wave, but Lu Chen really disdains it. In contrast, he was more concerned about his girlfriend in Ningxian. "Oh, I didn't expect the scenery in your hometown to be so beautiful." Chen Feier said happily on the phone, "I like it here very much. It's a good place to film." Lu Chen had lived in Ningxian for several years when he was a child, so he certainly knew the scenery there was very good. However, he had not been back in the last 10 years, so he did not know the situation there. Hearing what Chen Feier said, he was relieved and asked with a smile, "Then when are you coming back?" It was half of his hometown, and his mother had called him in person. His uncle and the county magistrate had come to the capital for help. Lu Chen had to give them face. Since they met the conditions, of course it was a happy ending. The smiling, proud wanderer would shoot 3 movies in a row, so it was impossible to only shoot in one place. It was a win-win situation to include Ningxian as the shooting location. "Let's stay for 2 more days." Chen Feier smiled and said, "The scenery here is very original, and spring comes early in the mountains. The weather here is much more comfortable than in the capital. Today, Lu Shi and I just climbed Qingming Mountain and burned incense in Yunqian Temple. Tomorrow, we will go to the film and television city and take some photos in real life." Obviously, she was a little addicted to it. What else could Lu Chen say? "Well, stay for a few more days if you have fun." "Well, happy holidays." Chen Feier was stunned when she heard that. She immediately came to a realization. "Ah, today is Women's Day. Do you have a gift for me?" Lu Chen sighed, "Didn't you see the big red envelope I sent you with QQ? QQ just launched the red envelope function during the new year. During the new year, he sent out millions of red envelopes." Of course, Chen Feier was not short of money, but it was his sincerity that mattered. Sure enough, she was very happy. "Haha, I didn't even notice." "Thank you, my dear." The two of them cuddled for a few more minutes, and then Chen Feier reluctantly handed the phone to Lu Shi. "Sister, happy holidays." Lu Shi said snappily, "All right, don't play this game with me. I'm talking business with you." Lu Chen coughed twice and said, "Okay." What Lu Shi said to Lu Chen was really serious, and it was not a trivial matter. The Ningxian County government intended to sell shares of Ningxian Film and Television City to Chenfei Media, and the highest proportion of transfer was 49%. The intention of the Ningxian County government was obvious. They wanted to tie Chenfei Media to the chariot of the development of Ningxian's tourism industry and use the influence of Chenfei Media to carry out publicity and promotion. In addition, they wanted to recover part of the investment and fill the government's already stretched budget. Of course, Ningxian County was not a unilateral demand. Ningxian Film and Television City has been basically completed. The investment is huge and the facilities are complete. The most important thing is that it contains the most elite tourism resources of Qingming Mountain, and the potential value is extremely high. Today, the domestic tourism industry is booming. As long as it is properly managed, the future return of this investment is undoubtedly very high. However, involving hundreds of millions of projects, Lu Shi did not dare to make the decision herself. Lu Chen thought about it and said, "Sister, I don't have much experience in this area, so it's up to you to decide. But I have a suggestion. If you decide to invest, then bring Sister Mushi with you." Last time, Li Mushi complained to Lu Chen that he didn't bring her to play in the investment project, so this time, Li Mushi was added to fulfill the promise and share the pressure of Chenfei Media. It also added insurance for the investment. With the participation of Li Mushi, who represented the Li family, it could really reduce a lot of trouble. Although this was a little harsh, it was true. Lu Chen didn't care how much he earned, but he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble to make money. Lu Shi understood in a second. Your suggestion is very correct. Then I'll contact Mushi and see if she's interested. Lu Chen was pleased. That's it. By the way, you can learn about the situation there. On behalf of me and the company, you can donate some money to the lonely elderly or poor students in the county. It can be regarded as half a hometown person's heart. Lu Chen had always been very attentive in charity. It was natural to repay Xianxia. He could also use this to establish a more friendly relationship with the Ningxian County government, which was conducive to the development of future shooting work. Lu Shi agreed. Things in Ningxian went very smoothly, but the trouble Lu Chen faced did not reduce at all. Gulei was addicted to riding on the popularity. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't respond, he became more and more unscrupulous in his hype. Gulei is confident to make a martial arts movie to beat Lu Chen. Who is the real tough martial arts star? Gulei says he has something to say. The new 7 heroes and 5 righteous vs the smiling, proud wanderer. Who will be the box office champion this summer? Gulei accepts an interview with a reporter from EasyNet and admits that he has no pressure facing Lu Chen. His hype was in full swing, and others were envious. What was originally a small fuss was also deliberately expanded. All kinds of true and false news were flying all over the internet, and it became a trend for a while. As a result, the fans who had been waiting for Lu Chen to fight back couldn't help but feel anxious. Everyone was angry at the shameless and dirty people like Gulei, and worried that Lu Chen would be affected, so they all ran to his blog to support or question him. Lu Chen still remained silent, as if he was waiting for something. On the evening of March 9, Chen Fei-er updated her blog, and the theme of her new blog post was a photo. In the photo, Chen Fei-er was wearing a set of exquisitely embroidered goose yellow floral smoky gauze gown, with a phoenix head gold hairpin inserted in her lightly gathered and slowly pinched hair. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, and she was leaning lazily against a peach blossom tree with blooming stamens. Behind her was a green forest, a stream winding through the forest, and a stone bridge flying over it. Under the bridge, 3 to 5 white ducks were playing in the water. The people and the scenery blended together perfectly, and it was extremely beautiful. There was no text in this blog post except for the photo. It just Lu Chen and added a playful emoji. Chen Fei-er's photo was taken in Xuxi town at the foot of Qingning Mountain. This ancient town with a history of hundreds of years was very famous in Ningxian. Its architectural style and culture were very traditional. It was often visited by backpackers, and now it had become one of the attractions in Ningxian's tourist area. The stream in the photo was from Qingning Mountain and meandered through the ancient town. In March every year, the peach blossom forest by the stream was in full bloom, and it was the most beautiful time. The scenery was beautiful, and the person was even more beautiful. Chen Fei-er rarely took photos in ancient costumes. Last time when she was filming a Chinese ghost story, she played the role of the boss. Compared with today's photo posted on the blog, it was a completely different style. It really made people's eyes light up. The fans directly knelt down. So beautiful. It's so beautiful that I can't stand it. Fell. The real goddess is unparalleled. I want to know where this photo was taken. I want the original high-resolution photo. I want to use it as my computer desktop. I'm begging. My Fei-er is so suitable to wear the traditional Chinese costume. Is this the official photo of the smiling, proud wanderer? It's so beautiful. Ren Yingying, like many female stars, Chen Fei-er often posted photos on the blog. Some of them were photos of her life or work, and of course, there were also selfies. But unlike most people, her photos were never overdone with Photoshop, and she would not use any software to overdo it. She completely showed her true beauty. There was basically no Photoshop effect in this photo, but both the color and the composition were very clever. It used the poetic scenery to set off Chen Fei-er's beauty and temperament. It was reasonable to win countless fans' praise. It could be seen that Chen Fei-er liked this photo very much, so she took it out and put it on the blog. She also tagged Lu Chen. Although there were no words, the meaning was obvious. come and praise me. When Lu Chen saw this photo, he had just returned home. Because Lu Shi took people to Ningxian for the examination, he had to stay in the company. In addition to the program production of The Eight Storms Return to the Capital, he was busy until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower, he habitually turned on his computer and logged into his blog, only to see countless people tagging him. Seeing the peach blossoms in the photo, Lu Chen felt the tiredness of a busy day disappear, and he couldn't help but smile. He pondered for a moment before replying to Chen Feier with a few lines of poetry. The birth of spring, the first spring forest, tenly of spring breeze is not as good as you. This short poem of only 15 words came from Lu Chen's memories in his dream world. Although it was extremely short, it spoke of the beauty of spring. But on the basis of describing the spring scenery, it also used the words, not as good as you, to express the love and admiration in his heart. No matter how beautiful the spring scenery is, no matter how strong the feeling of spring is, no matter how warm the spring breeze is, it is not as good as having you by my side and in my heart. Lu Chen felt that only this poem could express his love. When Chen Feier saw his reply, he quickly replied with a shy emoji that could melt a girl's heart. As for the countless fans, they were fed dog food. So sad, just after Women's Day, I'm fed dog food again. Is there any justice in this world? Wow, Chen can write poems? Those who ask Lu Chen can write poems are really drunk. Lu Chen has written so many songs, isn't it normal that he can write poems? Spring breeze is not as good as you, it's written too well. Is this a love poem that Chen gave to Feier? It's so fitting, If anyone writes such a love poem to me, I'll marry him immediately. I'm going to engrave this poem on my phone. Lu Chen and Chen Feier's blog fans added up to more than 200 million. Although there was definitely a large number of overlap in the entire entertainment industry, they were absolutely invincible. Any blog post by the two could get millions of clicks, hundreds of thousands of comments and forwards, and the interaction between the two tonight was particularly different, truly illustrating what it meant to be a perfect match. A photo and a short poem instantly blew up the Waves blog. In just 1 hour, Lu Chen's blog had been forwarded more than 500,000 times, and there were hundreds of thousands of comments. In the modern online society, with a killing machine like search engines, it was simply too easy to determine whether a poem was original or not. The fans who had their hearts poked praised it, and it also attracted many people in the industry and even big and small VIPs in the literary circle to join in. Without any suspense, Lu Chen's new blog post reached the top of the hot topics on the homepage of Waves blog. Lu Chen and Chen Feier and Spring Breeze is not as good as you also quickly appeared on the keyword search list. If it was an ordinary person who wrote the same poem and published it on the blog, the result was likely to be drowned in the sea of words of hundreds of millions of people, and it would not cause the slightest ripple. Even if it was published in newspapers and magazines, there might not be much of a response. Perhaps the brilliance of a good poem could not be buried forever, and it would eventually be loved and recognized by people, but it would never spread throughout the entire online world in such a short period of time, and be read and discussed by hundreds of millions of people. A literary critic wrote on his blog, "Thank you, Lu Chen, for letting me read a good poem and understand a true love. I used to think that poets no longer belong to this era, but now I know I was wrong. Do you know what I want to do the most now?" When the online world was in an uproar, Chen Feier called Lu Chen. Her voice was full of gentle love. "I want to fly back to your side immediately." Lu Chen laughed and said, "If I had known, I would have written a few more poems for you." Chen Feier sighed and said, "Really, I really feel that I am the happiest woman in the world. If I could be by your side now, it would be perfect." A woman immersed in a sweet love was irrational. "I'll get my assistant to drive me back now." "Don't." Lu Chen was shocked. "It's so far away, it's too dangerous to drive at night." What a joke. From Ningxian to Beijing on the highway, it was at least 2,000 kilometers, and it would take more than 10 hours to drive smoothly. How could he be at ease? Chen Feier giggled, "I know, I was just saying, look at how scared you are." Lu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, you must be tired today, right? Rest early." "No," Chen Feier was willful, "I want to talk to you more, listen to your voice." Fortunately, the fans could not hear the conversation between the two, or else they would have goosebumps all over their bodies. The two were sweet and affectionate, and although they were separated by thousands of miles, it was as if they were close at hand. Some people, on the other hand, were stuffed with the dog food by the two of them and felt very upset. Bang! A fist slammed heavily on the desk, causing the laptop placed on it to jump. The screen fluctuated a few times before stabilizing again. What was displayed on the screen was the hot list of Inspur blog. Goulet picked up the bottle of mineral water on the bar and gulped it down in one gulp. His eyes were glued to the screen, and he squeezed the empty plastic bottle in his hand until it made a cracking sound, just like his mood at the moment. In just a few hours, his popularity on Wave's blog dropped by 3 places and directly fell off the homepage list. The internet world is vast and boundless, and there are countless news transmitted through the internet every day. As the largest online community platform in China, Wave's blog can reflect current hot events to a large extent. Because of this, the hot list on the homepage of Wave's blog is updated very quickly. Because there are new and even big events every day, it attracts tens of millions of netizens to comment, click, and forward. It's just that no event can maintain enough freshness forever. Today's world-shaking event may not be talked about by many people in 2 days because everyone is attracted by the new information. Some time ago, Goulet desperately hyped up his popularity, and finally got on the hot list of the homepage of Inspur blog as he wished. It is reasonable to say that he should be satisfied after a few days on it. It is difficult for many star artists to show their faces. But Goulet is very unhappy, very dissatisfied. How do you do things? We paid the money that should be paid, didn't we? We agreed to stay on the homepage for at least a week, but now it has fallen off after only 3 days. What do you think we should do? He spewed all the depression and annoyance in his heart at the 2 men sitting opposite him, resisting the urge to beat them up. Goulet's temper has always been bad. When he first switched to the film and television industry, he suffered a lot because of his bad temper and almost couldn't make it in. Later, he hit the wall and his head was bleeding. Finally, he came to his senses and restrained his nature and temper. He was careful with his tail between his legs. When it was time to be a grandson, he knelt down and did not hesitate. Finally, the clouds parted to see the moon. After becoming famous, Goulet would occasionally act like a big shot, but he didn't dare to go too far. After all, he hadn't made it to the top level, and it was not easy to act like a big shot. If he offended someone he shouldn't provoke, he might be beaten back to his original state overnight. However, his recent fame had caused his temper to rise, and today, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. The fact that he didn't beat them up was already the result of him enduring for a long time. In fact, Goulet also had a reason to be angry. He and the company he signed a contract with had invested millions in the hype, and had hired the industry's top marketing company for this. The person he had just insulted was the business representative and professional speculator of this online marketing company. It sounded a little unbelievable. Spending a few million just to hype himself up. In fact, in the industry, if you wanted to hype yourself up, you had to spend money. It was just that there were tens of thousands of speculation methods and hundreds of thousands of strategies. Spending a few million might seem like a lot, but it was actually very normal if one thought about it carefully. For example, if one wanted to hire a promoter and gunman, they would have to spend as much money as they could if they wanted to have a good effect. They would also have to bribe media reporters and give them a lot of red packets. It might have been possible to become famous on the internet without spending money a few years ago, but it was impossible now. Take a few big web portals for example. If one wanted to get into the entertainment section of the news, they would have to spend money to buy a position. It was even more expensive to get on the headlines. Writing a good article would cost thousands of yuan. Goulet's weakness was that his reputation was not loud enough and his popularity was not strong enough. If he wanted to rely on hype to rise up, in addition to riding on the popularity of big names, he would have to be willing to spend money to hype himself up. Goulet was not afraid of spending money. Anyway, he had the company he signed a contract with to back him up. The money he spent on hype now would sooner or later be earned back with interest. However, he had spent a lot of money, and it took him a lot of effort to jump up and down. Seeing that his own hype was getting more and more popular, suddenly a big basin of cold water was poured down on him. How could he bear it? He had just enjoyed the feeling of being in the limelight and everyone's attention. That was especially unbearable to be ignored by the public. And looking at the top of the Waves blog's hot list, Spring Breeze is Not Like You, Lu Chen's love poem, Chen Fei-er's beautiful photos. There was even, being fed dog food again. Goulet felt that he was F***ked, casually counting, on today's Waves blog's hot list, there were as many as 4 or 5 posts related to Lu Chen. And what did Lu Chen do? Lu Chen only wrote a short poem. The content of 15 words easily crushed him into slag. It was really F***king unbelievable. Goulet did not want to admit how jealous he was of Lu Chen. He did not want to be inferior to Lu Chen. He did not think that he would benefit from riding on Lu Chen's popularity. He only felt that fate was unfair. You have to think of a way to stir up the popularity again. Regarding Goulet's tough request, the two marketing companies looked at each other. In fact, they were also quite helpless. Nowadays, hyping up hot topics was considered a technical job. It was not possible to use brute force. Some time ago, the hype was already very strong. If they increased the effort, it would be as bad as not enough. The most important thing was that the Waves blog had always strictly controlled the hype on the internet. Although there were unspoken rules that could be exploited, if one crossed the line, it would be very difficult to deal with. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Lu Chen for being too abnormal. His hundreds of millions of fans and Inspire blog were simply terrifying, and his influence was so great that almost no one could compete with him. He didn't need to accompany Goulet to fight at all. He just had an artistic interaction with Chen Fei-er, and all his competitors were knocked into the dust. Compared to the calm Lu Chen, Goulet was like a dancing clown on the street. The difference was obvious. The marketing company originally had a complete preparatory plan to deal with Lu Chen's possible reaction, whether it was counterattack or silence. There were corresponding countermeasures, but they did not expect Lu Chen's response to be so unique. That was, you play your game, I play mine. Can you beat me? Indeed, you can't beat me. The marketing company's people were also helpless. They could not go against the wishes of the investor. Otherwise, how could they make money? The sales representative coughed, patted his chest and said to Goulet, Mr. Gu, please rest assured that our company will go all out to achieve the goal and help you get back on the hot list. Goulet stared at him. You said it. Yourself, ding. At this moment, a crisp and sweet sound came from the laptop. The open blog page showed that Goulet's account had just received a new message. Goulet's heart could not help but skip a beat. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. He quickly held the mouse and clicked on the message. The message indicated that the account he followed had just published a new blog post. And this account was Lu Chen. Lu Chen's blog was updated again. It was reasonable to say that this should be a normal thing. It was not worth making a fuss at all. It should be known that the current online social media platform was an important place for celebrities and artists in the entertainment industry. Its importance had long surpassed traditional media such as television and newspapers. Basically, all the people in the industry had a verified account on Waves blog. Some celebrities were known as blog fanatics. They would even post dozens of blog posts a day. Big things like filming movies and TV series, photos and concerts, and small things like eating, walking, and shopping would be posted on the blog. Daily selfies were indispensable. In contrast, Lu Chen, who had the first number of Waves blog fans, updated his blog at a very low frequency. Moreover, he did not like to hype on his personal blog, which was very different from many of his peers. As a target to ride on the popularity, Goulet had followed Lu Chen's blog for a long time. He knew Lu Chen's style very well. Putting aside his jealousy, he still had an indescribable admiration for Lu Chen's aloof attitude. Because he couldn't do it himself, but now that he saw Lu Chen's blog update, Goulet had a feeling of fear. Previously, he tried his best to hype up the popularity because he was sure that Lu Chen would not be serious with him. Therefore, he was very unscrupulous, thinking that even if he was counterattacked by Lu Chen, he would not be afraid. However, it turned out that Goulet was very wrong. Lu Chen did not need to fight with him at all. He used a few lines of poems to attract all the attention, making him feel like he was a joke. Goulet had a phobia of blogs, but he could not ignore it. So, he clicked on Lu Chen's blog to see what the latter had done. In fact, Goulet himself didn't know that his current mentality was extremely ridiculous. Although his hype behavior, along with a group of followers, did bring some trouble to Lu Chen in public opinion. But Lu Chen did not care at all. Because his status in the industry and his popularity in the country were unshakable, there was no need for him to lower himself to argue with people like Goulet. Of course, since there was trouble, he had to find a way to solve it. Lu Chen's way of dealing with it was very simple. You play your game, and I'll play mine. Let's see who wins. Moreover, if he wanted to play, he would definitely play with new tricks and new heights. A poem that triggered a heated discussion among hundreds of millions of people was considered as an appetizer. Lu Chen released the song on his newly updated blog. At the same time, he tagged Xianxia, "For You in the Distance." This was an original work of his, and it was called 10 Miles of Spring Breeze. I'm in the second ring road, thinking of you. You're on the distant mountain, enjoying the spring breeze. Today, the wind blows against you, and it rains. I say that all the wine in the world is inferior to you. In the night of the drum tower, I sing for you the fragrance of flowers. Elsewhere, silent encounters and expectations, the plane flew over the busy city. 1,000 li away, but I won't leave. Last year, Lu Chen hadn't released a new song for a long time, because he spent most of his time and energy on the filming of the TV series. In addition, he also went to the United States. For Lu Chen's fans, a TV play a year makes her/them very happy, but Lu Chen's fans are very unhappy. Moreover, Lu Chen hasn't held a concert so far, and the third record is still far away, which makes people complain. The main reason was that everyone was spoiled. They were used to Lu Chen's musical talent, which was like a fountain, and were used to the continuous surprises he brought, so their ears became very picky, and they always compared his works with other musicians. Fortunately, since the new year, Lu Chen wrote several more songs in succession, which finally appeased the fans' complaints. Moreover, people also found that Lu Chen now liked to release new songs on Waves's blog. If you read his blog daily, you might get an unexpected surprise. This time, Lu Chen released a new work on his blog again, therefore, thousands of fans listened to and downloaded the song 10 Miles of Spring Breeze at the first time. All the spring is needed into a morning. All the words that can't stop turn into a secret, and close the door. Inexplicable feelings, may I ask who will take them away? I have to turn the years into songs, and leave them in the mountains and rivers. This song 10 Miles of Spring Breeze continued Lu Chen's most commendable folk song style, and it was dedicated to Xianxia. It was gentle and affectionate. It sang the deepest longing for her in the distance. What was very special was that 10 Miles of Spring Breeze was derived from the poem Spring that Lu Chen wrote for Xianxia previously, and it changed the theme and content, maintaining the continuation and sublimation of emotion. The most impressive part of the song was undoubtedly the line, "I said all the wine is not as good as you." From 10 Miles of Spring Breeze is not as good as you to all the wine is not as good as you, it sang Lu Chen's deepest love. To this, Xianxia replied with 3 words, "I love you." If the interaction between Lu Chen and Xianxia on the blog yesterday was a ton of dog food sprinkled to everyone, then today it was at least a truck of dog food. Listening to this song, the fans' feelings were really complicated. Those who had love in their hearts naturally resonated with it, those who were alone were sad, envious, jealous, and hateful, and those who had loved before were melancholy and sorrowful. Someone wrote in the comment, "After listening to the first time, I dug out a few cans of beer from the fridge and drank it, hoping to get drunk and see her again in my drunken dreams." Thank you, Lu Chen, thank you for this song. His comment resonated with countless fans, and many people wrote their own stories on Lu Chen's blog and poured out their love. That year, I got drunk for the first time because of her. I liked her, but she didn't like me. All the wine is not as good as you, Zhang Yaming, I love you. With tears flowing, I listened to it over and over again. When I was young, I didn't understand love, and now I really regret it. My boyfriend is now thousands of miles away. There were so many comments from fans that 10 Miles of Spring Wind appeared on the hot list on the homepage of Waves's blog in just 10 minutes. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping, and it definitely set a record for Waves's blog. Lu Chen's previous and subsequent blog posts also made Goulet's hype a complete joke. Although the marketing company hired by Goulet's contracting company later tried its best to hype up the heat again, Not only did it not succeed, but it received a lot of negative comments and was hated by many people. Lu Chen, because the poems and new songs written by Lu Chen represented the love that people yearned for in their hearts. Those who tried to use him to hype up the song naturally appeared particularly despicable and shameless. Those beautiful things should not be tarnished. Note, 10 Miles of Spring Wind lyrics/music, Dubi Beijing, New Era Art Park, East District, Boeri Museum. The predecessor of Boeri Museum was a 5-story factory production building, built in the 1970s. It was wide, sturdy, and rough, with a very typical Soviet style. Nowadays, it was rare in the highly modernized Beijing. The reason why it could be preserved was due to the construction of the art park. At that time, the designer transformed it into a large-scale art exhibition center and divided it into several functional areas, so that the 40-year-old building was rejuvenated and became a unique landscape in the park. At 9 a.m., a large group of excited young people came to Boeri Museum. They didn't come to see the art exhibition held here, but to visit and learn the newly opened martial arts club. These young people in their teens and 20s were the actors of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. They were the winners of the audition, and there were more than 100 people in total. The martial arts club was established by Chinfei Media, which rented an area of 850 square meters on the 5th floor of Boeri Museum. It was built into a first-class martial arts training place in China, specializing in the training of stunt doubles and action actors in films and TV series. Although the area of the martial arts club was not very large, all kinds of training facilities were top-notch. Many of the equipment was imported and worth more than 10 million yuan. In addition, a lot of special equipment was customized, such as wires, wooden dummies, universal suspension arms, and so on. The core strength of the martial arts club was the Lu family squad built by Lu Chen. The establishment of the martial arts club was to expand the number of members of the Lu family squad to meet the talents needed for the development and expansion of the wuxia IP. Before the Lu family squad, the domestic film and television industry was almost blank in this area. Although there were stunt doubles and action actors, they were basically all incompetent. But now with the emergence of the wuxia craze, the talent in this area suddenly became scarce. In fact, except for Lu Chen, the positioning of the wuxia film and TV series in the circle even stopped at the Hong Kong TV series in the 1970s and 1980s, or foreign action films, and did not realize the great changes that were about to occur. And Lu Chen was very clear about what he wanted and what he needed to do. He began the development of the wuxia IP 2 years ago, and prepared step by step. It could be said that he firmly took the initiative. These young people who passed the audition were undoubtedly very good seeds. They had a very good foundation, mastered at least one martial art skill, and were full of vitality and plasticity. Of course, the first batch of students of the martial arts club did not need so many people, so they must be the best of the best. Therefore, Lu Chen specially arranged today's visit to increase his understanding of them. If they could catch his eye, even if they were eliminated in the later stage of the draft, he could still sign them. For these young people, coming to the Essence Martial Arts Dojo was like entering the Grand View Garden. The equipment and facilities inside were too high-end. They had never seen many of them before, so they were especially curious and fresh. Not only that, but the training of the Lu Martial Arts Club but also opened their eyes. By Lu members training in martial. What excited the young people most was that they saw Lu Chen here. Martial school. As soon as his voice fell, martial was martial college, martial arts club, China, and martial sect, league, and college, and world. And as soon as he finished speaking, there was a warm applause. Many people desperately clapped to vent their excitement. This was Lu Chen, everyone's idol. Many young people traveled thousands of miles to Beijing. In addition to fulfilling their dreams of becoming actors, they also wanted to see Lu Chen. Even if they were eliminated, it was worth it to speak a few words with Lu Chen. Now they finally got what they wanted. Next to them, the CCTV variety channel's cameraman, carrying a high-definition camera, faithfully recorded the scene. The video would be sent back to CCTV for editing and broadcast as an important part of the talent show. Lu Chen smiled and waited for the applause to subside. He introduced Wan Yong to everyone. This is Martial Arts Club's chief instructor, Teacher Wan Yong. He will be in charge of your training here for the next 3 days. Welcome. There was another round of applause, and many people shouted in unison, Martial Arts Club, Teacher 1. Wang Yang's expression was serious. He was not affected by the applause at all. He said in a deep voice, Welcome to the Martial Arts Club. From now on, you are students of the Martial Arts Club. Although you only have 3 days to learn, the club has arranged many strict training programs for you. It will definitely be very hard. If you are afraid of suffering, then you can leave now. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of the students, as if he was waiting for someone to leave. However, none of the young people who had passed the online audition and passed the difficult challenge would leave at this time. They had all learned martial arts, and many of them were martial arts students. Why would they be afraid of suffering? Moreover, there was a camera next to them. If anyone were to admit defeat, it would be equivalent to embarrassing themselves in front of the whole country. The young people all straightened their chests and met Wang Yang's gaze like soldiers being inspected. Lu Chen retreated to the side. He was not the protagonist today. These young people were the hope and the future. After a while, Wang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Since no one wants to leave, then I will now divide you into groups. Each group will have a teacher responsible for training. A total of 170 students were divided into 10 groups. Each group had 17 members. The teacher who served as their teacher was the official member of the Lu family class. The martial arts club had already prepared the training clothes. After the students changed in their respective locker rooms, they came out and lined up in groups. They directly began the first day of basic training. In the past, the fighting in martial arts movies used the routine fighting methods in traditional martial arts. Every move had a fixed pattern. It looked lively, but it was fake. Therefore, martial arts movies were short-lived in Hong Kong and the mainland. They did not form any climate at all. Later, they were directly replaced by action movies, which followed the style and characteristics of Hollywood. The young students had basically seen this kind of action movie. Some had also seen martial arts movies a long time ago. They originally thought that the training content of the martial arts club would not deviate from these two modes. In the end, they found that they were very wrong. What the Lu family class took was a completely new routine. It was reflected in the specific basic training. It undoubtedly brought a great impact to the students' thinking. It also let them discover a completely different world. The arrival of the 170 students made the newly built elite martial arts dojo extremely lively. Under the leadership of their respective teachers, the 10 groups went through a series of basic training for film and television shooting. 3 days was a very short time, and what the students could learn was actually very limited. Unless they were peerless geniuses, it was impossible for this group of young people to become qualified martial artists through 3 days of learning. The instructors of the Lu family class mainly let them experience the process of film and television shooting in person. Simple pair training, imposing pressure, brandishing guns and swords, including all kinds of actions in front of the green screen, which were combined with computer special effects. The scene and the angle of view were taken as the criterion. Big scenes were used for big movements, small scenes were used for small details, and big movements were used for big movements such as kicking over a circle of people. Elevation was used to show a certain part of the action, and depth was used to show the situation of the fight. According to Lu Chen's standards, the shooting of martial arts films required very profound skills. He spent a long time sorting out the memory from the dream world, writing a set of detailed shooting theory for martial arts films, and constantly accumulating experience through actual shooting. When shooting the movie A Chinese Ghost Story, Lu Chen showed off his skills. The fighting in Jianghu and the fight between good and evil in the film were wonderful and exciting, which became an important factor in the success of the film. From that time on, Lu Chen also took on the role of the action director through his mastery of the Lu family class. But A Chinese Ghost Story was not a real martial arts film, and there were not many fighting scenes. The smiling, proud wanderer was the real test for him. And the existing 20 to 30 members of the Lu family class were far from enough to support Lu Chen's grand martial arts IP plan. These young people who came from all over the country with dreams and enthusiasm were undoubtedly seeds. For seeds, Lu Chen was willing to spend time, energy, and even money to cultivate them. The 3 days of training in the martial arts club was just the beginning. To these young students, these 3 days were like a baptism of life. First of all, their horizons had been lifted from the narrow confines of the world, and they had entered a wider and more mystical world. Everyone had seen movies and TV shows, and seen all kinds of special effects in movies and TV shows. However, when they and their companions followed the instructions and performed a few prescribed actions in front of the giant green screen, and then saw the movie-level special effects on the screen, this feeling was really incomparably wonderful. The students suddenly realized that they were so close to their dreams. It was as if they took another step forward, they would be able to step into the circle that countless people envied and enjoy the limelight. This kind of knowledge brought them great stimulation, so they threw themselves into daily training with the greatest enthusiasm. No matter how hard and tired they were, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Even if they fell and rolled on the ground, they would not cry. Most importantly, in these 3 days, Lu Chen had been in the elite martial arts club, supervising their training. This batch of seedlings is not bad, Wang Yong said to Lu Chen, at least 70 to 80% of them can meet our requirements. It would be a pity to eliminate them. According to Lu Chen's plan, the Lu family class would select about 20 to 30 people from this batch of students to sign a contract and train them to participate in the filming of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and even train them to become the backbone of the Lu family class in the future. However, Wang Yong did not expect that the selected students would have such good basic qualities, and basically all of them could bear hardships and were willing to learn. Thinking that most of them would be eliminated in the future, he could not help but feel pity. Lu Chen smiled and said, 20 to 30 people is the minimum. It's not a problem to have a few more good seedlings with potential. As long as you choose them, you can pick all of them. If the Lu family class expanded to more than 100 members, it would be more than enough to spend 30 to 40 million a year. Compared with the investment and profit of shooting a movie, it was nothing at all. And in the future, when the Lu family class became famous in the circle, it would be impossible for them to only shoot 1 movie a year. It might not even be enough to satisfy Lu Chen's big wuxia IP plan. If they really had free time, they could totally do outsourcing tasks, or even run a business. There were too many ways to make money. So if there were really good talents, they absolutely could not miss them. Wang Yong laughed and rubbed his hands with satisfaction. The Lu family class was founded by Lu Chen, but the actual manager was Wang Yong, who had always been the head of the Lu family class. Lu Chen trusted him very much. Not only did he give him a generous salary, but he also gave him enough power. A gentleman would die for a bosom friend. Wang Yong also recognized Lu Chen as a boss. Although many people came to poach him in the open and in the dark, and even offered him several times the salary, he was never tempted. Because Wang Yong believed that following Lu Chen was the brightest future. In fact, Lu Chen had never let him down, and he would never let Lu Chen down. Speaking of good seedlings, Wang Yong said, I found a few particularly good ones. Lu Chen's expression changed, and he asked, which ones? Through these few days of observation, he also found a few very outstanding students. He didn't know if there were people that Wang Yong valued. Wang Yong pointed out to Lu Chen, this one, and this one, oh yes, and this one, called Meng Hu. This young man is very talented, I want to take him as a disciple. Lu Chen immediately smiled. He waved to the student called Meng Hu, student Meng Hu, please come here. When he was called by Lu Chen, Meng Hu was practicing with the instructor. He didn't notice at first, and only reacted after the instructor reminded him, Teacher Lu is looking for me? He felt like he was in a dream, and it was very unreal. The instructor said with a smile, silly boy, hurry up, the boss must have taken a fancy to you. Meng Hu's face instantly turned red. He ran dizzily to Lu Chen and Wang Yong, and stammered, Lu, Teacher Lu, Instructor Wan, are you looking for me? The other students in the training ground all showed expressions of envy and jealousy when they saw this. This was the first time Lu Chen called out a student in the 3 days in the elite martial arts dojo. Meng Hu was going to hit the jackpot. Looking at the uneasy young man in front of him, Lu Chen asked with a smile, your name is Meng Hu, right? Meng Hu composed himself and quickly replied, yes, Meng as in Mencius, tiger as in tiger. I'm 18 years old this year, Nanyue Hingshan Neo Martial Arts School. In his nervousness, he recited his lines from the audition. Nanyue Xianxia Neo Martial Arts School? Lu Chen nodded. I remember that there are quite a few students who passed the audition in your school. You have a lot of talents. Meng Hu didn't know how to answer, so he smiled and scratched his head. Wan Yong rolled his eyes, speechless. This young man was really too inexperienced. Don't be nervous, Lu Chen smiled and patted the shoulder of the young man in front of him, saying, let's spar? Spar? With Lu Chen, Meng Hu couldn't believe his ears. He wondered if he was hallucinating. He was completely dumbfounded for a moment. Wan Yong slapped his shoulder in exasperation. What are you waiting for? Wan Yong knew that Lu Chen was undoubtedly interested in Meng Hu and intended to give the latter a chance. If he didn't grasp such an opportunity firmly, he would really be struck by lightning. Although Meng Hu was stupid, in Wan Yong's eyes, this 18-year-old boy was honest, willing to endure hardship, and had good talent. He was definitely a promising talent. With Meng Hu's appearance and temperament, he might not be able to become a big star, but he was more than enough to be a qualified martial arts master. The Lu family class needed such fresh blood. Wan Yong's slap woke Meng Hu up. His face instantly turned red. He swallowed his saliva, cupped his fists and said, Teacher Lu, please give me some pointers. If it were any other star artist, Wan Yong wouldn't have said such words even if he was in awe. Because his Sanda strength was top-notch. Among the students of Nanyue Xianxia Neo Martial Arts School, he was qualified to compete with a Sanda teacher. How many star artists could compete with a teacher of a martial arts school? But facing Lu Chen, Wan Yong's humble request was sincere because he had seen Lu Chen's videos with billions of views on the internet. He knew how strong Lu Chen was. Meng Hu was going to spar with Lu Chen. With the permission of the instructor, the students in the training area quickly gathered around the ring to watch the spar. Looking at Meng Hu, who had just put on protective gear, they were all extremely envious. Lu Chen also put on simple protective gear. He moved his muscles a few times and asked Meng Hu, "Are you ready?" Meng Hu nodded, but he still looked very nervous. Wan Yong acted as the referee for both sides. He stood between the two, raised his right hand and slashed down. It had begun. As soon as the competition began, Meng Hu wasn't nervous anymore. He stared at Lu Chen with rapt attention, his gaze concentrated on Lu Chen's shoulders, arms, waist, legs, and so on and so forth. He was like a tiger that was watching every single movement of its prey. Lu Chen nodded to himself. There was a type of athlete who was known as a competition player. Usually, they looked ordinary, but once they were in a competition, they would stand out and perform at an extraordinary level. Meng Hu was undoubtedly such a person. Wan Yong had not misjudged him. Just as Lu Chen was pondering, Meng Hu suddenly took 2 steps forward and closed in on Lu Chen in an instant. With lightning speed, he raised his leg and gave a fierce and powerful side kick to Lu Chen. Ah! There was an uproar around the ring. No one expected Meng Hu to be so bold as to actually dare to attack Lu Chen. Wasn't he afraid of hurting Lu Chen, offending someone, and getting kicked out of the competition? If you are smart, you should fight with Lu Chen for a few rounds in such a competition, and then lose. Lu Chen was not only the boss of Chenfei Media, but also a world-famous superstar. Was he someone that could be easily beaten? Meng Hu was simply stupid and bold. Meng Hu's side kick was blocked by Lu Chen in time. Without thinking, he retracted his right leg with the rebound force, twisted his waist, raised his left arm, and hit Lu Chen's chest with his elbow. His moves were extremely fast, and his attacks were even more fluid, forcing Lu Chen to take a step back. Meng Hu was unforgiving. He pressed forward step by step and waved his fists continuously. His fists tore through the air and created wind. Many people below the ring couldn't bear to watch and scolded Meng Hu in their hearts. They had seen stupid people, but they had never seen such a stupid person. He was addicted to fighting. After gaining the upper hand, they really wanted to go up and replace Meng Hu. They would definitely be more smart and sensible than Meng Hu. In the face of Meng Hu's storm-like attacks, Lu Chen fought and retreated at the same time, but he was calm. He countered every move and defended with ease. Both sides fought back and forth for many rounds. Meng Hu, who couldn't take down Meng Hu for a long time, consumed a lot of his qi and blood. His attacks became slightly weaker, and the speed and strength of his punches were a notch lower. But right at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly advanced instead of retreating. He turned his body sideways and lowered his shoulder to cut into Meng Hu's opening, slamming heavily into his chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, Meng Hu, who weighed 150 kilograms, was sent flying and rolled on the ring. Nice! After a moment of silence, there was a sudden burst of applause and cheers around the ring. No one expected the reversal of the battle to come so suddenly. A few seconds ago, Meng Hu still had the upper hand, but in the next moment, he was knocked down by Lu Chen. They didn't even see Lu Chen's moves clearly. Meng Hu's fall was quite ugly. He fell to the ground with a red face and was very upset. At this moment, a hand reached over. At the same time, Lu Chen's smiling face appeared in his sight. Again? Meng Hu grabbed Lu Chen's hand and stood up in a daze. He shook his head in shame and said, "Teacher Lu, I'm too far behind you." Lu Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. "Believe me, you're not that bad." After a pause, Lu Chen asked, "Meng Hu, I'll give you two choices now. One is to continue participating in the recording of Storms of the Eight Directions gathering in the capital, and the other is to withdraw from the show and continue training here. Think about it." Meng Hu was one of the outstanding seedlings that Wan Yong had chosen. His performance in the 3 days of training had been seen by Lu Chen, and he also thought that he was a promising talent. Therefore, Lu Chen gave him two choices. If it were other students present, they might hesitate in the face of such a choice. They didn't know which was the most correct choice, and they might even have other ideas. Of course, staying here to train was not a bad thing, but compared to the opportunity to appear on the show and become famous, anyone would hesitate, right? However, Meng Hu didn't hesitate at all and replied without hesitation, "Teacher Lu, I'm willing to withdraw from the show and train here." He liked the martial arts club, the atmosphere here, and the instructors here. Therefore, he liked to stay here. Lu Chen and Wan Yong looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Wan Yong nodded and said, "Then you can stay here." In fact, what he really meant was to let Meng Hu become a real member of the Lu family class. This was because Meng Hu had passed the test and submitted a qualified or even excellent answer. Meng Hu scratched his head and revealed a joyful smile. This 18-year-old young man from Nanyue Hingshan Neo Martial Arts School, a child of the old rural area of Gannan, didn't know how important the choice he made at this moment was and how important it would be to his future. From then on, he embarked on a completely different path in life. His exciting story had just begun. Chinfei Media and the Central Television Variety Channel jointly produced the reality show The Eight Storms Meet in Beijing. Since it was broadcast, it quickly won a large number of audiences with its strong production team, novel and special ideas, and unique program features, and the ratings kept rising. By the end of March, the ratings of the show exceeded 8%, setting the highest record of the same type of show in the Variety Channel, and dominating the top domestic variety show. Many contestants in the show stood out and attracted attention from all sides. Meng Hu's departure did not cause much waves. Although he performed very well in the challenge, he was not as good as those competitors who were better looking, so he did not attract many fans. Lu Chen left at the same time. On March 25, Lu Chen left the capital for Ningxia in Zhejiang East to attend the opening ceremony of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Before him, the newly formed crew of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, including director Chen Guozhi, had already settled in Ningxian Film City and started to prepare for the shooting of the movie. Ningxian County belonged to Changshan City. The plane that Lu Chen took off from the capital, and after nearly 2 hours of flight, he landed on the runway of Changshan Airport. This time, Lu Chen was very low-key. He did not even follow his assistant. He covered his face with a hat and glasses, and then rushed here alone with a suitcase. Out of the terminal, there was already a car waiting outside the airport. Opening the door of the Mercedes-Benz, Lu Chen saw Chen Fei sitting in the back seat at a glance. Without any superfluous words, they hugged each other tightly. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, so they naturally missed each other very much. Although Chen Fei was so passionate that she wanted to rub herself into Lu Chen's body, her assistant and bodyguard were sitting in the front seat, so she could only suppress her emotions and did not do anything too outrageous. But her bright eyes were so charming that they were about to drip water. She said softly, "I asked you to come earlier, but it took you so long." Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "It was because I couldn't get away from it." Although Lu Chen did not serve as a judge for Storms of the Eight Directions gathering in the capital, under the strong request of Central TV, he still participated in the production and filming of the show as a special guest. Coupled with the matter of Xianxia media, he was very busy in capital city and only came here now. During this time, Xianxia and Lu Shi had been staying in Ningxian. When they first arrived, they had fun for a few days. After that, they mainly welcomed the arrival of the crew members and arranged for the official shooting. They had no time to go back to Beijing. It had taken more than a year for the smiling, the proud wanderer to start shooting. According to the plan, the first movie, Sword of Mount Hua, would be released in the summer. It was almost April, so the time for shooting and production was very tight. Fortunately, the long period of preparation was sufficient. The crew and funds were abundant, and the director, actors, and script were all top-notch. Once they entered the shooting phase, the speed would be very fast. Considering the difficulty of the post-production, Lu Chen was also prepared to release it during the National Day instead of the summer. The quality and effect of the film were the most important. However, whether it was during the summer or the National Day, the two of them would have a lot of work in the next few months. Even if they were reunited after a long time, they didn't have much time to be intimate. Xianxia sighed and said, "Work is always busy. We might as well quit the entertainment circle." Lu Chen was amused by her angry words and said, "I don't have a problem with that. Are you willing to quit?" To be honest, if Xianxia was really tired of standing in the spotlight, he was willing to give up his career and quit the entertainment circle with her. They would live a retired life far away from the hustle and bustle. No matter how important his career was, how could it be compared to his lover? They had earned so much money that they couldn't spend it all in several lifetimes. What kind of life couldn't they live? It was a pity that Xianxia was absolutely reluctant, especially at this time. She rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, "Can't I just say it?" Really? The woman was unreasonable, and God couldn't do anything about it. Lu Chen had to change the topic. "Did you have fun here? How are my grandparents?" Lu Chen's grandparents were still alive. The Feng family was a big family in Ningxian. Lu Chen had a lot of uncles and aunts, and even more cousins. But in the past, Lu Chen's family didn't have much contact with Ningxian. They just visited their relatives on New Year's Day. This time, Xianxia followed Lu Shi to Ningxian and visited Lu Chen's grandparents. The two old people are very nice. They are very kind and amiable. Xianxia said with a smile, "They are in good health. Grandma also gave me a pair of jade bracelets. She was talking about when you would come. Let's go and see them tomorrow." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, I have to go back to Benhai on the Qingming festival next month." Xianxia held his hand and said, "I'll go with you." Looking at his girlfriend, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll go with you." The Mercedes-Benz drove out of the spacious and straight airport road, turned to the southwest and entered the expressway. Soon, it merged into the rushing traffic. After half an hour, the car got off the expressway and arrived at Ningxian City. Ningxian was surrounded by mountains on three sides, and only the northeast had an exit. Most of the landforms here were mountains and rivers, and there were large undeveloped virgin forests. Because there was no large-scale industrial damage, the surrounding environment and natural scenery were very good. Ningxian Film and Television City was located at the foot of Qingming Mountain, and it was an important part of Ningxian's scenic area. The main members of the smiling, proud wanderer stayed in the hotel in the Film and Television City. This 37-story, 5-star hotel was one of the landmarks of Ningxian County. The government invested a lot in it. They had hoped that the opening of the Film and Television City would attract a large number of tourists, but it turned out to be contrary to their wishes. Therefore, this time the crew of the smiling, proud wanderer chose Ningxian Film and Television City, which was undoubtedly important to Ningxian County. The government also attached great importance to it and tried their best to cooperate with the crew. Even Chen Guozhi specially called Lu Chen and praised him for choosing a good place. If it were in other big film and television cities, there would be no such high standard of treatment. As soon as Lu Chen got out of the car, he saw a long red banner hanging outside the hotel to welcome the crew. It was very eye-catching. Maybe it was pretentious, but he always felt that this time he came back to Ningxian to shoot the smiling, proud wanderer was not as friendly and familiar as before. Everything had changed. Ding-dong. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Qingming Hotel, the doorbell rang softly. Lu Chen, who had just changed into a new set of clothes, walked over and opened the door. He saw Lu Shi standing at the door with a Gucci bag. Seeing Lu Chen, his sister asked, "Are you done?" "If you are, let's go." Lu Chen said quickly, "Almost done." Chen Feier came out of the bedroom and came to Lu Chen's side with light steps. She said softly, "I'm done." She was wearing a plain lady's spring dress today, which made her graceful figure look even taller. Although she only had a little makeup on, her face was glowing and her eyes were full of spring. She looked extraordinarily beautiful. Even Lu Shi, who was already very familiar with her, had her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but ask, "You? Why do you look so different? You're much more beautiful. What kind of elixir did you take?" Chen Feier's pretty face suddenly flushed. She didn't know how to answer her sister's question. She couldn't say that it was because she had a good time with Lu Chen last night and was moistened by the rain and dew, so she was so beautiful. Wouldn't that be shameful? Lu Chen coughed twice awkwardly and said, "Sister, let's go." Lu Shi was stunned for a moment before she understood. She also blushed. She rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, let's go, let's go." If it were another experienced woman, she would definitely not ask such a question. The problem was that Lu Shi had never been in a relationship, so she was so slow in this regard. The three left the hotel together and took the nanny car to the home of Lu Chen's grandparents. Lu Chen's grandfather, who was also Fang Yun's father, used to be the deputy director of the Ningxian County Local Taxation Bureau, but he retired a long time ago. Now he lived with Lu Chen's grandmother in the Jingming district of Ningxian County. Speaking of which, Lu Chen hadn't been here for a long time, especially after the Lu family's accident. His contact with his grandparents was limited to the phone. Grandpa and Grandma treated Lu Chen's mother, Fang Yun, very well. In private, they took out a lot of their savings to help Fang Yun. However, the Lu family owed too many debts, and it was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, because of this, he had a conflict with Lu Chen's uncle and aunt. This time, Lu Chen came back to Ningxian to shoot the smiling, proud wanderer, so it was reasonable for him to visit his parents first. He had bought a lot of gifts in the capital before coming here, and he brought them all today. Before Lu Chen came, Lu Shi had brought Chen Feier here once. This was the second time. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that when he knocked on his grandfather's door, the person who opened the door was actually his uncle, Fang Xinho. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Uncle, why are you here?" Fang Xinho said with a smile, "We knew you were coming today, so we all came." At this time, Lu Chen noticed that the living room of his grandfather's house was full of people. Familiar and unfamiliar faces were all smiling. It could be said that it was a crowded house. Uncle, big cousin, Lu Chen felt dizzy. Through the gap in the crowd, he noticed his grandfather and grandmother sitting on the sofa. When Lu Chen, Chen Feier, and Lu Shi entered the room, the living room directly boiled up. Everyone greeted them enthusiastically, and it was so noisy that his ears were numb. Some people even came out of other rooms. A few young people hid in the corner, secretly taking pictures with their mobile phones. They probably wanted to show off in their WeChat moments. Seeing so many relatives, Lu Chen's face was stiff from smiling. He had some impressions of most of the people present, but he hadn't seen most of them for several years. Many people felt strange, especially his cousins. Everyone was very polite and enthusiastic. Lu Chen couldn't put on airs, especially in front of the elders. He had to greet them, making it almost like a fan meeting. Fang Xinho couldn't stand it anymore. He stopped a few juniors, so that Lu Chen could take Chen Feier to see the main character. "Grandfather, grandmother," Lu Chen greeted respectfully, "Feier and I have come to see you. How have you been recently?" Lu Chen's grandfather was 70 years old. He had white hair and was very thin, but he was in good spirits and very strong. He said with a smile, "We are all very good. In fact, you don't have to come to see us. Last week, Lu Shi and Feier have already come. You made such a big fuss." Grandpa looked at the juniors around him with a little dissatisfaction and said, "You are so busy with work. It's not too late to come when you have time. This time, you can come to Ningxian to shoot a movie and help promote Ningxian tourism." This is very good and meaningful, old man. Grandpa was worthy of being an official. As soon as he opened his mouth, he had a long-winded posture. Unfortunately, before he could enjoy it, he was interrupted by his grandmother next to him with dissatisfaction. Little Chen came to see us. Why are you talking to him like an official? She smiled at Lu Chen and said, Little Chen, sit down with Fei. Tell grandma how you have been recently. Grandfather had an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Chen said with a smile, It's okay, grandma. By the way, I brought something for you and grandpa. What he brought for the two old people was mainly nourishing health products. Although it was not very expensive, it was also a sincere intention, which made grandma very happy. It was a pity that Feng Yun didn't come today, otherwise it would have been very reunion. As for other uninvited relatives, he was really sorry. Lu Chen didn't expect them to be here at all. It was impossible for them to prepare gifts in advance, he didn't lack money. However, the relatives who rushed over after hearing the news today didn't want Lu Chen's gifts. Most of them had other intentions. Lu Chen and Chen Fei had just sat down when an aunt pulled her 17 or 18-year-old daughter and squeezed over. She couldn't wait to say, Little Chen, this is your cousin Xiaoyu. She is a senior in high school this year and is ready to go to the film academy. I wonder if you have any connections at the Beijing Film Academy? Lu Chen, it was Chen Fei who reacted quickly. She immediately smiled and said, Auntie, I know a few teachers at the Beijing Film Academy. If Xiaoyu wants to apply, then I can introduce them, but the difficulty of applying to the Beijing Film Academy is really too high. Even if I apply, I might not be able to get in. Chen Fei was definitely being modest. With her current popularity, it was very easy to get a diploma at the Beijing Film Academy. The latter would definitely welcome her with both hands. However, the difficulty of applying to the Beijing Film Academy was not lower than the top universities in Beijing. In some aspects, it was even more demanding, such as appearance. Lu Chen's cousin's appearance was not bad. She was considered pretty, but it was really difficult to get into the Beijing Film Academy, where there were many beautiful women, unless she was especially talented in the performing arts. Chen Fei said it politely and tactfully, but the young lady was still a little unconvinced. Although she didn't say anything, her expression showed that she was probably spoiled. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and felt helpless. This was just the beginning. Lu Chen and Lu Shi didn't stay at their grandparents' house for lunch. They left with Chen Fei after leaving behind bags of gifts on the grounds that they were too busy with work. It couldn't be helped. There were too many people at home. Lu Chen was sweating all over. In the end, even his grandfather couldn't stand it anymore. In order to avoid embarrassing situations, it was best to leave early. Anyway, he would be in Ningxuan during this period of time. If he wanted to see his grandparents, he could come back at any time. This was the helplessness of the human relationship society. As the saying goes, no one cares about the poor living in the busy city, but the rich living in the deep mountains have distant relatives. When the Lu family was prosperous, relatives from Ningxuan often came to Binhai to visit them. Once the family declined, it was just a matter of the fickleness of the world. Now Lu Chen is 10 times more prosperous than Lu Qingxing when his career was at its peak. Many relatives who have disappeared naturally came back again, just to rub off some light and get some benefits. For these relatives, Lu Chen and Lu Shi didn't have the slightest good impression. They just politely dealt with them on the surface. Only elders like Fang Xinho, who were close to them, would really help them. These people are really like flies. Back in the car, Lu Shi said angrily, when our family had an accident, there weren't many people who even called to ask. Now I don't know where they came from. Everyone says that we owe them. Some of these relatives wanted to ask Lu Chen to do things through his connections, some wanted Lu Chen to invest, and some wanted to get a position in Xinfei Media. Some were even asked to introduce someone to the crew as an actor. And it had to be a role with enough scenes. How could Lu Shi not feel angry with such demands? It was not easy for her to endure until now. Lu Chen smiled and said, we didn't promise them anything. Don't be angry. Lu Shi was distressed. If we can't meet their demands, they will definitely gossip behind our backs. I'm not afraid of it, but I'm afraid it will affect your image. Now it was the age of the internet. No matter who shouted on the internet, people all over the world might hear it. If some relatives here talked nonsense on the internet, it would easily put Lu Chen in a passive position. This kind of thing was not unprecedented in the entertainment industry. Lu Chen shook his head. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we can't expect everyone to say good things. Chen Feier agreed. Sister Lu Shi, don't worry. If something really happens, our company's PR department will not be easy to deal with. Moreover, Lu Chen's popularity and image can't be easily shaken. When she was popular, she had also suffered from online rumors. Now, her mentality was very indifferent. As long as she had a clear conscience, she would naturally not be afraid of slander. Lu Shi waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go eat." "I'm so angry now." Lu Chen and Chen Feier couldn't help smiling. After lunch in the hotel, Lu Chen met with the crew in Ningxian Film City in the afternoon. The main body of Ningxian Film and Television City covered an area of more than 2,000 mu. Although it was not as large as several famous film and television shooting bases in China, it also had its own characteristics. That was, it was well integrated with the fengshui treasure land of Qingning Mountain Scenic Area. The actual area for shooting was much larger. At present, the first phase of the film and television city had completed the construction of the ancient city, Mingqing Palace Park, Mingqing Ancient Street, Minghua Avenue, Wilderness Ancient Battlefield and other shooting attractions, as well as a large modern studio. Although it was not comprehensive, there were still a lot of types of films that could be shot. The main problems faced by this newly built film and television city were that its popularity was too small and its location was too remote. If it was in the eastern part of Zhejiang, the situation would be much better. Moreover, the investment budget was far from enough. The total investment of the major domestic film and television cities had reached tens or even tens of billions. In comparison, Ningxian Film and Television City was really small. Naturally, it was difficult to attract large film crews to come and shoot. However, these shortcomings basically did not have much impact on the proud wanderer. In fact, it was even beneficial. If it were Jinling Film and Television City, how could they concentrate all their resources, including the government level, to serve a film crew? Now, the Ningxian Film and Television City was equivalent to the crew of the proud wanderer. They could shoot whatever they wanted without any restrictions. They could shoot as long as they wanted, therefore, when Lu Chen chose to shoot the proud wanderer in Ningxian, it was not only because he wanted to support half of his hometown, nor was it because he wanted to take care of his relatives. Inside the set, the crew members were busy setting up the background. Several escort cars were parked at the corner of the street. 2 lifelike stone lions were guarding the mansion. On the plaque hanging under the eaves of the corridor, the words Fuwei Escort Agency were particularly eye-catching. In front of the door, an escort flag was fluttering in the wind. Coming here was like walking into a time tunnel, which made people unable to help but marvel at the magic of the film. Boss Lu. Teacher Lu. Sister Fei seeing Lu Chen, Chen Fei and Lu Shi coming over, the actors and staff members in the crew greeted them warmly. "Brat, you're finally here." Director Chen Guozhi was also on the set. He was not so kind to Lu Chen. "So many people are waiting for you. Don't tell me that this is your film. You can shoot it however you want. I don't like to change the plan at will." Here, perhaps only this famous director dared to be rude to Lu Chen. "Director Chen, I'm so sorry." Lu Chen put his palms together and bowed to Chen Guozhi to apologize. "It's all my fault. Please rest assured that before this film is finished, I will go east if you tell me to go east. I won't dare to go east if I go west." Chen Guozhi couldn't help but laugh. All right. The opening ceremony has been delayed until tomorrow. I guess we won't be able to make it in time for this summer vacation. It doesn't matter if it's a few days later or a few days earlier. According to the original plan, the proud wanderer should have started shooting at the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, due to the lack of preparation in all aspects, and the schedule conflict between the director and the actors, it was delayed until now. Chen Guozhi was not really angry. He was just deliberately establishing his authority. On the set, the director should have the supreme power. He just wanted to see if Lu Chen would cooperate. After all, the role played by Lu Chen in this film was not only the male lead. He was also the assistant director, the action director, the scriptwriter, the soundtrack, and the main investor. To Chen Guizhi's relief, Lu Chen respected and cooperated with him very much. In this way, everyone could work together and make this martial arts film great. In addition to director Chen Guizhi, Lu Chen also met other main cast members of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. The first part of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, Sword of Mount Hua, was definitely a star-studded cast. Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, Lu Gangxing and Tan Hong were all well-deserved superstars. Together with the famous director Chen Guizhi, it could be said to be the most anticipated domestic blockbuster this year. In addition, Shifeng intended to play the role of Indigo Phoenix in this movie, so there was another shining name on the cast list of Sword of Mount Hua. In addition to several famous leading roles, the important supporting roles in the movie were also famous. For example, Gu Yongjun, who played the role of Yu Buchuan, Ma Rongjun, who played the role of Chu Yang, and Xia Jingyao, who played the role of Sua Lenchan, were all real veteran actors with fame and acting skills. In fact, since Jinfei Media released the news of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, many entertainment agencies and even stars took the initiative to recommend themselves. Even if it was an ordinary supporting role, there would be people fighting for it. Of course, Jinfei Media chose the best of the best. They chose senior actors who could match the roles. In the selection of young actors, they basically didn't consider the popular so-called fresh meat. They paid more attention to the price-performance ratio. There were several agents of young fresh meat actors who came uninvited, but the conditions they offered made people speechless. There was a very popular young actor in his 20s who was willing to play the role of Lin Pingxi through his agent. His appearance and temperament were quite suitable for the role, and his market value was high enough. At that time, Lu Xi was also a bit tempted. But the agent asked for 50 million plus 5% of the box office, which made Lu Xi unable to continue the negotiation. If the box office of Sword of Mount Hua was calculated according to 1 billion, excluding the cost, it would be 50 million. Plus the basic salary of 50 million, it would be 100 million. If the box office results brought by the 100 million yuan spent on filming and special effects were not as good as the market appeal of this actor, then Jinfei Media could really go to sleep and not make any movies in the future. Moreover, if he was given 100 million, then how much would Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, and Lu Gangxing need? Therefore, although the agent said that they could negotiate, Lu Xi still refused. She only mentioned it to Lu Chen afterwards and didn't take it to heart. Of course, Lu Chen was very supportive of his sister. He had always been in charge of the films and TV series, and he had never spent a huge amount of money on the choice of actors. Instead, he had paid more attention to the pre-filming and post-production. Most importantly, in the film and television industry, there were many talented but not famous actors. Their salaries were often very reasonable, and their professionalism was far better than those so-called fresh meat who were spoiled by their fans. At the same time, there were also a large number of people struggling at the bottom. They were even willing to give up all the rewards and benefits for a small role. All they wanted was a chance. Lu Chen was known as the golden touch and star-making machine in the circle. In the end, the role of Lin Pingxi was won by a newcomer who graduated from the Capital Film Academy 2 years ago. Before joining the crew of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, he had only played a few small supporting roles in several films and TV series, barely better than a cameo without lines. It was not easy for him to get this important role, and the story could even be made into a TV series. But there were also some people who got in easily. Brother Lu Chen, Sister Fei-er, a bald head popped out from behind Chen Guizhi and greeted Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er shyly. Lu Chen took a closer look and couldn't help laughing. What a pretty little nun, dressed in a white monk's robe and shaved off her beautiful black hair. This young nun without any makeup and a shy face was Mu Xiaoqiu, who played Yi-Lin. According to the script, Yi-Lin was a very important supporting female character in the Sword of Mount Hua in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Her scenes were only a little less than that of the first supporting female character, Yu Lingshan. It was reasonable to say that the choice of actors should be very careful. But when Lu Chen wrote the script about Yi-Lin, the first person he thought of was Mu Xiaoqiu. Even in terms of character creation, he also incorporated the characteristics of Mu Xiaoqiu. Of course, Mu Xiaoqiu could also play this role. She was the soul of the first girl group MSN in the domestic pop music industry. She had shot many music videos and commercial advertisements, and had also played roles in many films and TV series. She did not lack acting experience and talent. The most important thing was that she was recognized by fans as Lu Chen's sister and everyone's sister. A role like Elin, which made people feel sorry for her, was most suitable for her. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that she actually shaved off her favorite long hair in order to play this role well. Lu Chen couldn't help asking, "Xiaochu, are you taking a photo for your makeup?" Mu Xiaochu nodded and asked shyly, "Is it ugly for me to shave my head?" In fact, with the current makeup and special effects technology, it was fine for Mu Xiaochu not to shave her hair, but she resolutely made such a decision in order to pursue the most realistic effect. "How can it be ugly?" Without waiting for Lu Chen to answer, Chen Fei smiled and took her hand. "I am the most beautiful little nun I have ever seen, and the most beautiful in all the movies." Chen Guozhi said with a smile, "Xiaochu is very good. You are a good material." This great director rarely praised people, especially newcomers. It was not easy to get a word of praise from him. But Chen Guozhi also liked Mu Xiaochu. The little girl had an excellent character and was willing to work hard, so he naturally encouraged her. Mu Xiaochu was even more embarrassed. And the young actors around her were all envious of her. With a brother like Lu Chen, she could get whatever she wanted in today's entertainment industry. Even Chen Fei also regarded her as a sister and was not jealous of her relationship with Lu Chen. In the past, there were people who hyped up the so-called gossip, but they were severely slapped in the face. How lucky Mu Xiaochu was. "Teacher Lu, Sister Fei The next moment, another beautiful girl came out of the crowd. It was Tong Xinyao. Tong Xinyao was signed by Chen Fei Media. Not only did she release a hot single, but she also played a role in You from the Star. She was regarded as one of the brightest stars in the entertainment industry. This time, Chen Fei Media invested in the Smiling, Proud Wanderer trilogy, and she naturally got a big piece of cake, the role of the first supporting actress, Yu Lingshan. With the arrival of Lu Chen, everything was ready for the first movie of the Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, except for the shooting. The opening ceremony was set on March 28, and the location was Ningxian Film and Television City. A normal opening ceremony was actually not complicated. The main actors and staff of the crew would gather together, and several media would be invited to interview them on the spot. After that, they would pray to the gods and burn incense. There was no need to make it extravagant, because it would be a waste. If they had the money to squander, it would be better to spend it on online media. The publicity effect would be several times better. But the opening ceremony of the Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was extraordinary. It was directly made into a grand opening ceremony. Hundreds of domestic media were invited, plus more than a dozen from Hong Kong and Taiwan. It was a great momentum. Not only the media, but many important officials of Ningxian County, including Luo Rong, the head of the county, attended the ceremony at the same time. There was also a publicity minister of Changshan City, which was the superior city of Ningxian. The treatment was very high. Of course, these local officials were not there to chase stars. They mainly wanted to take this precious opportunity to promote Ningxian Film and Television City and Ningxian Scenic Area to the outside world, so as to promote the development of tourism in Ningxian. According to the plan of Ningxian County, tourism would become one of the important economic pillars of Ningxian County in the next 10 years. They regarded the Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, which was about to start shooting, as a lever to promote tourism in Ningxian, so there was no doubt about the strength of their support. Apart from other things, the rent for the crew to stay in Ningxian Film and Television City was so low that it made Lu Shi feel embarrassed. The hotel rooms booked by the main actors were also heavily discounted. In addition to other considerate services, the crew could save at least a few million yuan. What Ningxian County asked for was that the Smiling, The Proud Wanderer could shoot a few more scenes in Ningxian and stay for a longer period of time. Of course, Ningxian County would not suffer because of this. After the news spread, the number of searches for Ningxian increased by at least 100 times on the search engine. Especially the photo that Chen Fei posted on her blog and the poem that Lu Chen wrote for her, the number of tourists who came to Ningxian recently increased exponentially. All the hotel rooms in the Ningxian Film and Television City were booked out. Other hotels in the county were also doing well. The tickets for the scenic area, which was originally quite quiet, were now selling like hotcakes. Big numbers of tourists who drove by themselves increased. Just the immediate benefits could be seen, not to mention the long-term impact. The more Ningxian County paid, the greater the return they would get in the future. Therefore, under their strong request, the opening ceremony was made into an opening ceremony. As for Qinfei Media, of course, they were willing to cooperate, because things like setting up the venue, maintaining security, entertaining media reporters, and so on were all covered by the government. It didn't require the crew to spend much thought and budget. At most, they could use Lu Chen and Qinfei Er's connections to invite well-known media. This time, a lot of media came to participate in the opening ceremony. Reporters from several major portals and social networking websites were there. From major websites and social networking websites: Net, Ynet, She, Net, Waves, Wen, Fei, and Web. There were 300 to 400 people sent by various media. There were hundreds of people from the crew and hundreds of guests. As for the audience who heard the news and came to the scene to watch the ceremony, including the local people of Ningxian, this newly completed film and television city ushered in the most lively and noisy moment since its opening: flowers, prayers, colored arches, salutes, high rostrum. If it weren't for the big words written clearly on the big red banner, it would be hard to believe that this was an opening ceremony for a movie. Changshan TV station was broadcasting this event live. In the noise of gongs and drums, the ceremony officially began. First, the leaders gave a speech. This was also a local characteristic. After all, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was produced in Ningxian Film and Television City, which was also a political achievement of the local government. If they didn't take the opportunity to show their faces and promote it, what was the point of working so hard and hard? Fortunately, several leaders knew that the media reporters were not easy to deal with. Especially these major portals, they really didn't take them seriously. Therefore, each of their speeches was concise and comprehensive, and it was over in a few minutes. And then, it was back on track. The process of the opening ceremony did not need to be elaborated. Basically, it followed the usual routine. The focus was still on the media interviews. Mr. Lu Chen, it's almost April. Lu Chen, Chen Feier, Chen Guizhi, Mu Xiaochu, Tong Xinyao and other main actors sat in a row behind the long table, facing the cameras and questions of the reporters. The first one who jumped out was a reporter from EasyNet Entertainment. Before the host's voice died away, she couldn't wait to ask, "There is not much time left. Can The Smiling, Proud Wanderer be released in the summer as scheduled?" Facing her sharp question, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You should ask Director Chen this question. But I can also answer you. The screening time of the first film of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer is decided by the shooting and production. First of all, we have to ensure the quality and effect of the film. We will never make a shoddy production just to meet the schedule." Lu Chen's answer made the reporters in an uproar. The female reporter from EasyNet immediately asked, "So you won't meet the schedule in the summer? Is it a skip?" "A skip?" Before Lu Chen could answer, Chen Guizhi raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "When did we say that The Smiling, Proud Wanderer will be released in the summer? Film is a rigorous art. Even commercial films can't just follow the fast food route. We have prepared for such a long time, and we want to make a real masterpiece. Even if the screening time is delayed, it doesn't matter as long as it's worth the money spent by the audience." After being rebuked by Chen Guizhi, the female reporter from EasyNet Entertainment sat back in embarrassment. She dared to talk back to Lu Chen, but she dared not to talk back to Chen Guizhi. Because Chen Guizhi was very influential in the film and television industry, and he had a lot of connections. She didn't dare to offend him. So if she made things difficult for Lu Chen, people would applaud her, but if she disrespected Chen Guizhi, the result would not be good. In a sense, Lu Chen tried his best to invite Chen Guizhi to be the director of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, because he wanted to use Chen Guizhi's influence to protect this important new wuxia blockbuster. The effect was great. Then another reporter raised his hand and stood up. He asked, "Mr. Lu Chen, what is your expectation of the box office of this film? Can you tell us?" This question was not easy to answer. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Lu Chen. Apart from those fake movies, the box office results of domestic movies were actually quite difficult to predict. No director or big stars dared to say that they could completely grasp the audience's preferences. And the factors that affected the box office of a movie were not only limited to the movie itself. In 2015, there was a domestic blockbuster with an investment of $350 million. The combination of a big director and a big star stole the limelight. The early publicity was even more vigorous, and there was even a top cinema chain among the investors. Both inside and outside the circle were very optimistic about the box office of the movie. The media all thought that it would be a record-breaking film. As a result, the box office in the first 3 days was indeed very gratifying. It earned hundreds of millions. However, the audience's reputation was very bad, and soon there was a steep decline. When it was finally released, the total box office was barely over $500 million. It could be said that it was a big loss. On the contrary, there were some movies that did not have much publicity before the release, and there were not many stars in the movie, but they became very popular in the market and made a lot of money. Therefore, with these precedents, people were very cautious when it came to box office predictions. Unless it was for the purpose of hype, they would try to be as modest as possible. Nowadays, many audiences, especially the young ones, had a rebellious mentality. If you exaggerated too much, they would feel that it was tasteless, so they would not contribute to the box office. Therefore, the question that the reporter asked Lu Chen was really difficult to answer. If Lu Chen said it was high, he would be suspected of being overconfident. If he said it was low, then the media would have something to say. Was there something wrong with his lack of confidence? To this, Lu Chen answered seriously, about this question, before you asked me, I really didn't think about it carefully. My attitude towards movies has always been to do my best, and then let the audience judge. If the audience's evaluation is good, then the box office will naturally be high, and vice versa. When everyone thought that Lu Chen was using Tai Chi to avoid this question, Lu Chen continued, but since you asked, my expectation for The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer is 1-to-1. 5 billion, 1-to-1. 5 billion, there were soft exclamations among the reporters, and there were whispers of discussion. Based on the current film market, Lu Chen's expectation for the first film of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was quite high. After all, Sword of Mount Hua only invested $150 million in publicity. A production cost of $150 million versus a box office of $1.5 billion. That was definitely a huge profit. Was Lu Chen really not afraid of failing? However, Lu Chen had not finished his words. A box office of 1-to-1. 5 billion yuan. In addition, I also hope that The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer will have peripheral sales no less than a Chinese ghost story. A Chinese ghost story, it was only then that everyone remembered that Lu Chen's confidence was not without reason. This was not his first time making a movie. His first work, A Chinese Ghost Story, had a total box office of more than 1 billion yuan, and its peripheral sales exceeded 150 million yuan. Not only did it set a record for the peripheral sales of domestically produced films, it even left most of the imported Hollywood blockbusters behind. At first, there were a few reporters who couldn't wait to ask Lu Chen questions about the box office, trying to find something to hype up, but now they were all silent. The box office of A Chinese Ghost Story was real. It was not fake at all, especially the peripheral sales. At that time, many people didn't believe it. Some media even conducted a special investigation and found that there was no fraud. At that time, Lu Chen could only be considered a newcomer in the film industry. His foundation was far from being as strong as it was now. Then who dared to say that The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was definitely not as good as A Chinese Ghost Story, so it seemed that Lu Chen was really not too confident about the box office of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer's first film of 1-to-1. 5 billion yuan. It was not a problem to say that he was being modest. After all, the cast of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was far from what A Chinese Ghost Story could compare to. In terms of publicity, the former was even better than the latter. The reporters were speechless for a moment. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue in time. He stood up and asked Chen Guizhi, Director Chen, may I ask why you decided to direct The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer? In fact, this reporter wanted to know how much Chen Fei Media had paid to invite this big shot. After Qin Guozhi changed to a commercial blockbuster, there were always investors carrying suitcases full of money in front of his house. If there was any inside story, he believed that the gossipy public would be happy to hear it. Qin Guozhi was a shrewd character. Of course, it was impossible for him to be asked such a question. He smiled and said, "I am directing The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, on the one hand, because Qinfei Media is very sincere, and I am also very happy to work with young and powerful actors like Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er." After flattering Lu Chen and others, Qin Guozhi continued, "In addition, I like The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer very much. I think this novel is very well written. It has created a new trend of wuxia. To have the opportunity to direct The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer is both an opportunity and a challenge for me. I'm very willing to face such a challenge." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a warm applause. This kind of scene was very rare in media interviews, but Qin Guozhi was not an ordinary director. The interview continued. The reporters' questions were naturally mainly focused on Qin Guozhi, Lu Chen, and Chen Fei-er. However, as supporting actors, Mu Xiaoqiu and Tong Xinyao also got some questions. Their answers were in line with the norm. They did not dare to act out of line on such an occasion. When the interview was about to end, a reporter asked Lu Chen, "It is said that you will marry Chen Fei-er after The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer. Is it true?" What? This question was interesting. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Chen again, including Chen Fei-er. Lu Chen was speechless. Who made up this rumor? Who made up this rumor? Although he was speechless, he still had to answer the reporter's question. He thought for a while and said, "Thank you for your attention on my personal feelings. Chen Fei-er and I will give you an answer at the appropriate time. But now our job is to make this movie well and not disappoint the fans who have been waiting for a long time." The reporters were disappointed at first. It was a bit of a pity that they could not dig out the big news from Lu Chen's mouth. When the best couple in the entertainment circle would get married was undoubtedly the question that countless people cared about. But it was not so easy to dig out the big news. After the media interviews, the opening ceremony of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer was completed. But then Lu Chen and Lu Xi attended a signing appointment on the spot. Qinfei Media invested 375 million to buy 35% of the shares of Ningxian Film and Television City sold by Ningxian County government. As the most important investment project in Ningxian County, Ningxian Film and Television City had been invested more than 500 million yuan. The purpose was to create a future economic growth hotspot in Ningxian County. County Magistrate Luo Rongjing was the promoter of this project. It could be said that it was a political achievement project led by him. The success or failure was closely related to his political future, so he attached great importance to it. Before Qinfei Media entered the Ningxian Film and Television City, this business card built with a lot of money for Ningxian tourism was in a very awkward situation. The income generated after the operation was not enough to cover the daily expenses, let alone recover the investment costs and loans. Luo Rong's position in the officialdom was shaky. That was why he went all the way to the capital to fight for the live shooting of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer in Ningxian. At the beginning, he promised that he was willing to sell shares of the film and television city to Qinfei Media, and even let Qinfei Media be the controlling shareholder. In fact, from the situation at that time, Luo Rong was completely throwing away his burden. He also wanted to completely tie Qinfei Media to the new ship of Ningxian tourism, and ride the waves with the help of a strong sail. Now that The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer had officially started shooting, the share transaction was natural. Lu Chen and Lu Xi were originally half of Ningxian people, and have a considerable understanding of Ningxian. Some time ago, Lu Xi brought people to investigate, and also determined that Ningxian films and TV plays have considerable investment value. The two sides can be said to hit it off. Most importantly, Chen Fei-er liked the scenery of Qingming Mountain very much, especially Crooked Creek Town. She even decided to buy an old house in the town and live there when she had time. With a solid foundation for cooperation, the negotiation between Ningxian County and Qinfei Media was very smooth. The conditions offered by Qinfei Media were very favorable. The total investment amount was 500 million, and the proportion of shares was very large. In other words, according to the conditions proposed by Ningxian County government, as long as Qinfei Media invested more than 250 million, they could get 50% of the shares of the film and television city. However, in the actual process of negotiation, Lu Xi proposed a new agreement on behalf of Qinfei Media, and re-evaluated the actual value of Ningxian Film and Television City. Finally, she proposed to Ningxian County to exchange 375 million for 35% of the shares of Ningxian Film and Television City, and continue to invest in the next 3 years, finally achieving 65% of the shares. In addition, the management unit of the film city, which was originally completely controlled by the government, would be split into a new company to operate and manage the film city and gradually complete the transfer of shares. This made Ningxian County feel incredulous. According to Qinfei Media's agreement, it was equivalent to spending a few hundred million to obtain the same shares. Not only did they not bargain, they even took the initiative to increase the price. According to this agreement, not only would Ningxian County quickly recover all of its investment, but it would also be able to realize profits in 1 or 2 years. Although they had to give up the controlling stake, it would completely revitalize this big project, and it would be more effective in promoting the local economic development. Who would complain about having too much money? Therefore, the contract was finalized very quickly. After the opening ceremony today, the signing ceremony was actually just a formality. The legal documents that should be signed had already been signed. Although it was just a formality, at the dinner after the signing, Luo Rong privately raised the question in his heart to Lu Chen and Lu Xi. Why did Qinfei Media choose to take the initiative to increase the price in violation of the business common sense? Lu Chen and Lu Xi looked at each other and smiled. Lu Xi thought for a moment and said, Mayor Luo, although the initial investment of Ningxian Film City is only 500 million, its true value is far beyond that. The scenery of Qingming Mountain and Crooked Creek is priceless. Our offer is not high, and we are willing to contribute to the development of our hometown as much as we can. The plan for Ningxian Film and Television City included a part of the scenic area of Qingming Mountain, and it was the most beautiful part. Ningxian County did not include the value of this part. It was not that they had overlooked it, but it was a preferential condition to attract investment from Qinfei Media. Ningxian County was full of sincerity, but in the view of Lu Chen and Lu Xi, they could not take advantage of this. Qinfei Media could not be labeled as encroaching on national assets for a few hundred million, and they were even more unwilling to be criticized by others for this contract in the future. Therefore, even if they were treated as fools, Qinfei Media must ensure that this important investment was fair, impeccable, and without any flaws. After listening to Lu Xi's explanation, Luo Rong fell into a long silence. His heart was really filled with emotion. In order to revitalize Ningxian Film City, before contacting Qinfei Media, he had also looked for investors everywhere to recommend this project. It was not that there were no people who were interested, but the conditions they offered were very harsh. Some simply got something for nothing, and asked the county government to guarantee and help with loans to complete the acquisition. Compared with those greedy businessmen, what Qinfei Media did could not be described as just kind. He picked up the bottle, poured himself a glass of white wine, raised his glass to Lu Chen and Lu Xi, and said, "You too, I won't say anything else, but this glass of wine is for you. In the future, as long as I, Luo Rong, am still alive, we will always be friends." It was hard to imagine that a dignified county magistrate would say such gangster-like words, but these rather unusual words just happened to express his sincere admiration. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You are too polite. Even if Qinfei Media completes the acquisition of Ningxian Film City, it will not be without your support." Luo Rong laughed and said, "Let's work together, hand in hand." Qinfei Media paid a few hundred million more, not only got an impeccable investment contract, but also the sincere friendship of this provincial official. When time passed, looking back after many years, time would prove everything. There was not much time left for the crew of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Although this martial arts movie was going to be delayed to the National Day, many people, including many members of the crew, hoped that it would be released in the summer. Because there were several similar movies that followed the trend in the summer. Now that the main character of the movie had dropped out, those following the trend must be proud. How could they bear it? In everyone's mind, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer should be the first masterpiece of the new martial arts movie, and should not be beaten by others. Of course, Lu Chen and Chen Guozhi knew about the mood of the crew, but they tacitly did not interfere, because the high mood was actually very good for the shooting. Of course, the quality of the movie must be guaranteed, and this premise could not be careless. On the basis of guaranteeing the quality, it would be perfect if they could speed up the shooting. That afternoon, the shooting of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer officially began in Ningxian Film City. Ningxian Film and Television City, Ming and Qing Dynasty Antique Street. The gentle wind blew the willows, and the fragrance of the flowers was intoxicating. It was the spring season of the Southern Kingdom. On the ancient Long Street, a bluestone path stretched out in a straight line. In front of a magnificent mansion, there was a flagpole about 20 feet tall erected on both sides of the stone altar, with a green flag fluttering at the top of the flagpole. On the flag on the right, a majestic lion was embroidered with yellow silk thread. The flag fluttered in the wind, making the lion look even more lively. On the flag on the left, 4 black words were embroidered with Fu Wei Escort Agency. The silver hook and iron stroke were extraordinarily vigorous. On the red lacquer gate of the mansion, the copper nails the size of a teacup were shining. On the plaque on the top of the gate, 4 golden words Fu Wei Escort Agency were written, and 2 small words Head Office were written horizontally below. There were 2 rows of benches at the entrance, on which sat 8 well-dressed men, each with a straight back, showing a heroic spirit. Note 1, suddenly, the sound of hooves could be heard as 5 knights filed out from the side door of the escort agency. Among them, the young knight was dressed in a brocade robe with a long sword hanging from his waist. His handsome face had a faint smile on it. More than 10 meters away from the knights, 2 4K digital cameras worth millions of yuan were aimed at them from different positions, capturing the real-time images. Further away, there were all the nervous and busy staff members of the production crew. As the protagonist of today's shooting, Zhao Haichao, who was riding a white horse, had a really complicated mood. He had fantasized, longed, and looked forward to it thousands of times, but when the moment really came, he found that he was not as excited as he had imagined, and even frightened. Perhaps it was because he had been lost, disappointed, and sad countless times. Zhao Haichao was a graduate of the performance department of Beijing Film Academy in 2015. It had been 4 or 5 years since he entered the film and television industry, and he was no longer a newcomer. However, he had shot several films and TV series, but he had never become popular, so his situation could be said to be quite embarrassing. Zhao Haichao's appearance was actually very good. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat hundreds of competitors and be admitted to the acting department of Beijing Film Academy with a high score. However, his luck was not good. The roles he played were all small supporting roles, and several of his plays were also very bad. He did not accumulate much popularity for several years. His career didn't improve, but his youth flowed away like water. At the end of last year, Zhao Haichao took out all his savings and borrowed a lot of money from his relatives and friends to negotiate with the management company to terminate his contract. The management company that received the compensation did not make things difficult for him. They parted on good terms, so it was not a big deal. The signboard of Beijing Film was very loud, but how many students who graduated every year could make a name for themselves? The competition in this industry was too fierce. There were waves after waves of newcomers entering the industry. If one wanted to make a name for himself, it was impossible to rely on academic qualifications. One had to know how to hype up, have support from others, and be willing to put in the effort. Even then, one might not be able to become famous. Zhao Haichao's family could barely be considered well off. It was not easy for them to provide for Nian Jingying, and there was nothing else they could do. They did not have any connections that they could use. He never counted on his family. He thought that with his own hard work and talent, he would be able to make a name for himself. However, the cruel reality made the once naive youth mature quickly. It was only because of the persistence and stubbornness in his heart that he did not completely abandon his bottom line. 2 months ago, when Zhao Haichao submitted his resume to Qinfei Media's mailbox, he did not expect to get a chance at all. Because the movie The Smiling, Proud Wanderer attracted too much attention. For an unknown actor like him, submitting his resume was no different from buying a lottery ticket. At that time, Zhao Haichao had already thought about it. If he couldn't find any opportunity in Beijing, he would accept the invitation of a senior and go to the deep sea in the south to shoot a web drama. Although it was a small role, he could at least earn tens of thousands of yuan. What Zhao Haichao did not even dream about was that only 2 days after he submitted his resume, he received a call from Qinfei Media, asking him to go for an interview. When he first received the call, Zhao Haichao thought that someone was playing a prank on him or that he had met a scammer. Then what happened next was just like a dream to him. The interview was successful. There were no tricks or unspoken rules. The salary in the contract was not high, but it was fair and reasonable. The role that he was given was an important male supporting role. Thinking back to the news that he had passed the interview for the smiling, proud wanderer, his classmates and friends all thought he was joking. Some even mocked him. Zhao Haichao's smile became brighter and brighter. Ka! A loud voice pulled his attention back, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. I passed. Zhao Haichao immediately let out a big sigh of relief. He quickly pulled the reins to stop the horse and got off cleanly. He learned how to ride a horse when he was shooting a historical film more than a year ago. He suffered a lot and put in some hard work. Although he was not as good as those real riders, he had mastered a skill. At that time, Zhao Haichao thought that it was good to have more skills. He could not be the main character and could not enjoy the treatment of being flattered behind people's backs. If he knew how to ride a horse, he might have more opportunities to show his face. Opportunity came in handy now. In fact, during the interview, he was asked if he knew how to ride a horse. Zhao Haichao thought that this should be one of his points. Well done. Director Chen Guizhi stood up from his chair and said to Zhao Haichao, get ready for the next scene. The next scene is the real test. This sentence was said by Lu Chen to Zhao Haichao. He had been following Chen Guizhi all the time. Chen Guizhi would only direct the first part of the smiling, proud wanderer, Sword of Mount Hua. Lu Chen decided to direct the next 2 parts by himself. He knew that he was not good at directing, so he invited Chen Guizhi to come over and learn from him. Chen Guizhi was very good at directing, and he was willing to give advice. Although it had not been long since the shooting started, Lu Chen had already learned a lot. Once this movie was completed, he would have the foundation to direct it independently. Lu Chen was also very satisfied with Zhao Haichao's performance. He was the one who chose Zhao Haichao to play the role of Lin Pingji. It turned out that his judgment was right. This was a piece of unpolished jade. With a little bit of thinking, it would shine. Lu Chen was also looking forward to his performance in the next fight scene. Director Chen, Director Lu, I will try my best. Zhao Haichao nodded. He was pleasantly surprised. In the past, it was not easy for him to meet a famous director like Chen Guizhi. He could not even talk to a big shot like Lu Chen. Compared to now, it was like heaven and earth. It was as if he could see a beautiful new world opening up to him. His life would be different from now on. Ka. The sudden sound was not loud, but Zhao Haichao, who had just thrown out his left palm, shivered subconsciously. His whole body froze, and his face flushed with shame. The shooting location in the afternoon was in a roadside pub. This scene was very important. As one of the main supporting roles, Lin Pingji met Yu Lingshan for the first time and his fate changed. Therefore, there were more scenes. As the actor of Lin Pingji, Zhao Haichao had suffered more than a dozen NGs in his first fight scene, although it was very common for actors to suffer NGs, and even the top actors made mistakes. For Zhao Haichao, who was determined to make this role outstanding, more than a dozen NGs were undoubtedly a big setback. Your movements must be clean and neat. Lu Chen stood up from the director's chair and walked quickly to the actors. He gestured with his hands and said, the leaping action just now was qualified, but the palm was too slow, which made the connection of the moves not smooth enough. It gave people the feeling that it was very stiff. Zhao Haichao suppressed his anxiety and listened to Lu Chen's explanation carefully. He tried to remember and understand, and at the same time, he danced and imitated, but his movements were a bit funny. Zhao Haichao had shot fight scenes before, but the movements were very simple, nothing more than punching and kicking, and then speeding up the post-production to add special effects. The smiling, the proud wanderer was completely different. This was a new martial arts movie, completely different from the action movies and the popular martial arts dramas in the 80s and 90s. The essential difference was the fight scenes. The martial arts scenes of the smiling, the proud wanderer were extremely demanding. After getting the role of Lin Pingji, Zhao Haichao had basic training in the Lu family class for nearly 2 months, and thought that he had mastered some of the key points. But when the shooting started, he found that he was still not well prepared, and couldn't completely let go in front of the camera. "Brother Yong, let's demonstrate." After patiently explaining the key points of the movements, Lu Chen called Wan Yong over. In the first movie of The Smiling, The Proud Wanderer, Lu Chen was the leading actor and action director, so the whole fight scene in the afternoon was directed by him, and Wan Yong, the head of the Lu family class, was the martial arts director. Wan Yong nodded and replaced Zhao Haichao's opponent to face Lu Chen. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Zhao Haichao's eyes were fixed on them, afraid that he would miss the slightest detail. Lighting, camera, actors, get ready. Action. Although it was just a demonstration, it was still carried out according to the rules. Along with the sound of the clapper, Wan Yong looked at Lu Chen with contempt and sneered, "Fu Wei Security Agency? Never heard of it before. What's that for?" Wan Yong used to be a soldier. After retiring from the army, he became a security coach in the club. Later, he was discovered by Lu Chen and became the class leader of the Lu family's class. Originally, he had no acting experience. However, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Lu Jiaban made a name for himself in the industry through a Chinese ghost story. Later, he also participated in the filming of You from the Star and was hired several times, gradually accumulating a lot of experience. Wan Yong was no exception. He recited a few lines very well, portraying his character's fiendish temperament very well. Lu Chen jumped up and shouted, "I specialize in beating up dogs." The next moment, he struck out with his left palm. Without waiting for the move to finish, his right palm had already pierced through the bottom of his left palm. It was the move Heaven and Earth in the Cloud. His movements were as smooth and natural as flowing water. The little actress has some skills. Wan Yong's eyes narrowed. He waved his left hand to block Lu Chen's right palm. At the same time, he quickly grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder with his left hand. Lu Chen immediately lowered his right shoulder and punched with his left hand. It was strong and powerful. Wan Yong hurriedly turned his head to avoid it, but he didn't expect Lu Chen's left fist to suddenly open. When the fist opened, it instantly changed into a palm. The direct attack turned into a sweep, and the move Flowers in the Fog slapped heavily on his face. Actually, it wasn't a real slap, but Wan Yong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire head was slapped to the side. In anger out of humiliation, he fiercely kicked at Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen twisted his body to avoid it and raised his leg to kick back. The surrounding actors, including Zhao Haichao, as well as many extras who played passers-by, and the crew were shocked to see this. They really didn't know that martial arts movies were filmed this way. Most of the people present were amateurs. Some of them understood the filming of action movies. Although the punches and kicks on the screen were full of power, they were basically all produced by special effects and sound effects. The actual filming process was actually very boring, and it was completely fixed in the pattern. As for the sparring between Lu Chen and Wan Yong, although it wasn't very fast, it not only gave people the feeling that it was smooth and natural, but also had a kind of artistic rhythm and beauty. It was pleasing to the eye and even made people's blood boil. Especially when Lu Chen waved his palms and punched. His fists and palms were vigorous, as if he could blow up his opponent with one punch. Such an effect could be achieved in a normal shooting. With the post-production editing, modification, and special effects, how outstanding would it be, according to the setting of the script? In the first film of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Lin Pingzhi was just a small character, belonging to the third or fourth rate in Jianghu. He was not even a master at all. In that case, what kind of exciting performances would the protagonists who would appear later on perform? It was so exciting, Zhao Haichao involuntarily clenched his fists. He had never been so determined as at this moment. The determination to play this role well. Done, Lu Chen stopped his fists and called Zhao Haichao and his opponent to the front of the monitor. He asked the camera assistant to play back the scene just now. Practice according to it, and reshoot when you meet the requirements. Zhao Haichao nodded hard. Lu Chen then said to the others, "Take a break for half an hour, and try to finish this group of scenes in the afternoon." The atmosphere at the scene immediately relaxed. Zhao Haichao and his temporary partner ran to the side and continued to practice together. Wang Yong looked at them, hesitated, and said to Lu Chen, "How about using a double?" If Lu Jiaban replaced Zhao Haichao, these fighting scenes would have been finished long ago. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "No need for now. He has a good understanding. Give him more time." In order to meet the schedule, time was very precious for the smiling, proud wanderer. But for Lu Chen, it was totally worthwhile and meaningful to spend some time to cultivate a promising new actor. Lu Chen shooting the smiling, proud wanderer was a part of the Great Wuxia IP plan. And the significance of the Great Wuxia IP plan was not to make money for himself, but to promote the wuxia culture to the market, to the whole world. This might be the meaning of his future life. To achieve such a grand goal, it was far from enough to rely on the strength of him and the Lu Jiaban. End of chapter 816. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.